18 years ago, the enigmatic Ginie, submerged beneath the river, was inexplicably swept away into the world of beast taming, a realm of vast skies and boundless lands. The silver lining is that he became the son of the indomitable Ghost Wudao, one of the seven pillars of the empire, standing tall above the masses. The downside is that his grandfather, the venerable Seven Pillars, has vanished. His father, a general, has been rendered powerless, and their entire clan has been engulfed by the Guy Luo family, an external faction. As the scion of the Ghost family, Ginie has been reduced to living in a pigsty for 18 long years. Fortunately, after 18 years, Ginie finally seizes an opportunity to escape the imperial capital, just as the very force that had ensnared him begins to awaken, the Hall of the Human Emperor. From that moment on, Ginie takes flight, forging a pact with the Human Emperor's sword to become a beast tamer, ultimately returning to the imperial capital in a blaze of glory. While others painstakingly nurture their beasts, I choose to pave my path through conquest, awakening ancient spirits within the Hall of the Human Emperor, aspiring to unify the world across the skies and lands with unparalleled achievements. Divine beasts will guard my path, the four saints will descend, and the war god Bai Qi will manifest. The five tiger generals, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, the esteemed general Mo Zilio, who commands legions, and the scholarly general Chen Qingji, the infamous strategist Yuan Tiangang, with the true names of the ancients, who among them can rival my stature. I shall summon the winds and rain, annihilating all adversaries. Scaling the Wolf Mountain and ascending to the vast seas, I shall relish the allure of beast taming while experiencing a unique bond with my tamed generals. From henceforth, I shall become the unparalleled human emperor of all ages. Chapter 1. The pig that escaped from death. In the empire of Tianzhou, within the ghost family of the imperial capital, a raven-haired youth slowly pushed open the door and approached a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, declaring, "Father, I must leave the imperial capital." The middle-aged man momentarily paused, his countenance clouded with anguish, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. After a lengthy silence, he spoke slowly. "Very well. What are your plans? I have made all necessary preparations. I implore you, Father, to help me feign my death, allowing Ginie to completely depart from this world." Ignie's face was as cold as frost as he exhaled sharply. Yet upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly, looking up at Ginie. "You won't be able to conceal this for long. Once they discover you have left the imperial capital, they will certainly seize the opportunity. 10 years. I only need 10 years. But Ginie remained undeterred, his gaze resolute. Seeing his son's determination, the middle-aged man was visibly moved, his lips moving as if to say something, but no words escaped. Ultimately, his frustration transformed into a deep sigh. "Very well. Ginie, while 10 years may seem lengthy, it is but a fleeting moment for them. Though I have lost my cultivation, I can still buy you this time." With a cold snort, the middle-aged man rose slowly. "Tomorrow marks the day of the family's beast taming contract. When do you plan to leave?" "Tonight." "I hope, Father." "Enough. Your father may be powerless, but I am not a fool. I know what to do. With the old master's fate still uncertain and your father rendered a cripple, prioritize your safety once you step outside." The middle-aged man gently patted Ignie's shoulder before turning to make arrangements. As night fell, a great fire suddenly erupted in Ignie's residence, illuminating the entire imperial capital in an inferno. In the darkness, a figure swiftly made its way toward the outskirts of the city. Ginie paused momentarily, casting one last glance at the place he had called home for over a decade, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes as he coldly uttered, "The Guy Luo family will find it far from easy to devour the ghost family." With a heart pounding with tension, once he had fully exited the imperial capital, Ginie finally breathed a long sigh of relief. "Alas, while others traverse realms to soar effortlessly, I have been imprisoned for over a decade, like a mere pig." In truth, Ginie is a transmigrant who, over a decade ago, met with a tragic accident in modern times, falling victim to a nefarious plot and ultimately drowning in the river, the frigid waters still sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, upon losing consciousness and awakening, he found himself in this world of beast taming, becoming the eldest grandson of the ghost family, one of the seven pillars of the empire. He initially believed he had a fortuitous start, but as soon as he opened his eyes, the aura of the old master, Ghost Wudao, vanished entirely, causing chaos to erupt within the ghost family. Coincidentally, Ignie's father was away at war and had been maliciously obstructed from receiving any news, remaining blissfully unaware. Fortunately, Ignie's uncle stepped in to stabilize the situation. The loss of the patriarch severely weakened the ghost family's vitality, but Ignie's father, Ghost Tianlu, a formidable figure in the military, though not as powerful as his father, could still maintain order. However, after Ignie took a brief slumber, news arrived from the front lines. Ghost Tianlu's forces had fallen into an encirclement, suffering total annihilation in Ghost. Tianlu had returned to the imperial capital in disgrace, plunging the Ghost family into chaos once more. Instantly, various factions in the imperial capital turned their eyes towards the Ghost family. Were they not one of the Empire's 7 pillars? A coveted prize. In a single night, even with his uncle Ghost Tianming leading their kin in a desperate resistance, they lost nearly 90% of their assets. Fortunately, they managed to preserve the family estate, and Ghost Tianming recognized that this was the best outcome they could hope for. Yet, some sought not wealth, but the very roots of the Ghost family, taking advantage of their vulnerability. The most powerful external faction in the Empire, the Gai Luot family, launched their assault. With an iron grip, they coerced Ghost Tianlu into marrying their widow, Gai Luot Lingling. Seamlessly taking control of the Ghost family, Gai Luot Lingling bore a son, Ghost Siming, merely 6 months later, compelling the Ghost family to recognize him as the heir. This was a profound humiliation for the Ghost family. Even a fool could see the disgrace that hung over them. The Ghost family refused to acknowledge this, leading to the slaughter of every Ghost descendant who ventured outside, one after another succumbing to untimely deaths. Even over a dozen elders perished. Finally, the eldest elder rose to speak. Though we, the old and hopeless, may perish, those children are the future of the Ghost family. For the sake of their descendants, the elders of the Ghost family had no choice but to reluctantly accept, naming Ghost Siming as the heir. Behind the scenes, they employed various methods to send the younger generation out of the imperial capital to protect them from the Gai Luot family's minions. The dispatched youths were mere commoners, devoid of contracted family lands, accompanied only by their demonic beasts, the Hellhound. Now, after the Gai Luot family had ruled the Ghost family for over a decade, they had dispatched over 100 descendants, scattering them across the land. After 20 days of travel, Ignie finally arrived in the northern city of the Empire, Wuwei City. There he assumed the alias Ginie and successfully enrolled in the local Wuwei 6th Beast Taming School, becoming a middle school student. The day of his official enrollment coincided with the school's Beast Taming contract ceremony, and all the faculty and students gathered at the center of the playground in anticipation. Among them, Ignie stood quietly, appearing no different from the other students, save for the absence of any joy upon his visage at that moment. A black-skinned man with a buzz cut, brimming with excitement, addressed Gai Ignie beside him. "Excuse me, my fellow student. You appear rather unfamiliar to me. Are you a newcomer? I just arrived a few days ago." Gai Ignie replied with a gentle nod. "No wonder. I pride myself as the foremost socialite of 6 high school. There's hardly a soul within these walls that I do not know." The black-skinned man stroked his chin, a knowing look on his face. "Let me introduce myself. I am Fong E, but my friends affectionately call me Hey Z. And you? Ginie, brother Ginie, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Fong E promptly clasped his hands in greeting. This amused Gai Ignie greatly. "You know of me? Then your reputation precedes you," he remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "Modesty is unwarranted." The name Hey Z echoes throughout the school. "Ha ha ha!" Fong erupted into hearty laughter, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You, my friend, are a character. I, Hey Z, shall claim you as my friend henceforth. May I call you Nye Z? If brother Hey Z does not mind, I would prefer to be called Xiao Nye." Gai Ignie's cheeks twitched slightly. Fong E did not press the matter further. "Very well. Henceforth, I shall boldly refer to you as Xiao Nye. By the way, Xiao Nye, what is your beast taming aptitude?" "Well, it's just passable," Gai Ignie replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for beast taming aptitude is a deeply personal matter in this world. In a realm where everyone possesses the ability to tame beasts, this aptitude determines the future and potential achievements of every beast tamer. Without beast taming aptitude, one is doomed to lead the life of an ordinary beast tamer, engaging in mundane tasks. Although capable of combat, their prowess remains relatively low. Beasts must also be sought out and purchased at one's own expense. Conversely, Those blessed with beast taming aptitude gain admission to specialized schools where the institution takes responsibility for their beasts. Graduating with commendable grades from secondary school assures them a smooth transition to university. Thus, they become true beast masters. Guine's successful entry into the beast taming school naturally implied that he possessed beast taming aptitude. My sincerest apologies, brother. I'm accustomed to joking around with friends and failed to temper my tone. Fang Yi swiftly offered his apologies. Guine waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's quite all right. Brother, He Zi need not concern himself. I merely possess bronze-level aptitude. Fang Yi chuckled at this revelation. What a coincidence. I too have bronze beast-taming aptitude. My talent is called Hei Pai, which enhances my beast defense by 10%. Is that so? How fortuitous. But Brother He Zi, does it not concern you to share this with me? Guine raised an eyebrow, for it is customary to keep such aptitudes private unless absolutely necessary. Not at all who in this school is unaware of my Hei Pai. Fang Yi replied nonchalantly. I see. Guine found this amusing indeed. There was little reason to conceal a bronze-level aptitude. By the way, Xiaonya, the great beast secret realm shall open shortly. What kind of beast do you intend to contract? Guine shook his head. I'm uncertain at the moment. I shall leave it to fate. Alas, you speak truthfully. We are not from prominent families. After all, others will contract high-quality beasts nurtured by their clans the moment the time arrives. Indeed, however, the great beast secret realm is also home to formidable beasts. Guine nodded in agreement, having long coveted the hellhound at his home. Let us hope for a fortunate encounter. Fang Yi sighed deeply to that instant. A commotion suddenly erupted across the playground. Chapter 2. The Sword of the Emperor, my lord. It's here. Hey, Heizi, look. The school beauty, Lu, has actually arrived. Look. Rong Wanwan is here too. What? Let me see. Heizi exclaimed, as Fang Yi quickly maneuvered through the crowd. His face adorned with an expression of lewd curiosity as he fixated on the two stunning figures in the distance. Guine, equally intrigued, turned to gaze in the direction of the commotion. Before them stood a breathtaking beauty with waist-length hair, clad in a high-slit qipao that showcased her ample bosom and graceful figure. Her long, fair legs glided towards the playground with the elegance of a lotus flower. Beside her, another girl donned athletic attire, and despite the oversized black-framed glasses perched on her face, her beauty remained unblemished. Her blue hair was styled into a long ponytail, epitomizing pure allure. Indeed, it's no wonder she holds the title of school beauty. She is, without a doubt, a captivating vixen. Fang Yi remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The classmates around him nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of admiration and envy. Compared to Lu, I still prefer Wanwan. Who else would dare wear a high-slit qipao in the beast realm? I'd believe it if you told me she was heading there to sell herself. Indeed, but I wonder, how much would that cost? Guine observed the scene with a subtle smile, concluding that this school beauty had clearly earned her status through her charms. Ahem. All right, students. Direct your attention to me. The principal, sporting a gleaming Mediterranean hairstyle, addressed the crowd with a microphone in hand. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shifted their focus to the elevated platform. After all, the beasts were of greater significance than mere beauty. The principal began to speak about various topics, his words flowing like a river. Fang Yi, growing weary of the principal's ramblings, turned to Guine and asked, Hey, Xiaonya, shall we go together later? It would be good to have each other as backs. Thank you for your kindness. Hey, go. However, I think I'll pass. I'm accustomed to being alone. Guine replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Very well. I wish you the best of luck. Just then, the principal concluded his speech and pointed skyward, causing the entrance to the beast realm to swing open. Wishing all students good fortune. May the principal's words be auspicious. A figure clasped their hands in salute to the principal before plunging into the realm. Brothers, let us go. Fang Yi shouted. And everyone commenced entering the beast realm in an orderly fashion, Guine following the crowd. As Guine felt his feet lift off the ground, he suddenly found himself amidst a dense forest. However, as soon as he comprehended his surroundings, his expression soured. Is this really necessary? Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind sent him flying backward. He rolled several times before finally coming to a halt, spotting two beasts trembling not far ahead. After their clash, one of the beasts, a several-meter-long azure serpent, lunged at a crocodile, sinking its fangs into its flesh. Roar. The crocodile emitted a mournful cry, then executed a death roll, flinging the azure serpent away, which crashed into a tree as thick as a thigh, snapping it in two. Seizing the opportunity, the crocodile stomped on the ground, sending dozens of stones flying into the air. With a flick of its tail, the stones transformed into projectiles, raining down upon the azure serpent. Crack! Crack! A torrent of dust and debris erupted, and the azure serpent's body was left bloodied and mangled as it swiftly darted away, spewing purple venom towards Ginie, who instinctively dodged to the side. Is that all you've got? Do you think I lack temper? Ginie glared at the azure serpent as it attempted to retreat. A cold glint in his eyes. He retrieved a handful of throwing knives from his waist, murmuring, "These years of training with concealed weapons were meant for my troublesome younger brother, but today, I'll use them on you." An azure serpent with merely silver-grade potential dares to challenge me. Ginie focused intently on the fleeing azure serpent, launching the throwing knives with precision. Clang, clang, thud. The knives pierced the serpent's eyes, causing it to writhe in agony. Unbothered, Ginie pulled out an assembled long spear from his pack and hurled it at the azure serpent. The spearhead penetrated its skull, pinning it to the ground. As the azure serpent thrashed in its death throes, it soon succumbed to its injuries. At the moment of its demise, Ginie felt a sudden jolt within his heart. Ding! Killing value, 20. Ginie's mind felt heavy, and he found himself enveloped in an ethereal void, only to reappear before the grand entrance of a magnificent hall. An ancient aura descended from above, enveloping Ginie. At the hall's entrance stood a gray longsword, rusted yet exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Even in its stillness, it instilled a profound sense of trepidation, as if all of creation bowed before its blade. The feeling of dominance was indescribable. What is this? Ginie pondered, recognizing the hall's significance. It had been concealed within him since his arrival in this world. Yet, it was utterly unfamiliar, as this was the first time it had manifested in such a form before him. The Hall of the Emperor. Ginie murmured to himself, stepping closer to the gray longsword. Despite the formidable pressure it radiated, it felt strangely inviting, as if it were calling out to him. Slowly, Ginie reached out, grasping the longsword, and a vision flooded his mind. Name, Sword of the Emperor. Race, Divine Sword. Qualification, unknown. Level, Level 1. Attribute, 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Current status, asleep, contractable. To think it is the Sword of the Emperor, and its qualification is unknown. Ginie's heart raced with excitement. The fact that it was contractable meant the Sword of the Emperor was also a beast. What does this synchronization entail? Could it be akin to other weapon-type beasts that share a portion of their attributes with their master? Whatever the case, I shall contract it first. Confirm contract. Boom. As Ginie made up his mind, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck the Sword of the Emperor, causing it to erupt in golden light. Ginie felt as though he had merged with the Sword of the Emperor. The rust faded away, revealing a golden blade and hilt inscribed with the words, Sword of the Emperor. With eyes gleaming with golden light, Ginie absorbed the information flowing into his mind. Name, Sword of the Emperor. Race, Divine Sword. Qualification, unknown. Level, Level 1, 0, 100 killing value. Attribute, 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Exclusive skill, Emperor's Slash, unleashes 5 times the user's attack power. The stronger the user's fortune, the greater the increase in power. Passive skill, Elemental Affinity. The user gains elemental affinity, allowing manipulation of a small amount of elemental power. Passive skill, Source Unification. A frail body cannot withstand calamities. You shall become one with the Sword of the Emperor. All attributes of the Sword of the Emperor will synchronize with the host. Ginie was astonished. I am contracting myself. That's truly remarkable. At the moment when Ginie completed the contract with the Emperor's sword, he absorbed all the attributes from the sword and comprehended the profound meaning of being one with the source. It is widely acknowledged that beast tamers possess formidable strength. Yet this power is contingent upon their tamed beasts, even though, in later stages, some attributes from the beasts may be reflected back to the tamer. In direct combat against opponents of equal rank, the physical prowess of the beast tamer is often seen as woefully inadequate. Furthermore, as the Emperor's sword has now completely merged with Ginie's essence, he found himself with a singular contract position reinstated. This implies that during this period, while others could only form a contract with a single beast, Ginie could engage two. Presently, Ginie reflected that the two beasts he had just faced together would undoubtedly not succumb to him in a single strike. Suppressing the tumult within, he gazed blankly at the grand gates of the Emperor's hall, pondering, if only I had wielded my slaughtering blade sooner, perhaps the Ginie family would not have fallen to such depths. With a sigh, he vanished from before the Emperor's hall, not because he lacked the desire to explore within, but rather, upon contracting the Emperor's sword, he became aware that unlocking the Emperor's hall required a significant amount of slaughter value. The value he had obtained from slaying the mandala serpent was far from sufficient. Chapter 3. The Secret Realms Uprising? Then let us slay. Upon exiting the Emperor's Hall, Ginie immediately spotted the nearly lifeless alligator before him. The creature's body was ravaged by the toxins of the mandala serpent, with its wounds so extensive that even its breathing had become agonizingly slow, resembling a mere struggle for air. Ginie furrowed his brow, if he chose to ignore it. This also silver-tiered land-biting alligator would likely not survive for long. The quality of a beast, much like the innate talent of its tamer, is classified into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, crystal, and mythical. To speak frankly, Ginie was reluctant to allocate his precious contract position to a beast with no discernible limits. He had only 10 years to cultivate a level of strength adequate for self-preservation. Even with his current advantages, he was uncertain he could elevate the land-biting alligator to a level capable of contending with the Galliot family. Even if he could elevate it to such heights, time alone would be insufficient, not to mention the vast resources required. At that moment, from a nearby thicket emerged 3 boys and 2 girls clad in the uniform of the first high school of Wuwei City. "Ah, Xiao, look quickly. It's a land-biting alligator," exclaimed a girl, sporting freckles and dressed in activewear, her excitement palpable. Hearing this, the group swiftly turned their gazes towards Ginie, with the girl called Xiao's eyes shining brightly at the sight of the weakened alligator. It was evident that the creature had recently battled other beasts, and if it were not promptly contracted, it would not survive long enough to recover in the beast space. What are we waiting for then? Although the land-biting alligator is only silver tier, it can evolve into a being comparable to gold tier after reaching level 20. If we can find the earth crystal, it can ascend to gold tier. One boy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed. Let us hurry over. Another agreed. Wait. A taller boy interjected, blocking the other's path and gesturing towards Ginie, who stood before the land-biting alligator. That alligator likely already has an owner. We should seek another. Upon hearing this, the group realized that Ginie was indeed by the alligator's side. Xiao sighed in regret. Though the beasts in the secret realm are unclaimed, the principle of first come, first served applies. They were quicker than us, and it is only right we seek another beast. I don't think he intends to contract the land-biting alligator. Perhaps I should discuss it with him, suggested a chubby boy. Yes, that seems reasonable. Xiao nodded lightly. The group cautiously approached, at which point Ginie noticed their presence and turned to face them. Hello, classmate. My name is Su Xiao. We are from Wuwei No. 1 High School. May I ask how you are addressed? Xiao greeted with a playful charm. Ginie, what do you want? Ginie replied, puzzled. Ah, hello, Ginie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you intending to contract this land-biting alligator? Su Xiao inquired, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she gazed at the creature sprawled on the ground. Realizing her intent, Ginie responded, You wish to have this land-biting alligator? Su Xiao nodded earnestly. We can offer other resources in exchange. What will you offer in return? Ginie raised an eyebrow, assessing Su Xiao's demeanor, which suggested she was not lacking in wealth. After all, having lived in the imperial capital for so long, even a pig would develop some discernment. However, there was an unexpected twist. Well, Su Xiao said, playfully touching her nose, and after a moment, she produced a gleaming herb from her beast space. How about this 10-year-old silver tier 5 elements grass? That will suffice. Ginie nodded, accepting the herb. Although silver tier herbs do not compare to the land-biting alligator, Ginie had no intention of contracting it, and the 5 elements grass had extensive applications, making it a valuable asset. Seeing Ginie accept the 5 elements grass, Su Xiao beamed. Thank you. Xiaolun, weren't you eager for the land-biting alligator? Hurry, it won't last much longer. Ah, yes. Thank you, young lady. The chubby boy said with a grin. We're all classmates. There's no need for formality. Su Xiao pouted playfully, appearing quite endearing. Observing the exchange, Ginie felt no need to linger and turned to leave. Just then, Su Xiao called out to him. Qing classmate, thank you for allowing us to take the land-biting alligator. May I inquire what sort of beast you desire? We can assist you. Ginie shook his head. It was merely a transaction, no need for concern. Nonetheless, I appreciate your kindness. I prefer solitude. With that, he turned and ventured into the forest without waiting for a response. Hey, classmate. All right, Xiao, if he doesn't wish to join us, let it be. Why press the issue? This isn't like you. You're not harboring feelings for him, are you? Teased, pulling Xiao's arm with a mischievous grin. Hee. That handsome lad does have a certain charm, doesn't he? Su Xiao retorted playfully, not a chance. As she pouted, she quietly added, but he is indeed quite handsome. The two boys were momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile this with the image of their usual leader. Xiaolun successfully completed his contract, exclaiming joyously, wonderful. This land-biting alligator has even reached level 4. That's an impressive level within the secret realm. All right. Xiao, stop staring. He has already moved far away. Yi chided playfully. As for Guanya, he remained oblivious to the banter of the group, leaping onto the treetops and making his way deep into the forest. The beasts at the forest's edge were of insufficient quality to attract his interest. He sought stronger creatures in the depths. However, with the Emperor's sword in hand, he felt little fear, for if necessary, he could retreat to the safety of the Emperor's hall. After traversing several kilometers, he encountered numerous 7th and 8th tier beasts. Yet their qualities were generally too low. It seems this expedition may end in vain. Guanya mused, nearing the center of the forest, where he began to encounter 9th tier beasts. Should he venture further, their levels would likely surpass 10, even with the Emperor's sword at his disposal. Its initial level meant he could not guarantee victory. Guanya had considered eliminating other beasts to elevate the Emperor's sword's level. However, upon reflection, he abandoned that notion. The secret realm was fundamentally the foundation for common beast tamers. While strengthening himself was undoubtedly crucial, he did not see himself as someone capable of indiscriminate slaughter within this sacred space. Enough. Let us return to the wasteland and hunt the savage beasts. Guanya sighed, gazing into the depths of the dense forest. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and a series of furious roars echoed from the depths of the woodland. What is happening? Guanya quickly steadied himself against a tree, his brow furrowing in concern. Hiss! Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted above him, casting a shadow that made his hair stand on end. An inexplicable sense of dread caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This is bad. Instinctively, Guanya rolled forward and landed against another tree. Just as he turned, he saw a dark figure dart past the spot where he had been standing. Bang! The shadow landed on a tree, raising its head to fix a piercing gaze upon Guanya, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light and a dark mist enveloping its form. Guanya's pupils constricted. How could a savage beast possibly appear in the secret realm of 10,000 beasts? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The shadow transformed into a serpentine form, a black ring materializing above its head, a sign of surpassing level 10, indicating that this savage beast possessed strength beyond that threshold. The black serpent lunged directly at Guanya, who felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He leaped into the air, flinging several throwing knives. The knives struck the black serpent, but merely bounced off. Guanya understood that ordinary knives could not harm a beast of such formidable level. However, they would impede its advance, and that brief moment was all he needed. Guanya immediately summoned the imperial sword. A flash of golden light erupted as he unleashed his full power upon the black serpent. Imperial Slash, the savage beast, now in serpent form, boasted high speed and attack power but lacked in defense, a fact Guanya keenly exploited. With unrestrained ferocity, he struck, declaring, "Die, you wretched creature." As the golden radiance flickered, Guanya landed firmly, and before the black serpent could react, he severed its head in a single stroke. From the astonished expression in its eyes, it seemed incomprehensible that a human without the ability to command beasts could unleash such strength in an instant. Yet, it was too late, and as the black serpent dissipated, a familiar voice echoed in Guanya's mind. Killing value 110. Fortunately, this creature underestimated me, transforming into a serpent in its haste to finish the fight. Had it taken another form, I would likely have found it much more challenging to slay. Guanya regarded the slowly dispersing black mist with a cold gaze, contemplating. Just then, a clap of thunder reverberated across the sky. Attention, students! Several armies of savage beasts are invading the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. A riot is about to ensue. All students are advised to immediately proceed to the nearest teleportation array for evacuation. Attention, students! What a timely warning. Guanya smirked coldly at the sky, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A riot in the realm? Then let the killing commence. Chapter 4. The Demon Clan's Beast Commanding Talent. Dominance across the seas. Imperial Sword reaches level 5. Just as I find myself in urgent need of killing value to upgrade the Imperial Sword. Guanya exhaled softly, directing his consciousness inward. Activate the Imperial Hall, 1000 killing value. Initially, Guanya had contemplated waiting until he exited the secret realm of 10,000 beasts to seek opportunities for obtaining killing value. However, the impending chaos in the realm was not necessarily a bad turn of events for him. Nevertheless, he pondered why the secret realm, which had operated steadily for countless years, would suddenly erupt in turmoil. Roar! There was no time for further contemplation. Before Guanya stood several clusters of black mist encircling him. 1, 2. A total of 4 savage beasts exceeding level 10. Guanya felt no fear despite being surrounded. If a beast master of level 10 or higher were present at this moment, even with exceptional beast command skills, they would surely be filled with regret. His gaze swept over the savage beasts, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Roar! One cluster of black mist transformed into a fierce tiger, a black ring igniting above its head as it lunged toward Ginie. Unperturbed, Ginie concentrated, channeling 100 killing value into the imperial sword. The sword in his hand trembled with excitement, and its golden radiance surged forth. Imperial sword. Level 2-0-100. He swung the sword toward the charging beast. The blade collided with the tiger's claws, producing a sound akin to iron striking iron. Ginie felt a jolt travel through his arms as the imperial sword quivered slightly. As the man and beast passed each other, the beast was taken aback. A beast master without any beasts could so effortlessly counter its attack. This would surely be a source of ridicule among its peers. Yet, Ginie's situation was not as effortless as it appeared. His arms were already numb. He had nearly lost grip on the imperial sword, and indeed, while he could slay a level 11 savage beast with a single strike, it was entirely reliant on surprise. Given that savage beasts were inherently formidable, if he were to engage in a genuine clash, he estimated that he would need the imperial sword to reach level 5. With this thought in mind, Ginie did not hesitate. He turned and charged at the remaining untransformed savage beasts, who were in their most vulnerable state. Now was the prime moment to strike. The other beasts, evidently unprepared for such an audacious ant to withstand their tiger transformation, stood frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Ginie dashed forward, channeling energy into the imperial sword, which blazed with golden brilliance. Imperial slash. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the nearest savage beast in two. Ding. Killing value, 30120. At that moment, all the savage beasts reacted, the tiger beast roaring as it lunged toward Ginie, while the other two transformed into tigers as well. Damn it. Ginie cursed inwardly. Faced with a three-pronged assault, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Once more, he channeled 100 killing value into the imperial sword and charged at one of the seemingly weaker savage beasts. As he reached the beast, he unleashed a powerful strike. But the beast leaped high, raising its claws to defend itself. In the next instant, the imperial sword vanished from Ginie's grip, the beast's paw swiping through empty air. Seizing the moment, Ginie executed a slide, retrieving a long spear and thrusting it into the ground, shattering it to pieces. Imperial slash. The blade flashed as Ginie struck the savage beast's head, leaving a deep gash. Howl! The savage beast emitted a pained wail. Ginie sought to deliver a finishing blow, but was interrupted by the approach of the other two beasts. He furrowed his brow, his face betraying no hint of panic. It was not yet time to despair. Ginie's eyes widened suddenly, activating his beast command talent. The demon clan's inherited beast command talent. Platinum level, dominance across the seas. The beast transforms into two avatars, each receiving a 30% boost to all attributes, lasting 3 minutes. In an instant, Ginie split into two, each avatar inheriting his original attributes and gaining an additional 30% boost. This was the foundation upon which the Ginie family secured its place among the 7 pillars of the empire. Even if only for 3 minutes, it would be more than sufficient. With a thought, one avatar charged toward the other two savage beasts, while the other descended upon the injured beast with a fierce slash. Killing value, 50110. Channeling killing value, 100. Name, Imperial Sword. Race, Divine Sword. Qualification, unknown. Level, 3-0-100 killing value. Attributes, 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Exclusive skill, Imperial Slash unleashes 55 times the attack power of its wielder. The stronger the wielder's fortune, the greater the power. Passive skill, Elemental Affinity. The user acquires the ability to manipulate the powers of the 5 elements at will, which can be bestowed upon their summoned beasts. Passive skill, Origin Unification. A frail physique cannot withstand calamity. You shall be one with the Imperial Sword, sharing its essence. All attributes of the Imperial Sword will be mirrored onto the host. Indeed, it has multiplied by 55. As Ginie observed the escalating might of the Imperial Slash, a realization dawned upon him, yet his expression remained one of unbridled joy. At that moment, another clone had been driven into a corner, and without hesitation, Ginie raised a hand, channeling a modest amount of elemental power into the bodies of the two combatants. Once more, he brandished his sword towards the other two savage beasts. The two clones displayed remarkable synergy, alternating between offense and defense, causing the two level 10 beasts to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Ginie enhanced one of his clones with the elemental power he could summon. He unleashed the full force of the Imperial Slash, and beneath the dazzling light of blades and swords, yet another head soared into the air. Kill value, 50120. Ginie, without a moment's hesitation, Opted to upgrade the imperial sword. Points allocated. Kill value, 100. Name, imperial sword. Level, for imperial slash. Both of them exerted their strength simultaneously. The blade's brilliance flaring as the final headless beast fell. Ginie once again allocated points, elevating the imperial sword's level to 5. Remaining kill value, 90. Phew. Leaning against a grand tree, Ginie exhaled deeply. Though somewhat fatigued, the outcome was favorable. After 18 long years of repression, he finally glimpsed hope today. Had one told him in the past that a level 1 summoned beast could slay a level 10 savage beast, Ginie would have scoffed at the notion. Yet now, wielding the imperial sword of unknown quality, he felt a terrifying surge of strength, coupled with his affinity for summoned beasts. Ginie believed that unless he encountered an opponent of level 20, he could certainly evade any battle he could not win. Having rested sufficiently, Ginie prepared to hunt savage beasts once more. After all, his summoned beasts were powerless against them, and these savage creatures posed no burden whatsoever. Savage beasts emerged from the heavens and earth of the 9 heavens, governed by the Savage clan, occupying the most expansive territories within the realm. They were bloodthirsty, reveling in carnage, and the only path available to such a race was to wage wars against others. Both Ginie's father and grandfather had gone missing or been incapacitated in battles against the domain of the heavens. Years of conflict had left some nations in dire straits. According to the information Ginie had gathered, there were likely individuals within the empire harboring unspeakable secrets with the savage domain. Moreover, these individuals might be connected to the upheaval within the Ginie family. While Ginie had some suspicions regarding their identities, certainty eluded him. But such matters were for another time. What Ginie required most at present was to grow stronger and seize the opportunity to unearth the puppet masters behind the scenes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As Ginie traversed the path, a faint rustling noise echoed around him, prompting a frown to crease his brow as he realized the unusual silence encompassing his surroundings. Apart from the whispers of the wind, the sounds of the recent battle and the ensuing chaos had vanished. It felt as though he had stepped into an uncharted forest, the stillness sending chills down his spine. Ginie gradually halted, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he surveyed the area, the imperial sword materializing silently in his grasp. As moments ticked by, a growing sense of unease washed over him, until a cacophony emerged from the nearby thicket. Forth from the foliage stumbled a white rabbit adorned with a begonia atop its head, its hind legs stained crimson with blood, appearing exceedingly weak and limping as it moved. Upon noticing Ginie, a flicker of fear gleamed in its eyes, but the incessant flow of blood rendered even standing a distant aspiration. What is this little rabbit? Ginie pondered, gazing at the fallen creature. With the years he had spent in this world, he had become quite familiar with the summoned beasts inhabiting the secret realm of beasts. Yet this begonia-crowned rabbit felt utterly foreign to him. However, he dismissed the thought. The vast world held infinite wonders, and this was merely an unfamiliar summoned beast. Observing its dire state, he cautiously approached the little rabbit. Chapter 5, Begonia Blossom. Beastmen shall never be slaves, unless provided with food and shelter. Ginie approached the rabbit, slowly extending his hand. The rabbit attempted to resist, but its strength waned, leaving it powerless against Ginie's advances. As soon as his hand brushed against the begonia atop the rabbit's head, information surged into his mind. Name, Begonia Blossom. Species, void. Quality, diamond. Level, 7. Attributes, space, life. Current status, contractable. Gasp. Ginie inhaled sharply, not from the shock of the diamond quality, but due to its species and attributes. To Ginie's knowledge, space attributes were among the rarest in the entire realm. Many formidable warriors lacked a space attribute summoned beast. Even Ginie's father did not possess one. Among the 7 pillars of the empire, few beast masters were fortunate enough to have a space attribute beast. As Ginie's father had once remarked, had he possessed a space attribute beast, he could have returned safely with his troops and had a fair chance of inheriting the position of the old lord among the 7 pillars. This underscored the immense power of space attribute beasts. Such a singular attribute held immeasurable strength, and who knows how many waves it would cause upon emergence. Now, combined with the life attribute nurturing spirit derived from wood, alongside Ginie's lethal imperial sword, it perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. The existence of dual attributes concerned the quality of summoned beasts, as dual attribute beasts only manifested in those of platinum quality or higher. The crux lay in the Begonia Blossom's lineage, void. A powerful and mysterious race, little was known about them to the world. With this thought in mind, Ginie could conceive no rationale against contracting this summoned beast, even if it appeared in the most improbable secret realm of beasts. Contract? Yes. Ginie nodded vigorously. the long-suppressed emotions bubbling forth with excitement as he retrieved a life-sustaining elixir from his summoned beast space, feeding it to the begonia blossom. Upon catching the scent of the elixir, the rabbit's eyes sparkled with brightness, already succumbing to Guinie's allure. Space attribute. Contract successful. Open the compendium. Guinie's expression brightened as he hastily accessed the panel belonging to the begonia blossom. Name: Begonia blossom. Species: void. Quality: diamond. Level: 7. Attributes: space, life. Active skill: Withering Wood Rebirth. Releases a large-scale healing spell lasting 3 minutes. Active skill: Void Leap. Performs a spatial jump within the current area, not exceeding 30 meters. Special talent: when the begonia blossom's life is threatened, it will randomly leap to another area and perform a brief spatial blockade. Once again, the sounds of battle reverberated around him. After a moment of contemplation, Guinie made his way toward the nearest source. As he approached within 100 meters of the conflict, he suddenly recognized a somewhat familiar voice. What the hell? How is it that these damned savage beasts are bullying us summoned beasts of only level 5 or 6? A boy clad in a 6th grade uniform cursed vehemently. The gaze of a dozen beasts was fixated on the chaotic battle unfolding ahead, while the expressions of the onlookers behind were far from pleasant, with some trembling uncontrollably. Boxing monkey, unleash your explosive iron fists. Smash them to smithereens. Upon closer inspection, Guinie realized, isn't that Heisey? Given Heisey's tone, it seemed they had encountered a feral beast. As Guinie continued to observe, he soon spotted 9 beasts being besieged by 3 feral creatures emanating a sinister black mist not far away. Fortunately, Heisey and his companions had successfully contracted their beasts, and with only 3 feral beasts to contend with, they had a 3-to-1 advantage. While victory was uncertain, they could at least buy time for rescue. Heisey evidently shared this sentiment, exclaiming, "Damn it, where's the rescue? Our beasts can't hold out much longer." He turned to a sturdy boy beside him. "How long until your brother arrives?" The boy, gripping a jade piece tightly, replied shakily. "He said he'd be here soon." "How soon is soon?" "About 10 minutes. Heisey nodded. "All right. Let us hold them off for 10 minutes. Damn those feral beasts. Dagu, cover boxing monkey as it attacks. Even if we can't kill them, I'll make sure they feel the pain." "Understood," replied a robust, dark-skinned boy, directing his beast forward. The boxing monkey swiftly retreated, maneuvering to the side in search of an opportunity, its fur gradually darkening, a manifestation of Heisey's beastly talent, black skin. Another student commanded a purple serpent to harass the enemy. Sonic wave disruption. The purple serpent opened its maw wide, catching the feral beast, transformed into a wolf, off guard, momentarily halting its advance. "What coordination? Heisey, you're impressive." Seizing the moment, Heisey commanded the boxing monkey to charge forward and deliver a powerful punch at the feral beast. "Heisey, you've timed it beautifully." Just as the crowd believed victory was within their grasp, the feral beast's eyes glinted ominously, its black halo flaring to life. "Skill Wolf Shadow." "Not good," Heisey exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, the feral beast deftly evaded the boxing monkey's strike, darting toward Heisey with alarming speed. "This cunning creature aims for us." A sense of dread washed over the purple serpent's trainer as he clenched his teeth, attempting to direct the serpent to assist. But it was too late. As Heisey stared into the gaping maw of the beast, he shouted, "My life is forfeit." Clang! A flash of steel sliced through the air, and the feral beast lunging at Heisey was abruptly severed in two. Black blood splattered across Heisey's face, and to his astonishment, a striking figure appeared before him. Wielding a long sword, resembling a savior, their back turned to Heisey. The purple serpent's trainer was left dumbfounded. "Ginie, is that really you?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Heisey blinked in disbelief and rubbed his eyes. "What? Can it be me?" Guinie smiled slightly, responding, "No, that's not what I meant." Heisey waved his hands dismissively, pointing at the now lifeless feral beast. "Did you kill it? What else would it be?" Guinie shrugged, not denying it. He continued, "Canines are known for their toughened skulls, yet vulnerable underbellies. Since the feral beast transformed into a wolf, it inherited both the strengths and weaknesses of its kin. As long as one exploits this fact, defeating it is not overly difficult." "I understand the logic, but that strike of yours was impressive," Heisey exclaimed, his gratitude pouring forth as he gave Guinie a thumbs up. "You saved my life. I cannot thank you enough. From this day forth, Ginie, you are my brother." It was merely a trifling effort. "Heisey, don't take it to heart. Our immediate concern is to swiftly deal with the other 2 feral beasts." Guinie waved his hand dismissively, amused by Heisey's exuberance. Yes, we shall heed Brother Nya." Heisey nodded vigorously, his face alight with admiration. "The young man has a bright future ahead." Guinie chuckled softly before addressing Heisey. "You and the other students should confront the feral beasts head-on, while the sonic wave serpent provides flank support." I will search for an opportunity to strike. Understood. Heizi commanded, and the boxing monkey sprang into action, with the others directing their beasts to follow suit. The sonic wave serpent began its disruption from the side, while Guinia, sword in hand, awaited the perfect moment to strike. Damn it, do you think I'm without temper? Bellowed a remarkably sturdy classmate, directing a large tortoise to sit squarely on the feral beast's face. Seizing the opportunity, Guinia drew his emperor's sword once more, cleaving the feral beast in two. Kill value, 90, 130. Wow, Brother Nya is ferocious. Heizi swallowed hard, awed by the ease with which such a formidable beast was dispatched. Indeed, even my brother cannot so casually slay a feral beast of this caliber. De Gu exclaimed, enviously eyeing Guinya's figure. What a dashing young swordsman. Who among us hasn't dreamed of wandering the world with a sword? As the second feral beast fell, a flicker of panic crossed the visage of the third, which sought to flee. Yet in its haste, it revealed a vulnerability, allowing Guinya to summon his emperor's sword once more, severing the final feral beast's head. Ding. Kill value, 220, 110. Wow. Brother Nya, you're incredible. Heizi approached Guinya, marveling at the shimmering sword in his hand. Indeed, you're even more formidable than my brother. De Gu chimed in. You're like a sword god. How did you attain such prowess? Can a beast master truly be so formidable? Should I even bother training my own beasts, or just focus on myself? I practiced a few moves in my youth. All mere parlor tricks. I happen to understand some of the feral beast's weaknesses. Guinya chuckled, not wishing to reveal the nature of his own beast. After all, it was a concept difficult to grasp, and he still had another beast hidden in his space. It was prudent to delay revealing the Emperor's sword as well. Being able to slay a first-tier feral beast was already his limit. Beyond that, he would likely need to rely on his beasts in battle. Heizi scratched his head. That is true. After all, first-tier beasts are only marginally stronger than average practitioners. It's clear Brother Nya possesses genuine skill. Guinya sighed in relief, having successfully concealed his own lack of prowess. By the way, Brother Nya, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Zigu. We all call him De Gu. His brother is part of the city's feral beast defense squad. Heizi announced. Hello, Brother Nya. The robust boy extended his hand. Chinya. Guinya reciprocated the gesture. The two were now acquainted, and Heizi proceeded to introduce the other classmates, to which Guinya responded in kind. However, the names were numerous, and aside from Zigu, he only clearly remembered a chubby boy who had commanded the tortoise to sit on the feral beast's face, making a lasting impression. It was said that his family was in business nationwide, and he was primarily here in the myriad beast's secret realm to assist Heizi and his companions in finding beasts. The contracted tortoise was also a golden-tier beast, the Xiangwei, which had played a significant role during their encounter with the three first-tier feral beasts. Hello, Brother Nya. Great kindness requires no words of thanks. In the future, should any trouble arise in Wu Wei, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. There are matters on which I can still offer some insights. The chubby fellow said with an innocent grin. Certainly, when the time comes, I shall not be polite. Guinya replied with a cheerful laugh. Excellent. After we step outside, I shall treat everyone to a meal. The chubby fellow chuckled heartily. Woohoo. The Iron Turtle is treating everyone to dinner. The crowd erupted in applause. Heizi, seemingly anxious that the chubby fellow might change his mind, immediately urged his classmates with great enthusiasm. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the chubby fellow scratched his head and said to Guinya, make sure to come. Nyego? Absolutely. Without a doubt. Guinya pondered for a moment, as he had some questions he wished to pose to the chubby fellow, thus he did not decline. It's settled then. Upon receiving Guinya's promise, the chubby fellow's face lit up with joy. 3 days from now, at the Wuwei Hotel. Oh dear. Fat brother is generous. By the way, Nyegu, have you contracted a beast yet? I haven't seen you with one. Fortunately, I encountered a beast of decent quality, but it sustained some injuries and is currently recuperating. I see, that's a relief. Heizi exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Had Guinya mentioned he had not yet contracted a beast, Heizi would have considered lending him money to procure one. The group chuckled and bantered, and after about half a minute, a figure appeared in the sky, raising his hand high while clutching the talon of an eagle. He soon descended before them, and once the crowd discerned the uniform and the emblem of the wilderness guard on his chest, they recognized him. Degu, are you all right? The newcomer scanned the group and addressed Zijge. Upon seeing the familiar face, Zijge immediately smiled and said, Ah, it's Captain May. We are fine. Good. That's a relief. Your brother and the others are occupied with escorting other students away, so they won't be able to come for you right now. Captain May replied sternly. You didn't encounter any wild beasts along the way, did you? Oh, we did, but luckily we were in sufficient numbers, so there were no issues. We managed to extricate ourselves swiftly. Zijge, adhering to Guinya's advice, refrained from boasting about his heroic deeds. Captain May nodded. That's good. A major battle is about to erupt here, so we should leave quickly. Indeed. Let us go. The group nodded in agreement, aware that they would eventually have to confront war. However, they were merely students who had just contracted their beasts and had yet to fully comprehend their own companions. Naturally, they were reluctant to face war at this moment, at least not now. Guanye shifted his gaze and approached Captain May. By the way, Captain May, you mentioned that a great battle would soon break out in the Beast Realm. Shouldn't you be heading to the front lines to provide support? Huh. To his surprise, Captain May gave a bitter smile and glanced at Guanye. You must be Zai's classmate, correct? Yes. Captain May appeared disheartened. Do you think I wouldn't want to join the front lines to eliminate those beasts? However, with the impending battle, it seems that several large armies are mobilizing from the imperial capital. As a mere second-ring beast master of level 27, stepping onto the battlefield would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. Is it that serious? Can the beast realm still be preserved? Guanye furrowed his brow, letting out a quiet sigh. From Captain May's words, it seemed his hopes of gaining battle experience were dashed. While he desired to grow stronger, he was not willing to gamble with his life recklessly. It was truly regrettable to miss such a splendid opportunity for growth. Indeed, Captain May, with a conflict of this magnitude, will we ever return to the beast realm again? Zai asked, a worried expression on his face. I cannot say. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Captain May shook his head. Captain, do you know the cause of the upheaval in the beast realm this time? Guanye inquired further. Captain May pondered for a moment before responding. According to reports from above, it seems that a crucial beast from the Tianhuang domain has wandered into the beast realm. They are launching such a large-scale battle just for one beast? Guanye's heart raced, thinking that, based on his knowledge, the beast capable of instigating such a war might very well be the one residing in his beast space. There was precedent for this. The last time a spatial beast emerged, his father had dragged a group of high-level beast masters into a chaotic melee. 7 pillars of the empire had ventured forth, nearly tearing the ground apart. This eventually sparked a war between two nations. That beast was also of dual attributes, yet it was not as rare as Guanye's. His father had always lamented not acquiring that beast, thinking he had stumbled upon a windfall, only to realize he had unearthed a major calamity in the wilderness. Yes, you are correct. It is indeed a spatial beast, and it possesses 3 attributes. Upon mentioning spatial beasts, Captain May's face lit up with longing. If only I could obtain this beast, how wonderful it would be. A 3-attribute spatial beast? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Heisey gasped in astonishment. Indeed, I wouldn't even dare to dream of contracting a spatial beast. 3 attributes, you say? Guanye found it odd and opened the attribute panel of Duo Haitang. It clearly displayed only the dual attributes of space and life. Could it be that this was indeed an oversight? Isn't that right? Currently, all the major families in the imperial capital have dispatched individuals to the beast realm to stake their claims. Whether the beast realm can continue to exist is truly uncertain. Captain May shrugged helplessly. Upon hearing this, the group lowered their heads, realizing that if the beast realm were to vanish, these impoverished children might not know when they would obtain their second beast. In an era where everyone possessed beasts, although there were numerous non-combat beasts available for sale outside, those were merely non-combat companions. The beasts within the beast realm, on the other hand, were all combat-worthy, with prices starting at $1 million. Even Captain May, now serving as the deputy commander of the Wilderness Guard, would have to toil for a decade to reach the starting price. Alas, I am nearing level 30. Eligible to contract a second beast, and I have accumulated enough points for a second entry into the beast realm, yet I never anticipated this. Captain May, also coming from humble beginnings, understood their sentiments well, but there was little that could be done. The emergence of spatial beasts was beneficial to the major families that could access them, yet for those reliant on the beast realm, it spelled disaster. The group traveled in silence, encountering no dangers, and safely arrived at the teleportation array for their departure. As they left, the expressions on their faces were grim. Guanye followed suit, realizing that requesting Duo to protect the beast realm was likely futile. With the Gue family in turmoil, no one stepped forward to intervene. At this moment, what Guanye needed most was to consider how to enhance his strength moving forward. As he exited the school gates, he heard a young man calling out while carrying a roasting rack. Freshly slaughtered Bayou chickens, delicious and affordable. Guanye was taken aback. Non-combat beasts were still beasts. Chapter 7. Awakening in the Slaughterhouse of the Emperor's Hall. Gu, don't forget about the Wuwei Grand Hotel in 3 days. After exchanging contact information, the chubby fellow boarded a vehicle and departed. Normally, after students completed their beast contracts, the school would grant a 2-month break for them to nurture their beasts. During these 2 months, students would cultivate their contracted beasts to the first ring and return to participate in the entrance examination. Gui Nye glanced at the level 5 Emperor's sword and the remaining 330 points of slaughter value. Even with an additional 300 points, the Emperor's sword would only reach level 8. Due to its unique nature, it could not absorb elixirs or practice to level up. Thus, for Gui Nye to reach the first ring before the examination, he would need to acquire nearly 200 more points of slaughter value. As for the slumbering Duo Haitang within the Beastmaster space, although she is at level 7, with diligent effort over the next 2 months, she should reach level 10. However, given the current predicament of Gui Nye, should Duo appear before the world, he would undoubtedly be unable to protect her. Alas, it seems the only recourse is to resort to slaughter. Gui Nye hummed a little tune as he approached the young man who had just called out. He inquired, "Brother, you mentioned that your chickens are freshly slaughtered. May I ask which slaughterhouse they come from?" "Ah, of course. It's the Dasheng Fa slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city. That is indeed the largest and most reputable slaughterhouse in Wuwei," the young man responded. A hint of embarrassment followed by enthusiasm, even forgetting to promote further. "What do you think, classmate? Interested in some?" Gui Nye couldn't help but chuckle, opting not to expose him, and waved his hand with a smile. "No, thank you." He then hailed a cab by the roadside and instructed, "Master, to Dasheng Fa slaughterhouse. Hurry. Who knows how many chickens? Oh no, how much slaughter value we might miss if we delay." "Understood. Just watch." The little yellow car sped through the city, maneuvering through back roads, skillfully avoiding the peak areas of the holiday rush from all the schools. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dasheng Fa slaughterhouse. Gui Nye paid the fare and alighted from the vehicle. As soon as he exited, a powerful stench of blood assaulted his senses. The ground was slick and soaked, with pools of blood collecting in small depressions, making it somewhat challenging to find footing. Gui Nye frowned slightly but paid it no mind. His origins in his previous life were far less favorable, having even ventured into sewers. Such trivialities were of no consequence to him. He retrieved a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket, approached the gatekeeper, and while offering him a cigarette, asked, "Good sir, are you still hiring slaughter workers?" The gatekeeper, not one to be polite, accepted the cigarette and replied with a grin, "We are expanding the facility, and we haven't filled all the slaughter positions yet. Do you think I stand a chance?" Gui Nye asked eagerly. The gatekeeper scrutinized him for a moment, then said, "Well, slaughter work is indeed available. I can take you through the process shortly. However, you appear to be a student, looking rather clean. Why would you want to engage in such labor? Those with even a slight opportunity tend to shy away from it." Gui Nye scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "There's no choice. The pay is just too good. My family is on the brink of starvation." "Ah, well, fair enough." The gatekeeper reconsidered, acknowledging, if it weren't for desperation, who would take on such work? It's heavy, exhausting, and reeking with blood and guts. After a brief discussion, the gatekeeper registered Gui Nye, and soon a staff member arrived to take him away, guiding him through the process of slaughtering a few white-feathered chickens. Gui Nye was assigned to a position towards the back of the line. This world, too, featured assembly lines, but his role primarily involved slaughtering. However, as a novice, positioned at the rear, he could only handle the chickens that others had already prepared. After a few minutes, when a worker left their station, a chicken was sent out. With a swift motion of the knife, the chicken's life was extinguished. Slaughter value, 3, goodness. I actually earned some slaughter value. Gui Nye exclaimed joyfully, initially expecting only a point or even less. To his surprise, a delightful windfall had arrived. He promptly bled the slaughtered chicken and tossed it aside. Slaughter value, 2. Slaughter value, 3. In the following 10 minutes, Gui Nye continued to slaughter 7 or 8 more chickens. It was not that he was slow. Rather, the number of chickens assigned to his station was limited. What frustrated him further was that when the previous worker returned, for over half an hour, he was not allocated a single white-feathered chicken. Almost on the verge of blood pressure, he sat there with a solemn expression, lost in thought. At that moment, a figure entered the slaughterhouse, and upon seeing Gui Nye in a daze, asked with irritation, "Newcomer?" A middle-aged man nearby quickly consulted a roster and soon located Gui Nye's details. "Yes, Director. He just started today and seems to be a student. Since he is a novice, he has been positioned at the back to familiarize himself with the work. After a few days, once he is accustomed, he can be moved up, regardless of whether he is a student or not. Once he is here, he is a worker for the factory and must create value for it. Move him to the front so he can acclimate quickly." "Understood, Director." The middle-aged man replied with a sigh, making his way to Gui Nye. In no time, Gui Nye found himself jubilantly escorted to the foremost position. The director nodded in satisfaction, though he wondered if it was merely his imagination that the lad appeared extraordinarily jubilant. Gui Nye was, indeed, ecstatic. In his previous life, he would have cursed the man's ancestors, but now, this was not exploitation, but rather a second chance at life. Upon reaching the front station, Gui Nie's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of abundant slaughter value. He immediately seized the slaughter knife, grasped the chicken's foot, and with a swift motion, the blade fell. Slaughter value 3, slaughter value 2, slaughter value 3, slaughter value 4, slaughter value 2. After over half an hour of frenzied slaughter, Gui Nie grinned as he watched his slaughter value soar, his smile stretching wider than he thought possible. Fortune had truly smiled upon him. However, he felt it was still somewhat slow. After slaughtering the white-feathered chickens, they had to be hung to bleed, wasting precious time. Thus, he turned to the 2 older workers beside him and proposed, "Gentlemen, why don't you 2 let me take your share? You can handle the bleeding. Can you manage it? A real man should be able to. Let go of your chickens and allow me to take over." The men exchanged glances but said nothing further, promptly attending to the bleeding. With the bloodletting duties relinquished, Gui Nie's efficiency in slaughtering increased significantly. He seized the chickens by their necks and swiftly executed the task. The scene was astonishing as Gui Nie worked with fervor, 1 person slaughtering while 2 handled the bleeding. As the shift neared its end, everyone else was busy hanging white-feathered chickens to bleed. On the assembly line, half the workers were chatting, while only a sparse few remained slaughtering. Gui Nie's movements became a blur, his hands a whirlwind of motion. "Close the door. No one is to enter," the supervisor decisively ordered as he shut the factory's door. This spectacle must not be witnessed by the director, or else who knows what trouble might arise. Initially, the workers were somewhat taken aback, but witnessing Gui Nie's relentless vigor and tireless spirit, they soon lost any hesitation. Who would toil excessively when easy money was at stake? By the end of the workday, Gui Nie surveyed his achievements, dragging his weary body while unable to suppress his laughter. Slaughter value 2433. Gui Nie felt a wave of relief wash over him. This ensured the slaughter value for the human emperor's sword was secured. This was merely the harvest of the first day. He could hardly fathom the amount of slaughter value that awaited him in the days to come. Finally, he had amassed enough to activate the slaughter hall of the human emperor's palace. A subtle smile crept across Gui Nie's face as he concentrated, his form once again appearing before the human emperor's palace. Activate human emperor's palace. Slaughter value 1000. Immediately, Gui Nie felt a heaviness in his head, and the entire human emperor's palace erupted with a blinding radiance. The resplendent golden doors slowly opened, a wave of ancient and formidable pressure washing over him. As it passed through Gui Nie, he felt no discomfort and, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the grand entrance of the palace. Surrounding the hall, 18 crimson pillars stood stoically in their majesty. As Gui Nie raised his gaze, he beheld a magnificent imperial throne, flanked by countless stone pillars of varying thicknesses, albeit somewhat grayish in hue. Beneath his feet, a crimson carpet extended from the grand entrance directly to the base of the throne. As Gui Nie advanced, he estimated the distance, which he soon realized exceeded a full kilometer by the time he stood before the throne. At the foot of the throne, 2 jade steps ascended, intricately carved with 9 vividly animated dragons, all of whom directed their gaze towards a sword-shaped recess at the center. A stirring in Gui Nie's heart prompted him to withdraw the human emperor's sword and place it within the recess. Instantly, a misty luminescence erupted within the grand hall, and the 9 dragons seemed to come alive, swirling around Gui Nie and emitting thunderous roars. Chapter 8. Commanded by Heaven, Eternal Prosperity. Gui Nie furrowed his brow as a majestic figure suddenly materialized upon the throne. Towering nearly 9 feet, adorned with a sword at his waist, draped in a black dragon robe, and crowned with a diadem, his eyes radiated authority. He stood like a sovereign who gazed down upon the world, rendering it impossible for anyone to raise their head, even to steal a glance at his back. The figure surveyed Gui Nie with a discerning eye, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Ah, a descendant of the Ying clan. Gui Nie's heart quaked at this revelation, as memories surged forth. He quickly bowed. The unworthy descendant Qin Nie, pay my respects to the first emperor. Indeed, in his previous life, Gui Nie was known as Qin Nie, a descendant of the first emperor, Ying Zheng, and Prince Fusu. The moment the figure appeared, Gui Nie felt an inexplicable familiarity, and upon hearing his voice, he recognized the presence before him as that of the first emperor, Ying Zheng. Is it Fusu? Ying Zheng, observing Gui Nie's visage, could not help but display a flicker of tenderness upon his stern countenance. I have heard tales from the elders in my family. Gui Nie once more inclined his head respectfully. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, repeating the word thrice before continuing. Your presence here signifies that you have been chosen. Regardless of your lineage, it is of little consequence now. Despite his words, the joy upon Ying Zheng's face was unmistakable. Gui Nie pondered for a moment before respectfully inquiring. I dare to ask, what is it that you speak of? Speak. Ying Zheng commanded softly. Gui Nie hesitated, Might I ask what this it refers to, your majesty? Upon seeing this, Ingzheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I have long since become a mere skeleton in the tomb. What stands before you is but a lingering thought. After so many years, I am on the verge of fading away. My appearance here is solely to behold you. There is no need for you to feel anxious. As for it, it is this human emperor palace that I preside over, along with the countless heroic souls behind me who have chosen you. Guanya was perplexed. Why choose me? I do not know. Perhaps it is my fault. Ingzheng replied with an air of nonchalance. Your fault, the eternal emperor? Guanya marveled inwardly. Do not dwell on it. In time, this human emperor palace and its denizens will serve as your foundation on the path to greatness. I must admit, even I envy you, young man. Had I received their assistance back in my time, I would not have Guanya contemplated briefly. Recalling that he was within the human emperor palace, and that Ingzheng seemed to have held disdain for the title of Son of Heaven, undoubtedly making him a human emperor. This thought somewhat clarified matters, yet he remained bewildered about the nature of those souls. Before he could inquire further, Ingzheng urged, Come forth. I have something to present to you. His voice, though gentle, possessed an irresistible command. Guanya gazed at the steps before him, dismissing further contemplation. Without hesitation, he ascended. Had Ingzheng's words been spoken in his time, one would have knelt in reverence, yet in Guanya's era, feudal authority elicited little awe. As he approached the increasingly prominent dragon throne, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Ingzheng observed this with satisfaction, nodding lightly. Guanya ascended with unwavering resolve. Standing before Ingzheng once more, who scrutinized him intently, with a hint of distraction, he murmured, So similar, truly similar. Your Majesty, is something amiss? Guanya gently inquired. I am well, Ingzheng replied, slowly turning to point at the empty throne. Since the human emperor palace has chosen you, that seat is naturally yours. Go forth. Upon the table lies a gift I have prepared for you. With it, your future path shall be eased. Guanya nodded slightly, approaching the table and gently seating himself before a square box that rested upon it. Instinctively sensing its significance, he placed his hand upon the box, at which point Ingzheng's disdainful voice echoed, Humph. In this mere realm of 9 heavens and 10 earths, where countless dynasties and hundreds of nations engage in incessant strife, knowing only internal discord for millennia, such a place has endured for thousands of years, an utter calamity. Indeed, just as in the days of the 6 states. Without the looming threat of celestial famine, none would know what to achieve. Just then, Guanya opened the box, and as he did, a warm, jade-like aura emanated, refreshing his spirit. Upon the translucent jade, a vividly crafted dragon-like creature lay. Upon witnessing such a sizable piece of jade, Guanya felt an overwhelming jolt of energy surge through him, his heart racing with anticipation. He could not suppress his excitement, trembling as he grasped it. Turning it over to inspect, suddenly, his mind erupted as if struck by thunder, revealing the inscription, commanded by heaven, eternal prosperity. This was the imperial seal. If one were to consider what might wield supreme power over the modern world, these 8 characters encapsulated it. Each time they were spoken, they ignited a fervor within, conjuring visions of ascending to the imperial throne. Who among the populace does not yearn to occupy the exalted throne, receiving homage from civil and military officials, wielding dominion over the realm? Each word carries boundless authority, epitomizing every man's ultimate aspiration. At that moment, a panel appeared in Guanya's mind. Artifact, Imperial Seal, commanded by heaven, eternal prosperity. Passive ability, those blessed with fortune shall ultimately be favored by the heavenly path. Nya this is the human emperor, the one and only emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Do you dare to take on this mantle? At this juncture, Ingzheng spoke suddenly, his gaze penetrating as it fixated on Guanya. Guanya's expression hardened, and he placed the imperial seal back into the box. I have always aspired to unify the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even without this human emperor palace. What need is there for daring or cowardice? As he spoke, a smile broke across his face. This notion, after all, was instilled in us by your majesty, observing the fragmented 9 heavens and 10 earths, indifferent to their plight. Is not that a betrayal of your majesty's legacy? It would be best if they could comprehend my intentions. Ingzheng laughed heartily at this. The great tides of the world, after prolonged division, must inevitably unite. Uniting is the prevailing trend after resolving internal conflicts. Ingzheng's figure began to fade, his countenance revealing a complex expression. Gazing upon the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Fusu, he mused, You must understand the significance of the imperial seal. It is the only gift I can bestow upon you. I hope you will not keep me waiting for too long. The human emperor palace and the human emperor sword are one. Once you forge a contract with the human emperor sword, awakening the human emperor palace will unify you with its essence, though the palace itself bears no inherent attributes. Its true function shall reveal itself to you in due course. With that, Ingzheng's form gradually dissipated. Guanya rose, his gaze resolute, bowing respectfully in the direction of Ingzheng. I shall remember. That moment shall not be far off. Excellent. However, one must prioritize their own safety above all else. Ingzheng nodded with a face full of contentment, then transformed into snowflakes, disappearing without a trace. As he watched Ingzheng vanish, Guanya fell into a daze, somewhat disoriented. He never imagined that in his past life, he had often heard his grandfather rambling on about their lineage being descendants of the first emperor. Initially, he was utterly skeptical, considering the dismal state of his family. The achievements of Hongwu seemed far more inspiring. Yet now, the truth was laid bare before him, and it would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't excited. Descendants of the first emperor, commanded by heaven, destined for eternal prosperity, was it not? Guanya caressed the imperial seal, his blood boiling with fervor, wishing he could slay Kuan once more. Given the circumstances of this world, it appeared that to wield the divine artifact, one must establish a blood bond. With this thought in mind, Guanya gently bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the imperial seal. An enigmatic aura suddenly surged into his mind, invigorating his previously weary body. His spirit felt clearer, as if a multitude of energies were coursing through him. Could this be what they referred to as fortune? Ding detected that the owner of the Human Emperor's Hall has bound the imperial seal. The authority of the Human Emperor's Hall has been partially granted, enhancing fortune and enabling the awakening of further powers. Guanya was taken aback and opened the imperial seal's interface. Artifact, Imperial Seal of the Realm, commanded by heaven, destined for eternal prosperity. Passive ability, Fortunate Bearer. Under the favor of heaven's will, Fortunate Bearer, Guanya. Authority of the Human Emperor's Hall, Summon of Heroic Souls. Each summon consumes 5,000 slaughter points, allowing the summoning of heroic souls from the annals of Chinese history to serve the current human emperor. 5,000 slaughter points are sufficient for a summon. Damn. Just thinking about it made Guanya feel even more motivated to eliminate Kuan tomorrow. After exiting the Human Emperor's Hall, Guanya indulged in a refreshing sleep. Chapter 9, Utter Madness. White robe, silver spear, I pay my respects to my lord. Although the slaughterhouse was arduous, the remuneration was relatively generous, and the living conditions were quite pleasant. Each person was allotted a single room, equipped with ample facilities. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Guanya was roused by the team leader. He quickly dressed and joined the workers for a brief meal at the canteen before returning to the workshop. The same formula. The familiar scent. Guanya brandished his knife and commenced work. Initially, the team leader suggested he take a break, but upon witnessing Guanya's seemingly boundless energy and radiant smile, he chose not to intervene further, inwardly muttering, "Damn, this kid can't possibly be ill." The others reveled in their leisure, indulging in food and drink without a care. Guanya's spirits soared. By the end of the day, he had accrued an additional 2,432 slaughter points, far more than he could ever spend. As for his identity as the human emperor, he had long since cast it aside. After 3 days of such labor, Guanya's slaughter points reached 6,755. That evening, after work, his phone suddenly rang. Guanya picked it up. "Hello, who is this?" "Brother Nya, it's me, little fatty. You haven't forgotten about the gathering at Wuwei Hotel today, have you?" came the voice from the other end. Guanya suddenly remembered that there was indeed a gathering. "Oh, my apologies, little fatty. I've been quite busy these past few days. I'm on my way now." "All right. Once you arrive, head straight to the private room in Building 9, Room 907. Got it. See you soon." "See you soon, Brother Nya." After hanging up, Guanya took a vigorous shower before stepping out to hail a cab. "Master, Wuwei Hotel." After stating the destination, Guanya's consciousness shifted to the Human Emperor's Hall. This time, instead of appearing outside the hall, he materialized directly upon the throne, surveying the vast emptiness of the hall below. Compared to the frivolous gathering, he was far more concerned about the identity of the first heroic soul he would summon. Slowly, he picked up the imperial seal from the table, his thoughts focused. Using heroic soul summon Ding slaughter points, 5,000. Remaining slaughter points, 1,755. Suddenly, Guanya felt a surge of energy, and the stone pillars behind him illuminated. A portal gradually materialized on the empty ground beneath the throne. Containing his excitement, Guanya raised an eyebrow, fixated on the figure emerging from the portal. Clad in silver armor. Soon, a young general in silver armor and a white robe, wielding a long spear, strode into the hall with an imposing presence. Respectfully clasping his hands in salute, "I am Zhao Yun, paying my respects to my lord." "So it is Zilong himself. Quickly rise," Guanya exclaimed, his thoughts shifting as he appeared before Zhao Yun, extending a hand to assist him. "My lord." Zhao Yun, equally exhilarated, had been a figure lost to the world. And now, summoned by Ginie, he had the chance to re-enter existence. To say he was not thrilled would be a lie. Zhao Yun, styled Zilong, was a renowned general from the Three Kingdoms period, initially serving under Gongsun Zan and later pledging loyalty to Liu Bei, ranking among the Five Tigers. Often a vanguard in battle, he was unmatched in valor, famously charging through Cao Cao's 800,000 troops at Changban Slope. Regarded by Liu Bei as a man of unparalleled courage, his martial prowess was second only to one during that era. To have Zilong by my side is like receiving a timely boon, Ginie exclaimed, examining Zhao Yun with fervor. Zhao Yun, taken aback by the honor, knelt on one knee, declaring, I am willing to face fire and water for my lord, at any cost, to repay your grace. Excellent. Ginie nodded in satisfaction. It was no wonder Zhao Yun was so overwhelmed, as in his past life, he had been a fervent admirer of the legendary general. At this moment, Ginie sensed something and promptly opened the interface. Name, Zhao Yun. Race, human. Qualification, immortal. Level, 29, second ring. Attributes, metal wind. Exclusive skill, Dragon's Courage Silver Spear, grants weapon, increases attack power by 200, first ring. Passive skill, Dragon's Courageous Hero, when Zhao Yun faces an enemy alone, increases attack power by 30, second ring. Levels above 10 are classified as first ring Beastmasters, 20 as second ring, 30 as third ring, and so forth. The absorbed spiritual energy from breakthroughs will be stored within the sacred ring, which will bestow attribute enhancements and skill bonuses to the beasts. During combat, they can be directly summoned from the sacred ring. The specifics of attributes and enhancements depend on the quality of the sacred ring, generally linked to the beast's qualifications. Currently, the qualifications of the human emperor's sword are unknown, and Ginie was uncertain as to what kind of sacred ring it could condense. However, with ample time until the upcoming examinations, Ginie was not in a rush. Nothing was more pressing than eliminating Cohen. Half an hour later, Wuwei Hotel has arrived. All right. How much is it, master? After paying, Ginie stood before the Wuwei City First Hotel. The Wuwei Grand Hotel sprawled over 1,000 acres, equipped with various entertainment facilities. Its central main building soaring into the clouds, adorned with creamy white walls and topped with a clock tower. If Ginie were to offer an evaluation, he would deem it utterly unremarkable, not even half the size of his own home. However, given little Fatty's stature, it seemed he couldn't even secure a table in the main building, having to settle for a private room in Building 9. This also related to Wuwei's position as a crucial thoroughfare of the empire, leading to a high volume of foot traffic. After reporting his position to the welcoming staff at the entrance, Ginie arrived at box 907 after a brief wait of around 10 minutes. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, it swung open unexpectedly, revealing Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, Ginie exclaimed with a smile. Seeing Ginie, Xiaopeng grinned as well. Ah, it's Brother Nye. Please, go on in. We have a distinguished guest arriving. All right, Ginie responded without pretense, stepping aside to let Xiaopeng pass. Xiaopeng hurriedly departed, and Ginie furrowed his brow slightly, wondering what was amiss. Oh, Brother Nye is here. Come in and take a seat, Heisey called out, holding a glass of foreign liquor and throwing an arm around Ginie's shoulder. Brother Nye, we're still waiting for a few more people. How about we share a drink? Oh, how do you suggest we drink? Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, Ginie smiled faintly, recalling that he had not consumed a single drop of liquor in this lifetime. Let us play a game of finger guessing or dice, Heisey suggested with a mischievous grin. How about finger guessing? Today, Flower Lu is also here. Ginie hesitated, then decided against it. Let us just roll some dice. I've got a bit of an itch for that. Sounds good. Not many enjoy that game anyway. It should be entertaining. Heisey nodded and turned to summon a few people. In the first round, it was Heisey's turn to call out. There are 5 of us, so let us say 5, 6, 8. Agreed. Ginie nodded. I'll go first. 6 sixes. Heisey declared confidently. Bam. What the hell, Brother Nye? No way. As the dice rolled, they revealed exactly 5 sixes. What the heck? I only got 3 sixes. Heisey exclaimed, his face darkening. In the second round, Heisey called again, 9 sixes. I raised to 12 sixes. Ginie countered. No way. Do you really have it? I do, and I'm not bluffing. Heisey challenged. The dice were rolled, and once again, it showed 12 sixes. Ha ha ha, little Heisey. You've met your match today. Zige laughed heartily, while Heisey's expression turned grim. Ha ha ha. Heisey, don't back down. Finish your drink. Zige, who was an acquaintance of Heisey, said with a glint of mischief in his eyes. I refuse to accept defeat. Let us go again. Heisey grumbled, finishing his drink. In the third round, Heisey called out, 5 ones. 10 sixes. Zige countered. I'll raise it to 11 sixes. Everyone silently agreed to raise the stakes. And by the time it was Ginie's turn, the total was already 15 sixes. Heisey had prepared a knife. ready to strike if Nye dared to raise the bet. Zyge was also itching for a challenge, and soon, nearly everyone had gathered around them, eager to watch. Suddenly, Nye flashed a charming smile and waved his hand. I raised to 4 families. Boom. Heisey was taken aback, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Yet he steeled himself to counter. I accept, Zyge declared, and 1 family countered while 3 accepted. Nye seized the 500-milliliter bottle of foreign liquor before him, raising an eyebrow at Heisey. If you lose, you'll have to down this bottle. Come on, Heisey, don't be timid. A mere bottle of liquor is nothing for you. The crowd erupted with cheers. Heisey hesitated, but reasoning that it was just 5 once, and with his 3, he felt confident. Damn it, let us drink. He agreed. Nye smiled slightly as everyone simultaneously revealed their dice, leading to an exhilarating counting phase. As Heisey counted, his expression grew darker. Only 4 once. He had his 3, but it wasn't enough. Next came the 6s. Wow, total annihilation. What a stroke of luck. Brother Nye, you must be cheating. Heisey exclaimed incredulously, holding the 500-milliliter bottle of liquor. Just luck, just luck. If you can't handle it, you can always leave. Nye teased. He indeed had a stroke of luck. His choice to play dice was merely to test the fortune spoken of by the imperial seal. With fortune on his side, these simple dice were easily within his grasp. I refuse to accept defeat. Let us go again. For the next half hour, Nye faced 4 opponents simultaneously. And within that brief period, he had consumed an entire box of liquor while his 4 challengers were left completely inebriated. Nye hadn't touched a single drop himself, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, silently giving him a thumbs up. I can't take another drop, Brother Nye. Heisey moaned from beneath the table, mumbling incoherently. At that moment, a voice echoed in Nye's mind. My lord, after this is over, may I have some for yin? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Nye chuckled softly, understanding Zilong's desire for a drink. After all, many ancient generals had a fondness for alcohol, especially fierce warriors like Zhao Yun. It was only fair to allow him a taste after watching Nye and others drink for so long. Just a little drink is nothing inconvenient. Please wait a moment. Zilong. Thank you, my lord. Hey, Heisey, why are you under the table? At that moment, Xiao Pang returned with someone in tow. Upon entering, he spotted Heisey sprawled beneath the table. Hey, Brother Pang, you have no idea how amazing Brother Nye is. He just single-handedly drank 4 people under the table while not having a single drop himself. One onlooker exclaimed. Is that so? Xiao Pang nodded thoughtfully. Brother Nye is indeed impressive. Just a stroke of good luck today. Nye humbly waved his hand. Haha, by the way, Brother Nye, I haven't had the chance to introduce you yet. Xiao Pang stepped aside, revealing a remarkable young man with striking features. Brother Nye, this is Chiga from the 7 Wounds Sword Sect. Chiga, this is the swordsmanship master I mentioned. Chiga assessed Nye with keen eyes, nodding in satisfaction as he extended his hand. You must be Nye. I am Chiga from the 7 Wounds Sword Sect. As Chiga spoke, he suddenly paused, realizing that Nye exuded a profound sword intent, though it was restrained. With every movement, a chilling aura emanated from him. And Chiga could barely meet Nye's gaze. He was a natural-born sword cultivator. I have heard much about you from Xiao Pang these past few days. And I must say, meeting you in person is indeed remarkable. Nye rose to shake his hand. You flatter me. It's merely a few clever tricks. He acknowledged Chiga's unusual aura, considering who in the world could claim the title of the greatest swordsman. Perhaps the Emperor's sword could be second, but none would dare claim the first. Do not belittle yourself, classmate Qin. Our 7 Wounds Sword Sect has always revered sword spirits as our beasts. Upon first glance, I could see your innate talent in the sword path. You are not beneath me. Chiga said, beaming at Nye. What do you say? Would you be interested in developing your skills at the 7 Wounds Sword Sect? I believe once you form a contract with our sect's sword spirit, the world's heroes will be known only as you and me. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, with Xiao Pang reacting most dramatically. He recognized Chiga, who was known for his lofty aspirations and disdain for all other sword cultivators. It was known that Chiga had little interest in others, often displaying impatience. Furthermore, Chiga was the most gifted descendant of the 7 Wounds Sword Sect in nearly a century, having already achieved the 2nd ring of mastery before the age of 20, which made him even more dismissive of the world. Yet now, Chiga was personally recruiting Nye, even proclaiming that the world's heroes would be defined as only him and Nye. It was well known that Chiga often boasted, only I am worthy among the heroes of the world. At this moment, Xiao Pang's worldview lay in shattered fragments, leaving him at a loss for how to evaluate the familiar yet alien Chiga. He had not anticipated that Nye was far from the simplicity he himself had described. He had merely practiced for a few years. Nye was indeed wronged. His training over the years had been focused on hidden weapons, Haha, I am honored by your regard, Jinzi, but for now, my primary goal is my studies. In 3 years, I shall surely visit the sword sect in person. Guenya rolled his eyes, his face filled with regret as he spoke. Originating from the ghost family in the imperial capital, he had certainly heard of this Jinzi from the Seven Wounds sword sect. Meeting him today was indeed a bit disconcerting. But Guenya was not one to dwell on trivialities. He appreciated the goodwill extended to him. Very well, I shall await Brother Qin's arrival at the sword sect. Since Guenya had not outright refused him, it indicated that he harbored some thoughts of his own. Jian Shiga would not pressure him into making a decision at present. Yet he still made a gentle suggestion. I wonder if Brother Nye's first summoned beast is a sword spirit? If not, your second must certainly be contracted to a sword spirit. We cannot allow your talent to go to waste. The sword spirit is indeed my first summoned beast. Guenya replied quietly. Upon hearing this, Jian Shiga's joy was palpable. It was no wonder that Guenya exuded an air of sword intent, yet remained remarkably restrained, revealing only a hint of it from time to time. It seemed a sword spirit was already assisting him in suppressing his overwhelming sword intent, albeit a single sword spirit could not fully contain it. Excellent. I feel an instant rapport with Brother Nye. Today we shall not return without inebriation. What say you? Indeed. I feel the same. They both laughed heartily. Xiao Pang quickly summoned the wine. Understood. Xiao Pang was utterly bewildered, his mind racing to keep up, and ultimately decided to let it be. He waved his hand, and delectable dishes were successively presented on the table. The group drank until the deep hours of the night, only departing once Jian Shiga had succumbed to intoxication. Poor Xiao Haizi had been left crouched beneath the table throughout. By the way, Xiao Pang, do you know where the black market is in Wuwei City? Guenya caught up with the chubby fellow and inquired. This was also the primary reason for his visit today, to ask Xiao Pang about the black market in Wuwei. Brother Nye, you know about the black market? Xiao Pang appeared somewhat surprised, but due to his inebriated state, he did not ponder too deeply. He retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to Guenya, which bore the address of the black market. This card served as proof of entry. Once there, you will know what to do. Guenya accepted the black card with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, Thank you, Xiao Pang. It's nothing. But Brother Nye, what do you need to do at the black market? It is a lawless place, teeming with fugitives. If you require anything, I can have my family send someone there. Guenya felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing that this chubby fellow genuinely cared for him. However, he still declined, stating, No worries, I will be cautious. I merely intend to acquire some information. He was not lacking in evolution potions of the life element, but he had few potions of the space element. So he hoped to scour the black market for some. Chapter 11. Condensing the sacred ring, my child Long is terrifying. Very well. Brother Nye, if you have any matters, feel free to call me. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Pang waved his hand, slightly intoxicated, as he turned to enter the car. Guenya watched the taillights fade into the distance before hailing a cab back to the slaughterhouse. Having learned the address of the black market, Guenya was in no particular hurry. Earlier, Zhao Yun had notified him that he had broken through to level 30 and was preparing to enter seclusion to condense the sacred ring, a process that might take some time, as Zilong sought to pursue a higher limit. Moreover, based on Guenya's understanding of the black market over the years, those lacking strength would find it perilous. Survival was questionable, let alone acquiring anything. Thus, upon returning, Guenya considered that there was still ample time before dawn. He returned to the Human Emperor Palace and began condensing the first sacred ring of the Human Emperor Sword. The spiritual energy absorbed over the course of a year would yield a sacred ring of the lowest quality, as the energy from 1 year was condensed into it. Generally, combat-oriented beast masters would not opt for this choice. They would at least select a sacred ring of a higher tier. 10 years manifested in the beasts as white. The quality classifications were as follows: 1 to 9 years for gray, 10 to 99 years for white, 100 years for yellow, 1,000 years for purple, 10,000 years for black, and 100,000 years for red. As for colors beyond 1,000,000 years, Guenya was unaware. Such beings had not yet graced the realms of heaven and earth. As for the first ring, as far as Guenya knew, the highest record was nearly 500 years. Once activated, the Human Emperor Palace began to awaken, and the concentration of spiritual energy was over 10 times that of the outside world. Simultaneously, time flowed at a slower pace within the palace, while a day passed outside. A year elapsed within. It was indeed a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Should outsiders become aware, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. Guenya cast aside distracting thoughts, settling into a meditative state. The Human Emperor Palace hovered before him, and he began to rapidly absorb the elemental energy of heaven and earth within. The speed of absorption astonished even Guenya. Merely a few minutes had passed when a gray light ring illuminated his form. Truly, the Human Emperor's sword, of unknown quality, exhibited an absorption rate that was nothing short of unprecedented. Ginie marveled at the enhancement of his various attributes. The rate at which beasts absorb the energies of heaven and earth was closely related to their potential. Generally, the higher the potential, the faster the absorption rate, leading to a shorter time to condense the sacred ring and a higher attainable limit. Reflecting on this, Ginie closed his eyes once more, stabilizing his mind and concentrating on absorbing the energies. Thus, time passed steadily, and days slipped by. Suddenly, Ginie opened his eyes wide, a torrent of boundless killing intent erupting from his gaze, enveloping him in an aura of chill. Concurrently, a fine layer of frost adorned his form, enhancing his physique, which had taken on a more sculpted appearance, reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his sword-like brows and starry eyes seemed to harbor countless constellations. His high-bridged nose resembled a jade bridge, and his meticulously crafted visage exuded a warmth that was both clear and refined, akin to peerless jade. Just a glance would leave one utterly captivated by his charm. Ginie slowly gripped the human emperor's sword, a purple sacred ring radiating a peculiar light above his head, gently descending upon him, rendering him even more sacred. Is this the sensation of power? Ginie twirled the human emperor's sword, sending forth waves of energy. He then opened the panel of the human emperor's sword. Name: Human Emperor Sword Race. Divine General Potential. Unknown Level. 11. 1000 Slaughter Points. Sacred Ring. Purple. 1035 years. Attributes. 5 elements. Metal. Wood. Water. Fire. Earth. Exclusive skill. Human Emperor S5 element / unleashes tenfold attack power. The stronger the user's fortune, the greater the enhancement. Passive skill. 5 element affinity. The user gains affinity for the 5 elements, allowing them to manipulate elemental forces at will, imbuing them upon their summoned beasts. Passive skill. Source unification. A frail body cannot withstand tribulations. You shall become one with the human emperor sword. All attributes of the human emperor sword will synchronize with the host. Each level requires 1000 slaughter points. Ginie glanced at the level up requirements, furrowing his brow slightly. It seems he would need to strive diligently to accumulate slaughter points. Ginie chuckled as he gazed at the stone pillar where Zhao Yun stood, still showing no sign of movement. He would not intrude, calmly stating, "Zilong, I await your good news." Having spoken, he exited the hall of the human emperor and glanced at the time. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Ginie had remained within for 5 days, which equated to a single day in the hall, translating to 4 minutes in the outside world. In truth, Ginie had yet to reach the extreme limits of his lifespan in the first ring. However, prior to his complete rise to power, he deemed it prudent to remain somewhat inconspicuous, initially intending to suppress his lifespan beneath a millennium. He found himself irresistibly drawn to the accelerated absorption rate of the human emperor's sword, leading to a prolongation of the first ring's lifespan to over 1,000 years. But that was of little concern, for he need not exert himself, with Zilong at his side, who would recklessly wager their own life. Ginie then took a moment to check on the still recovering duo. Seeing no cause for alarm, he promptly retired to rest. The following morning, he arose with vigor, ready to embark on another day of labor. Kuan, no, Bayuji, you mustn't hold this against me. The temptation you present is simply too delightful. Time passed, and since Ginie's return from the Wuwei Grand Hotel, he had been immersed in the slaughterhouse, engaging in the butchery of chickens. The once great human emperor had ultimately devolved into the most skilled slaughterer of the abattoir. When Zhao Yun emerged from seclusion, Ginie would procure a few fine wines and side dishes to share with him in the hall of the human emperor. Ginie was aware that such actions might overshadow Zhao Yun, yet he felt powerless to alter the course. He still required time to amass his slaughter points. While Zhao Yun found contentment in this routine, apart from training, their days were filled with feasting and merriment, a rather pleasant existence. During this period, Ginie also took Zhao Yun on a tour of Wuwei City, primarily to assess the situation there. Duo successfully broke through to level 10 and began to consolidate her holy ring. As she was temporarily unable to enter the hall of the human emperor, she had to gather her holy ring from the outside. Thus, the days passed quietly. Approximately a month later, 30 years had elapsed within the hall, during which Zhao Yun made significant strides in strength. Aside from the 7 days spent accompanying Ginie to survey Wuwei, he dedicated a full 23 years to cultivation. Over these years, Zhao Yun ascended to level 67 in the 6th ring, while Ginie elevated the human emperor sword to level 20, keeping the lifespan of the 2nd ring confined to 999 years. As a result, he still manifested the Millennium Holy Ring, establishing that below level 30, no one could rival Ginie. Moreover, while the 1st ring of Beast Mastery provided innate skills from the 2nd ring onwards, Each additional holy ring would bestow new skills or enhance existing ones. Both active and passive skills, as well as exclusive ones, were included. The first ring of Beast Mastery had a limit of 500 years, the second ring 900 years, the third ring 1,800 years, and the fourth ring 4,900 years. The fifth ring could extend to 13,000 years, while the sixth ring approached 35,000 years. At this moment, Zhao Yun, aside from the normal limits of the first and second rings, had these enhanced to nearly 1,000 years by Zilong, with the third ring reaching 7,000 years, the fourth ring 2,000 years, the fifth ring 50,000 years, and the sixth ring a staggering 100,000 years, presenting a deep crimson hue. Initially, Guanya was taken aback, particularly by the skills bestowed by the 100,000-year holy ring. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly worthy of Zilong, in any other realm, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the destined child of fate. This manifested in Zhao Yun as a blend of yellow, purple, black, and red. Yet, what thrilled Guanya even more was the frenzied accumulation of chicken gold over the past month. Slaughter points, 59,800. It seemed the time had come for another summoning. In the hall of the human emperor, Guanya stood upon the throne and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Yun felt a surge of joy. After all these years, they were finally to welcome a second comrade, though he wondered who Guanya would summon. A figure from his own era? An ancestor? Or perhaps someone from a later generation? Seated on the throne, Guanya observed that the required slaughter points for summoning had increased to 20,000 due to his recent upgrades, which caused him a pang of regret. However, he did not keep Zhao Yun waiting for long. Spirit summon. Ding. Slaughter points, 20,000. Remaining slaughter points, 39,800. With a resounding chime, a radiant light emanated from behind Guanya, illuminating another stone pillar, as a portal appeared once more in the center of the hall. Chapter 12. Gao Shun. The battle of 10,000 beasts concludes, Wu Wei in peril, like hell. Ding. Summon. As the portal gradually opened, a figure clad in black armor, wearing a helmet that fit snugly, leaving only his eyes visible, emerged, bearing two broad blades. He stepped forth from the void and knelt before the throne, proclaiming, I am Gao Shun. I pay my respects to my lord. Upon hearing this, Guanya quickly opened Gao Shun's attribute panel. Name, Gao Shun. Race, human. Qualification, mythical. Level, 48, yellow, purple, black. Attributes, demon type, gold type. Exclusive skill, life and death. Gao Shun unleashes a powerful will, increasing attack power by 60 to 80% and defense by 80 to 100%. Second ring, third ring. Passive skill, infiltration, when Gao Shun is surrounded by enemies. All attributes increase by 20 to 60%. First ring, fourth ring. Excellent. Guanya exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, then swiftly moved to Gao Shun's side. He lifted Gao Shun to his feet and said, General Gao, please rise. In the past, with the acquisition of Zilong, I gained a formidable ally. Today, the addition of General Gao is akin to receiving another mighty arm. Gao Shun was visibly moved and replied, I am willing to serve my lord until death. Splendid. Guanya supported Gao Shun, his earlier frustration over the loss of 2,000 slaughter points dissipating in an instant. This was Gao Shun, the foremost general under El Bu during the late Han period. Though he may not have been as renowned as Zhao Yun, he was nonetheless a stalwart warrior, always leading from the front in battle, commanding 700 elite troops, and undefeated in combat. When captured by Cao Cao, he uttered not a word, choosing instead a noble death, renowned throughout history for his loyalty and valor. Guanya held him in high regard. Gao Shun, it's been a while. Do you still remember Yun? Zhao Yun, equally exhilarated, had not anticipated that the second to appear would also be a hero from his own era, and thus he could not contain his excitement. Gao Shun turned to Zhao Yun, scanning him from head to toe, before his pupils dilated. So it is you, Zilong. It has indeed been a while. Ha ha ha. To meet again in this strange world, we owe it all to our Lord's remarkable powers. Zhao Yun laughed heartily. Indeed, for those of us who have perished, to reunite in this unfamiliar realm is entirely thanks to our Lord's extraordinary abilities. Gao Shun declared, bowing respectfully to Guanya. Guanya waved his hand. All right, we can exchange sentimental words later. You will have ample time for that. But for now, let us prepare to welcome our next comrade. Yes, Zhao Yun replied, brimming with excitement, while Gao Shun understood that Guanya was about to perform another summoning. Just then, however, Guanya's expression shifted. Oh no. There seems to be trouble outside. I must investigate. Gao Shun, please return to your training and strive to reach Zilong's level. A formidable battle awaits us in the near future. Understood, my lord. Gao Shun responded. Guanya then addressed Zhao Yun. Zilong, be ready for the summons at any moment. Understood, my lord. Zhao Yun affirmed. With that, Nie's figure vanished from the hall of the human emperor, leaving only Zhao Yun and Gao Shun behind. Suddenly, Gao Shun spoke, Zilong, while my martial skills may not match yours, I will not allow my realm to fall behind. Our Lord requires your utmost effort. The Lord is our sovereign, the Lord of Yun. Even if General Gao remains silent, Yun shall still exert every effort, should the master be harmed while Yun still breathes. Zhao Yun, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed coldly outside the hall and remarked, I implore General Gao to personally escort me to the depths of hell. Very well. I shall return to my cultivation for now. Rest assured, General Gao. Upon emerging, Nie was immediately engulfed by a sense of vertigo, the sky reverberating with ominous sounds. Bright as day, exiting the dormitory, he was met with the blaring of sirens and the remnants of battle. The city had been consumed by flames, reduced to ruins. It resembled a boundless inferno. Nie inhaled sharply, hastily retrieving his phone to dial Xiaopeng Dun. Hello, Xiaopeng, where are you? What is happening? Hello, is this Brother Nie? I am preparing to leave Wuwei. You should depart as well, or it will be too late. Why? Please elucidate. Brother Nie, do you recall our encounter in the Beast secret realm a month ago? Of course. Could it be? Nie suddenly paused. Indeed. The formidable beings from the desolate domain descended yesterday. Our empire's 6 pillars mobilized to resist, but the Beast secret realm could not withstand it, and has now completely collapsed. The very location of its collapse is above Wuwei, and the entire city is now occupied by the forces of the desolate domain, numbering over 1 million. Brother Nie, where are you now? I can send someone to fetch you. No need, Xiaopeng. I am not in Wuwei City. That is fortunate. Then I shall flee for my life. Nie hung up the phone with a deep sigh, for his fears had materialized. Having lived in the imperial capital for so long, he understood the nature of those individuals all too well. Once the people from the capital entered the fray, they would disregard the Beast secret realm, willing to commit any act for their own gain. Their only concern would be capturing the spatial beast, showing no regard for the lives of common beastmasters. The Beast secret realm, vital for countless beastmasters, was merely their backyard in their eyes. Humanity is inherently selfish. They will usurp one another. Nie coldly gazed towards the capital, his hands trembling slightly. This was not only Wuwei City's calamity, but also his opportunity. Even a mere fraction of that million-strong army could render Nie extraordinarily wealthy overnight. Xiaonia, why are you still standing here? Everyone is downstairs queuing for the vehicles. If you delay, you won't be able to leave. At that moment, the workshop foreman approached Nie. Foreman, you go ahead. I will gather my things and be down shortly. Nie did not outright reject the foreman's kindness. Oh dear. At this hour, what is there to pack? Once the forces of the desolate clan arrive, we will be unable to leave. The foreman had finally located Nie. He could not allow him to escape easily. Truth be told, he quite liked Nie, who exuded a sense of reliability and competence, a hard-working lad indeed. Seeing the foreman refuse to leave, Nie could only whisper, Foreman, I shall share a secret with you. I am quite strong. The foreman was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head. You are just boasting. If you had any real strength, you wouldn't be working here at the slaughterhouse. Foreman, could it not be possible that I came to the slaughterhouse purely out of passion? Nie countered. At that moment, the foreman was beginning to believe him. After all, Nie's demeanor over the past few days indicated he was not in need of money. Every time he worked, he appeared genuinely happy. His smile as broad as a lotus blossom. Then I certainly cannot let you go. You are still so young. How could you possibly match the strength of the desolate guards, or the mayor? The foreman firmly grasped Nie's arm. You, a beastmaster who hasn't even entered university, would merely be cannon fodder. This is no time for bravado. As the foreman continued, Nie observed his steadfast determination to protect the flower of the nation, prompting him to sigh softly. Gao Shun stepped forward to make an appearance. What Gao? The foreman looked perplexed, only to see a towering figure, clad in black armor, stride forth behind Nie. As the imminent conflict loomed, Nie dared not act recklessly, urging Gao Shun to return to his cultivation. Buzz! Gao Shun's gaze flickered, and in an instant, for holy rings, yellow, purple, and black, illuminated around him. 4 black rings, and a 10,000-year holy ring. The foreman was left astonished. Although he was not a combat beastmaster, the classification of holy rings was a fundamental knowledge. Having lived for more than half his life, this was the first time he had witnessed a 10,000-year 4th ring. At that moment, the foreman felt 1,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. Why hadn't he revealed this sooner? Coughing slightly, the foreman regained his composure, his face flushed. I knew you were destined for greatness, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Since you possess the ability to protect yourself, I shall refrain from further admonitions. The battlefield is perilous. You must ensure your safety. Thank you, foreman. I will be cautious. The foreman glanced at the imposing Gao Shan, said nothing more, and descended the stairs. Chapter 13. One word, kill. My lord, what course of action should we take next? Gao Shan inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the distant flames. Currently, the situation within the city is dire. The forces of the desolate clan number in the millions. Should they breach the main battlefield, even Zilong may not guarantee our safety. He continued, Gao Shan, how long will it take you to break through to level 50 and condense your holy ring? Gui Nye furrowed his brow. Even with a 4-ring beastmaster, the battlefield was fraught with peril. My lord, I am not far from level 49. But to reach the 5th ring will require at least a year. Gao Shan reflected before responding. The higher the level of a beastmaster, the more challenging the breakthroughs became. Many beasts, upon reaching level 40, found that each subsequent level could take several years. After level 40, they must condense nearly 10,000 years of holy rings. Though the difference between 1,000 and 10,000 years might seem slight in years, it represented a qualitative leap in power. A moment's carelessness in controlling that power could lead to irrevocable ruin. Thus, many beastmasters, despite their exceptional talent, could achieve level 50 in just a few years, yet take a decade or more to condense their holy rings. Particularly since Gao Shan, like Zhao Yun, aspired to reach even greater heights. The year he mentioned was the time required if he were to abandon that pursuit. Gui Nye recognized this and coldly replied, that is not acceptable. We shall discuss breakthroughs after the battle. During the conflict, I will fully mobilize the power of the 5 elements for your use. When we encounter enemies above level 50, we may yet have the strength to fight back. For now, let us remain on the outskirts and seek opportunities. Thank you, my lord. I shall not let you down. Gao Shan was deeply moved. He understood that Gui Nye did not wish for him to harbor regrets, even going so far as to offer his own life-saving trump card to Gao Shan. At that moment, Zhao Yun's voice suddenly rang in Gui Nye's ear, my lord. 3 miles ahead, a contingent is swiftly approaching from within the city. Their mounts emit a black mist. They are undoubtedly the forces of the desolate clan. Zilong, what is the strength of the incoming forces? Can Gao Shan handle them? Gui Nye pondered briefly. The slaughterhouse personnel were still present, and he did not wish to expose Zilong's existence. Zhao Yun had become his trump card. Zhao Yun remarked, the leader among them is slightly stronger than General Gao, though not yet at level 50. The other forces largely hover around level 30 and appear to be scouts of the desolate clan. General Gao should be able to handle them. Very well. Gao Shan, let us proceed. Understood. With a forceful push of his feet, Gui Nye swiftly ascended. And in the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the slaughterhouse alongside Gao Shan. At that moment, the gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman, was still dutifully stationed at his post. Upon seeing Gui Nye accompanied by a towering man of 2 meters, he was startled, recognizing him as the previously fair-skinned young man from a month ago. Anxiously, he exclaimed, hey, the wild men are about to attack. Young man, why are you still here? Are you courting death? Gui Nye did not respond but instead inquired, sir, why haven't you left? As an elderly man with not many days left to live, my presence or absence matters little. The factory has only so many vehicles. If I relinquish my spot, perhaps the future empire will gain another pillar of the nation. Upon hearing this, Gui Nye regarded the gatekeeper with a peculiar expression. How had he not discerned the man's remarkable character earlier? I still do not know your name. Sir? Ha ha ha. I am surnamed Long, with a single character for my given name. Gui Nye's mouth dropped open in surprise, and after a prolonged moment, he finally managed to speak, as thunderous as a clap. However, just as Gui Nye began to speak, a sudden glint of cold light flashed in Lung Xing's eyes, and an aura of chill began to emanate from him. Oh, you recognize this old man? Ha ha ha. As the former prime minister of the empire, how could I not know you? Gui Nye boldly met Lung Xing's gaze. Lung Xing re-evaluated Gui Nye, seemingly realizing he had misjudged him. Knowing who I am, how dare you act thus? We share similar experiences. What do I have to fear? Gui Nye replied calmly. Behind him, Gao Shan drew 2 broad blades and positioned himself in front of Gui Nye as 4 holy rings began to glow around him. Initially, Lung Xing appeared disdainful, but upon witnessing the 4th black holy ring on Gao Shan, astonishment flickered across his face. Yet, it was only a fleeting glance. He still regarded Gao Shan with indifference and turned to Gui Nye, asking, what family do you hail from? The empire has but 6 pillars remaining. In an instant, Lung Xing comprehended the situation. Over the years, the Gui family had been gradually devoured by the Galat family, now existing only in name. The one who could utter such words had no ties to the Galats, yet he had never heard of any prodigy from the Gui family. At merely a few years past his teens, he was already a 4-ring beastmaster. Lung Xing smacked his lips, inquiring, Chi Nye Gui? The Nye character. What relation is Gui Wu Dao to you? Lung Xing suddenly fixed his gaze on Gui Nye, his expression filled with disbelief. This was simply astounding. To think that Ginie was only 18 years old. How could this be possible? He is my grandfather, and my name is indeed Ginie. Isn't Ginie, useless person? Lung Xing gasped, his pupils shaking in shock. You have deceived everyone. Ginie, however, had no intention of providing further answers. Instead, shifting the topic. Why is the Prime Minister here guarding the gate? Realizing Ginie was unwilling to respond, Lung Xing, stroking his beard, replied nonchalantly. That individual is about to ascend to his destiny. The relatives of the Empress conspired with many court officials to catch me off guard. I had to escape with severe injuries. I remain here to recuperate. Ginie nodded, finding his suspicions confirmed. The old Emperor's time was drawing near, otherwise. The Ginie family could not have been so easily swallowed by the relatives. It seemed the old Emperor was no longer able to manage affairs. This also shattered Ginie's long-held doubts. Though the capital was rife with factions, it had remained stable, with various powers mutually restraining one another. Once the Ginie family fell, the balance would shatter, throwing the entire capital into chaos, even threatening the foundation of the empire. Yet, until the Gallet family took over the Ginie family, the old emperor had remained silent. Does this mean the current prime minister is also a relative? Ginie queried. 3 days after I left, my subordinate Wanda took over as prime minister. Lung Xing nodded. Ginie sighed, pondering how wise it was to appoint a mere 60-year-old dog as prime minister. By the way, when were you attacked? The day you died. Lung Xing bluntly stated. Ginie was taken aback. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of sense would not believe that Ginie had perished in the flames. No wonder he had left so easily that day. It seemed he owed Lung Xing a debt of gratitude. I thank you. Ginie smirked. I thank you. Lung Xing was nearly infuriated. What nonsense are you speaking? You are just as annoying as your father. In a fit of anger, Lung Xing shook off his sleeves. In that case, I'll leave those scouts ahead to you. Is that acceptable? No sooner had Lung Xing spoken than a squad of over 20 wild soldiers appeared 100 meters ahead. Did you think I came here just to chat with you? Lung Xing replied, his expression darkening. He was indeed just as bothersome as his father. Ginie brandished the human emperor's sword, pointing towards the wild men, and shouted, Gao Shun, to war. One word, kill. Understood. As Gao Shun's words fell, he stepped forward, charging directly toward the wild squad. Captain, it seems we are at the Zhou People's slaughterhouse. Just in time. Our army has been without supplies for a while. Judging by the scale, it should be enough to feed us for a meal. The wild captain nodded. Seeing someone rushing towards them, the squad members exclaimed, Captain, it looks like Zhou people are coming at us. The captain snorted, I'm not blind. I can see that someone is coming to kill us, so don't waste your breath. Understood. The soldier immediately scuttled away like a quail, leading several wild soldiers to charge at Gao Shun. Come on. Gao Shun's eyes glimmered coldly. This was his first battle since arriving in this foreign realm, and he was filled with excitement as he swiftly twirled his two broad blades. The handles of the blades were connected by several meters of iron chains, creating a fierce wind as they spun. In the darkness, Gao Shun resembled a deity of slaughter. Something's off. They're not Zhou people, they're beast masters. The wild men also sensed something amiss and attempted to summon their beasts. But it was too late. Gao Shun offered no opportunity, leaping high into the air, and his blade sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, beheading 4 wild men with a single stroke. What? He is a beastmaster. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. The wild captain exclaimed in shock. The soldiers behind him hurriedly summoned their wild beasts and charged at Gao Shun. Chapter 14. A 1 against 26 instant kill. Astonishing the former prime minister, Ginie felt a surge of joy. He had anticipated that the wild beasts slain by Gao Shun would also provide him with slaughter points. What a missed opportunity. Had he known, he wouldn't have bothered with mere chickens. If he had led Zhao Yun into the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, he would have struck it rich by now. Lung Xing recognized Gao Shun's impressive prowess, but was unprepared for such a spectacle. He immediately inquired, Ginie family lad, where did you acquire this human beastmaster? His potential must exceed diamond level. Human or humanoid beastmasters do exist in 9 heavens and 10 earths, and many are present. However, they are generally not very strong, lacking in various aspects compared to other beastmasters, with potential seldom exceeding golden level. Thus, they are often treated as slaves in 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gao Shun's might, even to the well-informed Lung Xing, was a first. He also had a contract position, which piqued his interest. I cannot disclose that, Ginie replied. Furthermore, in the future, please refer to them by name or as generals. Do not call them beastmasters again. I do not favor that title. Lung Xing shrugged. Fine. If you don't want to say, then don't. But inwardly, he was calculating something. While Ginie and Lung Xing conversed, Gao Shun had already collided with over a dozen wild beasts. Outnumbered, Gao Shun activated his passive skill, and the first and fourth rings on him suddenly radiated brilliant light. Into the fray, no retreat, no surrender. A powerful aura erupted with a thunderous roar, enhancing all attributes by 80%, reaching a terrifying level. In the midst of the battlefield, not a single beast stood a chance against Gao Shan. The captain of the wild beasts gazed at the black holy ring that illuminated Gao Shan, his expression filled with astonishment. Although they too bore black rings, only they knew whether they possessed 10,000 years of cultivation. Yet, the black holy ring on the beast tamer was a tangible testament to that immense power. This is bad. This individual is beyond your capability to confront. Retreat at once. The wild beast captain decisively dispatched his strongest beast. Gao Shan, do not hold back. Let none escape. Ginie suddenly raised the emperor's sword, channeling a formidable quintessence of elemental power directly into Gao Shan. Gao Shan's momentum surged once more, feeling his blood and energy surge within him. Yes, his gaze burned with intensity as the second and third holy rings flared to life, signaling the activation of his exclusive skill. Exclusive skill, no life, no death. Gao Shan unleashed a formidable will, increasing attack power by 68% and defense by 100%, second and third rings. Lung Xing raised an eyebrow, cursing under his breath. An 80% enhancement across all attributes was already outrageous. Now, with a further increase of 104% in attack power and a terrifying 108% in defense, was this truly a human beast tamer? I could turn a chicken into a swan. Moreover, the seventh holy ring of the beast tamer surely grants an enhancement of all attributes. Its level of augmentation was undoubtedly the most monstrous skill within the 100 levels of beast tamers. Even his seventh ring merely provided a 101% enhancement across all attributes, a realization that momentarily left the worldly wise Lung Xing feeling envious. He ached with longing. He even directed a particularly alluring glance at Ginie. Do not be foolish. Gao Shan is one of a kind, beyond compare. Ginie, perceptive as he was, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, this is utterly disgusting. No, this cannot be. The wild man captain could hardly believe his eyes. On the battlefield, Gao Shan leaped high into the air, positioning himself before the captain's giant eagle. His twin blades sliced through the air, igniting a blaze that struck the giant eagle directly, followed by Gao Shan's fierce roar. A conflagration erupted in the sky, engulfing the giant eagle in flames, which swiftly plummeted to the ground. Seizing the moment, Gao Shan hurled his wide blade once more, which cleaved through the night and pierced the wild man captain's chest. The captain looked down at the gaping wound, whispering in disbelief. No. The onlookers behind him were paralyzed with fear, pale-faced, as Gao Shan swung again, severing everyone in half. Thus, the wild man scouts, numbering 26, 25 of whom were above level 30, and one at level 49, fell to Gao Shan's blade. Kill count, 48 for 120. Cough. That rascal from the Ginie family. If given time, once Gao Shan breaks through to the 9th ring, no one in the entire Tianzhou will stand against you. Lung Xing remarked, sensing the metallic scent of blood in the air. But you may not have that chance. Ginie frowned slightly, urging the state minister to speak plainly. With a deep sigh, Lung Xing regarded the returning Gao Shan with a look of regret. You must realize that you are different from other scions of the Ginie family. Faking death will not lull them into complacency, even if you feigned madness for so many years. This time you were merely fortunate, while feigning death. I provided you with cover, and upon arriving at Wu Wei, you encountered the spatial beast from the realm of 10,000 beasts. They have no time to spare. Now that the realm of 10,000 beasts is destroyed, this farce is nearing its end, and you shall soon face an unrelenting pursuit. Are you prepared? To be honest, Lung Xing shared so much with Ginie not only because he recognized his potential, but also out of sympathy, having endured similar experiences himself. He had navigated the treacherous waters of the political arena for years, understanding the true threat posed by a scion of the Ginie family. If I claim I am unprepared, will they cease their pursuit? Once I am ready? Ginie, having escaped the Ginie family, had naturally considered this. His identity was too sensitive. Had he been merely an outer disciple, he would have had ample time. My lord, I shall not fail in my mission. Gao Shan approached Ginie. Indeed, General Gao. Well done. Ginie nodded slightly, and Gao Shan took his place behind him. Ginie's gaze hardened as he looked forward, ready to confront whatever came. If they refuse to accept me, then even in death, I shall take a piece of them with me. But who shall ultimately prevail remains uncertain. What a lad. If only the prince possessed half of your gall, the external relatives would dare not act so outrageously. Lung Xing observed, disappointment evident in his eyes as he spoke of the prince. But what do you plan to do next? Remain in this slaughterhouse? No, my coming here was merely circumstantial. The outside world now offers a more favorable environment, and I shall not linger here any longer. Guanyi shook his head, leading Gao Shun slowly toward the distant ruins ablaze with fire. Lung Xing was momentarily taken aback, quickly asserting, "You are mistaken, even with Gao Shun by your side. Can you truly navigate the current Wu-wei?" Guanyi continued to lead Gao Shun, waving his hand dismissively. "Fear not, Minister, I am not as helpless as you believe. Do you think my escape from the imperial capital was merely luck? You know, that is impossible. I did not detect a single clue beforehand. How could you possibly know?" Lung Xing was taken aback. If he knew, then Guanyi was indeed terrifying. Ha! The minister, being in his position, ought to be aware. Why must there always be clues? Do you truly not understand that the ministerial position is the greatest stumbling block on their path to greatness? If you are determined to thwart them, who else could you target? Minister, allow me to impart a few words. Boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify. Until we meet again. With a smile, Guanyi vanished into the night. Damn it! Those wretched fools have gone too far. Lung Xing, infuriated, kicked a stone by his feet, his beard nearly standing on end. He then slumped to the ground, suddenly appearing 20 years older, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. A single misstep led to his entrapment, and the truth that even a mere child could see eluded him. How regretful. Alas, old man, why are you sitting on the ground? As the factory doors opened, a worker spotted the old man and curiously inquired. It's nothing. You all should hurry along. Oh, very well. A few buses departed, and only then did Lung Xing slowly rise, dusting off his clothes, hunching as he made his way toward the inferno engulfing the city. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Guanyi and Gao Shun swiftly advanced toward the city, yet they did not delve deep, but instead lingered on the outskirts. They ambushed the scouts dispatched by the wild men, while explosions intermittently shook the city, toppling skyscrapers and filling the air with the anguished cries of various beast tamers. Even from the periphery, Guanyi felt a chill of trepidation. In the sky, countless beast tamers battled wild beasts, with tamers and beasts alike plummeting from the heavens each passing moment. Chapter 15. Shiliang Jin Ma Chao. The infamous Yuan Tiangang pays respects to the Lord. War is brutal, and amidst the vortex, it seems nearly impossible for anyone in Wu-wei City to escape unscathed. Just moments ago, the little fat one had relayed information to Guanyi that their family had suffered significant losses in their attempt to flee Wu-wei City. Guanyi and Gao Shun hid in a shadowy corner outside the city. One day, I shall ensure that the entire wild domain vanishes from this world. Guanyi gazed upon the flames and the cries of anguish in the night, gritting his teeth in determination. With unwavering loyalty, I shall charge forth for our Lord and vanquish the traitors. Until death, I shall not relent, Gao Shun declared with fervent eyes, envisioning a stage for his aspirations that dwarfed that of his previous life by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Similarly, within the imperial hall, Zhao Yun felt the same fervor. But as he was about to speak, his brow furrowed. My lord, a contingent approaches us. However, there is no scent of wild beasts among them. Could they be from the Tianzhou Empire? From Wu-wei City? Or perhaps from the imperial capital? Guanyi pondered briefly before inquiring. Zilong, what is the strength of this contingent? Do they bear any banners? Zhao Yun, sensing the presence, replied, in response to my lord, there are over 180 riders, among whom several possess strength comparable to mine, being at least 7th ring beastmasters. As for their banner, it features a yellow background with black edges, displaying a swan crossed by 2 western swords. Although Zhao Yun hailed from the Three Kingdoms era, he had garnered a preliminary understanding of the characters in this world upon being summoned by Guanyi. Thus, his recognition of the western sword was quite natural. Yet the banner evoked a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flickered in Guanyi's eyes, revealing a murderous intent. The Galliot family. Gao Shun immediately sensed Guanyi's shift in demeanor, declaring, I beseech my lord to allow me to bring back their heads. Guanyi did not directly respond to Gao Shun, but instead asked, Zilong, how confident are you in holding them off? 10 minutes. Zhao Yun stated resolutely. Only 10 minutes? Guanyi mused, lowering his head in thought. Could he truly stand idly by as the Galliot family's forces remained unhindered? However, in the next moment, Zhao Yun smiled slightly and clarified, my lord has misunderstood my intent. I meant to say that within 10 minutes, I can present the heads of the 3 of them to you. Guanyi was momentarily taken aback. Is my Zilong truly that formidable? Defeating 3 level 70 opponents within just 10 minutes? It was crucial to remember that reaching level 70 as a Beastmaster was a significant threshold, as all Beastmasters would acquire an awakened skill after condensing their 7th sacred ring. This skill would enhance all attributes and greatly amplify their primary abilities. Zhao Yun continued, however, my lord, aside from the 3 7th ring Beastmasters, there are still over 15 with higher ranks, and around 100 at level 40. Currently, General Gao was still at level 40 but could engage in battles beyond his rank, utilizing his skills to navigate through 100 foes with ease. Yet, to hold them off would prove challenging. If they were to locate my lord, danger would inevitably follow. Upon hearing this, Gao Shun grew agitated, bowing to Gui Nye with determination. Rest assured, my lord, even if I were to perish, I shall not allow them to approach you by even a step. Calm yourselves. We still have time. Let us return to the Imperial Hall to gather our forces. Gui Nye commanded. As his words fell, he and Gao Shun appeared within the Imperial Hall, with Gui Nye materializing directly upon the throne, while Gao Shun stood below. Kill value, 84230. Following Gao Shun's recent bloodshed, Gui Nye looked upon the substantial kill value, his heart swelling with delight. 2 summons of heroic spirits. Ding. Kill value, 40,000. Remaining kill value, 44230. At this moment, Zhao Yun also appeared beside Gao Shun, activating the summoning of heroic spirits. Almost simultaneously as the kill value diminished, 2 stone pillars behind Gui Nye illuminated. Under the excited gazes of Zhao Yun and Gao Shun, 2 portals gradually materialized, from which emerged 2 figures. One wore a silver lion helm, donned in silver armor, wielding a white spear, and his white cape billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, exuding an extraordinary grace. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yun's face lit up with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Could it be him? The other figure, exuding a repressed yet potent aura, strode forward with an imposing presence, wearing a conical hat and a mask. With one hand resting upon the Tang Dao at his waist. I am Ma Chao. I pay my respects to my lord. Yuan Tiangang greets the emperor. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, felt his joints turn white, his pupils constricting. This was truly him. Gao Shun, noticing the scene, lifted his gaze slightly. Having heard of the name Ma Chao from the Shiliang region. As for Yuan Tiangang, they were unfamiliar with him. Perhaps he was a descendant of theirs. Gui Nye, upon witnessing the two, could hardly contain his excitement, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah, it is Ming Qi and the great strategist. How wonderful. With the addition of these two, we may achieve greatness. I, your humble servant, am willing to serve the emperor, willing to brave the flames and waters without hesitation. Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang bowed in unison. Excellent. Gui Nye felt a surge of relief, then opened their status panels, confirming some of his suspicions. Name, Ma Chao. Courtesy, name Meng Qi. Race, human. Qualification, immortal. Level, 48, yellow purple purple black. Attributes, lightning, water. Exclusive skill, unyielding charge. Ma Chao rushes towards the target, increasing speed by 150% and attack power by 73%. He shall not retreat until he shatters the enemy. First ring, third ring. Passive skill, silver lion helm. Each time Ma Chao enters battle, all attributes increase by 36%, boosting the morale of his troops by 24%, and enhancing recovery by 20%. Second ring, fourth ring. Chapter 16. Ambush the Galliot family, Cold Xing's fury to slay the traitor. Yes, I know. Gui Nye replied calmly. Cold Xing appeared momentarily taken aback. Do you know who they are? Indeed, I await their arrival. Knowing they belong to the Galliot family, why do you still linger here? Are you not aware that the entire Galliot family is currently searching for you? With your talent, given time, you shall surely dominate the world. You could lead the Gui family back to prominence. There is no need to entangle yourself with them now. Do you understand? Cold Xing admonished, filled with frustration. He had finally made up his mind, and now it seemed to waver. He could not fathom that Gui Nye would act so irrationally. With a sigh, Cold Xing conceded. Very well. Though I am gravely injured and cannot exert more than 70% of my power, I can still ensure your safe departure. He regarded Gui Nye's resolute demeanor, knowing he was caught in a moment of impulse, eager to confront the Galliots. Though irrational, Cold Xing found this passion admirable, which only endeared him to Gui Nye further. Yet he could not simply watch Gui Nye walk to his demise. What are you saying, my lord? Why should I leave? Gui Nye queried, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the old man's intentions. Of course, to take you away. They have at least 3 7th ring beast masters. Even I must temporarily avoid their prowess. Remaining here is tantamount to seeking one's own death. Not only would you fail to fulfill your aspirations, the Gui family would be left without hope. Listen to me. It is not too late to depart now. Remember, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. Cold Xing urged anxiously. How does the Prime Minister know of my aspirations? Gui Nye raised an eyebrow, questioning. All right. How would I know your aspirations? Cold Xing faltered, then hastily took Gui Nye's hand to leave. Now is not the time for this debate. Let us hurry and flee. If we delay, it will be too late. But strangely, Gui Nye remained unmoved, causing Cold Xing to feel a surge of frustration. After all, He was a genuine 7th ring beastmaster, even in a severely wounded state. He was not someone a mere 4-ring master could contend with. It would be a matter of moments to take him away unless the opposing party was also a formidable 7-ring master. At the very least, they must possess comparable strength. Cold Xing shuddered at this thought, his body trembling involuntarily. With wide eyes fixed on Ginie, he stammered, "You have concealed your strength?" Ginie offered no response, tacitly acknowledging the implication. It seems the old man had acted rashly. At this moment, Cold Xing finally regained his composure, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. No longer urging Ginie to depart, he shifted the conversation, asking, "How confident are you in keeping them all here? You must understand that once you make a move, the capital will be unable to conceal it." Ginie gently shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "I initially had complete confidence in retaining this army, but I was still concerned about being detected by Galit. However, now that the state minister has appeared, it is utterly foolproof. Even if 1 or 2 manage to escape or if news spreads, it matters not. The one who acts will be the state minister. What concern is it to the heir of the Gue clan, who has no beast masters?" Ginie raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he regarded Cold Xing. "You rascal, your heart is truly dark. You intended for me to take the blame. But it suits my tastes perfectly." Cold Xing smirked, finding no offense in Ginie casting the blame upon him. After all, he had long harbored resentment towards this lot. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them to alleviate his grievances. At that moment, the Galit family's army arrived before Ginie and Cold Xing. Just as Cold Xing had predicted, they had been discovered. "Who goes there? State your names," came the demand. "What do you need me to do?" Cold Xing feigned ignorance, as if he had not heard the words. "I must trouble the state minister to suppress the formation for my generals. Should we accidentally let 1 or 2 mice slip through, I would also need you to deal with them." Cold Xing stated. "Very well, but we must be swift, lest their main force arrives," he reminded. While they could indeed absorb this contingent, the Galit family was vast. It was implausible that they had only 200 men. "Agreed. Give me 10 minutes. If we cannot resolve it in 10 minutes, we shall withdraw," Ginie firmly asserted. "Understood. That is feasible." Cold Xing nodded, his curiosity regarding Ginie's capabilities intensifying. Just how formidable must he be to eliminate 3 7-ring masters and over 100 men of levels 4 and 5 within 10 minutes? "Who goes there?" "We are from the Galit family of the capital. Why do you obstruct our path?" shouted a general from the Galit family. Upon receiving no response from the two, his irritation became palpable. "General, what is the commotion about?" At that moment, a golden-haired youth stepped forward, inquiring. The general, upon recognizing the newcomer, replied respectfully, "Young Master Benjamin, there are merely 2 blind fools obstructing our way. I am on my way to drive them off." Be quick about it. I have not even seen a trace of a spatial beast on this outing, and it tires me greatly. Resolve this quickly so we may return to the capital." Benjamin yawned, preparing to retreat to rest. "At your command." The general saluted, then turned his furious gaze toward the 2 figures ahead. He instructed those behind him, "You two, go resolve this. Do it swiftly. The young master dislikes noise." "Understood." 2 armored men nodded. One of them, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, raised his hand, summoning a gigantic skeletal eagle that soared into the sky. The middle-aged man suddenly ascended, landing atop the skeletal eagle. Seeing this, Cold Xing's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated this traitor, the bone calculator. The state minister truly knows how to manage his subordinates. Just a few days have passed, and his former promising student has already found a new patron. Ginie chuckled. Cold Xing remained non-committal, a hint of resolution glimmering in his words. This scoundrel had long since allied himself with outsiders. Had he not betrayed me, I would not be in such a predicament. Since fate has brought him to my doorstep today, I shall personally cleanse the house. Cold Xing glared at the skeletal eagle, his eyes filled with fury. Although the plan had deviated, Ginie understood. His presence was inconsequential. He would let Zilong take action later and claim the heads of others. The bone calculator, riding the skeletal eagle, swooped down before Ginie and Cold Xing, declaring, "Since you do not wish to leave, then leave your lives behind." With that, 7 holy rings suddenly illuminated upon the skeletal eagle, charging straight at Ginie. However, the configuration of these 7 rings was rather inadequate. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, though this was only in comparison to Ginie's generals. A mere avian devoid of flesh dares to covet my life." Cold Xing scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, a massive rock serpent, as thick as a barrel, erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky to collide with the skeletal eagle. "Not good. It's the teacher." The bone calculator's pupils contracted as he hastily directed the skeletal eagle to evade. Though the rock serpent was colossal, its speed was astonishing. Fortunately, the eagle, as the sovereign of the skies, was also quite swift and narrowly avoided the oncoming rock serpent. Teacher, it is you. Why are you here? The bone calculator quaked in trepidation, gazing at Cold Xing, who stood atop the head of the rock serpent. Do not call me teacher. I have no student like you. Cold Xing paused, realizing he had misspoken, and immediately commanded the rock serpent to attack. Giant rock python, slay this beast for me. Teacher, do not blame the student. The student is not the teacher. Even with exceptional talent, I am but an ordinary mortal. They came after me, and I had no means to refuse. The bone calculator's eyes flickered with complexity and a hint of reluctance as he defended himself. It is nothing but cowardice. That is no excuse. Since you have chosen to become my enemy, let me witness how the once promising young genius fares now. Today, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. Cold Xing's gaze flickered, and the rock python beneath him surged forward, a colossal black ring rising high. Seventh Holy Ring, Awakening Skill, True Form of the Giant Rock. The giant rock python's aura surged, its form expanding several times over, its gaping maw resembling an abyss. Upon witnessing this, the bone calculator's expression hardened. He understood that Cold Xing was likely serious now and dared not underestimate him. He promptly commanded the skeletal eagle to activate its awakening skill. Feeling the eagle's aura also begin to rise. Yet he knew that with his current level 72 strength, he could not contend with a teacher who had immersed himself for decades at level 79. Even in a wounded state, Cold Xing was still beyond his grasp. Chapter 17, Cold Xing Battles 2, Zhao Yun's 10,000-year holy rings display their might. At the same time, the bone calculator shouted, Brother Cowron, lend me your strength. Cowron was another seven-ring master who had come with him. Very well. Cowron, fully aware of Cold Xing's power, did not dare to be complacent. He raised his hand, sending forth a golden beetle the size of a small car, its massive horns suddenly expanding several times. Excellent. Let me see just how much your Dis family's holy light beetle weighs. Cold Xing declared, unafraid, standing atop the giant rock python as he faced the opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The three engaged in battle, shaking the earth and creating fissures. The surrounding area was filled with craters from the combat, punctuated by explosive sounds. Simultaneously, the commotion caught the attention of Benjamin. Noticing the scale of the battle, he furrowed his brows and approached the remaining seven-ring master to inquire, General, what is happening up ahead? Young Master Benjamin, the one obstructing our path is none other than the former state minister, Cold Xing. Now, General Bone and General Cowron are engaged in combat with him. And the other one? Benjamin's frown deepened, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Do we need to request assistance from the family? Uncertain. However, I fear that the Cold Line is likely part of the same faction. Yet, that individual appears rather youthful. Their strength should not be formidable. The general contemplated for a moment and continued, Rest assured, my young lord. The Cold Line was gravely injured when they fled the imperial capital, posing no threat to the two generals. If the two generals can capture the Cold Line and bring them back to the imperial capital, it would be a significant achievement. Why involve others to share in this glory? Upon hearing this, Benjamin's eyes ignited with fervor, as the prospect of immense merit shattered his lingering unease, making him even more exhilarated. Simultaneously, they erred by missing the sole opportunity to seek assistance from their family. As the anesthetic dart from the Cold Line was unleashed, Ghost Nya recognized that it was time to act. He unsheathed the Emperor's sword and proclaimed, Generals, members of the Garrett family, leave no one alive. This subordinate shall obey. Zhao Yun responded at once, and the skies seemed to resonate with the dragon's roar. A white shadow surged skyward in an instant, wielding the dragon's daring bright silver spear, cutting through the air with force as it hurled toward the army. The silver spear swept through the darkness like a meteor. This was one of Zhao Yun's most potent killing moves, the heaven and earth toss. With lightning speed, it descended upon them. The leading general was immediately struck with dread, his pupils contracting. This attack was likely something even he could not withstand, and he swiftly grasped Benjamin, evading the spear's lethal strike at the last moment. However, their evasion proved disastrous for the army behind them. The moment the spear struck, it shattered their ranks as if they were mere paper, with many not even left whole. In less than 3 breaths, the army of 150 suffered over half their casualties. Goodness, General Zhao truly awaited our arrival. With just one spear, he has slain nearly half of the enemy forces. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed, his heart ablaze with admiration. In his era, his martial prowess was already at the pinnacle, with no room for advancement. Now, witnessing Zhao Yun, who was only at level 60, exhibit such might filled him with longing. If level 60 was so formidable, what lay ahead? Ma Chao and Gao Shun shared similar sentiments, their faces alight with excitement. Suddenly, Ma Chao spoke up, my friends. Zilong's target lies with those 3 7-ring conjurers. Why not compete to see who can slay the most? Haha, Agreed. Gao Shun smirked, charging forward. Yuan Tiangang followed closely behind. No chivalry, Ma Chao quipped, yet he was undeterred, spinning his spear as lightning crackled around him. With a sudden dash, he surged ahead of the others, declaring, "Gentlemen, I shall take the lead." Yuan Tiangang and Gao Shun shook their heads, recognizing Ma Chao's significant speed enhancement. Little did they know that in the next moment, another white shadow flew past, targeting the final seven-ring conjurer, and it was none other than Zhao Yun, Zilong. Meanwhile, General, what on earth is happening? Benjamin asked, his heart racing as he gazed at the chaos behind him, clearly stunned. Simultaneously, his heart bled with anguish. These were his direct subordinates, his future allies in the quest for power. With just one spear, he had lost half. My lord, an aura approaches that is no less formidable than that of the cold line. You must take your men and flee as far as possible. I will hold them off. The general's voice trembled slightly, but he urged nonetheless. Flee. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yun's figure appeared before him, the other party's expression one of sheer horror. Yet, he steeled himself, summoning a fierce tiger to confront Zhao Yun. The fierce tiger, king of beasts, boasted a power level of 76, and with awakened skills, its attributes surged nearly 200%, making it a terrifying foe among the seven-ring conjurers. However, Zhao Yun was no ordinary foe. Even at level 67, he stood 9 levels below his adversary. Yet Zilong had maximized the holy rings, making each ring comparable to a level above the opponent, with the 6th reaching a 100,000-year mark, utterly dominating in attributes. Simply put, Zhao Yun's passive skills, 7 in and 7 out and Dragon's Daring Hero, provided him with an 80% boost to all attributes and a 90% increase in attack power. This did not even account for the 200% attack enhancement of the Dragon's Daring Bright Silver Spear. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yun firmly suppressed his opponent, even injuring the previously formidable Tiger King with a single blow. How is this possible? The Tiger General exclaimed in shock, yet still possessed enough presence of mind to urge Benjamin to flee again. Very well. You must take care, General. At this moment, Benjamin was utterly dazed, unconcerned with anything else. He turned to flee. No, to run. This was the first time he had witnessed a general being defeated so swiftly, if he did not escape. He feared he would meet his end that day. You wish to leave? It won't be so easy. Just then, Yuan Tiangang arrived just in time. While Ma Chao and Gao Shun plunged into the enemy ranks, Gao Shun single-handedly held back the tide, while Ma Chao darted among them, each thrust of his spear claiming a life. The seasoned Yuan Tiangang instantly recognized the unique prowess of the golden-haired youth. Slaying him was far more impactful than taking out a horde of minions. Who are you? Do you not fear the Garrett family's retribution? Benjamin bellowed. Humph. Our master has commanded that the Garrett family leave no one alive. Any doubts? Then take them to the netherworld and inquire with Yama. Yuan Tiangang replied, his hands clasped behind his back, delivering his chilling words with cold-bloodedness. I demand to see your master. I am the son of the Garrett family head. My life holds more significance than my death. Benjamin's heart was torn asunder, realizing that the adversaries were intent on taking his life. Yet he still planned to put up one last struggle. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang hesitated momentarily. But at that moment, Ghost Nie's voice echoed in his mind. I seek only death. Understood. At that instant, seeing Yuan Tiangang hesitate, Benjamin believed he had a chance and opened his mouth to speak, only for Yuan Tiangang to appear before him in an instant. What are you doing? In the next moment, a flash of light from Yuan Tiangang's blade severed Benjamin's head, leaving it to roll on the ground. Tragically, in his final moments, Benjamin bore a look of hope for life. Little did he expect that as the son of a powerful Garrett family head, he would meet such a hasty demise. How dare you, my lord? The Tiger General's face turned ashen upon witnessing this. Even if he managed to escape today, he knew his family would not spare him. Dare to be distracted while engaging in battle with me? You shall be the first, Zhao Yun stated coldly. His spear's radiance intensified as he finally revealed the 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 red 6 holy rings, causing Zhao Yun's aura to surge dramatically. Witnessing the blinding red light in the night, the Tiger General felt an unprecedented despair. He had always known that Zhao Yun had yet to unleash his full power, but he had no idea that Zhao Yun's full prowess was this extraordinary. 6th Holy Ring skill. Seizing the formation, White Dragon's Roar. Skill effect. Zhao Yun swings his spear to create a domain that nullifies any enemy attacks, subsequently dealing massive damage to foes while boosting his attributes by 100%. Zhao Yun's momentum continued to rise. In terms of both potential and the quality of his holy rings, he far surpassed the Tiger King by several levels. 100,000-year holy ring. That was something he could only dream of possessing. Even with his trump cards, it was insufficient to confront Zhao Yun. The Tiger General's resolve was utterly crushed, But that did not mean he would surrender without a fight. His expression darkened with resolve. I have not yet lost. Beast Bone. Spectral Ghost Tiger Left Arm. Beast Bone Skill. Spectral Ghost's Grief. Skill Effect. Reduces enemy attack effects while converting 5% of the enemy's total attributes. Feeling the sudden depletion of strength within him, Zhao Yun exhibited not a trace of panic on his face. Rather, he ignited with the fervor of battle. Now is the time. Tiger King, charge forth. Indeed, come forth. As Zhao Yun beheld the ferocious tiger lunging at him, he deftly whipped his spear, summoning a barrier of spears that halted the tiger's claws beyond its confines, converting its force into the spear formation's might. Subsequently, Zhao Yun brandished the dragon's daring, gleaming silver spear, turning to point at the tiger with a flourish. In an instant, a colossal surge of power erupted, piercing through the Tiger King's body. With a howl, the Tiger King's eyes rolled back, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the veteran beast tamer, he was struck by the backlash of his beast's demise, spitting forth a mouthful of dark blood, his complexion turning ashen. I have lost. The veteran gasped, clutching his chest. Zhao Yun, with his spear slung casually over his shoulder, coldly remarked, Yun admires your loyalty, General, yet we serve different masters. My lord has decreed that the Gallat family shall leave no survivors. I urge you to take your own life. Ha! Very well. The victors write history. The veteran, seasoned by countless battles, understood this truth well. The enemy had no intention of sparing him, so allowing himself to die would grant him a legacy. At this moment, Ma Chao, Gao Shun, and Yuan Tiangang had concluded their own skirmish. With 150 foes slain, none left alive. The veteran did not resist. Even with beasts at his command, he saw no hope against Zhao Yun. He promptly drew his long sword, and under the gaze of the four, he committed seppuku. Without pause, Zhao Yun charged forth to confront the other two seventh-ring beast tamers, while Yuan Tiangang and his companions commenced to scour the battlefield, gathering spoils of war. Chapter 18. The Inexorable Nature of Space. Duo leapt wildly, escaping the encirclement, arriving at the side of Lung Xing and his companions. Bone Calculator and Kalin were utterly speechless, astounded by Zhao Yun's swiftness. The speed at which Zhao Yun dispatched the veteran general was astonishing. So much so that they barely realized the battle had concluded before the general had taken his own life. Even Lung Xing was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Ghost Nya had reached the point where he could effortlessly slay seventh-ring beast tamers, and he was exhilarated, convinced that his choice had been correct. He acknowledged a gamble, wagering on the capability of the teenage Ghost Nya to vanquish the Gallat family's forces, even going so far as to endure serious injury to stall the two seventh-ring beast tamers. An absurdity, yet he had bet right. Master, is this your backup plan? Bone Calculator seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. Heh, what? Do you feel once more that you have misjudged your wager and are now filled with rage and shame? Although Lung Xing found himself in a dire situation, he wore a disdainful expression. You, even if your talent surpasses mine, your ability to discern people is still far inferior to mine. Can you genuinely trust those external relatives? I refuse to believe you lack an answer within. Mr. Lung, there is no need to waste words on them. We must swiftly eliminate them and make our escape. Zhao Yun surged forward, the cold gleam of the dragon's daring, gleaming silver spear flashing as he thrust it through Bone Eagle's ribcage. With Zhao Yun's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly tilted in their favor. After injuring Bone Eagle, Zhao Yun pivoted to face the Holy Light Beetle, while Lung Xing seized the moment to hurl a massive boulder at Bone Eagle. Bone Calculator, receiving further injury, growled in frustration, Damn it, old fool. Do not take me for a fool. Aware of his impending demise, Bone Calculator ceased pretense. Are you truly intent on this to the bitter end? Humph. It is merely the fate of victors and vanquished. There is nothing more to discuss. Lung Xing had anticipated this, commanding the rock serpent to strike mercilessly, swiftly subduing Bone Eagle. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yun's side, the 76th level Beast King was no match for him, let alone the Holy Light Beetle, whose strength and prowess paled in comparison. Utilizing only passive skills and the attributes granted by the dragon's daring gleaming silver spear, Zhao Yun shattered the prized horns of the Holy Light Beetle in 3 strikes. Kalin too suffered backlash, his complexion paling. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From afar, Ghost Nya had made his move, activating his beast taming talent, for Seize Conquered. This power enveloped Zhao Yun, and in an instant, his form split into 2, both Zhao Yun's radiating an enhanced aura. Bone Calculator's face fell into despair. A single Zhao Yun was already insurmountable. Now, with a second appearing seemingly from nowhere, their chances were utterly diminished, and their strength had not waned, but rather amplified. What on earth is happening? Lung Xing bore a face of expectation. That little ghost has finally unleashed his capabilities. Kalin gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape as he beheld the two figures before him, his eyes wide as saucers. Bone calculator. Failing to recognize the second figure immediately could be forgiven given his lifelong dedication to training. However, if Kalen did not recognize this visage now, it would signify a wasted existence. Foresees conquered. It's you. Kalen wore a look as though he had swallowed something foul, staring at the shadowy figure of Ghost Nia emerging from the darkness. Zilong, quickly conclude the battle. We must depart. Ghost Nia did not spare Kalen a glance. I shall obey. The two Zhao Yuns replied in unison, thereafter withholding any mercy. The 6 rings activated, and the night was suffused with crimson light. The two Zhao Yuns surged toward their foes, accompanied by the resonant sound of dragon roars echoing across the heavens. The holy light beetle was pierced through by a spear, while Bone Eagle's head was severed and crushed. So it was. I never expected to meet my end at your hands, but no matter. You are not far from death yourself. Ha ha. The family will not spare you. Kalen bellowed, bloodied and deranged, laughing maniacally as if he were the one on the brink of death. Bone Calculator, grasped by Zhao Yun, realized too late that he had not fallen to Lung Xing, but rather to the derided and scorned Ghost Nia of the entire capital. Gallant, I will await my time. The bloodshed you have wrought upon my family shall one day be repaid in full. Ghost Nia regarded Kalen with an inscrutable expression, calmly stating, dispose of this trash. Crack. Kalen's head fell to the ground, and the others had long since completed the battlefield cleanup, returning to the imperial palace to enter seclusion. This battle had been immensely beneficial for them. Upon their next appearance, they would surely emerge with notable breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun would assume the role of protector. Powerful auras approached from all directions. What should they do next? Lung Xing spoke gravely, though his countenance bore little worry, for Ghost Nia consistently surprised him. He did not believe Ghost Nia would dare ambush the Gallat family without an escape route. Let us proceed. Ghost Nia glanced at Lung Xing with a hint of exasperation, then summoned Duo Haitang. A snow-white cat adorned with a begonia flower frolicked beside Ghost Nia before leaping onto his shoulder with a swift motion. The true form of Duo Haitang was the begonia atop its head, allowing it to alter its size at will. Name, Duo Haitang. Species, Void. Quality, Diamond. Level, 12, Yellow. Attributes, Space, Life. Active skill, Withering Wood Revived. Unleashes a large-scale healing spell lasting 3 minutes. Active skill, Void Leap. Performs a spatial leap to a specified area, not exceeding 80 meters. First ring. Special talent. When Duo Haitang's life is threatened, it will randomly leap to another area and initiate a brief spatial lockdown. What? You possess a space-type beast? Lung Xing, sensing the spatial fluctuations emanating from Duo Haitang, was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, he silently cheered. Magical kitty, how impressive. How impressive. Gui Nye did not deny it. Instead, he gently ruffled Duo's hair and said, all right. Let us be off, Duo. It is time for you to unleash your prowess. Meow? No problem. Just watch me. Duo languidly stretched, and a radiant yellow halo instantly enveloped her. Meow? By the way, which way should we go? After a moment's contemplation, Gui Nye concluded that they merely needed to escape their encirclement and seek a location that offered a modicum of safety. Meow? No problem. Duo nodded and promptly initiated a rapid series of spatial jumps, propelling both herself and Gui Nye forward. Each leap spanned an impressive 80 meters, and they swiftly broke free from the reinforcements sent by the Gai Luot family. In less than 20 breaths, they executed several hundred spatial jumps, finally emerging at the edge of a desolate mountain outside Wuwei City, all without the slightest awareness from the Gai Luot family. This exemplifies the terrifying capabilities of spatial beast tamers. When one decides to flee, no obstacle can impede them. Even other spatial beast tamers must set up spatial barriers in advance to block their escape. Phew. We are finally out. Lung Xing wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, wearing an expression of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. His actions did indeed mirror that of someone who had survived a calamity, for he had narrowly avoided being subdued by that rebellious disciple. Fortunately, it seemed that everything unfolded according to Gui Nye's plan, and he now considered himself aligned with Gui Nye's side. At least, that was how Lung Xing perceived it. As for Gui Nye's journey, it could only be described as fruitful. The mere defeat of the 150 members of the Gai Luot army granted him substantial rewards. Not to mention the 3 7th-ring beast tamers who provided nearly 10,000 points of slaughter value. In total, Gui Nye accrued a staggering 77,500 points of slaughter value, bringing his total to 121,730. Gazing at the skyrocketing slaughter value, Gui Nye seemed disinclined to forfeit the opportunity presented by this invasion of the barbarians. He desired nothing less than to reach the monumental threshold of 200,000 points before he could feel a semblance of security. Now that they had escaped the clutches of the Guy Luot family, they were momentarily safe. Lung Xing approached Ginie, albeit slightly lagging behind, with an expression of reverence. Well, I have no specific plans, but I certainly won't be leaving Liangzhou in the coming months. And what about you, Prime Minister? Planning to find another factory to guard? Ginie mused briefly, his tone tinged with playful mockery. Firstly, he did not trust Lung Xing and thus wished to keep his next moves concealed. It was not out of cold-heartedness. Rather, too many sought his life. Secondly, while he teased Lung Xing, he was indeed somewhat swayed by Lung Xing's allegiance. Though his combat prowess was average, the years Lung Xing spent as prime minister were not without merit. He possessed knowledge of many clandestine matters that could greatly assist Ginie. Lung Xing, perceiving Guinie's lack of trust, felt no offense. This was the disposition befitting a person of great ambition. He chuckled softly. Had young Master Guie not appeared, I would indeed have continued seeking employment. Life as a security guard is quite pleasant, leisurely, without worries, and devoid of deceitful intrigues. However, at this moment, I would prefer to venture out and explore. Chapter 19, Astonishment. Level 40 requires 1,000,000 slaughter points. Ginie bestows the bone calculator. Upon hearing this, Ginie raised an eyebrow. Mr. Long, where do you wish to go? I have lived a long life without properly traversing the magnificent landscapes, and I would like to visit my few students. Individuals like the bone calculator are, after all, a rarity. Lung Xing sighed deeply. As he mentioned the bone calculator, he seemed to lose all vigor. Ginie remained silent, contemplating. Do not underestimate my students. Young Master Guie, among them, 1 or 2 have already surpassed me in strength. Should we have their assistance, our power might be considerably augmented. Lung Xing added. After all, the external clan was exceedingly formidable, now to the extent that even those in high positions must regard them with caution. When do you intend to depart, Mr. Long? Ginie inquired nonchalantly. Ginie was well aware of the vastness of the external clan, which extended far beyond the Guy Luot family. Their might had once filled him with an overwhelming despair, but fortunately, the existence of the human emperor's hall had changed the tide. Given some time, he could at least contend with the external clan. With a bit more time, they would be of no concern whatsoever. Let us depart now. The imperial army should soon arrive in Wuwei, and I cannot linger here any longer. Lung Xing remarked, glancing at the flames within Wuwei city, his hands concealed within his sleeves. Very well. I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Long. Ginie replied with a cheerful smile. Suddenly recalling something, he asked. By the way, do you know which general has been dispatched from the capital to Liangzhou? General Wu Qianjie, Left General Lai Kaiyuan, and the 3rd and 4th offerings from the royal temple. They collectively command 50 Heavenly Desert North Wolf Riders and 100,000 Heavenly Eagle troops. After some contemplation, Lung Xing concluded that this time, Tianzhou had indeed deployed their finest forces. What a pity. Ginie interjected coldly. What a pity that once they depart, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the entire capital may find itself powerless to hinder that group of outsiders. Ginie was familiar with General Wu Sun and the Left General, both of whom held a long-standing grudge against the external clan, having thwarted their schemes multiple times and slowed their grip on the court. The 3rd and 4th offerings also viewed the external clan unfavorably and had often obstructed them. Indeed, the calamity of the 10,000 Beasts' secret realm has ultimately benefited them, as long as they refrain from making foolish moves in the future and do not attempt to usurp the throne. Though Lung Xing did not finish his thought, the implication was clear. As long as this group of outsiders did not choose to plot against the throne, they would not merely be second to none, but would truly reign supreme, even commanding the emperor's obedience. One could even liken them to the 2nd Huoguang of the Western Han dynasty. That is indeed a possibility. Ginie smiled slightly and continued. Human desires are akin to boulders cascading down a mountain. Once they begin, they cannot be halted. In the face of the esteemed position of the 9-5, few can resist such temptation. However, at least until they have fully seized control of the capital or eliminated all opposing forces, they are unlikely to take that step. Young Master speaks wisely. It is merely a matter of taking that final step, and I do not believe they will refrain from acting. However, since they are intent on scheming for that position, we must also prepare in advance. Lung Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, preparations should be made early. Mr. Lung, you might consider seeking a state to operate within, allowing us to coordinate our efforts from afar in the future. Lung Xing stroked his beard pensively, furrowing his brow as he said, indeed. This is certainly a viable approach. So, young master, how do you intend to commence this endeavor? I will swiftly secure Liang and Yong states. Ginie declared his objective. After discussing further details, Lung Xing promptly departed, hastening towards the south. It seems I must quicken my pace. Nye sighed helplessly as he gazed at the rising sun on the horizon. Previously, Nye had meticulously calculated that, had it not been for the incident in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, the external clan would require at least 20 years to achieve their goals. He had intended to spend a decade enhancing his own power and developing his influence. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of change. Now, Nye had not even 5 years, let alone 20. However, compared to the time when he had no assistance, he now possessed the human Emperor's Hall, which operated at a rate of 1 year for him, equating to a day for the outside world. He was no longer afraid. Nye returned to the Imperial Hall, where only Zhao Yun remained, as the others had retreated for seclusion and cultivation. My lord. Zhao Yun promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Nye waved his hand. Zilong. There is no need for excessive formality. I shall also cultivate in the Imperial Hall for the time being. There is no immediate danger. You may return to your own seclusion as well. Strive to attain level 70 by the time you emerge next. By the way, Zilong, you were once known as the Tiger Might General. Thus, I bestow upon you this piece of the left arm bone of the Netherworld Ghost Tiger. As he spoke, Nye retrieved the beast bone that Yuan Tiangang had pried from the Tiger King and presented it to Zhao Yun. My lord, is this not a bit too precious? Zhao Yun replied, slightly bowing his head, gazing at the beast bone before him. The beast bone, formerly known as the sacred beast bone, is derived from the secret realms of sacred beasts across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When a sacred beast with a cultivation exceeding 50,000 perishes, there is a minuscule probability, often less than 1 in 1,000, that it will yield a sacred beast bone. This particular left arm bone of the Netherworld Ghost Tiger originates from a 5,000-year-old sacred beast. Even the lowest tier of beast bones, once they appear in the outside world, will undoubtedly attract competition from numerous factions, including top-tier powers. When a beast tamer absorbs a beast bone, not only does it significantly enhance their attributes, but they also acquire a beast bone skill. However, this alone does not suffice to incite a fervor among people. Beast bones not only grant substantial boosts to the tamer's power, but also possess growth potential, evolving alongside the tamer's strength. With both the added attributes and the beast bone skills undergoing transformation, Nye, however, waved his hand dismissively and said, Zilong, do not underestimate your own worth. In this battle, you have slain 3 7-ring beast tamers at a higher level, thus earning the highest merit. How can you not accept this? Very well, take it. Zilong, you are more deserving of this beast bone than anyone else. Remember, the stronger you become, the stronger we all become. What difference does it make between us? We must not lose sight of our purpose. Our journey is still long, and I need you to grow powerful enough to face all future adversaries. Nye's gaze was calm, yet each word he spoke carried an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Do you understand my expectations of you, Zilong? I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, his face alight with fervor as he accepted the beast bone, his eyes more resolute than ever. He understood well the significance of Nye's regard for him. After all, a warrior would lay down their life for one who truly understands them, especially when it is for the emperor to whom he is loyal. I await your good news. Farewell, my lord. Go. Nye nodded, and Zhao Yun transformed into a streak of light, returning to the stone pillar. Once Zhao Yun departed for his seclusion, the hall was left with only Nye. He gazed at the slaughter value displayed on the panel and noted that it required 10,000 slaughter value to upgrade the emperor's sword. With a firm resolve, he decided that to summon even more powerful heroic spirits, he could no longer afford to let them gradually level up. It was time to take a gamble. With a flick of his mind, he allocated 100,000 slaughter value to the emperor's sword. Beep. Slaughter value, 100,000. Remaining slaughter value, 21,730. Nye felt a surge of power flooding through him, invigorating him and tightening his muscles. Name, Emperor's Sword. Level, 30, 100, 000. Indeed, after reaching level 30, the slaughter value required for upgrading the Emperor's Sword had increased tenfold, 100,000 per level. Without the chaos of war, Nye could not fathom when he would accumulate 1 million slaughter value. Yet, where there is bad news, good news is also present. At the moment the Emperor's Sword broke through to level 30, Nye felt a stirring within him, sensing that the Imperial Hall had awakened an extraordinary ability. Nye picked up the Imperial Seal from the table. Artifact, Imperial Seal, bestowed by heaven, may it last forever. Passive, those favored by fate shall ultimately be blessed by the heavenly path, favored by fate. Nye. Imperial Hall Authority, Heroic Spirit Summoning. Each summoning consumes 10,000 slaughter value, summoning heroic spirits from the annals of Chinese history to serve the current emperor. New Imperial Authority, Military Spirit Summoning. Each summoning consumes 10,000 slaughter value, summoning military units or organizations of historical significance loyal to the current emperor. Military organizations? Guanya glanced at it and instantly grasped its implications. Military units likely referred to legions like the one led by Gao Shun or Zhao Yun's White Horse Brotherhood, as well as Ma Chao's Shiliang Iron Cavalry. As for organizations, it referred to the notorious bandit group led by Yuan Tiangang. Reflecting on the bandits, Guanya couldn't help but recall the saying, bandits only acknowledge the command medallion and defy imperial edicts. How strikingly apt. After all, was he not the very edict? Chapter 20. Successfully upgrading to level 30, encountering the little black one again. However, it was not the time to contemplate the bandits' disdain for imperial edicts. Rather, the pressing concern was the 10,000 slaughter value required for each of the two summoning options. Before reaching level 30, Guanya had 12,000 slaughter value available for use. Now, however, he was left with just over 20,000. Still nearly 80,000 short of the required amount for summoning heroic spirits or military spirits. Fortunately, outside Wuwei, there were still 1,000,000 wild people to slay, which would yield a substantial amount of slaughter value. Yet, it was unrealistic for Guanya, currently at level 30, to charge into the ranks of the wild people and massacre them, especially since Zilong and the others were also in seclusion attempting breakthroughs. This could take as short as 3 or 4 years, or as long as a decade or more. However, this was relative to the time flow within the Imperial Hall. If one were to consider the outside world, even a span of more than a decade would merely equate to half a month. A battle involving millions could hardly conclude in just half a month. Such a scale would require years to resolve. Guanya could afford to wait. The urgent matter for Guanya was to focus entirely on condensing the third holy ring of the Emperor's sword. Following the recent upheaval, the clash of two armies, and the accelerated movements of the external factions, Guanya's time had been significantly compressed. This was also an opportunity for him. The collision of 1,000,000 troops could yield an unimaginable amount of slaughter value and summon countless heroic spirits and military spirits. Guanya could hardly fathom the possibilities. This time, he resolved not to hold back, dedicating himself entirely to pushing the limits of the Holy Ring. He needed a skill to enhance their overall strength. But such skills were virtually non-existent below the threshold of 50,000. Guanya entered a state of deep meditation, and the Emperor's sword began swiftly condensing the Holy Ring, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing rate, transforming from gray to a yellow Holy Ring. The Emperor's sword required merely a breath's time. Fortunately, after the awakening of the Imperial Hall, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. Otherwise, it could not withstand Guanya's absorption. The entire hall fell into silence, and time passed moment by moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Guanya, seated upon the throne, slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light glimmering as if a dragon roared and a tiger howled above him. Guanya rose gradually. A black light ring descended slowly, enveloping his entire being. Holding the Emperor's sword, Guanya exhaled a breath of turbid air. Name, Emperor's Sword. Race, Divine Sword. Qualification, Unknown. Level, 30, 0100, 000. Holy Rings. First ring, Purple, 1, 0, 35 years. Second ring, Purple, 9, 999 years. Third ring, Black, 50, 000 years. Attributes, 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Exclusive skill, the Emperor's 5 elements / unleashes tenfold attack power. The stronger the user's fate, the greater the enhancement of its power. First ring. The 5 elements aura enhances the attributes of one's own side by 20%, affecting up to 5 individuals, while simultaneously diminishing the defensive capabilities of enemies by 30%, also applicable to 5 individuals. Third ring. The passive skill, 5 elements affinity, grants the user the ability to manipulate the power of the 5 elements at will, which can be attached to their summoned beasts. Second ring. Another passive skill, Origin Unification, states that a frail body cannot withstand calamities. You shall become one with the Emperor's sword, and all attributes of the Emperor's sword will be synchronized with the host. Guanya observed the newly acquired skills with a subtle smile. His subordinates were formidable warriors, rendering it rare for him to engage directly in combat. Most often, he would merely activate the talent of his summoned beasts and harness the power of the 5 elements to assist in battle. The era where he needed to confront enemies personally had long since passed, especially with the strength of Zhao Yun and his companions. Consequently, the instances where Guanya had to act would only diminish. Thus, acquiring an aura skill was far more valuable than cataclysmic slaughter skills. Zilong, when did you emerge from seclusion? How do you feel after absorbing the beast bone? Guanya retracted the Emperor's sword and inquired of Zhao Yun below. Reporting to my lord, This bone from the left arm of the netherworld ghost tiger has compensated for some of Yun's speed deficiencies, resulting in a 30% increase. My strength has also risen by 10%, Zhao Yun replied, suppressing his excitement and bowing respectfully. Indeed, it is commendable that merely a left arm bone of lesser rank can yield such improvements. Guanyin nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. The stronger Zhao Yun became, the stronger Guanyin felt, making it difficult for him to conceal his joy. Now, with the addition of Guanyin's 5 elements aura, which boosts attributes by 20%, Zhao Yun's overall strength would increase by at least 30% compared to before. What of the beast bone skill? Guanyin then inquired. Reporting to my lord, the beast bone skill, when compared to my own skills, does fall short in many aspects. Yet its advantage lies in its minimal consumption for deployment, allowing for multiple activations. Zhao Yun responded. Ha! Zilong, you know well how extraordinary your own skills are. Guanyin chuckled in reply. The 6th sacred ring has transcended confinement, achieving what many 9th ring beast masters could not reach in 100,000 years. Not to mention your 5th ring's 50,000 years. You are now the foremost individual of the past 10,000 years. It is entirely reasonable for a mere 50,000-year-old beast bone to be inferior to you. Beast bones can also grow. My lord is overly gracious, compared to you. My strength is indeed insignificant. Yun's current achievements are entirely due to your great benevolence. Zhao Yun, momentarily shy from Guanyin's praise, acknowledged his own inadequacies compared to the 300,000-year-old Guanyin. Without Guanyin, Zhao Yun would have been nothing more than a desiccated bone in a grave, devoid of the vigor he now possessed. Enough of this. Guanyin waved his hand. By the way, Zilong, you are not far from reaching level 70. How much time do you estimate you will need to successfully break through to level 70 and condense your 7th sacred ring while surpassing your limits? Zhao Yun pondered for a considerable time before responding. My lord, if I choose 100,000 years for the 7th sacred ring, it will take at least 20 years. If I pursue a higher level, I cannot say for certain, but it will not exceed 30 years. Guanyin stroked his chin, contemplating. In the Emperor Palace, 20 years would equate to less than 20 days in the outside world, where both sides would likely still be engaged in conflict, not yet determining a victor. Even 30 years would amount to merely a month outside. As long as the savage humans were not foolish, they would not be defeated so swiftly. History has shown that throughout the years, the Tianhuang domain has been able to confront the other 8 great dynasties, with powerful beings within its ranks who are certainly not to be underestimated. Therefore, a mere month's wait was something Guanyin could afford. After a moment of reflection, Guanyin finally declared, very well. Zilong, if 30 years are insufficient, then let it be 40 years. Focus on your seclusion and breakthroughs. Do not rush and leave yourself with regrets. I shall await your good news outside. I shall not disappoint my lord's high hopes. When I next emerge from seclusion, if I cannot attain invincibility among the 7 realms, my lord may take my head. Zhao Yun bowed deeply, solemnly pledging his vow. Excellent. Off you go. Guanyin chuckled wryly and waved his hand, acknowledging Zhao Yun's determination. Zhao Yun transformed into a streak of light and departed. Guanyin nodded, gazing at the illuminated stone pillars behind him, contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Be it Gao Shun, Ma Chao, or Yuan Tiangang, each was exceptional in their own right. They would not willingly remain beneath others, especially with Zhao Yun ahead of them. There was no need for Guanyin to urge them. They would naturally strive to break through their limits. Thus he chose not to disturb them. However, it was likely that Gao Shun, with his inherently lesser aptitude compared to Zhao Yun and the others, would bear the brunt of the struggle. Guanyin shook his head, uncertain if Gao Shun would fall behind upon emerging from seclusion. He then exited the Emperor Palace, reappearing in the desolate mountains outside Wuwei. As Guanyin emerged, he encountered an old acquaintance, Xiaozi Fangyi. Niegu, is that you? The disheveled and dirt-smeared Xiaozi exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Guanyin. I must not be mistaken. It is indeed me. Brother Heizi, you managed to escape? What happened to you? Guanyin frowned slightly, observing Heizi and the disheveled individuals behind him, many of whom were missing limbs. The upheaval in Wuwei had occurred so swiftly that many had been caught unawares. To have escaped at all was a blessing. Wu, do not say that. Niegu, my heart is heavy. Heizi lamented, bursting into tears as he embraced Guanyin. Wu, you cannot imagine how arduous our escape was. So many lives lost. Those savage humans are inhumane. Had I not run swiftly, I would have never seen you again. Guanyin, at a loss for words, could only gently pat Heizi's back. Is it just you all? Where's Zijie? Wu, Niegu, Degu was torn apart right before my eyes by those beasts. Wu, and Xiao Tian, Yin Dasheng, they are all dead. Upon mentioning Zijie, Heizi's tears flowed even more profusely, his grief palpable. That was his closest friend. Had it not been for the appearance of the savage humans in Wu, they would have attended the same university, cultivating together after graduation. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were eternally separated. Nya froze momentarily, then sighed softly. It is all in the past. Everything will be all right. We will be fine. Woo! Haizi clutched Nya's pant leg and, amidst his sobs, suddenly blurted out, Nya go, please do not die. Nya's face darkened instantly. Are you cursing me, you brat? I am living quite well, and you wish for my demise. As he spoke, Nya grew increasingly irate, playfully punching and kicking at Haizi, albeit without any real force. Don't, Nya go, stop. I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I'll really die. Haizi cried, clinging to Nya's pant leg. Finally, Nya ceased his playful assault, glancing at Haizi and the others. What do you plan to do next? There's no returning to Wu. Haizi's eyes shimmered with confusion as he replied weakly, we are now homeless. With nowhere to go. Apart from leaving, what else can we do? As soon as Haizi spoke, a somber expression spread across the faces of the others. At that moment, Nya spoke up, the imperial army will arrive shortly. There will undoubtedly be considerable turmoil here. It is indeed prudent to leave. I will follow everything Nya go says. Where shall we go next? Haizi inquired, feeling as though encountering Ginie was akin to finding a steadfast anchor in tumultuous seas. Let us venture to Shiliang City. It is the capital of Liangzhou, guarded by formidable powers, thus should be considerably safer. Moreover, Little Pang happens to be in Shiliang City as well, so there will be someone to look after us. Ginie pondered for a moment. Haizi nodded fervently. Yes, yes. We shall heed Brother Nya's words. When shall we depart? However, Ginie shook his head, saying, now that we are here, we are essentially safe. There is no need to worry about encountering the savage ones anymore. I have some pressing matters to attend to, and you may need to proceed to Shiliang ahead of me. What? Brother Nya, are you not coming with me? Haizi was momentarily taken aback. Then his face contorted with grievance. In these chaotic times, what could possibly be of such urgency for you to address right now? Can we not travel together? It is a matter of considerable importance. I cannot depart until the war has concluded. Ginie replied, somewhat speechless, sensing that something was amiss with the little black fellow, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Upon hearing this, Haizi's expression wavered, before he suggested, Brother Nya, why don't I stay and accompany you? Although I do not understand the necessity of your urgent business, an extra pair of hands might be beneficial. And it would be better to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. One could not deny that Haizi's words touched Ginie. In these 18 years, how often had someone been willing to sacrifice so much for him? Thus, Ginie could not bear to leave Haizi behind to face certain death. Reluctant to dampen Haizi's spirits, he nonetheless said, Haizi, you should proceed to Shiliang City. Your presence here might not be of much assistance. In fact, it could hinder me and cost you your life. You need not worry. Those mere stragglers cannot harm me. And I have no intention of venturing into the heart of battle. I am quite cautious about my own life. Should you perish, I would not be able to follow. Once I conclude my affairs here, we shall reunite in Shiliang City. Agreed? Is that true? Haizi asked, visibly relieved. When have I ever deceived you? Ginie replied, his expression light and carefree, far from feigned. Seeing this, Haizi ceased his insistence. All right, I shall not linger here and impede Brother Nya any longer. I will wait for you in Shiliang. Haizi wiped his nose and declared, off you go. Ginie nodded. After watching Haizi and the others depart, he dialed Little Pang's number in Shiliang City. As soon as the call connected, Little Pang's voice echoed, Brother Nya, you finally answered. I have been trying to reach you for days. I was worried something unfortunate might have happened. I'm still alive. I did encounter a few matters, but they have been resolved. Ginie felt warmth in his heart. That's a relief. You had me scared, Brother Nya. Have you reached Shiliang City yet? Jinshiga wishes to see you. Not yet, Ginie replied, puzzled. Why does Jinshiga want to see me? Little Pang considered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure. But it seems he wishes to exchange a few techniques with you, claiming that last time it was all drinking and no opportunity to witness your prowess. He seeks to discuss swordsmanship at the Seven Injuries Sword Sect? Ginie chuckled at the thought, for he possessed no actual sword techniques. It was merely the instinct bestowed upon him by the Emperor's sword. Yet, Jinshiga, known for his obsession with swords, had a reasonable request. And Ginie was quite curious about the Seven Injuries Sword Sect in Liangzhou. As the largest sect in Liangzhou, it would be crucial for Ginie's future plans. Very well. Once I arrive in Shiliang City, I shall immediately seek him out at the Seven Injuries Sword Sect. Excellent. It's settled then. I will call Jinshiga shortly. Little Pang replied with a chuckle. Of course. By the way, Little Pang, I just encountered Haizi. He escaped from that pile of corpses. Really? I knew it. That kid has a strong disposition. Little Pang's tone lightened considerably. In fact, he had tried to call Haizi when he left, but sadly, there was no answer. Ginie then doused the conversation with cold water, However, aside from Heisey, Zyge, and the others remained behind. The line fell silent for a prolonged moment, until Ginie broke the stillness. Little Pang? Are you still there? Finally, Little Pang's hesitant voice emerged. It's nothing. I am fine. I will keep an eye on Heisey and the others, so let us leave it at that, brother Nya. I'm hanging up now. With that, Little Pang hastily ended the call. Ginie fell silent, pocketing his phone as the cool breeze tousled his hair and the willow branches swayed gently behind him. Unlike his brief acquaintance with them, Little Pang, who had shared the past 3 years with them, was a friend. Ginie could empathize with his feelings, yet he could not fully share in them. Alas, when will this war come to an end? Ginie sighed deeply as he gazed at the sky. At that moment, Duo emerged from the beast space, alighting upon Ginie's shoulder. He patted Duo's head and smiled softly. Duo, let us depart and gather the resources to unify the realm. Meow, I am ready. In the next instant, the duo vanished, only to reappear 80 meters away, then leaping again to a distance of 160 meters. In the ensuing days, Ginie remained on the outskirts of Wuwei, ambushing various savage scouts. Although he accrued some kills, the numbers were not substantial. For when it came to slaughter, Ginie's speed could not rival that of Zhao Yun or Ma Chao. He relied on the philosophy of accumulating little by little. Thus, after a fortnight, the entirety of Wuwei City had been reduced to ruins, devoid of any survivors. From the periphery, Ginie gazed out, the horizon shrouded in darkness, with his sight filled with savage beasts, indicative of the vast army dispatched from the wild domain to the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands. As for the Tianzhou army en route to the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, upon the arrival of the savages in Wuwei City, most had fled. Much like Benjamin before them, the prominent families in the imperial capital largely held Liangzhou in disdain, lacking any connections here. With no spatial beast to attract them and no interests at stake, Liangzhou's fate bore no consequence to them, leading them to return to their original homes, assured that the royal family would ultimately bail them out. This was precisely why Ginie had chosen to come to Liangzhou, to establish it as a stronghold. However, with the departure of the various families and their military forces, the Grand Hotel Wuwei, which had flourished 2 weeks prior, now lay in ruins. The few remaining military units had been largely annihilated by the savages. Now, only a force of fewer than 10,000 soldiers stood against 1 million savages, halting their advance southward. Within the Tianzhou commander's camp at the Wuwei battlefield, an elderly general with a pale complexion and a waning breath gripped a sword, black blood trickling down the blade, indicating his recent return from the battlefield. Suddenly, a one-armed officer burst in. General, the front line has suffered over half its losses and can no longer withstand the advance of the savage army. We request reinforcements. Another voice chimed in. General, an 8-ring stone giant is approaching the rear army. Our men cannot hold them back. The old general's brows knitted tightly as he murmured, send the central army to reinforce the front line. All personnel in the rear shall retreat to the main camp and defend it. Understood. The one-armed officer complied and departed. What about that 8-ring giant? The old general hesitated for barely a moment before responding. Let him into the command tent. I will handle him. Focus on repelling the other savage forces. General, you cannot. You are already severely injured. You must not take further risks. Let me cover you as you fight your way out. Yilong, when did you become so timid? Execute the military orders. The old general bellowed. Father. Yilong stood abruptly. Call me general. Yi Jian slammed the table, his tone brooking no argument. Execute the military order. Let that 8-ring giant enter. Yes. Yilong turned and left the command tent. In the next moment, Yi Jian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit and vitality plummeting yet again. Old friend, can you still fight? Who? The air expelled a breath of rancid energy, mingled with the scent of blood, as if in response to Yi Jian's words. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and the chandelier within the tent swayed precariously. It has come. Yi Jian, gritting through his weakness, stepped out of the tent, only to behold a colossal figure towering several dozen meters high, composed entirely of stone, slowly approaching him. Perched atop the giant's head was a round-faced man resembling a spinning top, who, upon encountering the army of Tianzhou, unleashed his fists, crushing entire swathes into mere pulp with a single blow. You insolent wretch! Yi Jian's eyes widened in fury, his whole body quaking uncontrollably, as he thrust a tentacle towards the giant. Oh, a figure of true significance has finally arrived. The round-faced barbarian sneered, commanding the giant to raise its arm in defense. Boom! A violent surge of energy erupted, the stone giant's arm being brutally shattered and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The round-faced barbarian was taken aback. His stone giant was renowned for its defense, yet it had been so easily disabled. He immediately roared at Yi Jian. Who dares approach? Humph! A mere jester dares to bark before my military tent, an unwitting fool. Yi Jian scoffed, then suddenly ascended high into the air, and in an instant, a towering tree demon, standing dozens of meters tall, materialized beneath him, resembling a massive upright truck. The demon's visage bore a ghastly face, its crown of foliage lush like green fabric, with tentacles resembling deep black octopus limbs cascading downwards, each as thick as a water barrel. Quite the eerie sight. Deep-sea tree demon. The round-faced barbarian was momentarily stunned. The deep-sea tree demon, a bizarre entity dwelling deep beneath the ocean, bore water attributes alongside ghostly characteristics. Known for its extreme irritability and intelligence akin to that of an octopus, a nightmare for most marine beasts, it was among the pinnacle of beast tamers. Witnessing it firsthand, the round-faced barbarian felt every hair on his body stand on end. Die? Huh. With Yi Jian's command, the tree demon emitted a piercing shriek, and 8 sacred rings materialized around it, violently lashing out with multiple tentacles, channeling the essence of earth and heaven to strike down upon the stone giant's head. The round-faced barbarian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily directed the stone giant to resist. All stone guardians. The stone giant quickly conjured a shield to meet the deep-sea tree demon, igniting a fierce battle. Bang! In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. The entire command tent reduced to rubble, the surrounding armies unable to rise against the tempestuous winds generated by the clash. Following several more exchanges, the round-faced barbarian narrowly managed to defend himself, but the stone giant was severely injured, and Yi Jian was not faring any better. Already wounded, both were now at their limits. While a brief burst of energy could end the battle, prolonged engagement would lead to a catastrophic decline in their strength. To make matters worse, they faced the formidable stone giant. Should they fail to subdue it, Yi Jian feared he would not escape today. Just then, calamity struck. As the ground trembled again, and a blood-red worm, resembling a train, erupted from the earth. The worm displayed 8 black rings, and atop it stood a 3-eyed barbarian, who, upon spotting Yi Jian, revealed a cold smile. "Old General, do you recognize me? It's you." Yi Jian's expression turned grave, cold sweat uncontrollably beading on his brow. The predicament he found himself in was a result of the toxic abilities of the blood-red worm beneath this 3-eyed barbarian. "Heh, it seems the old general remembers me. What an honor. But I wonder how you find the poison I left upon you." The 3-eyed barbarian spoke with a tone of mockery, concealed and revealing. "Do not gloat before me, old man. Had it not been for your engagement with that yellow-haired old man, how could you have been injured?" Yi Jian remarked, feeling the deep-sea tree demon's condition deteriorating rapidly, yet he pressed on, knowing his chances were dwindling. Indeed, after reaching level 80, each level becomes a chasm. I must thank the yellow-haired one for allowing me, an 81st level individual, to severely wound you, a formidable 86th level warrior. The 3-eyed barbarian licked his lips. "Now, I bid you farewell, old general." With that, he commanded the blood-red worm to charge at Yi Jian while instructing the round-faced barbarian, "Strike together and swiftly subdue him." The round-faced barbarian nodded, and the stone giant swelled even larger, advancing toward Yi Jian. "Humph. Let us see if you possess the capability." Yi Jian snorted coldly, then summoned a 7-ringed frost mammoth. Frost enveloped the world. The 6th sacred ring of the frost mammoth lit up, instantly transforming the land into a blanket of white. As a frigid gale swept through, forming icy blades. "A mere 7-ringed beast dares to hinder me." The 3-eyed barbarian scoffed, the blood-red worm twisting and shattering the icy blades. In the next instant, it aimed directly for the deep-sea tree demon, while the stone giant too unleashed a fist that sent the mammoth flying hundreds of meters, directly confronting Yi Jian. In that moment, Yi Jian found himself devoid of any means to resist, calmly facing the oncoming assault, while the deep-sea tree demon braced for a desperate stand. "Father, no!" Yi Long roared, striving to rush to Yi Jian's side, but was held back. "General, no, General, you wretches shall perish." The entire Tianzhou army was filled with rage, wishing they could immediately reach their general. "Farewell, old general." The 3-eyed barbarian grinned wickedly. "Oh, is that so?" In that critical moment, a bolt of thunder suddenly descended from the heavens, splitting into 2, striking the 3-eyed barbarian and the round-faced barbarian respectively. "Not good." The 3-eyed barbarian exclaimed in alarm, but having advanced too deeply, escape was no longer an option. Boom. In an instant, the entire Wu Wei trembled, flames erupting from both individuals, igniting the sky in crimson. One perished without even a chance to scream, while the other was saved by a powerful barbarian, sustaining only minor injuries. Soon after, the clouds parted to reveal a dragon man wielding a trident, adorned with electric serpents. 9 sacred rings glimmering as he stood proudly in the sky. The infernal dragon man. It is the infernal dragon man of the left general. Splendid. The imperial army has arrived. We are saved. Look, the Tianying army has come. Where? Where? Oh heavens. It truly is the Tianying army. We need not perish. A Tianzhou soldier pointed to the sky, his face brimming with excitement. The other Tianzhou troops and the barbarian army gazed upward, where a dense mass of shadows loomed several miles high, sending shivers down the spines of the barbarian forces. At that moment, a refined voice emanated from the Tianying army. Kill. Leave none alive. Uttering the most elegant words to convey the most vehement intent, they shouted, Kill. Annihilate these barbarian dogs. No sooner had the command been given than 100,000 Tianying warriors dove down, piercing straight into the heart of the enemy forces. The barbarian army, however, did not remain idle, swiftly forming Black Hawks to retaliate. Yet, with a lower strike against a higher foe, they were destined to be suppressed. The battlefield erupted once more, as numerous barbarian beasts were lifted into the air by the Tianying, only to be torn apart. Many Tianying warriors were also dragged down, crushed beneath the iron hooves of the barbarian army. Yet overall, the Tianying army held the advantage. Yilong seized the opportunity to gather the remaining troops and retreated back to the command tent. The morale of the wild army plummeted further, as the battle raged on until sunset, at which point they withdrew into Wuwei City. Although Tianzhou enjoyed a temporary victory, the situation was far from favorable. The Tianying army held a significant advantage, yet the sheer number of the wild army was overwhelming, resulting in the loss of nearly 5,000 Tianying soldiers in a single encounter. Inside the Grand Command tent, General Yi, are you all right? Lai Kaiyuan hastily entered and approached Yi Jian. Yi Jian lay on the bed, his complexion pale, and upon seeing Lai Kaiyuan, he managed a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, General Xia. I am not in immediate danger of death, but I fear I may not be able to participate in the subsequent battles. Indeed, General Yi, focus on your recovery. We will take care of the rest. I entrust this to you, General Zhua. Chapter 23, The Grand Army Assembles. The Ghost Nie group makes great progress. The following morning, the former general, along with the third and fourth offerings of the Hall of Offerings, led 500,000 Northern Wilderness Wolf Riders to the outskirts of Wuwei City. Joining forces with Lai Kaiyuan, Tianzhou had amassed a total of 600,000 troops in Liangzhou. Simultaneously, various regions of Tianzhou spontaneously organized volunteer armies to come to Liangzhou and resist the wild men. In less than half a month, the total number of volunteer troops supporting Liangzhou exceeded 300,000. Among them, Liangzhou and Yongzhou contributed the most, with various organizations, sects, and local university students totaling 200,000, leading both armies to surpass 1 million in numbers. This figure marked the highest in nearly a millennium for Tianzhou. Numerous intelligence and news agencies flocked to Wuwei, equipped to initiate live broadcasts, shattering domestic online records and reaching 1 billion viewers, while major television stations competed to report the events. Curiously, since that day, the wild army had retreated entirely into Wuwei City, commencing the construction of defensive fortifications, with hundreds of high towers rising from the ground within the city. Alas, what do you think? Why have the wild men hidden away? Weren't they quite formidable before? The brother above has posed a good question. I too am at a loss. What else could it be but fear? Our dynasty has stationed 1 million troops at the front lines, determined to drive the wild men out of Liangzhou. Indeed, I too believe the wild men must be afraid. Just yesterday, my cousin relayed that they have been holed up in Wuwei, not daring to venture out. The brother above is mistaken. I sense a conspiracy. With the intelligence of those wild men, a conspiracy? Ridiculous. If you have proof, present it. None. No evidence. Yet you speak nonsense. I'm merely speaking my mind. If you dare, come at me. At that moment, a large red character slid across the screen. Do you think the wild men might aim to take Wuwei as a stronghold for future offensives? Surely not. Wuwei is separated from the Tianhuang domain by Beiliang. Beiliang is under the rule of the king of Beiliang. How could the Tianhuang domain possibly breach it? What if? There is no what if. It is impossible. Outside the live broadcast screen, Ghost Nia watched the comments, murmuring to himself, there is indeed a possibility, and it is not small, at the very least. It cannot be lower than the ambitions of the outer relatives seeking to usurp the throne. King of Beiliang, I hope you do not disappoint me. Ghost Nia gazed northward, his mind swirling with thoughts. Previously, during his time in the imperial capital, he had received a rather obscure piece of information mentioned earlier in the text. Within the Tianzhou Empire, there were individuals choosing to collaborate with the wild men or even defect to them. Among them, the king of Beiliang was highly suspected in Ghost Nia's mind, for his ambition was vast, too great for a mere branch family to contain. This was a well-known fact. At the same time, the king of Beiliang was quite short-sighted, unable to conceal his ambitions, and resistant to the court's authority. Such a person, one could say, is filled with potential for unpredictable actions. However, discussing these matters was still premature for Ghost Nya. He lacked a solid foundation, akin to a rootless floating weed, swaying with the wind. Just like now, if he had his own base, he could partake in the feast that the wild men represented. Reflecting on this, Ghost Nya could not help but sigh. It was all happening too swiftly, so rapid that everything had spiraled out of my original plan. In just over a month, Liangzhou had descended into chaos. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he felt a surge of excitement. To put it bluntly, if Ghost Nya wished to establish a foothold in Liangzhou now, he would need the entire region to descend into disorder. From the ruins of chaos, he could construct a new order, and at that time, Liangzhou would be firmly in his grasp. With a flash of thought, Ghost Nya appeared in the hall of the human emperor. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to the human emperor. I, your humble servant, salute you. No need for formalities. Ghost Nya raised a hand in dismissal. After nearly a month in the outside world, nearly 30 years had passed within the hall of the human emperor. Now, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Gao Shun, and Yuan Tiangang had all successfully emerged from their seclusion, each achieving significant breakthroughs. Zhao Yun spent 4 years successfully reaching level 70 and, after 20 years, had condensed his 7th ring. The time frame was a staggering 180,000 years, truly remarkable. Yuan Tiangang and the others also successfully breached level 60 and condensed their holy rings. Among them, Yuan Tiangang stood at level 69, Ma Chao at level 69, and Gao Shun at level 64. Gao Shun faced the disadvantage of lower innate qualities, but his level was still commendable. Notably, the 5th and 6th rings of both Yuan Tiangang and Ma Chao were comparable in duration to Zhao Yun's, with their 6th rings also spanning 100,000 years. Gao Shun trailed slightly behind, with his 6th ring lasting only 90,000 years, yet it was still sufficient. Ghost Nya thought to devise a way to infiltrate Liangzhou with a volunteer army. He brought Zhao Yun to the summit of the Wild Mountains. Before them lay the vast camp of Liangzhou and the 100-mile fortress of the Wild Army. Name, Zhao Yun. Race, human. Qualities, immortal. Level, 72. Holy rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, red. Attributes, gold, wind. Beast bone, left arm of the netherworld ghost tiger, effect. Increases speed by 30% and enhances all attributes by 10%. Exclusive skill, Dragon-esque Gallant Silver Lance, grants weapon, increases attack power by 200%, first ring. Qian Kun 1 throw, Zhao Yun throws the Dragon-esque Gallant Silver Lance at the enemy, dealing damage while briefly unleashing attribute damage that counters the enemy, third ring. Awakening skill, True Form of the Tiger-S Might, increases all attributes by 220% and grants lightning attributes, 7th ring. Passive skill, 7 in and 7 out. When Zhao Yun enters battle, all attributes increase by 80%, 4th ring. Hero of the Dragon-esque Gallant. When Zhao Yun faces an enemy alone, attack power increases by 300% and defense increases by 80%, 2nd ring, 5th ring. Spear Array, White Dragon-esque Cry. Zhao Yun swings his lance to create a domain, nullifying any enemy attacks, and subsequently unleashes a devastating attack that inflicts massive damage on the enemy. After use, Zhao Yun's attributes increase by 100%, 6th ring. Beastbone skill, the Grief of the Netherworld, reduces the enemy's attack effectiveness, while converting 5% of their total attributes. In the Tianzhou imperial capital, within the Gai Lot family hall, the current head of the Gai Lot family, adorned with golden hair and clad in a yellow satin robe, had just concluded a meeting with esteemed guests. At that moment, an elderly man entered, his hair white, eyes resembling snake pupils, and a long goatee. His countenance was grave. Head of the family, Master Benjamin has been confirmed dead 2 days ago. Please review the details of his death and the circumstances surrounding it. Upon concluding his statement, the elder presented a scroll of documents to Totem. Understood. Totomu accepted the items with a nonchalant expression, as if the one who had perished was not his own son. As he perused the documents, he inquired, a month ago, Lingling conveyed the news that the foolish heir of the Gue family had fled the capital. Is there any word on his whereabouts now? The elder pondered for a moment before replying. According to our investigations, after leaving the capital, that fool from the Gue family headed straight for Liangzhou. However, Liangzhou has always been a desolate land, and no one from our clan has established a presence there. With the watchful eyes of the northern Liang King, our intelligence in Liangzhou is rather sparse. It will take us a few more days to ascertain his exact location. Totomu halted his reading, a derisive smile curling his lips. Liangzhou, it appears this so-called fool is not entirely foolish. He knows to seek refuge in Liangzhou. Yet, that is all there is to it. Since he has chosen to leave the capital voluntarily, I shall dispatch a contingent of family guards to Liangzhou to ensure he vanishes forever. After all, this individual is pivotal to our plan of swallowing the Gue family. And we must not be careless. Understood, my lord. The elder bowed, feeling a pang of pity for the Gue heir in his heart. The so-called Seven Pillars heir, without a protector, was merely a child without the strength to swat a fly, especially when faced with a squad of 30 family guards, each at least level 40, with some reaching level 50. He was simply a child adorned with a title, easily dispatched like plucking feathers. Gue Nye declared, "Bring forth that beast tamer who killed Benjamin. I care not what methods you employ. You must unearth him for our family head. Let him be torn asunder by 5 horses and display his head at the grand gates of the capital. Let the world know that the life of the one who dared to slay a member of the Galet family, even if he is but a bastard, is forfeit. Yes, family head." Todo Mu carelessly tossed the documents aside, which hinted at the involvement of the former prime minister. Lung Xing. Todo Mu scoffed, dismissing him as merely a wounded rat hiding away. How could he possibly have slain Benjamin, who was under the protection of 3 seventh ring beast masters? Yet, even if this person was not Lung Xing, he was undoubtedly connected to him. With that, Todo Mu lightly tapped the table, adding, "As for that old scoundrel Lung Xing, inform the subordinates to keep their eyes peeled. Should he make an appearance, the elders stationed in various states must spare no effort to capture him. Thus, proceed with the task." "Yes, family head," the elder respectfully acknowledged before retreating. Chapter 24. Smoothly infiltrating the army in the shadows where sunlight failed to penetrate. Todo Mu's sinister face bore a slight, calculating smirk as he reached out into the void. "This realm of the Great Zhou shall ultimately belong to the Galet family." He then addressed the darkness. "What is the status with the Northern Liang King?" "All actions are proceeding according to plan. The Northern Liang King has acquiesced to our terms. They will not return. However, once our objectives are achieved, the Northern Liang King desires the entirety of Liangzhou." An aged voice echoed from the shadows. "Merely a desolate land. If he desires it, let him have it." Todo Mu replied indifferently. "The Northern Liang King is strong in martial prowess, but lacks heirs. Grand in ambition, yet short on wisdom. Should all of Liangzhou fall into his grasp, it could very well lead to his downfall in Yongzhou." Todo Mu waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. "Fear not. He is but a Northern Liang King, incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. Once we have devoured the old bones within the court, we shall extinguish the Northern Liang King with a mere flick of our wrist." A voice from the shadows cautioned. "The 7 pillars of the empire have stood resolute for 10,000 years, deeply rooted. Do not underestimate or act hastily." "Understood." However, the most formidable pillar, the Gue family, has been dismantled after a century of our scheming. The other old geezers do not possess the same troublesome talent as the Gue family. Todo Mu sneered, recalling the time when Gue Wudao had sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, nevertheless, exercising caution is never a mistake. Our family's 1,000-year plan requires meticulous attention to every step. I shall not underestimate the world. That is for the best. In Liangzhou, Wuwei, within the general's tent, General Wu Qianjia, appointed as the Grand Marshal before the expedition, occupied the foremost position. To his left sat Vice Marshal Lai Kaiyuan, the 3 offerings Ji Zhou, Ji Ku, and the governor of Liangzhou, Bai Lixing, with Yi Jian below them. The right side was originally reserved for the governor of Wuwei, the mayor of Wuwei City. Unfortunately, the Wuwei governor had perished in battle within the city, thus the seat was occupied by the leader of the righteous army, the grand elder of the 7 Wounds sword sect, Jian Sanju. The second seat was claimed by the deputy leader of the righteous army, the vice president of Liangzhou University, Lanfengya. Following them were the other commanders of the righteous army, among whom stood a handsome, young general clad in white robes. If Lung Xing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Gue Nye's general, Zhao Yun, also known as Zhao Zilong. As for how Zhao Yun entered the righteous army, and in what capacity, that requires recounting a prior day. On the day Gue Nye learned that the 7 Wounds sword sect was led by the righteous army, he sought the assistance of Jian Shiga, a fellow sword disciple, to speak favorably before the Grand Elder. Initially, the Grand Elder did not regard Zhao Yun highly, relegating him to command 30,000 righteous soldiers. Gue Nye, displeased, exclaimed, "Damn it, I am here to recruit heads on the front lines, not to oversee your 30,000 logistics troops, none of whom even reach level 30. He immediately sent Zhao Yun to confront the Grand Elder in battle. Although he did not prevail, the Grand Elder was nonetheless astounded by Zhao Yun's strength, even proclaiming that Zhao Yun possessed the potential of an emperor. Subsequently, with the Grand Elder's approval, Zhao Yun smoothly entered the righteous army and appeared at the strategy meeting as the deputy commander, with the seasoned Yuan Tiangang standing behind him. Gue Nye couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, strength is impressive. Esteemed generals, I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of great importance. General Wu Qianjie began. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, remaining silent as they awaited further discourse. Our forces have been stationed here for over a month. Aside from the previous encounter where the Sky Eagle army caught the barbarians off guard, there has been no further conflict. Currently, the barbarians have retreated to Wuwei City and constructed defensive fortifications, refusing to engage, seemingly unwilling to retreat, and intent on claiming Wuwei for themselves. What do you propose we do, generals? After Wu Qianjie finished speaking, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, a young general could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Marshal, I believe your concerns are somewhat unfounded. Setting aside the fact that our army now boasts over 1 million soldiers, with reinforcements continually arriving, the barbarians lack supplies and can only defend their city. Whether they can withstand our iron hooves remains to be seen. The generals nodded in agreement, yet Wu Qianjie and a few others wore expressions of wry amusement. Another young general chimed in. The barbarians were previously hindered by us and are now further restrained by the Northern Liang King. We need only encircle them within Wuwei while cutting off their supplies. Establish lookout stations to prevent any surprise attacks. Even if the barbarians are strong, once they are deprived of supplies, they will become like a toothless tiger. At that point, we can join forces with the Northern Liang King and launch a pincer attack on the barbarian army, ensuring that we can trap the million-strong barbarian force within Wuwei. Excellent. Well said. When the time comes, I shall ensure the barbarians taste the might of my happy forest. My great blade is already itching for action. Suddenly, someone shouted enthusiastically, and the tent erupted in cheers. The atmosphere turned quite peculiar, with the righteous army, led by the Grand Elder, and some junior officers of the court army exuding cheerfulness, while Wu Qianjie and his associates wore troubled expressions, managing only bitter smiles. Among them, Zhao Yun and Yuan Tiangang remained impassive, as Gui Nye had already briefed them on the situation, emphasizing the character and shortcomings of the Northern Liang King. In the tumultuous era, Zhao Yun, alongside Yuan Tiangang, who had witnessed the upheaval during the Inlushan rebellion, both discerned the impending turmoil surrounding the king of Northern Liang. The outcome of this war would not hinge upon the battlefield alone, but rather on the machinations within Northern Liang. Would the king grant passage to the nomads? And might he betray us at a critical juncture? Within the command tent, both Wu Qianjie and Lai Kaiyuan noted the grave expressions adorning Zhao Yun and Yuan Tiangang. Their astonishment was palpable. There were indeed individuals among the righteous army capable of perceiving the underlying intricacies. Exchanging glances, the few nodded in agreement, prompting Wu Qianjie to rise and quell the tumult within the tent. This general strategy is commendable. Where is Yuanhua? I am here, responded a warrior clad in black armor as he stepped forward. Wu Qianjie continued, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I shall provide you with 200,000 wolf riders and 300,000 righteous soldiers. Sever the nomad supply lines and encircle the city from all sides. Simultaneously, dispatch envoys to establish contact with the king of Northern Liang to coordinate our actions. Your command shall be executed. Yuanhua replied with a salute before striding out of the command tent. Very well. All generals may return to your duties. Grand Elder and Principal Lan, please remain. Wu Qianjie instructed further. Understood. The generals promptly withdrew. Soon, only Wu Qianjie, the Grand Elder, Principal Lan, Zhao Yun, and Yuan Tiangang remained in the tent. May I inquire why General Wu has chosen to retain our presence? The Grand Elder questioned, puzzled. Wu Qianjie sighed off. I have retained you to deliberate on our forthcoming countermeasures. This revelation only deepened the Grand Elder's confusion, as Lan Fengye remarked, General Wu, did you not just agree to the battle strategy? Is there something you find difficult to articulate? Lan Fengye pondered this possibility, but found it improbable. This is not entirely your fault. Lai Kaiyuan gently waved his folding fan. What do you mean, General Lai? The Grand Elder inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Fearful changes may be afoot in Northern Liang. What? Are you suggesting that the king of Northern Liang intends to rebel? How dare he? Lan Fengye slammed his palm on the table. At that moment, his anger was palpable, yet he could not comprehend the king's motives. The hearts of men were known to all. However, to rebel amidst such chaos seemed utterly irrational. After all, the entirety of Liangzhou was in disarray. The assembly exchanged wry smiles. And Wu Qianjie interjected, it is likely not a rebellion, but the implications bear a striking resemblance. Are you implying that the king of Northern Liang will not ally with US and may even facilitate the nomads' passage? The Grand Elder retorted coldly. Indeed, this is precisely our concern. Wu Qianjie nodded gravely. Otherwise, how could the nomadic army dare to encamp here? This is a matter so evident that even a junior officer could discern it. I refuse to believe that those war-hungry zealots of the nomadic realm are oblivious. Wu Qianjie's countenance darkened. The intentions of the king of Northern Liang are well known. Even if there exists a minuscule chance that he might not act foolishly, we cannot afford to gamble. Should we proceed with our earlier plan, the million troops of Wu Wei may find themselves facing insurmountable peril. At that point, Liang Zhou could very well descend into a hellish nightmare. In that moment, the Grand Elder and his companions grasped the gravity of the situation. The earlier excitement and joy had dissipated into the ether. Chapter 25, The Pre-Match Showdown. We shall not retreat until the nomads are defeated. At this juncture, Wu Qianjie cast his gaze upon the ever-composed Zhao Yun and Yuan Tiangang. Might I inquire who these two are? High-ranking beastmasters can effortlessly discern the strength of others and perceive their true circumstances. Although Zhao Yun and Yuan Tiangang were beastmasters, the concealment provided by the Hall of the Human Emperor rendered their true statuses imperceptible to others. Most could only ascertain their levels. Oh, General Wu. This white-robed warrior is Zhao Yun, a talent recommended to me by my nephew. He currently serves as my deputy, though he is merely at level 71. I dare say no one among the seven-ring beastmasters of Tianzhou can rival him, the Grand Elder proudly introduced, gesturing toward Zhao Yun before pointing to Yuan Tiangang with equal reverence. To speak of who among the 70 levels could match Zilong, it must be this valiant Yuan. Oh, surely, the Grand Elder does not jest with me. Wu Qianjie's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Ha ha ha, when have I ever deceived you, General? The Grand Elder chuckled, stroking his beard with pride, though he remained grounded. Wu Qianjie smiled, then turned his attention back to Zhao Yun, curious about their silence since the discussion had begun. Have you two discovered something? Indeed, Zilong, you have appeared excessively calm throughout. The Grand Elder echoed, puzzled, for even he had experienced a tumult of emotions. Zhao Yun, however, maintained his composure, as though he had known all that was spoken, or perhaps it was of little consequence to him. The latter could be dismissed, otherwise Zhao Yun would not have joined the righteous army. Yet, while one could attribute Zhao Yun's stoicism to his demeanor, we must not forget that Yuan Tiangang stood beside him. Albeit masked, the two exuded an air of clarity amidst the intoxication surrounding them. Zhao Yun met Yuan Tiangang's gaze, and then spoke. We have not discerned anything concrete. All is merely speculation on our part. However, our conjectures may be bolder than those of the esteemed generals. Wu Qianjie paused, intrigued. How so? We cannot guarantee specifics, but we surmise that the king of Northern Liang may seek to declare independence. Yuan Tiangang stated coolly. Is there any evidence to substantiate this claim? Wu Qianjie inquired. His expression grave. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. There are only the faintest threads of suspicion. It does not constitute evidence. A mere vassal dares to harbor thoughts of independence? Can he sustain such a notion? The third elder scoffed. Given Northern Liang's position facing the nomadic domain while being backed by Liang Zhou, to declare independence would leave him vulnerable on both fronts. Could he endure such a predicament? Let us not forget that in this age devoid of communication, the king's every word and deed in the northern territories are scrutinized by the court. Does he believe he can act in defiance of their watchful gaze? The fourth elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, but even if he were to rebel, we could seize this opportunity to reclaim Northern Liang for the court. General Wu, what course of action do you propose? The third elder interjected. If we press our entire army forward, we shall soon ascertain whether the king of Northern Liang intends to rebel. Wu Qianjie contemplated the suggestion. It indeed presented a viable solution amidst the uncertainty. General, I support the proposal put forth by the two elders. Regardless of whether the king of Northern Liang rebels, we must confront the nomadic army, and the king must also be dealt with. The Grand Elder nodded thoughtfully. Lai Kaiyuan added, given the circumstances, we must prioritize repelling the nomadic army, regardless of the king of Northern Liang's intentions. Thus shall it be. Wu Qianjie resolved decisively. He then turned to the assembly and inquired, which general is willing to take the lead? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's heart soared. Their opportunity had arrived. He immediately clasped his hands and declared, I shall serve as the vanguard. I too shall volunteer. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward. Excellent. I hereby assign you two to command 100,000 wolf riders and 100,000 righteous soldiers, launching an assault from the western flank of Wu Wei, Wu Qianjie declared. He then addressed the remaining generals. Esteemed colleagues, I entrust this to you. General Wu need not elaborate. With us old bones present, we shall ensure that no formidable foes among the nomadic army shall emerge. The third elder proclaimed coldly. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow, adding, moreover, with only 3 formidable foes remaining among the nomads, we may even manage to eliminate 1 or 2. Indeed, even with the king of Northern Liang included, we still hold the advantage. With the plan solidified, they would dispatch 2 vanguard teams to launch a surprise attack against the nomadic army, one led by Zhao Yun and the other by Lai Kaiyuan's deputy, advancing from the east and west. while the main force would mount a frontal assault under Wu Qianjie's direct command. As the military order was issued, everyone stood in stunned silence. Wasn't the plan to besiege the city? How had it suddenly shifted to a full frontal assault? Yet, there was no trace of discontent among them. Rather, an exhilarating fervor surged, as if they longed to engage the wild men immediately. In an instant, the entire camp, comprising 1,000,000 soldiers, sprang into action. That night, at the stroke of midnight, Zhao Yun and Yuan Tianyang led an army of 200,000 to the desolate mountains west of Wuwei. At that moment, Ma Chao appeared beside Zhao Yun, and the three of them stood resolutely atop the mountain, with 100,000 northern wolf riders trailing closely behind. The northern wolf riders, as their name implies, were cultivated by the royal family, with each warrior bonded to a wild north wolf. By the time they reached level 40, these wolves towered over horses. The Beastmasters, clad in heavy armor and wielding spirit spears, transformed into formidable forces rather than mere fragile warriors. They were undoubtedly the unrivaled ground forces of the Tianzhou Empire. The 100,000 wolf riders raised their voices in unison. We shall not return without vanquishing the wild men. Kill! Kill! Zhao Yun pointed toward Wuwei, leading the charge with the 100,000 wolf riders in a surge of unstoppable momentum. Ma Chao and Yuan Tianyang closely followed in Zhao Yun's wake. Brothers, slay those wild dogs and reclaim our homeland. Gao Shun also rallied the diverse 1,000-strong volunteer army, charging forth. Chapter 26. A spear cleaves the enemy fortress. How effortlessly it falls. Zhao Yun, accompanied by the 100,000 northern wolf riders, advanced toward the city of Wuwei. Simultaneously, from the east, the resonant shouts of soldiers echoed, as the 100,000 Sky Eagle army appeared in the air, serving as the eyes for the grand forces below. The soldiers on the Sky Eagles readied their crossbows, targeting the wild army within Wuwei. The clash of battle was imminent. On the western battlefield, Zhao Yun galloped ahead, and as he approached the first fortress, merely 100 paces away, he brandished his Dragon-S spear with a fierce shake. With a throw of fate, the Dragon-S spear soared toward the fortress, imbued with an unmatched might of thunder and lightning, creating a series of sonic booms as it struck the wildmen's defensive stronghold. Boom! The spear made contact, and it seemed as if thunder had struck, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The once impenetrable fortress was instantly reduced to mere vapor, a mushroom cloud rising into the night sky. Ding! A kill value of 23,000 was recorded, marking the official commencement of war. Form ranks and prepare to face the enemy. The wild army was not without preparation. They swiftly organized their ranks to confront Zhao Yun's advancing forces. Such a mere formation would crumble effortlessly. Ma Chao, leading the wolf riders, charged to the front with a contemptuous snort. He flicked his spear, and the speed of his wild wolf surged. With a mighty leap, 6 sacred rings appeared around him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. Instantly, the entire western battlefield was enveloped in a radiant red light, causing the elder guarding the western front to momentarily freeze in astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This man possesses the 6th ring of the 10,000-year cycle, and his previous 5 rings are no less formidable than Zilong's. The future of these 3 is boundless." At that moment on the front lines, Wu Qianjie was commanding the army in a fierce struggle against the wild men when he noticed the radiant red light rising in the western battlefield. Feeling the surge of Ma Chao's aura, he beamed with delight, realizing it was the 6th ring of the 10,000-year cycle. He resolved to recommend this remarkable individual to His Majesty upon his return. In the eastern battlefield, Lai Kaiyuan also sensed Ma Chao's presence and gazed at the red glow on the horizon. A relaxed smile graced his face as he mused, "Could that be Ma Chao? My treasured disciple." Ma Chao's 10,000-year sacred ring not only astonished the titled powerhouses, but also instilled deep fear in the ranks of the wild men. 10,000 years. This is dire. Quickly stop him. A wild man possessing a 7-ring beastmaster immediately commanded his beast to charge forward. What he received in return was Ma Chao's dismissive snort. Trash must recognize its own insignificance. We shall not return without victory. The spear erupted with electric brilliance as Ma Chao redirected its trajectory, his form morphing into a fleeting shadow of lightning, resembling a black serpent, as he pierced through the opposing 7-ring beastmaster. A kill value of 3,600 was recorded. How is this possible? The wild man spat blood, his face pale, staring in disbelief at Ma Chao. Yet Ma Chao was indifferent to his incredulity, swiftly turning to behead him with another thrust. From the moment Ma Chao pivoted to leap until he had slain a 7-ring wild man, scarcely a breath had passed. Consequently, the 100,000 wolf riders had yet to reach the battlefield, but Ma Chao, propelled by the momentum of the wild wolves, soared once again. Break this savage army's formation, for I shall unleash devastation. Clutching his spear tightly, It was quickly enveloped in a tempest of thunder and lightning, the sixth sacred ring spinning rapidly, illuminating the entire eastern battlefield as bright as day. Vast waves crash upon the sea. Ma Chao's eyes flashed with lightning as he hurled his spear toward the wildman's formation. The spear shattered the sound barrier, transforming into a thunderous beast accompanied by a cacophony of thunder. It howled through the skies and, in an instant, pierced into the ranks of the wild army. With a resounding roar that shook the earth, the entire wild army was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. Over 100 wild men had no time to scream before being reduced to ashes by the lightning, as Ma Chao tore open a gaping hole in their formation. The surviving wild men swallowed hard, their faces ashen with terror as they beheld Ma Chao, who resembled a thunder god. Many wild beasts trembled uncontrollably, unable to move a single step. Ma Chao observed the expressions of the wild army, a flicker of disdain crossing his features as he summoned back his spear and bellowed at the dazed wild men, "This is not over yet." Then, Ma Chao transformed into the king of lightning, plunging into the wild army's ranks, with each thrust of his spear claiming the lives of one or even several wild men. The 100,000 wolf riders surged past the fortress, their path utterly unobstructed. Observing this, the vice commander of the wolf riders raised his spear high while charging forward, shouting, "General Zhao's might, General Ma's might. Brothers, follow me to kill. Kill." With Zhao Yun shattering the fortress in front and Ma Chao's divine prowess beheading foes behind, the morale of the 100,000 northern wolf riders soared to unprecedented heights. As they crashed into the wild army's formation, they began a slaughter. The northern wolf riders, who could barely match the wild army in previous encounters, now pushed through like a relentless tide. The elder watched in bewilderment, stroking his beard in contemplation. Could it be that Ma Chao or Zhao Yun possessed skills to uplift the army's morale? If so, this individual might indeed be a born warlord. Who could it be? The elder had yet to discern the truth. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, who were entirely oblivious to the elder's thoughts, Zhao Yun now set his sights on the second fortress of the wild army. If they could not dismantle it, they would likely suffer considerable unnecessary losses. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun recalled his dragon-esque spear and hurled it once more toward another fortress. Boom! A mushroom cloud once again erupted in the blood-red sky as Zhao Yun blasted the wild army's second fortress into rubble. Ma Chao, embodying the wrath of thunder, swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield, reaping lives, while Yuan Tiangang seized the opportunity to push the front line toward the third fortress. "How dare you slaughter my valiant warriors of Tianwang?" Just as Ma Chao was relishing the carnage, a stone giant, towering several meters high, suddenly erupted from the third fortress, with the round-faced wild man who had previously sought to kill Yi Jian standing atop it. The stone giant advanced rapidly toward Ma Chao, raising its massive hand, akin to a small mountain, to strike him down. "Come forth." Vast waves crash upon the sea. Ma Chao showed no fear, his sixth sacred ring spinning rapidly, summoning a cataclysmic tsunami that surged forth, engulfing both him and the round-faced wild man. In an instant, the two were submerged, and the wild man commanded the stone giant to block the attack, but it was too late. Amidst the furious waves, the stone giant was forced back several steps. However, it sustained no actual damage. "This is impossible." The round-faced savage was utterly shaken. How could a mere level 69 possibly fend off an 82 level, 8-ring beastmaster? He fixed his gaze intently on the crimson holy rings adorning Ma Chao, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Is this truly the power of a 100,000-year holy ring? This cannot be. Even after 100,000 years, it should not possess such might." Humph. A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vastness of the sky and the ocean. "Come, let us battle." With renewed vigor, Ma Chao's eyes blazed with electric fury as he transformed into a thunder god, engaging in combat with the stone giant. The two exchanged blows ferociously, the clash of their powers echoing through the air. Despite the stone giant's superior level, its primary focus on defense rendered it incapable of countering Ma Chao's relentless assaults, suffering gradual injuries instead. Damn it, this defies logic. 100,000-year holy ring cannot possibly be this formidable. The round-faced savage's mindset unraveled, his expression contorting in disbelief. Not only he, but even the Grand Elder found the situation perplexing. Despite Ma Chao possessing an exceptional holy ring, perhaps even a 100,000-year holy ring, how could he contend with an 82-level stone giant to such an extent? Ma Chao's extraordinary prowess accounted for part of it, but surely there was an undiscovered power at play. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in realization as he muttered to himself. Within the imperial hall, Guanyi emanated an aura of Tao. While the Grand Elder remained oblivious to the cause, Guanyi's mastery over the 5 elements and the 5 elemental rings conferred upon Ma Chao a nearly terrifying enhancement. "Damn it, I shall fight you with all I have." The round-faced savage's fury reached its peak, and just as he raised his hand to unleash his strongest attack, his expression suddenly froze in shock. Why can't I use my skills? With a devilish smile, Ma Chao showed no mercy as he charged forth. His passive skill, Iron Cavalry, activated. Skill effect. Each time Ma Chao inflicts damage on an enemy, he randomly seals one of their skills, be it active, passive, or awakened. Chapter 27. Defying the Eight Rings. The might of the Beast King. Can Gao Shun stand against it? As the dust settled, the stone giant remained unyielding. Ma Chao, witnessing its continued existence, felt a tinge of disappointment and muttered, "Damn it. This eight-ring beastmaster is truly hard to kill." The round-faced savage spat blood upon hearing this, cursing Ma Chao as a veritable monster. If a level 69 could inflict such heavy damage, what would happen when Ma Chao broke through to level 70? Would he not be capable of slaughtering him outright? When had such a creature emerged in Tianzhou, he was completely unaware. If he did not retreat to recuperate for 100 years, he might never escape this predicament. The Grand Elder's worldview was once again shattered. Damn it. A level 69 can severely injure an 82-level beastmaster. If he reaches level 70 and manifests his 7th holy ring, he could surely obliterate them. Fortunately for the round-faced savage, while Ma Chao could breach his defenses, he could not yet slay the stone giant, allowing him a chance to escape. At that moment, Zhao Yun, having finished off a third artillery tower, returned, brandishing his spear and approaching the two with incredible speed. Meng Qi, step aside. Let me take over. Zhao Yun roared suddenly, and Ma Chao, filled with regret, swiftly rejoined the fray. Finally, he is gone. The round-faced savage had no time to celebrate when. In the next moment, Zhao Yun's figure appeared before him once more. Here he comes. The round-faced savage gasped in horror as Zhao Yun's spear radiated a blinding light. His gaze sharp as blades. Clad in shining silver armor, he resembled a youthful war god, surrounded by 7 resplendent holy rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. In the darkness, a more grandiose, terrifying, and awe-inspiring red light shone brightly, visible across the entirety of Wuwei. The deep crimson hue on the battlefield symbolized victory and hope, invigorating the spirits of all. Look, look, General Zhao possesses 200,000-year holy rings. The wolf cavalry on the western front gazed excitedly at Zhao Yun hovering above. I see it. General Zhao and General Ma are truly our idols. If they are this powerful, I wonder how General Yuan fares. Need you ask? He is undoubtedly strong as well. Brothers, this is a golden opportunity. Follow me into battle. What? The round-faced savage was struck with shock, realizing that his demise was imminent. Ha! Truly, the young general I have favored. 200,000-year holy rings. What a formidable prodigy. The Grand Elder laughed maniacally, growing increasingly fond of Zhao Yun. The aura of 200,000-year holy rings. Could it be? Wu Qianjia closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them wide in astonishment. Zhao Yun, how is this possible? 6 rings at 100,000 years, 7 rings at 180,000 years. Can this be achieved by a beastmaster? Indeed, it appears that these celestial visitors are quite extraordinary. Lai Kaiyuan chuckled softly, yet internally pondered. I wonder if their arrival will bring fortune or misfortune to the empire. With a resounding boom, Zhao Yun gripped his dragon's might gleaming silver spear and thrust it with all his might towards the stone giant. The creature's blocking arm was pierced cleanly, and in a flash, its head vanished without a trace, causing the towering stone giant to collapse. The hefty reward for slaying an 82-level beastmaster was now his. Slaughter value, 120,000. Guiyue was taken aback. To think that an 82-level enemy could yield such a staggering 12,000 points of slaughter value. This was remarkable. Yet, on the battlefield, beastmasters above level 80 were still a rarity. It was better to accumulate in smaller quantities, much like Guiyue had done while slaughtering chickens in the past, amassing wealth little by little. After dispatching the round-faced savage with a single strike, Zhao Yun swiftly returned to dismantling artillery towers. There was no choice. Guiyue had issued orders, and the artillery towers were too enticing, each offering thousands of points. Meanwhile, Ma Chao charged ahead, cleaving through the enemy ranks to create openings for the 100,000 wolf cavalry led by Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang commanded with precision, and the army surged forward like a tidal wave. Tirelessly, Ma Chao plunged into the enemy's midst, demolishing tower after tower under Zhao Yun's relentless assault. Within less than half an hour, the western front had been forcibly pushed back by 20 miles. Zhao Yun alone had taken down 16 artillery towers. The casualties among the savages had already surpassed several thousand, yet the 100,000 wolf cavalry pressed on with unwavering resolve, seemingly tireless. The Grand Elder had by now confirmed that at least one among Zhao Yun's group possessed the ability to bolster morale and exhibited remarkable recovery capabilities. Conversely, On the other side of the battlefield, Gao Shun's advance with the 100,000 righteous army was less successful. Unlike the 100,000 wolf cavalry, the righteous army lacked a unified beast companion and had not undergone professional training. Yuan Tiangong's commands flowed like an extension of his own limbs. However, the righteous army, with its diverse range of beasts, some flying, some running, some burrowing, had not received prior training and were driven solely by passion, making coordination exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Gao Shun was at the helm. Otherwise, the righteous army would have been utterly disorganized. Yet the situation remained grim. They were currently ensnared by 3 fortresses, with casualties mounting rapidly. Unless reinforcements arrived, they were in grave peril. The Grand Elder watched helplessly, his heart aching. As many of the fallen were disciples of the Seven Wounds Sword sect, yet he was powerless to intervene, only able to pray that Zhao Yun would send a commanding officer from the righteous army to bring unexpected relief. Gui Nye observed the unfolding events, realizing that they could not continue on this path, even as Gao Shun had now personally entered the fray. At this moment, with all 6 holy rings illuminated, Gao Shun wielded 2 wide blades that resembled soul-locking knives, creating a barrier within a radius of several dozen meters that none could breach. With the passive skill granted by his 6 rings, when leading, the skill effect was, each time an enemy is slain, increase any attribute by 1%. Gao Shun only grows bolder with each battle, yet managing to command the army while engaged in combat proves exceedingly challenging. The Elder, recognizing this difficulty, could not help but exclaim, "Truly, he is a man sent by Zilong." Although his holy ring configuration may not be as extraordinary, the 6th ring boasts an impressive 60,000 years of history. Moreover, since entering the battlefield, Gao Shun's aura has grown increasingly formidable. He must possess a skill that empowers him through battle. I hope he can swiftly turn the tide and minimize the casualties of the righteous army. On the battlefield, Gao Shun focused his sights on a relatively vulnerable fortress and bellowed, "Everyone, form a conical formation and advance in step with my lead. The heavily armored shall take the front, those with ranged attack shall occupy the center, and the swift will attend to the wounded. For every 100 members above level 50, one shall guard the formation, while the rest follow my command to push forward." Yes, the righteous army responded in unison, as 100,000 soldiers began to arrange themselves in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Under Gao Shun's guidance, they understood their roles, which was sufficient to prevent them from recklessly charging into their demise. "Young warriors of the Sword sect, dare you follow me into the fray? Why would we hesitate?" Several members of the Sword sect, all above level 50, responded affirmatively. "Excellent. Keep pace with my steps, and do not fall behind." With that, Gao Shun plunged into the onslaught. His resolve to battle was unwavering. He roared, swinging his broad blade to reap lives, stirring the hearts of the Sword sect members, who could not help but shout in unison, "To the fray with unwavering spirit, life or death be damned." Thus, the formation of 100 elite warriors steadily advanced. Drawing closer to the fortress, the sight brought joy to all, for breaching this stronghold would grant the army a moment's respite. The Sword sect members gripped their spiritual swords with growing fatigue, yet each one gritted their teeth and persevered. However, just as the situation appeared favorable, Gao Shun's expression suddenly hardened. From within the fortress surged an 8-ringed ghostly tiger. "This is dire. An 8-ringed ghost tiger," the Elder shouted, struggling to suppress the urge to act. "Everyone, focus all efforts on demolishing the fortress. I shall intercept it." With resolute eyes, Gao Shun unleashed his skills, feeling his power surge dramatically. Yes, the soldiers understood the gravity of the moment, quickly maneuvering past the ghostly tiger. The beast, ignoring the others, lunged straight at Gao Shun, whose eyes gleamed with martial fervor as he gripped his dual blades tightly. As the creature approached, the Elder felt a bead of sweat form. Just as the tiger was a mere 30 meters away, Gui Nye finally made his move, a colossal force of elemental energy suddenly enveloping Gao Shun. The 5-element halo, solely affecting Gao Shun, enhanced all his attributes by 60%. The Lord has intervened, Gao Shun thought to himself, feeling his momentum escalate, approaching that of a level 79. Such a dense elemental force, and is there a master among us? The Elder exclaimed in disbelief. In the next instant, Gao Shun collided with the ghostly tiger, the ground beneath him caving in. He felt as though 1,000,000 pounds bore down upon him, his knees buckling slightly. The tiger, king of beasts, was no match for the stone giant faced by Ma Chao. Not only did it possess supreme speed, but its attack power surpassed that of most beasts, rendering it nearly flawless. Chapter 28. Exhausted Gao Shun battles the ghost tiger, the ancient evil unleashed. A mere 6 rings dares to withstand the ghost tiger's assault. At that moment, a figure clad in black armor descended from the sky, gazing at Gao Shun with astonishment. Licking his lips, he remarked, "If you wish to keep your life, I shall not kill a nameless wretch. Enough of your nonsense. I am Gao Shan. Who dares demand a life when it is uncertain? Ah, break for me. Gao Shan roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he forcefully pushed aside the tiger's paw. Gao Shan, I shall remember you, the black-armored figure uttered coolly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ghost tiger lunged at Gao Shan once more. He immediately raised his broad blade, attempting to block and simultaneously retreat. Barely evading the tiger's attack, the tremendous shock nearly caused him to lose grip on his weapon, his form staggering backward. This cannot continue. My level is already inferior to Ma Chao's, and my holy ring configuration pales in comparison. Zhao Yun. Moreover, the tiger is not on par with the stone giant. They cannot be compared. I must take action. The elder prepared to intervene. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky nearby, blocking the elder's path. It is a title-holding warrior of the wild. Damn it. The elder gritted his teeth. At this juncture, Gao Shan was being driven back by the ghost tiger, sustaining significant injuries. Yet, not a trace of fear marred his countenance. He remained steadfast, charging at the beast. Such courage, the black-armored figure exclaimed, and the tiger responded, launching itself once more. Gao Shan raised his blade, brimming with martial fervor. The two clashed for over 100 exchanges, Gao Shan's spirit undiminished, repeatedly initiating attacks, yet his injuries only worsened. After 300 exchanges, Gao Shan began to falter. While the ghost tiger remained injured, the elder observed with hope, there is a chance. The title-holding warrior's face turned pale, incredulous at this formidable man. A level 64 facing an 81-level ghost tiger for 300 exchanges? The world has gone mad. Or is it he who is mad? After 400 exchanges, Gao Shan missed his strike and was flung away by the ghost tiger. Defeat was imminent. We have won. The title-holding warrior smirked slightly. At that moment, Guinia made his move. Spirit summon. Ding. Kill value. 100,000. With a thought, Guinia summoned a stone pillar that illuminated, and a legendary portal appeared before him. Soon after, a burly figure, towering over 8 feet, clad in military garb and sporting a full black beard, strode confidently towards Guinia, wielding dual halberds with arms as thick as tree trunks. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully declared, I am Dian Wei, here to serve my lord. Ah, General Dian. Please rise. Guinia exclaimed, relieved to see Dian Wei. Eagerly, he opened Dian Wei's attribute panel. Name, Dian Wei. Race, human. Qualification, immortal. Level, 67. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Black, red. Attributes, earth, fire. Exclusive skills, innate divine strength. Dian Wei's innate divine strength increases attack power by 250%. With a 20% decrease in speed, first ring. Earthquake, Dian Wei stomps the ground, stunning enemies within a 500-meter radius for 3 seconds, simultaneously reducing their defense by 50%, second and third rings. Protect my lord. Dian Wei can choose to unleash a curse, enhancing all attributes by 100% and recovery by 200%. If used against enemies attacking the lord, all attributes increase by 120%, with an additional speed boost of 80%, sixth ring. Passive skill, my lord quickly escape. When Dian Wei protects allied members, all attributes increase by 40 to 60%. When guarding the lord, all attributes enhance by 60 to 100%, fourth and fifth rings. Guinia thought to himself that while Dian Wei's skills might seem somewhat unreliable, they were precisely what was needed for the current predicament. General Dian. Gao Shan is currently facing a formidable foe and is at a disadvantage. Please hasten to his aid. Guinia instructed. I shall obey. Dian Wei responded immediately, vanishing swiftly from the imperial palace. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, Gao Shan continued to retreat, fighting desperately, his vision dimming rapidly. My lord, I can fight no longer for you. What a pity. I shall not witness your unification of the world. Gao Shan lamented quietly. The ghostly tiger lunged directly towards Gao Shan, raising its formidable claws with the intent to shatter him. At that precarious moment, a collective apprehension enveloped the onlookers. General Gao. A voice, frantic and desperate, rang out. Just as the situation seemed dire, a resounding sonic boom erupted from the darkness, and a shadowy figure surged between Gao Shan and the ghostly tiger, accompanied by a string of invectives. You bastard! How dare you harm others? A loud crash echoed as a burly man with a darkened visage wielded a massive halberd, causing the ground to tremble violently, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, shrouding it in a thick fog. Who dares? The armored savage bellowed in rage. As the dust settled, there stood Dian Wei, his eyes ablaze with a fearsome red and black, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss, firmly blocking the ghostly tiger's assault. With a disdainful snort, Dian Wei proclaimed, I am Dian Wei. I have come here today for but one purpose, to butcher you wretches." With that, he stomped the ground fiercely, causing tremors to ripple through the earth and fiery fissures to erupt. Skill, Earthquake, activate. Caught within the skill's radius, the ghostly tiger momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Dian Wei charged forth, his dual halberds raining down ferocious blows upon the tiger. As the beast regained its composure, it found itself struggling to withstand Dian Wei's relentless onslaught. Being thoroughly subdued, another expert, the armored savage, was left dumbfounded. Such prowess exists. The elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he mused. Another valiant warrior has arrived. His strength appears to surpass that of Gao Shan. Splendid. General Gao is saved. The morale of the rebel forces surged. Heavens! This man is even more valiant than General Gao. Indeed, he can dominate the ghostly tiger. The crowd gasped in awe at the spectacle before them. In the wake of everyone's astonishment, Dian Wei unleashed his full might, his aura surging dramatically as 6 holy rings flared to life around him. The crimson radiance of 10,000 years enveloped the battlefield once more. Indeed, those stronger than Gao Shan must surely possess the holy rings of 10,000 years. The elder's astonishment had lessened, not because it was any less shocking, but rather because he had been overwhelmed by so many revelations that day. He even found himself uttering, "A mere 10,000 years. Is it truly that remarkable?" Yet others were not as composed as the elder, having witnessed the prowess of Zhao Yun and Ma Chao. They were deeply shaken by Dian Wei's emergence. Wasn't it said that only those reaching the 9th level could wield the power of the 10,000-year holy rings? The armored savage turned pale as he beheld Dian Wei's escalating might. Just as he thought he had endured one freak of nature, another, even more formidable, had appeared. Who could he appeal to for reason now? But at this juncture, he had no choice but to press on. Tigers roar in the mountains. The ghostly tiger's eyes glimmered, a large black ring materializing above its head as it unleashed a sonic attack towards Dian Wei. Yet Dian Wei remained steadfast, unflinching in the face of the tiger's onslaught, a mocking smile gracing his face. "In your prime, I might have had to yield to you, but now, even a cornered beast will fight back." He effortlessly shattered the attack and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. In an instant, he stood before the ghostly tiger, halberds aglow with fiery brilliance. "Retreat! Quickly!" the armored savage cried, but it was too late. Dian Wei raised his halberd high and brought it crashing down upon the tiger's head. With a mournful howl, the ghostly tiger's massive form began to retreat, yet Dian Wei would not allow it to escape. He struck again, refusing to let the beast break free. General Gao Shan, half kneeling on the ground, gazed upon the formidable Dian Wei, knowing that the ghostly tiger was on the brink of demise. He set aside his concerns, recalling the orders from his superior that remained unfulfilled, and bellowed towards the heavens. Adhere to the original formation and charge with full force against the enemy's stronghold. Yes. The commanders quickly shook off their astonishment, mounting their beasts or wielding their spiritual weapons, advancing towards the barbarian stronghold before them. "General Gao, are you unscathed?" The vice commander rushed to Gao Shun's side, concern etched on his face. At that moment, Gao Shun appeared as if he had just emerged from a pool of blood. Had it been anyone else or their beast, they would have likely lacked the strength to rise. Yet Gao Shun was no ordinary man. He was a relentless warrior, always charging to the forefront of battle. A mere fatal wound was insignificant to him. "I am well. I need but a moment to catch my breath." Gao Shun shook his head, feeling a surge of vitality. This twist of fate had led to a breakthrough in his strength, and once the battle here concluded, he would likely enter seclusion to further his progress. "That is excellent." The others marveled in astonishment. If it had been anyone else suffering such grievous injuries, they would be bettered in for days. Yet Gao Shun merely required a brief respite. In the Emperor's Hall, Guai was exceedingly pleased with Gao Shun's performance, affirming that he had indeed trained formidable warriors, showcasing extraordinary willpower. This also revealed a glaring shortcoming in their ranks. On the battlefield, they had far too few capable fighters. Lacking a powerful army, had Gao Shun commanded the vanguard, they would not have found themselves in such perilous circumstances from the onset. Chapter 29, Soul of the Army Summoned. The Vanguard Reborn, and the Imperial Guard Mao Chong. Even a simple, disciplined Northern Wolf cavalry would likely exhibit combat prowess surpassing multiple tiers on the battlefield, especially Gao Shun. With this thought, Guai could no longer suppress his desire to forge his own army, as he observed the rapidly ascending kill count and the surplus points available. The unutilized army soul summoning mechanism evidently fell short of Guai's ambitions. He could not resist using 100,000 kill points. Army soul summon. Ding. Kill points, 100. 000. Army soul summon activated. Ding. Army soul summon successful. The celestial barracks revive. Ding. Acquired 1,000 vanguard soldiers from the late Han Dynasty, average level 50. Holy ring quality. Yellow, purple, black. Soldiers equipped with Han sabers, mystic shields. The vanguard soldiers would gradually increase in level over time. Now deployed to the myriad forms barracks. The ability to summon troops unlocked, currently allowing the summoning of 1,000 vanguard soldiers for every 10,000 kill points consumed. Excellent. Gao Shun's vanguard has finally emerged. Gui Nya observed Gao Shun on the battlefield, a smile curving his lips. He could already envision the future where Gao Shun led the vanguard soldiers in a rampage across the land. Then, as Gui Nya surveyed the soaring kill points, he realized he had sufficient hard power among military generals for the time being, lacking only a few genuine leaders, those capable of commanding 1,000,000 troops. However, Gui Nya lacked the resources. Even at their peak, the Gui family had only commanded 200,000 soldiers. Currently, with 100,000 kill points yielding 1,000 soldiers, it felt like a waste for Zhao Yun and Ma Chao to be commanding them. Furthermore, they lacked individuals who could truly get things done. In Liangzhou, he was in the dark, needing to consult the merchant Xiaobang on many matters. This army soul summoning, as described, just so happened to provide the institution that met Gui Nye's needs, prompting him to use the army soul summoning once more. Now he had the resources. Kill points, 100. 000. Army soul summon activated. Ding. Summon successful. The Celestial Palace revives. Acquired 1,000 Ming Dynasty Imperial Guards. Level 50. Holy Ring. Yellow, purple, black. Optimal. Equipped with embroidered spring knives, reconnaissance owls. Acquired the first commander of the Imperial Guards, Mao Chong. Level 62. Diamond qualification. Optimal Holy Ring quality. The Imperial Guards of the Ming Dynasty, indeed. The Imperial Guard of the Ming Dynasty, established by the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang to enhance central authority, served as an institution for supervising officials. Folklore suggests that the clad in brocade, moving at night, can soothe crying children. Their primary responsibilities included reconnaissance, apprehension, and the protection of the emperor, with each member possessing remarkable skills. At present, the Imperial Guard specialized in the intelligence gathering that Gui Nya urgently required. Devoid of any foundation in Liangzhou, he lacked channels for obtaining crucial information, making the Imperial Guard an ideal asset for his current needs. As Gui Nya pondered, a sense of intuition stirred within him, prompting him to slowly raise his gaze towards the center of the Grand Hall. There stood 1,000 members of the Imperial Guard, donned in their distinctive flying fish robes and wielding embroidered spring sabers, each exuding vigor and clarity of spirit. In front of them stood Mao Chong, the first commander of the Ming Imperial Guard. Gui Nya, emulating the demeanor of those in power as portrayed in dramas, sat composed upon the imperial throne and coolly commanded. Mao Chong and the 1,000 guards rose in unison. Gui Nya gradually stood and addressed Mao Chong. Mao Chong. Mao Chong stepped forward with cupped hands. From this day forth, you shall temporarily hold the title of 1,000 Household of the Imperial Guard, overseeing all operations of the Guard. Gui Nya continued. Where's the Imperial Guard? The 1,000 guards stepped forward, collectively proclaiming. Satisfied, Gui Nya nodded in approval. Now, I assign you a task. Within 1 month, each of you must develop at least 10 subordinates. The necessary resources for this endeavor will be provided to Mao Chong. Do not concern yourselves with consumption. I demand to know every whisper and movement in Liangzhou within a month. Do you understand? Gui Nya's gaze sharpened. The Imperial Guard bowed in submission. Go forth. Gui Nya nodded, watching as the guards exited the hall of the human sovereign, finally released into the outside world. The weight that pressed upon Gui Nya's heart had considerably eased. He feared being in Liangzhou, blind to the unfolding events, unaware of the lurking threats posed by the Gai Luo Te family, who were simultaneously arriving in Liangzhou to seek him out. He had considered having Yuan Tiangang form a group of rogues, but time was of the essence. With the Imperial Guard now at his disposal, should he navigate this perilous period unscathed, he could wield significant influence over Liangzhou in the future. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhao Yun and his comrades led the Northern Wolf Riders in a relentless advance, demolishing 30 watchtowers and pushing the front line forward by 20 miles, slaying over 60,000 enemies. Yet, after advancing deep into enemy territory, the Northern Wolf Riders began to show signs of fatigue, encountering fortified positions every 300 meters. Yuan Tiangang refrained from recklessly leading the Wolf Riders closer, instead allowing Zhao Yun and Ma Chao to engage in combat. On the other side, after 300 exchanges with Gui Hu, Dian Wei decisively cleaved him in two. The toll of slaughter accrued significantly. Subsequently, under Gao Shun's command, Dian Wei charged forward, the battle line advancing 10 miles while dispatching over 20,000 foes. The situation began to stabilize. However, while the Western Front thrived, the Eastern Front suffered greatly. Lacking the prowess of Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, little progress was made, resulting in considerable casualties. The front lines remained evenly matched, with Wu Qianjia's main force clashing head-on with the 8-ringed elites of the Wild Army at Wuwei. The two armies fought fiercely, casualties mounting by the moment. Yet, the titled experts from both sides refrained from intervening, continuing their struggle until dawn broke, showing no signs of cessation. At that moment, a messenger rushed to Wu Qianjia, anxiously reporting, "Marshal, General Yuan's eastern forces have sustained heavy losses. Nearly half of the 100,000 wolf riders have been lost, requesting reinforcements from headquarters." What? Is Yuan Hua a fool? How could he lose nearly 50,000 men in such a short time? Wu Qianjia erupted in anger. The messenger hastily added, "General Yuan reported that 3 individuals above level 80 have appeared among the Eastern Wild Army, and he is unable to fend them off alone. Damn it! How do the Wilds still have 8-ringed experts?" Wu Qianjia cursed, then instructed the messenger, "Tell Yuan Hua to hold his ground. We cannot afford to squander the gains achieved at the cost of 50,000 wolf riders. I will have his head if he fails." Yes. The messenger quickly retreated. Damn it. These Wilds are truly bizarre. They have deployed over 28-ring practitioners in a single secret battlefield. It's madness. Despite his harsh words, Wu Qianjia still dispatched 30,000 wolf riders and 2 8-ringed experts to support the Eastern Front. How goes the situation on the Western Front? Have we encountered any 8-ringed wild experts? Reporting to the Marshal, according to frontline reports, 2 8-ringed wild experts have appeared in total on the Western Front. One on the Western Line, where General Zhao leads the main Wolf Rider force, and one on the Northwestern Line, where General Gao commands the militia. What more? Wu Qianjia inquired, surprised. The communications officer quickly reviewed the information, saying, "The 8-ringed wild expert on the Western Front is the Stone Giant, who intruded into the command tent a month ago, and General Ma Chao has engaged it." And then, Wu Qianjia recalled the overwhelming aura he sensed from Ma Chao the previous night, but worried, knowing Ma Chao, despite possessing 10,000 years of saintly aura, was only at level 60 and facing the 82-level Stone Giant could spell disaster. But was that the reality? The communications officer continued, "Afterward, General Ma Chao heavily wounded the Stone Giant, and General Zhao struck the killing blow." What? He killed it? Wu Qianjia was momentarily stunned, then elated. The Grand Elder had indeed spoken true. Zhao Yun possessed the capability to slay an 8-ringed wild expert. Moreover, Ma Chao was no insignificant figure. And the militia? On the militia's side, an 8-ringed Gui who appeared, and General Gao, at level 64, engaged it. After 600 exchanges, General Gao was forced to retreat. Wu Qianjia's expression darkened. Then he heard the communications officer report, but at a critical moment, a 6-ring practitioner named Dian Wei, endowed with 10,000 years of saintly aura, appeared out of nowhere. After saving Gao Shan, Dian Wei struck down Gui who within 300 exchanges, subsequently joining the militia, propelling their forces forward with great momentum. More experts. Wu Qianjia was filled with delight, astonished that the Western Front could yield such tremendous surprises. Yet, a greater revelation awaited. The vanguard of the Western Army advanced 20 miles, taking over 30 watchtowers and slaying over 80,000 wild soldiers. Excellent. Chapter 30. Ultimately, one is outmatched. How infuriating. Splendid. The generals brought forth by Sword 3's absolute prowess are indeed unparalleled. Once this battle concludes, I shall certainly report to His Majesty. Wu Qianjia laughed heartily. Though he secretly calculated the contributions of Zhao Yun and his companions, each one a disciple of his own. What news do we have regarding their current battle situation? Wu Qianjia inquired. The communications officer checked and reported, after dawn, the Western Front has ceased its advance and begun fortifying defenses. Good. No need to rush, steady and methodical. Zhao Yun and the others truly possess the bearing of great generals. By the way, what are the casualty figures? Wu Qianjia nodded in satisfaction, but upon recalling his deputy, he shook his head. Damn it, comparing one to another is infuriating. The main force suffered fewer than 3,000 casualties, yet the militia incurred nearly 20,000. Sigh. With great enemies at hand, they are all valiant indeed. We have not tarnished the reputation of our fellow compatriots, and the court must not let their spirits wane. Wu Qianjia sighed deeply, his expression fraught with complexity. Issue a decree to compile the names of the fallen righteous soldiers from various regions and send them back to the imperial capital, so that His Majesty may bestow generous rewards upon their families and descendants. Understood. In the temporary command post on the Western Front, Zhao Yun took the lead, with Ma Chao, Dian Wei, Gao Shan, and Yuan Tiangang seated to his left. To the right sat several commanders from the Righteous Army and the Wolf Cavalry. What is the situation on the other battlefields? Zhao Yun inquired. Immediately, someone responded, General, the situation on the Eastern Front is not optimistic. 3 8-ring barbarians have appeared. And among the Eastern vanguard, Only General Yuan is an 8-ringed powerhouse. Currently, we have suffered significant losses. Upon finishing, the individual cast a grateful glance toward Zhao Yun and his companions. Initially, they had been skeptical of these sudden leaders, but had it not been for their extraordinary prowess in slaying 2 8-ringed experts, their fates would have likely been dire. Consequently, all the commanders and leaders of the righteous army present were filled with gratitude and respect for Zhao Yun and his comrades. Their abilities had thoroughly captivated them. Otherwise, Gao Shun and the others would not have been elevated to high positions, leading their 20,000 troops. Observing this, Gui Nie's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light, and a subtle smile graced his lips. If they could gain the recognition of these righteous soldiers hailing from Liangzhou, it would greatly benefit their future strategies. After bowing to Zhao Yun, the individual continued, "The situation on the frontal battlefield is also grim, though the losses are not substantial. Indeed, speaking of which, our 20,000 men have the most impressive record thus far." One person chuckled. Laughter erupted throughout the command post, and joy illuminated the faces of the commanders. "By the way, General, the person from the command tent just came to request the list of deceased soldiers. Should we provide it?" asked Jinbo, a leader from the sword sect. "Compile a comprehensive list and submit it to the central command tent." Zhao Yun instructed. "Understood," Jianbo replied, then posed another question. "What should we do next, generals? Shall we continue our advance? Currently, the situation on the other 2 fronts is unfavorable. If we hastily push forward into enemy territory, we risk being encircled by the barbarian forces, which would be exceedingly detrimental to us," Yuan Tiangang stated coldly. General Yuan's words hold merit. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. Addressing his subordinates, "Our immediate priority is to rapidly construct defensive fortifications and await the cessation of the first wave of offensives from the other battlefields, before we heed the commands from the central command." Understood. Though the commanders were somewhat disheartened, they voiced no objections. They were not foolish and could clearly discern the current situation. "Proceed with your tasks, and ensure that the list of fallen soldiers is submitted to the command tent with utmost urgency. The construction of defensive works must not be neglected." Zhao Yun instructed the individuals on his right. "Yes." Subsequently, Jianbo led the others out of the command tent, leaving only their comrades behind. At that moment, Gui Nie finally made his appearance in the command tent. Zhao Yun quickly rose to relinquish his seat, and Ma Chao, Yuan Tiangang, and the others promptly stood. Bowing in respect, "We greet our lord. No need for such formalities." Gui Nie replied with a warm smile, casually taking a seat. "Speak if you have any questions." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, until Zhao Yun finally stepped forward. Bowing, he inquired, "My lord, why do we halt our advance at this moment? Though the wolf cavalry stamina may be lacking, pushing forward 10 miles should not pose a problem. We could also divide our forces to assist General Gao and General Dian in advancing the front, thereby facilitating the merging of our 2 armies." Zilong makes a valid point. Such a maneuver could indeed expand our victories, but the timing is not right. To be precise, this is not the moment for us to pursue further victories. Gui Nie replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the assembled commanders furrowed their brows, contemplating deeply, while only Jian Wei, oblivious to the gravity of the discourse, indulged in his meal in a corner. His simplistic mindset dictated that he would follow Gui Nie's orders without question, strike where instructed, retreat when advised. At this juncture, Yuan Tiangang spoke slowly. "My lord, are you concerned that we might reveal our strength too overtly?" Gui Nie glanced at Yuan Tiangang and nodded. "Indeed, that is a consideration. Among us, the strongest is Zilong, yet he is only at level 72. While he can contend with 8-ringed powerhouses, should a named level expert intervene. All below that rank are but ants. If we continue to advance and provoke the named level experts among the barbarians, we may incur the loss of at least 1 general's life in order to escape. This is a scenario I wish to avoid." Gui Nie sighed, continuing, "Currently, the outcome is optimal. We have achieved significant victories without inciting the barbarians to desperation. After all, they have only 1 named level elder stationed here, which is not particularly secure." The mere thought of this made Gui Nie seethe with frustration, for it represented a squandered opportunity for slaughter, visible yet unattainable. "Understood. I have learned much." Zhao Yun clasped his hands, feeling somewhat disheartened. "We thank our lord for your guidance." Not just Zhao Yun, but Ma Chao, Gao Shun, Yuan Tiangang, and Dian Wei all shared in this sentiment of discontent. They had never anticipated a day when they would feel inferior and unable to advance. For their proud hearts, this was utterly unacceptable. At once, someone stepped forward. Gao Shun bowed respectfully to Gui Nie, stating, "My lord, last night, after fighting fiercely, I felt a shift within me, as if my realm had loosened. I humbly request your permission to return and enter seclusion for cultivation." "Very well. I grant you this request. After this battle concludes, there will likely be no immediate conflict, so you may cultivate in peace. Upon your return, I have a gift prepared for you. Gui Nian nodded in agreement. Gao Shun was currently the weakest among them, and despite his pride, he had remained silent when Cao Cao executed him, demonstrating his unyielding spirit. Yet, this very individual had now become the weakest link among them. Compared to Ma Chao, who playfully toyed with a stone giant and eventually departed unscathed, Gao Shun's inability to withstand even 800 exchanges had dealt him a significant blow. The subsequent incident where Jian Wei crushed the ghost tiger had left him unable to reconcile his feelings. Others will likely seek seclusion as well. Gui Nye surveyed the group, finally resting his gaze on two individuals. Meng Qi and the Grand Commander should also enter seclusion. Yes, Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang replied in unison, both harboring similar thoughts. They had lingered at level 69 for an extended period, not due to a lack of potential, but rather from intentionally suppressing their inner strength, ensuring they did not miss the opportunity to engage in this exhilarating battle. With the current lull in hostilities, they now had the time to break through and consolidate their sacred rings. Erlai, will you join them? Gui Nye asked the gluttonous Dian Wei in the corner. Dian Wei scratched his head in response, grinning. If my lord wishes for me to go, then I shall. Gui Nye chuckled heartily. Then you too shall enter seclusion. Just do not let Zilong outshine you for too long. Are you truly not intent on competing with Zilong for that second place? What do you mean? What second place? Dian Wei replied, utterly baffled. Generals may not be aware, but in later generations, there exists a ranking of the martial prowess of the renowned generals of the three kingdoms. Conveyed through a catchy verse, Gui Nye reminisced fondly. Upon hearing this, Ma Chao's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, my lord, are Zilong and I included in this ranking? Zhao Yun also expressed interest, for who would not desire a legacy to be remembered by? Indeed, there is. Gui Nye replied with a smile. Casting a glance at Ma Chao, let me recite it for you, and we shall see who holds differing opinions. Yuan Tiangang interjected. I believe Meng Qi's ranking should be quite low. You are merely envious of me. Ma Chao shot a glance at him. With a wry smile, Gui Nye shook his head and recited. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao, 3 Dian Wei, 4 Guan, 5 Ma, 6 Zhang Fei. Ha! I rank 5th. Upon hearing this, Ma Chao was filled with delight. Zhao Yun was equally exhilarated, while he had no objections to Lu Bu being in first place. He firmly believed he deserved the second spot, causing a rush of excitement within him. In Chapter 31, Striking It Rich, the total kill points reached nearly 6 million. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang remarked, among the top 6 martial forces in the world, for hail from Shu Han, truly a remarkable advantage. Indeed, Ma Chao responded, his pride swelling. Yet Yuan Tiangang added, unfortunately, you, young man, contribute little effort. What a disgrace. You. Ma Chao exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation as he pointed at Yuan Tiangang, repeating the word. Yuan Tiangang ignored him, prompting Ma Chao to seek out Gui Nye. Yuan Tiangang, don't speak recklessly. I will accuse you of slander. My lord, he slanders me. Look, he is slandering me. Zilong, observe him. Enough. If you wish to bicker further, do so later. Time is precious outside. Gui Nye waved a hand. Thus, Dian Wei, Ma Chao, Yuan Tiangang, and Gao Shun were sent back to the human emperor's hall, and the world outside fell into silence. Gui Nye then addressed Zhao Yun, saying, Zilong, I trust you to keep watch here. I will send Mao Chong with the Jinui to assist you. This humble general obeys. Zhao Yun nodded, but then inquired, my lord, what is the Jinui? Oh, it is an intelligence organization I have just established, highly capable and absolutely trustworthy. You may assign them tasks that require no great importance. Gui Nye explained. I understand. Zhao Yun replied. Well then, I shall return to the human emperor's hall. I will appear if there are matters at hand. Very well. Gui Nye nodded before vanishing from sight. Shortly after, a messenger arrived at the command post. General Zhao, at the camp's entrance is a man named Mao Chong who wishes to see you. He claims to be your friend. That was quick. Zhao Yun mused, promptly instructing the messenger to allow Mao Chong entry. Moments later, Mao Chong, dressed in a flying fish outfit and wielding an embroidered spring blade, entered the command post and saluted Zhao Yun. I am Mao Chong, a captain of the Jinui. It is an honor to meet you, General Zhao. My lord has informed me that you shall remain by my side as an assistant. Zhao Yun observed Mao Chong's upright demeanor with satisfaction. Though as merely a deputy to the Grand Elder, he felt it was a slight to have Mao Chong serve in such a capacity. Yes. Mao Chong replied without a change in expression, adding, General, aside from myself, there are 50 other Jinui in the camp, ready to heed your commands at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun recalled Gui Nye's commendation of the Jinui and could not help but ask, did they just join us? Or have they been part of the army for a while? Reporting to the general, they arrived half an hour prior to my appearance. Mao Chang replied with calm respect. Indeed, my lord's words ring true. You are indeed formidable. Zhao Yun chuckled, subsequently discussing various upcoming matters with Mao Chang. Every so often, he would inquire about problem-solving strategies. And Mao Chang provided insightful analyses. After some time, the two found themselves enjoying each other's company. In the human emperor's hall, observing the lively exchange, Gui Nye smiled faintly. Then turned his attention to the kill points panel. I've struck it rich. I've truly struck it rich. Upon inspection, Gui Nye could scarcely contain his astonishment. In this battle, Zhao Yun alone had taken down 33 fortresses, each yielding approximately 30,000 kill points, totaling around 1 million points. He had vanquished over 1,080 enemies, with the average level of the barbarian forces around level 45, contributing to 480,000 points. The stone giants provided an additional 120,000 points. Thus, Zhao Yun amassed a remarkable 6 million kill points. Ma Chao had eliminated over 200 foes, amounting to 44 million points. Gao Shun accounted for over 2,000 enemies, totaling 900,000 points. Dian Wei dispatched over 400 foes, earning 760,000 points. Yuan Tiangang defeated over 200 enemies, gathering 48 million points. Excluding the 300,000 kill points for summoning, the total kill points amounted to 5,886,752. I've struck it rich. Gui Nye laughed heartily, never expecting that such a minor skirmish would yield nearly 6 million kill points. Just yesterday, he had lamented over his solitary 20,000 kill points, pondering where he might sleep that night. In the blink of an eye, he could afford to buy a car and a house. Claiming to be unhappy would be a lie. Now, Gui Nye possessed the means to further enhance the human emperor's sword. As long as the human emperor's sword could be upgraded to level 40, the summoned hero spirits and even military souls would be considerably stronger. Although the required kill points would increase significantly, Gui Nye calculated that it remained a worthwhile investment. After all, as one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly sluggish. The time required to condense the sacred rings also extends, particularly for individuals like Zhao Yun, where the 7th ring often necessitates reaching a peak. Zhao Yun himself had spent 20 years in the human emperor's hall, and according to him, the difficulty of condensing the 8th ring would be even greater. Conservatively estimating, it would take at least a century, a prospect that did not surprise Gui Nye. Beastmasters generally enjoy long lifespans, and once they successfully surpass level 60, a century is not long for them. One could even say it is brief. Once they break through level 80, a Beastmaster's lifespan could multiply several times over. However, for Gui Nye, time was of the essence. He was loath to wait a century, let alone a month. Level up the human emperor's sword. Ding. Kill points. 1,000,000. Name. Human emperor's sword. Level. 40,010,000,000. Indeed, the level of the human emperor's sword had risen tenfold. One level costs 1 million. 10 levels cost 10 million. Gui Nye felt an immediate weight of pressure. Yet it was but a fleeting moment, at worst. He could send Zilong to the front line to engage in combat. A mere 10 million was inconsequential. Gui Nye then examined the required points for the 2 summoning skills. Feeling a surge of frustration, he could hardly accept the increase. He felt as if he might vomit blood. The kill points for the human emperor's sword had multiplied tenfold. But a tenfold increase for a single human emperor's sword was bearable. However, both summoning skills had similarly escalated tenfold. Previously, summoning had required 100,000 points. Now it astonishingly demanded 1 million points. Just a moment ago, as he reveled in newfound wealth, Gui Nye reconsidered whether he should sell his house, and perhaps even consider sleeping in the park. Yet not all news was grim. There was still good news. The 100 medicinal gardens behind the human emperor's hall had successfully revived, yielding numerous elixirs, specifically for Zhao Yun and his comrades, though ordinary beastmasters could also partake. Previously, Zhao Yun and the others had been unable to consume the herbs, but now they could, providing a significant boost to their cultivation. Additionally, the imperial seal unveiled a new function. Artifact. Imperial seal, bestowed by heaven, may it endure forever. Passive. Those favored by fortune shall ultimately receive the blessings of the heavenly path. Fortune favored. Gui Nye. Authority of the human emperor's hall. Hero spirit summoning. Each summoning consumes 1 million kill points. Summoning heroes from the rich history of Huaxia to serve the current human emperor. Please condense the sacred ring. Military soul summoning. Each summoning consumes 1 million kill points. Summoning historically renowned military organizations to pledge loyalty to the current human emperor. Please condense the sacred ring. Divine beast summoning. Each summoning consumes 2 million kill points. seeking the nearest traces of ancient divine beast offspring until the human emperor acquires the divine beast offspring. Good news indeed. Ginie could now summon divine beast offspring. Bad news, it's exceedingly costly, and one must capture it themselves. I ask you, are you afraid? Regardless, Ginie is indeed apprehensive. You merely have to wiggle your backside and take 2 million points of slaughter value from my bag. What sort of fortunate circumstance is this? Simultaneously, Ginie is somewhat puzzled. What exactly is a divine beast? How come he has never heard of it before? For a moment, Ginie is quite curious and contemplates spending 2 million to give it a try, but then he reflects that those are already divine beast cubs. If he has a divine beast guarding him, what if he cannot defeat it? After some thought, he decides to have the Ginie investigate what divine beasts really are at a later time. His immediate concern is to condense the 4th holy ring to unlock 2 summoning skills. Subsequently, Ginie informs Zhao Yun that he will need to concentrate on condensing the holy rings for the next month and to keep a low profile if any matters arise. After briefing the Ginie on a few matters, he begins to condense the holy ring on the imperial throne. As the condensation begins, the spiritual energy within the grand hall suddenly transforms into a mist, rapidly enveloping Ginie. The world begins to quiet down, flowing slowly, evoking a sense of serene passage of time. However, outside, the world is far from tranquil. On the 3rd day of Ginie's seclusion, Zhao Yun is urgently summoned to the central military tent. As Zhao Yun enters the tent with Mao Chong, he hears Wu Qianjia's perplexed voice. "Oh, General Zhao? Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are the other generals?" Chapter 32. The Military Tent's Dispute, Underestimating the Ancestors. The people of the capital have made their move. General Zhao, where are the other generals? Zhao Yun pauses momentarily before responding. It is as follows. Marshal, General Gao Shan, after a fierce battle with the 8-ringed ghost tiger, felt compelled and entered seclusion yesterday. He is expected to emerge in about a month. I see. This is indeed a good thing. Wu Qianjia expresses mild surprise, not displeased by Gao Shan's abrupt departure. On the contrary, he feels elated. In wars of such magnitude, as long as the commander's mind is not deranged or their strength overwhelming, the conflict cannot be resolved in merely a month or 2. Wu Qianjia clearly believes otherwise, estimating it will take at least 6 months, especially knowing Gao Shan's extraordinary capabilities. The fact that he might improve in just a month is remarkable. Wu Qianjia is delighted at this prospect. And what of Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang? Wu Qianjia inquires further. Zhao Yun scratches his nose, recalling the excuse Ginie had crafted for him. Marshal, to speak candidly, Meng Qi and General Yuan Tiangang have actually already surpassed level 70. But in order to participate in the upcoming battle against the wild men and defend our homeland, they forcibly suppressed their realms. However, after the recent bloodshed, they can no longer contain their original levels and have all broken through to level 70. They are currently in seclusion to condense their holy rings. They are unlikely to participate in the forthcoming battles. Zhao Yun speaks with a hint of embarrassment, turning his face away to avoid looking at Wu Qianjia, lest he be tempted to smile. Wu Qianjia is momentarily stunned, his expression becoming complex as he grinds his teeth. Ultimately, it transforms into a bitter smile. Alas, they hold no official positions, yet have come to the front lines to fight valiantly for our homeland. It is already quite commendable. Moreover, they have all made significant contributions for the court. How can I be overly demanding? Marshal, I sincerely apologize. Zhao Yun states earnestly. Let us not dwell on this. Follow me, for there are important matters to discuss. Wu Qianjia waves his hand and leads Zhao Yun inside. As they walk, Wu Qianjia suddenly asks, by the way, General Zhao, is that black-faced warrior who saved General Gao still in the military camp? Zhao Yun is taken aback, his mind racing as he recalls what the Lord had mentioned about Dian Wei. Oh, you mean General Dian? How did he leave the military camp? Zhao Yun looks to Mao Chong for assistance. Wu Qianjia follows his gaze, and Mao Chong remains composed, stating, General Dian is the personal guard of my young master. He happened to pass through this area, and upon witnessing General Gao's loyalty, could not bear to see him perish in such a dismal manner. Thus, he stepped in to save General Gao. My young master has pressing matters to attend to and naturally took General Dian with him. His intention in remaining here is to contribute to the war against the wild men. Now I understand. Wu Qianjia nods, though he feels no particular sentiment about Dian Wei's departure. After all, even Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang have left. It's just that Dian Wei left a particularly deep impression. To think of a 6-ringed warrior besting an 8-ringed one and even killing him is hard to forget. This inquiry has piqued Wu Qianjia's curiosity about this so-called young master. Just who might he be to have such a formidable warrior as Dian Wei willingly serve as his guard? May I ask, is your young master from the Tianzhou kingdom? Mao Chong, unfazed, shakes his head no. My young master prefers to keep his arrival in Tianzhou a secret. Haha, I have overstepped. Wu Qianjie chuckles awkwardly. After a brief period of silence, Wu Qianjie leads Zhao Yun into the central military tent. Zhao Yun scans the room and notices familiar faces, like Haiyuan, the Grand Elder. And others are present. After smiling and greeting everyone, he takes a seat on a chair to the right, while Mao Chong stands quietly beside him. Indeed, Zhao Yun has been promoted to the vice commander of the righteous army and is now entitled to sit. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall speak plainly. Wu Qianjie glances around at the assembly and coldly states, the king of Beiliang has rejected our request and expelled our envoy. What? This is impossible. The general who initially proposed an alliance with the king of Beiliang wears a puzzled expression. What is impossible? I have long stated that the king of Beiliang has a shifty gaze and cannot be trusted. And now, here we are. Old general, you are mistaken. The king of Beiliang merely declined our plan. Perhaps he has his own intentions. A junior general rises to speak. Indeed. The urgent matter at hand is to send another envoy to inquire whether the king of Beiliang has any other plans to expel the wild men. Shut your mouth. You dog. They have driven our people away, and you still speak for the king of Beiliang? Lai Kaiyuan's deputy, Wu Kai, angrily points at the junior general and berates him. You little brat, have you read so much that your mind has turned to mush? You keep talking about your mother. It's a disgrace to our culture. The general of the Heavenly Eagles stands up. What? Do you wish to be a dog for Beiliang as well? Wu Kai retorts coldly. This is sheer sophistry. Our current enemy is the wild army, not Beiliang. Why do you keep fixating on the king of Beiliang? The general of the Heavenly Eagles spits vehemently. Even if the king of Beiliang has some flaws in character, does his 500-year defense of the borders for our great Zhou not prove his loyalty to the court? The general of the Heavenly Eagles looks at the crowd. With a great enemy at our doorstep, instead of devising strategies to repel them, you question the loyalty of a loyal minister of our great Zhou. Do you not feel shame? Do not evade the matter. You are sidestepping the core issue. The fact remains that the king of Beiliang is uncooperative with the court's attempts to drive out our enemies. Let us not forget what the king of Beiliang is meant to do. The general of the Heavenly Eagles smirks. Cooperate with the court? Our dynasty has established laws. Vassals of different surnames are to obey the emperor's commands. It is only natural for him to expel our envoy. The generals all look skeptical, and the Grand Elder, sensing the tension, quickly signals to Lan Fengye. Tian Wenjing, I insult your mother. Are we not thinking of strategies to repel the enemy? Why are you barking like a dog? Lan Fengye, the vice president of Liangzhou University, can no longer endure it, standing up to berate the general of the Heavenly Eagles. If the king of Beiliang were a loyal minister, how could he not respond to such a foolproof plan? Why did he expel our envoy? He clearly has no regard for the court or the emperor. Such rebellious conduct, and you still defend him? What is his true intent? The heart of the Northern Liang King is well known among the people of Liangzhou. If you are unaware, why not inquire with a 6-year-old child by the roadside? Or perhaps you are simply a dog of Liang. Lan Fengye, as a mere vice principal of Liangzhou, dares to insult me so brazenly? The crowd, led by Tian Wenjing, seethed with indignation. Yet Lan Fengye remained undeterred, backed by the elder, and continued his tirade, pointing once more at Tian Wenjing. Are you not also descended from a eunuch? What makes you feel superior? Is your father without roots? You shameless wretch. Tian Wenjing's defenses crumbled instantly, for indeed, his father was of no noble lineage. At that moment, another individual rose to engage in the fray with Lan Fengye, who retorted fiercely, and soon, more voices joined in the tumult. Wu Qianjie's expression darkened with each passing moment, observing the multitude rallying behind the Northern Liang King. He realized it was too late. These generals hailed from illustrious families in the imperial capital, and once they aligned with the Northern Liang King, it signified imperial endorsement. The implications were staggering, and Wu Qianjie dared not dwell on them, glancing at Lai Kaiyuan, who could only offer a bitter smile, as his loyal followers also joined the fray. Yet their efforts bore little fruit. The matter had transcended whether the Northern Liang King would stand or fall. It had become a question of numbers, where the majority dictated the outcome. The two offerings, San and Si, exchanged glances, but having spent their lives in the offering hall, they lacked the prowess to speak up. Oh, no, the loyalists. They too were powerless to intervene. Zhao Yun sat comfortably, observing the fracas with calm detachment, unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Gui Nye had previously warned that if the Northern Liang King were not swiftly subdued, it would all be too late. The people of the imperial capital would not allow them to unseat the Northern Liang King. They might even find ways to keep them in Liangzhou. The prospect of an alliance between the Northern Liang King and the Outlanders was not entirely far-fetched, based on Gui Nye's knowledge of the external clan. As long as there was an opportunity, neither Wu Qianjie nor Lai Kaiyuan would escape. While the discord was troubling, it mattered not. Once the shouting commenced, Aside from their loyalists, all officers from the imperial capital spoke in favor of the northern Liang king. This revelation sent chills down the spines of Wu Qianjie and his allies. If not for the presence of the elder and his loyal army, they might have been entirely sidelined. As for eliminating these officers, that was utterly out of the question. They were backed by formidable powers. Wu Qianjie felt utterly powerless, and all that remained was a heavy sigh. Alas, the group had been embroiled in this argument for hours, with no one willing to yield. Suddenly, Wu Qianjie received an urgent document, his face falling in shock, his eyes wide as saucers, swiftly silencing the crowd. He did not even retain Zhao Yuan. Instead, the few of them, all being powerful figures, retreated to hold a secret meeting. Chapter 33. The Death of Emperor Zhou. The external clans finally ascend to power. Within the imperial palace of the capital, the current emperor of the Great Zhou, Jiru Fa, lay quietly on the dragon couch, his frail mouth moving weakly. In front of Jiru Shui's south bedside stood numerous court officials, princes, and the current crown prince of the Great Zhou, Jizhong. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sound of breathing faintly audible, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a death watch. Everyone present shared the sentiment that the emperor's time was nearly at an end. Jizhong felt as though the heavens were collapsing upon him. "Zhang heir, come here." Jiru Shui suddenly spoke feebly. Jizhong hurried to the bedside, kneeling, his voice choked with tears. "Father, your son is here." Jiru Shui gazed at Jizhong, his face softening with relief. He slowly inquired, "Are you prepared?" "Father, I am not ready. You must not leave us." Jizhong cried in anguish. Seeing this, Jiru Shui's expression turned cold. He grasped Jizhang's hand tightly and admonished, "You foolish child. You have been the crown prince for a century. Do you lack even this much resolve? Were it not for your shortcomings, I would have already named another as crown prince, and you would accompany me to the underworld, where I would continue to teach you." "Father." Jizhang's face paled at these words. It was not that the crown prince lacked courage. His subordinates had either secretly allied with the external clans or been covertly dealt with by them. With no loyal followers, how could he secure the throne? The officials observed this and exchanged glances, sighing inwardly, their expressions a complex mix of emotions, many of them gleaming with ambition. "Your Majesty, this cannot be." General Guy Luot suddenly knelt, prompting the others to follow suit. All were members of the external clan. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is the foundation of the nation. How can you casually depose him? We implore you to reconsider." Guy Luot dared not voice the thought that lingered. Was it not a bit hasty to contemplate dismissing the crown prince when you are on the brink of death? Moreover, whether the crown prince could ascend the throne was critical to Guy Luot's years of scheming, and no complications could arise at this juncture. As for the crown prince's ineptitude, Guy Luot chose to ignore it. They desired precisely such a crown prince. It is worth noting that Jizhong had originally attained the position of crown prince through the machinations of the external clans, making him their chosen candidate. "We beseech you to reconsider, Your Majesty." Many officials echoed, sharing Guy Luot's sentiments. Jiru Shui abruptly began to cough, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Landing on Guy Luot, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice, mingled with despair. Yet he swiftly concealed it, retrieving a silken pouch from his robe, addressing Jizhong. "After my departure, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may implement the strategies contained within this pouch. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jizhong nodded blankly, accepting the pouch as though it were a precious treasure. Jiru Shui observed this with a nod. He was well aware of the crown prince's weakness. Yet he appreciated his self-awareness and willingness to heed counsel. With some contingency measures left behind, he believed that even if imperial power waned, the dynasty would not face annihilation. "My loyal ministers, after I am gone, I hope you will wholeheartedly support the new ruler without any ulterior motives." "We shall remember your command, Your Majesty." The crowd responded, their faces alight with joy. "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the crown prince." Jiru Shui added, "Yes." Guy Luot thought little of it and departed, for the outcome had already been decided, and they could stir no further waves. Jizhong eagerly asked, "Father, what further instructions do you have for me?" "Zhang heir, do you understand the current state of affairs?" Jiru Shui queried. "Father, how could I be unaware? The external clans seek to monopolize the court, yet if you leave, I will be powerless to suppress them. As long as you comprehend, there is still hope." Jiru Shui replied, forcing himself to sit upright. "After my death, former General Wu Qianjie and Left General Lai Kaiyuan may temporarily restrain the external clan, but it will not last long. Once you ascend, you must swiftly locate the missing Gue Wudao and restore the Gue family sovereignty. This will buy us several years of respite." "After all that, only several years?" Jizhong asked in confusion. "Indeed, that is the best outcome," Jiru Shui lamented, closing his eyes in pain. "Father, what then? If Gue Wudao remains unfound, Or if the two generals cannot be preserved, should we petition the fiefdoms? Ji Rushui uttered these words lightly, then lay back down, utterly spent. Ji Zhang, grasping Ji Rushui's intentions, understood that the meat must remain in the pot, and it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. I comprehend. Ji Zhang bowed deeply before Ji Rushui. Shortly thereafter, the great emperor, Ji Rushui, passed away, plunging the nation into mourning for a month. The new ruler would ascend to the throne a month later, choosing an auspicious day. As power transitioned, the imperial capital was rife with intrigue and uncertainty. In a secluded courtyard of the ghost family, within the confines of Gui Tianlu's chamber, a voluptuous woman with cascading golden hair sauntered in, her movements reminiscent of a sinuous fox. Her peach-colored eyes shimmered with a golden glint as she addressed Gui Tianlu with a teasing lilt. Gui Tianlu, where has your precious son gone? Without sparing her a glance, Gui Tianlu flatly replied, he is dead. A cold chuckle escaped the woman's lips. Oh, Gui Tianlu, how can you, once a formidable figure of the titled realm, resort to such an absurd excuse that even a fool could see through? What I choose to say is my concern. Whether you believe it or not is yours to ponder, Gui Tianlu retorted, still avoiding her gaze. Is that so? The woman's expression darkened. Do not presume that just because you have sent him to Liangzhou, we are powerless. At her words, a fleeting glimmer of panic crossed Gui Tianlu's eyes. But he quickly masked it with indifference. Is that so? You truly are impressive. I'm not afraid to inform you that just days ago, our people discovered Gui Nie's hiding place, and the family has already dispatched someone to retrieve him. The woman said with a chilling smile. What exactly are you implying? Gui Tianlu asked, a frown creasing his brow. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the thought of his son falling into the hands of these beasts. Should they find him, Gui Nie would surely meet a grim fate. Now you understand fear? The woman smirked, continuing, it's not such a grave matter. How about we trade your ancestor's life for the life of your beloved son? Gui Tianlu's brow furrowed at her words, his eyes widening in disbelief. You wish to kill Wu Qianjie? How about it? A rather lucrative deal, wouldn't you say? The woman laughed, her figure swaying gracefully. Humph. To eliminate 4 titled realm experts in one fell swoop, do you not fear the consequences of such ambition? At that moment, a white-haired elder emerged from the shadows. His hair was a mix of black and white, a characteristic of the aging members of the ghost family. The ghost family boasted 3 titled experts, Gui Wudao, Gui Tianlu, and the ancestor himself. The newcomer was the last of the titled realm experts, the venerable ancestor of the ghost family, boasting a formidable rank of level 91. This was precisely why the old emperor had stated that Gui Wudao's return could temporarily suppress the external relatives. After all, they were 2 titled experts with the innate ability to command beasts. By the heavens, 2 against 4. Would you not feel a twinge of anxiety? In days of yore, the ghost family had towered above the other 6 pillars, yet now, with Gui Tianlu incapacitated and Gui Wudao missing, they found themselves in this precarious position. It was the presence of the ancestor that deterred the Gai Luot family from directly ousting Gui Tianlu from his position as head of the family. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply tell me, will you exchange or not? The woman's tone turned frosty. Ancestor, this matter is yours to decide. Gui Tianlu, in agony, closed his eyes. The revelation of Gui Nie's whereabouts had unsettled him deeply. I shall accompany you on this venture. I wish to see what capabilities you possess to eliminate 4 titled experts. The ancestor stated resolutely. He then conveyed a message to Gui Tianlu. Tianlu, Nier is our family's last hope. We absolutely cannot allow them to extinguish his light prematurely. I will surely uncover his location and ensure his safe passage out of the Great Zhou. Ancestor, I implore you. Gui Tianlu's bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the direction the woman had departed. Be cautious at home. With that, the ancestor followed the golden-haired woman out. In an instant, a multitude of powerful auras surged through the skies above the imperial capital, converging towards a singular direction. Ji Zhang sensed the upheaval as well. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene, having already dispatched several trusted aides in search of Gui Wudao. Simultaneously, Ji Zhang was convening numerous princes to deliberate on the matter of distributing fiefdoms. Should they fail to locate Gui Wudao, they would have to forsake a portion of their interests to facilitate the process. Chapter 34. A successful breakthrough, elite tiger and leopard cavalry. The sudden emergence of so many powerful auras in the imperial capital ignited a flurry of discussions online. Hey, why do you think there are so many titled experts in the capital all at once? Do we even need to speculate? They are undoubtedly here to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension. Is that so? I find it hard to believe the new emperor possesses such charisma. Even the late emperor might not have had such pull. Indeed, my grandfather visited the Yihong courtyard yesterday and mentioned that the situation remains uncertain. It's terrifying. Something significant must be afoot in the capital, Though whether it's good or bad for us remains to be seen. Hold on, everyone, let me speak. Isn't Liangzhou currently embroiled in conflict? I suspect they might be heading there to provide support. Come on, brother, you're just blowing smoke. Didn't you see the livestream? Yesterday, we decimated the leader of the barbarian forces in Liangzhou. Even if we push the front line 20 miles with minimal losses, does that mean we need support? What's the point of that? We still haven't won. Why don't you mention the heavy losses on the Eastern Front? Should I say it or not? Do you not think the generals on the Western Front are incredibly formidable? Indeed. Moreover, I've never even heard of their names, according to a classmate of my cousin. The generals on the Western Front are all above level 60, averaging 10,000 years of Saint Rings. Is that true? 10,000 years of Saint Rings? Even titled experts might not possess that. Absolutely, I'm not mistaken. I saw the red glow from the Wu-Wei battlefield the other day. Your argument lacks credibility. Where are you from? My uncle's cousin witnessed General Ma Chao's 10,000 years of Saint Rings on the battlefield. Not just Ma Chao, but also General Zhao Yun. I heard online that General Zhao's 7th ring has a limit of up to 200,000 years. Is that true? General Zhao is truly an idol for our generation. Of course it's true. Their information is even available on the official website now. What? Where? I want to see. Ah, General Zhao is so handsome. I wonder if he is married. General Ma Chao is also incredibly handsome. I'm going to go propose to him in Wu-Wei right now. Calm down. Calm down. Brother, you're a man. I might not be. The online discourse was ablaze, yet the Wu-Wei battlefield remained eerily still, with no new developments in sight. Ever since the news of the emperor's death reached them, Wu Qianjie and the other three had not made an appearance, as if they had vanished from the mortal realm. The conflict with the barbarians had also come to a standstill. Days turned into weeks, and the two armies, like longtime friends, maintained a silent understanding, refraining from launching any offensives. This left online viewers in a frenzy, venting their frustrations at the general's inaction. Damn it, what is General Wu doing? People want to see Zhao Yun display his might. Stop daydreaming upstairs. I feel the same way. Another frustrated voice chimed in. What is happening at the front lines? Are we just allowing the barbarians to run rampant in our territory? What on earth is Wu Qianjie doing? Does he not realize that as long as the barbarians remain in Liangzhou, the region will remain in turmoil? This is intolerable. It's been 2 weeks already. Why isn't Wu Qianjie making a move? Is he dead? Hey, it's been half a month. Wu Qianjie, if you're alive, make a sound. This is unacceptable. I must submit a formal complaint to the court regarding General Wu Qianjie's inaction. As half a month slipped by, the Liangzhou battlefield remained shrouded in ominous clouds. With both factions remaining inert, the online criticisms escalated, with many wishing they could drown the inactive General Wu Qianjie in their disdain. Yet, some were aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Hey, have you noticed that the barbarian forces seem to be increasing in number? Someone suddenly remarked online. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, with no one responding to his words. Within the Western military camp, Zhao Yun remained oblivious to the affairs beyond his immediate surroundings, diligently commanding the militia to continue fortifying their defenses. The only notable change was the complete withdrawal of the 100,000 wolf cavalry, who had previously taken orders under Zhao Yun. However, Zhao Yun remained unfazed by their departure. After all, they were merely a second-rate army. Their absence posed no significant threat. For as long as the militia received adequate training, they would not lag far behind the wolf cavalry. The Grand Elder had also returned to the militia, his countenance far from cheerful. On that very day, within the Imperial Hall, Guinie emerged from the crimson glow, slowly opening his eyes as the human emperor's sword glinted with a chilling light. Suddenly, 4 holy rings manifested around Guinie, 2 purple and 1 black, before the final ring. A magnificent red one aged 10,000 years descended to envelop his entire being. With a thunderous roar, an immense aura surged forth, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Guinie, with a mere thought, transformed his attire into a flowing black dragon robe, crowned with the imperial 9-comb crown. The imperial hall was instantly bathed in golden brilliance as Guinie stood serenely upon the throne, resembling a deity of the heavens and earth. To his astonishment, the activation of the 4th holy ring had enabled him to don this robe, capable of concealing heavenly secrets, along with the power to command the forces of nature through the imperial 9-comb crown. Exhaling softly, Guinie then accessed the attribute panel of the Human Emperor's Sword. Name: Human Emperor's Sword Race. Divine Sword Potential: Unknown Level 40 01 000 000 Kill Points. Holy Rings: Purple 1035 years, Purple 9999 years, Black 50 000 years, Red 100 000 years. Attributes: 5 elements: Metal, Wood, Water, Fire. Earth. Exclusive skill: Human Emperor's 5 elements / unleashes tenfold attack power. The stronger the wielder's fortune, the greater the enhancement. 1 ring. 5 elements aura. Increases all attributes of allies by 20, up to 5 people, while simultaneously reducing the enemy's defense by 30, up to 5 people. 3 rings. Heaven and earth power. Grants the wielder affinity for the 5 elements, allowing for manipulation of elemental forces. Enhancing beast companion's attack power by 10, up to 100, and overall attributes by 10, up to 30. 2 rings. 9 comb crown. Increases all attributes of all subordinates by 30, while enhancing the wielder's attributes by 300. 4 rings. Passive skill. Source unification. Your frail body shall not face tribulations. You shall become one with the human emperor's sword, synchronizing all attributes of the sword to the host. Upon reviewing the attributes of the human emperor's sword, Ginie nodded in satisfaction. With the emergence of the skills from the 4th holy ring, he would no longer need to personally engage in battle. What of Zilong, he wondered, casting a glance toward the individual still in seclusion, who showed no signs of emerging. Ginie had spent merely 15 years in meditation, while they would likely require an additional decade to accumulate their 7th ring. Satisfied that all remained well with Zilong, he retrieved his phone to review events from the past fortnight, an endeavor of great importance to him. After perusing the information for a while, he tucked away his phone, a flicker of keen insight gleaming in his eyes. The previous emperor had passed away, and the new sovereign was poised to ascend the throne. The imperial capital had seen an influx of formidable figures, including Wu Qinjia and others, who remained secluded. It seemed a significant event was on the horizon, perhaps indicating that the external clan was eager to make their move. Ginie realized he needed to prepare for the impending developments. Gently stroking his chin, he opted to summon the military spirit once more. Kill points. 1,000,000 military spirit summoning activated. Ding. Military spirit summoning successful. Ding. Acquired 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry soldiers from the late Han dynasty. Average level 50. Potential. Diamond. Holy ring quality. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soldier beast. Breakthrough spear. Sunyun tiger. Name. Sunyun tiger. Level 70. Can evolve into the dual-winged fierce tiger king. Attributes. Metal potential. Diamond level. 50 active skill. Sunyun charge. A savage tear. Passive skill. Tiger and leopard cavalry. Sunyun. Having summoned 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, Ginie still retained nearly 3 million kill points. He intended to summon another heroic spirit, uncertain of when unforeseen circumstances might arise. He needed to ensure that he had capable generals at his disposal at all times. Yet the current situation was proving quite awkward. Using heroic spirit summoning. Ding. Kill points. 1,000,000. Summoning successful. Subsequently, the stone pillar behind Ginie illuminated once more, and a portal materialized. A towering general, clad in Qin armor and standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with a Qin sword at his waist, a long spear in one hand and a shield in the other, gradually emerged. Upon arriving before Ginie, he lowered his shield inscribed with the words Great Wall. Inadvertently glancing up at Ginie, the sight struck him like a jolt of electricity, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, as tears streamed down the face of the towering figure. Criminal Meng Tian, pays his respects to the young master. Meng Tian exclaimed, tears flowing freely as he bowed deeply before Ginie. Meng Tian, Ginie murmured, his spirit weighed down by the gravity of the moment. Memories of the past flooded back. Fusu and Meng Tian both condemned to death beneath the Great Wall. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of loss washed over him. Yet, fortuitously, Ginie bore a striking resemblance to the young master of his former life, allowing Meng Tian a chance at rebirth. Ginie's breathing became labored, his heart a tempest of emotions as he unwittingly identified with the role of the young master. Meng Tian remained kneeling, refusing to rise, and Ginie did not offer assistance. What has transpired in the past is in the past. It is my Qin that has wronged you. Ginie spoke softly. A new journey awaits us. We shall conquer them with our Qin iron cavalry. This time, we are destined by heaven. Meng Tian, will you lend your strength to me once more? I pledge my life to the young master. Meng Tian slowly raised his head, standing before Ginie. The Qin armor upon him shimmered, while Guinie's black dragon robe glimmered subtly. Thus unfolded a meeting that transcended 2 millennia before the gaze of the world. Meng Tian's panel appeared before Ginie. Name, Meng Tian race. Human potential. Immortal level. 78 holy rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, 100,000, red, 200,000. Attributes. Fire, metal exclusive skill. Unyielding Great Wall. Meng Tian's defense is enhanced by 150. Leading the Great Wall Guard increases attack power by 120. 1 ring. Indomitable charge. Meng Tian charges forward at an incredible speed, disregarding all military formations. If leading the Great Wall Guard, all attributes increase by 81 and 120. 3 rings. 5 rings. Passive skill. Great Wall Guardian. Meng Tian's attributes increase by 51 and 100. Simultaneously, defense increases by 200. 2 rings. 4 rings. Defensive stance. Meng Tian's defense is increased by 300 when leading the Great Wall Guard. With all troops, including Meng Tian himself, gaining a 40 increase in all attributes. 6 rings. Awakening skill. Xianyong True Form. Meng Tian's attributes increase by 200. While summoning for members of the Great Wall Guard, who possess 30 of Meng Tian's attributes. 7 rings. Guanya, upon reviewing Meng Tian's attributes, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The potential terror of a Meng Tian, alongside 10,000 Great Wall Guards, was a prospect that sent shivers down his spine. Even though Meng Tian's awakened skill compensates for the current absence of the Great Wall Guard army, Guanya still opted to expend an additional 1 million points of slaughter value to summon a contingent of the Great Wall Guard army. Should he succeed in this endeavor, this army would become an unstoppable force. Hence, Guanya decided to utilize the slaughter value he had initially intended to withhold. Slaughter value 1,000,000. Ding. Summoning successful. Ding. Acquired 10,000 Great Wall Guards of the Qin Dynasty. Average level 50. Quality. Diamond. Sacred Ring quality. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Beast Mastery. Great Wall Shield. Qin Spear. Qin Crossbow. The 10,000 Great Wall Guards are now on standby at the Wanxiang Barracks. Excellent. Guanya proclaimed, standing upon the throne and laughing heartily. What is the cause of your mirth, my lord? Meng Tian inquired, intrigued. Why do I laugh, you ask? Guanya replied with a mysterious smile directed at Meng Tian. Come, and you shall see. With that, Guanya led Meng Tian to the entrance of the grand hall, and, with arms outstretched, called out. Where are the generals of Qin? Meng Tian, bewildered, gazed out at the open space beyond the hall, where he beheld 10,000 Great Wall Guards kneeling before them, brandishing their long spears and shields in unison. At your service, my lord. We greet you, young master. We greet you, General Meng. In the next moment, a thunderous voice resonated across the land, echoing in Meng Tian's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared incredulously at the formidable Qin warriors below. Go forth. From now on, they shall be entrusted to you, Guanya said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Meng Tian before turning to depart. General Meng, do you remember me? A cheerful centurion called out to Meng Tian. Ha ha. Meng Tian laughed heartily, striding toward the gathered warriors. Of course I remember you all. Now, let us go and celebrate with some wine. General, is there wine available? Indeed. The young master has prepared it all in advance. Hee hee. The young master truly treats us well. Guanya stood within the imperial hall, observing the soldiers of the Qin dynasty reveling in their feast of wine and meat. A light-hearted smile gracing his features. They were all flesh-and-blood individuals. Zhao Yun, Meng Tian, Ma Chao, and indeed, the 10,000 Great Wall Guards, as well as the 20,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, all possessed unwavering loyalty to Guanya. It was fortunate that Guanya had taken most of his savings when he departed, otherwise, sustaining such a multitude would have been a daunting task. My lord, the king of Beiliang has made an appearance. At this moment, Zilong transmitted a message to Guanya from outside. Guanya, upon hearing this, chose not to disturb Meng Tian and instead materialized within Zhao Yun's tent. Zilong, what news regarding the king of Beiliang? My lord, just now, word arrived that the king of Beiliang's army has suddenly appeared in the northern part of Wuwei, numbering around 300,000. Zhao Yun reported, his expression grave. Why would he appear at such a time? Guanya murmured, frowning slightly. Then, as if recalling something, he hastily inquired, have Wu Qianjie and Lai Kaiyuan made any appearances? Zhao Yun shook his head. They have not been seen since that day of conflict. And the 2 vassals? Guanya pressed further. None. They have also been absent. Zhao Yun replied, suddenly remembering something. Ah, my lord. A general just arrived at the command tent, claiming to be the new Grand Marshal of the army. He is currently taking command. And the direct subordinates of the 2 generals have been dismissed, but the militia remains untouched. Wu and Lai have vanished. And now the Grand Marshal of the army and the king of Beiliang have surfaced. Guanya sat deep in thought. He mused inwardly. It seems that during my seclusion, the external faction has likely made their move. Wu Qianjie and the others may be in grave peril. Mao Chong, come see me. As soon as Guanya's words fell, Mao Chong appeared directly in the tent. I have come to see you, my lord. Mao Chong, tell me. Do we have any men within the ranks of the king of Beiliang? Without hesitation, Mao Chang replied, my lord. Currently all factions in Liangzhou have my Ginie personnel embedded within. Gui Nie's heart soared with joy, silently commending the reliability of the Ginie, and asked, has the king of Beiliang exhibited any unusual behavior? My lord, our informants have reported that the king of Beiliang was present among the troops yesterday, and his complexion was quite poor, as though he had sustained injuries. The king of Beiliang is injured? Do we know who inflicted the wounds? Mao Chang lowered his head. I implore you, my lord, grant me half a day's time, and I shall surely uncover the reason behind the king of Beiliang's injuries. Very well. I shall grant your Ginie one more day. If things remain unclear, we shall consider a change in personnel. Gui Nie stated coldly. Understood. Mao Chang replied, then recalled something. My lord, 7 days ago, our informants reported that a group of unidentified forces has been scouring for your whereabouts. Should we take action? Oh, what is their strength? Gui Nie, without needing to inquire further, already suspected them to be members of the Gai Luot family. Weak beyond measure. A mere 20 Ginie could annihilate them entirely. Disguise someone as me to lure them away from Liangzhou. The farther, the better. Yes. After Mao Chang withdrew, Zhao Yun spoke up, my lord. I believe this matter may not be as simple as it appears. Indeed, it is not simple, yet it cannot be overly complex. As long as the Ginie can uncover some clues, I shall gain insight into the bigger picture. Do not investigate further. The king of Beiliang was harmed by Wu Qianjie. At that moment, from the shadows of the tent, an elder clad in a dark robe appeared, his hair a mix of black and white, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. Who are you all? Zhao Yun reacted swiftly, brandishing his long Dan Liang silver spear as he charged at the elder. In the blink of an eye, he reached the elder's front, his spear pointed directly at the elder's face. The elder regarded Zhao Yun with a hint of surprise before slowly raising his hand to grasp the spear's tip. You are quite impressive. Were you of the same caliber as I would likely be unable to withstand even 3 of your strikes. What? Zhao Yun gasped, astonished. He knew that this spear strike could hardly be handled even by a 7-ring expert, let alone an 8-ring one. Could this person be of the legendary rank? Zhao Yun felt a surge of urgency, drawing back his spear for another attack. Chapter 36. The Ancestor Emerges, Discussion of Strategy. At that moment, Gui Nie also noticed the elder and quickly called out to Zhao Yun, Zilong, hold. Lower your spear. He is an ally. Yes. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, instantly relaxed, only to realize that his back was drenched in sweat. Gui Nie approached the elder, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and smiled. Ancestor, what brings you here? Indeed, the elder was none other than one of the 3 legendary figures of the Gui family, the family ancestor. Seeing the lively and unchanged Gui Nie, the ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. I was merely concerned for you, young one. Do you think this old bone of mine delights in venturing out? However, now that I see you alive and well, I am at ease. Why worry for me? Look at me, I am thriving. But what of you, ancestor? Is it permissible for you to leave the imperial capital? Gui Nie inquired. The ancestor of the Gui family displayed a disdainful expression, retorting coldly, humph. Even if they had tenfold courage, they would not dare to act against Tianlu at this juncture. The crown prince has yet to ascend to the throne. Indeed. Gui Nie wholeheartedly agreed, then continued, by the way, ancestor, you mentioned earlier that there is no need for investigation. Why is that? Could it be that this matter truly bears their hallmark? The ancestor of the Gui family nodded. Indeed. The reason I am here is that they have threatened my life to compel me to take action against Wu Qianjie and his ilk. The king of Beiliang is involved as well. The injuries he bears are the handiwork of Wu Qianjie. However, now that I see you alive and well, and able to toy with the Gai Luot people, I can rest easy. That is indeed the case. Who do you think I am? Ginie was momentarily stunned by the words, then exclaimed in astonishment. Wait a moment, ancestor. Are you saying that they have taken action against 4 titled experts all at once? These external relatives certainly have audacity beyond measure. Do they not fear any unforeseen consequences? The elevation to the titled rank amplifies one's strength to at least 100 times that of an 80-level warrior, and their vitality becomes exceptionally tenacious. Capturing them would be exceedingly arduous, let alone killing them. Even when Gishenlu found himself ensnared by numerous titled experts in the wasteland, he ultimately evaded death. At this level of power, sheer numbers no longer guarantee demise, unless, with this thought, Ginie fixed his gaze on his ancestor, seeking confirmation. Ancestor. The ancestor, filled with regret, nodded slowly, lamenting, that old fool has broken through. Even if Wu Dao and Tianlu were present, the 3 of us combined would likely not stand a chance against him. My dear nephew, I have come this time with another purpose, to take you away. The external relatives are now too powerful. We have no means to resist them. Ginie exhaled softly, raising a hand to interrupt. Ancestor, I refuse to leave. It is merely a 95 level. It is not as if I could never reach it. What is there to fear? Why should I flee? I intend to dismantle them step by step, right beneath their noses. Moreover, Ancestor, you need not conceal anything from me. If you were to escort me out of the Great Zhou, you would vanish the moment before I left, and the entire Gu family would be buried alongside you. I will not trade the lives of thousands of my kin for my own survival. Only with you here do they still harbor some trepidation. You foolish boy. If you choose to stay, what do you propose to do? Do you truly believe you can thrive beneath their watchful gaze? The Gu family ancestor thundered. Why not? Ginie replied with unyielding confidence, exuding an enigmatic aura. Ancestor, even now, can you sense my presence through the life token I left with my father? The ancestor of the Gu family paused, unable to detect Ginie's location. Ancestor, does this not demonstrate that I possess the capability to rise right under their noses? You, my dear nephew, have managed to obscure the heavenly mechanism. The ancestor exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, Ginie nodded. Yet, even with this concealment, your strength remains insufficiently formidable. Upon hearing this, Ginie smiled subtly. Ancestor, my power is already sufficient for self-preservation. Otherwise, why would I be here? Besides, Zilong is also under my command. Did you not mention that once Zilong reaches the titled rank, even you cannot withstand 3 moves from him? I am well aware of this, which is precisely why I want to take you all away. Only by departing from the Great Zhou can you have the opportunity to ascend to the titled rank and return to avenge the Gu family. The ancestor expressed with palpable excitement. Moreover, the resources you brought from home are sufficient to cultivate 2 individuals to the titled rank. Why then do you insist on remaining in the Great Zhou? Ancestor, the resources I brought are indeed ample to cultivate 2 to the titled rank, but I currently possess 6 generals of Zilong's caliber. Ginie replied nonchalantly. He added, and there may be even more in the future, which is why I intend to stay in the Great Zhou and utilize their resources to enhance my own strength. In short, to kill and to conquer their hearts. Furthermore, I have already made preparations here in Liangzhou. As long as we proceed steadily, there will be no issues. Good, truly worthy of being my Gu family scion. When Wu Dao returns and learns of his grandson's remarkable achievements, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. The Gu family, unexpectedly, did not continue to dissuade Ginie, as the ancestor himself harbored reluctance for Ginie to leave. If any trouble were to occur in the Great Zhou, he would at least be able to respond swiftly. If Ginie were to truly depart, they would be left utterly blind, unable to offer assistance. Thank you, ancestor, for your understanding, Ginie expressed, deeply moved as he gazed at his ancestor. Is there anything we need to do in the capital? Since Ginie was to remain in the Great Zhou, the Gu family ancestor naturally aimed to assist Ginie in rising to prominence. After pondering for a moment, Ginie remarked, as for myself, it would be inconvenient for you to intervene directly, but there are other matters. What are they? The Gu family ancestor asked with a devilish smile. With a mischievous grin, Ginie suggested we should widely publicize the Northern Liang King's rebellion and the collaboration with the barbarians. Haha, no need for you to mention it. The external relatives are already doing so. Do you know what the external relatives exchanged for the Northern Liang King's assistance? The ancestor scoffed. What? The Northern Liang King, dissatisfied with the status quo, desires to claim all of Liangzhou as his fief. The ancestor explained slowly. With a fief as compensation. It is no wonder that he is fighting so desperately, appearing on the front lines even while severely injured. Ginie nodded in realization, then inquired. What about the barbarian army in Wuwei City? How will they be dealt with? This time, several titled experts from the wasteland have taken action. They superficially agreed to let the barbarians cede northern Liang in exchange for Liangzhou, but in reality, they intend to keep this barbarian army in Wuwei permanently. You must be aware of the news regarding the change of command in the court and the Northern Liang King's mobilization to the north. The external relatives are personally involved, reinforcing Wuwei, and they plan to stabilize the situation before the crown prince ascends, aiming to annihilate the barbarian army in Liangzhou in one fell swoop. Ginie nodded in agreement, stating, in this case, the new emperor, faced with their great merit, will undoubtedly reward them. At that time, the commander and vice commander can seamlessly fill the vacancies of the previous general and left general through their machinations, thereby monopolizing the court. However, it will not be so easy. Ginie suddenly grinned devilishly. What new trick do you have up your sleeve? The Gu family ancestor asked, sensing mischief. Not exactly a trick, but it should suffice to annoy them. Ginie smirked. Annoying is acceptable. If I do not witness their downfall, I would be quite displeased. Quickly, tell me your plan. The ancestor urged. After a moment's contemplation, Ginie asked, Ancestor, do you have any connections with the Seven Wounds Sword sect? Your father was a longtime friend of the sect master of the Seven Wounds Sword sect. As for others, I have seldom left the capital, so my friends are few. The ancestor reflected for a moment. Why do you ask that? It's nothing. That connection will suffice. So, ancestor, you should visit the Grand Elder, then remain by his side, persuading him to lead the righteous army to break away from the court and form an independent force. Just wait and see how I will vex them. In truth, Ginie was deceiving. The annoyance of the external relatives was secondary. The primary goal was the vast amount of slaughter value that the barbarian army represented. Ginie had long coveted this, and forming an independent army would free him from the court's constraints, with the protection of his ancestor and the Grand Elder. Coupled with the diversion of the Northern Liang King and the court, he could indulge in massacre without restraint. There would be no need to be cautious of the titled experts from the opposing side, as he had been previously. His objective was the slaughter value, an abundance of it. Chapter 37. The tide turns as individuals break through to the 70th level, and a great battle is about to commence. This is not difficult. But how does this relate to the upcoming plan? Ginie nodded with a smile. It certainly does. I want the righteous army to take the lead in this battle. If we establish ourselves as an independent force, then this merit will not be associated with the court's army. If the righteous army achieves the primary success, the leader must be awarded the title of general. Otherwise, the people of the world will not recognize these two generals. However, the position of general currently belongs to Guy Luot. If it is bestowed upon someone else, even if Goran is promoted as a result, he would lose the authority to command the armies of the realm. What do you think, ancestor? Hee. This is delightful. Quite devious, indeed. I absolutely adore it. The Gu family ancestor beamed with a wicked smile. However, his expression soon darkened. But how will you ensure that the righteous army's achievements surpass those of the court's 600,000 troops? Just have faith in me, ancestor. When have I ever deceived you? Upon witnessing the situation, the patriarch of the ghost family ceased further discourse, exclaiming, very well. I shall pay a visit to the sword, 3 extremes. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving Ghost Nya and his companion behind. My lord, although the righteous army is available for use, they pale in comparison to the elite cavalry of the northern desert wolves. If we aspire to seize the honor of this battle, the task may prove rather challenging. As the patriarch vanished, Zhao Yun finally found an opportunity to speak. Sigh. Am I not acutely aware of this? However, at this juncture, I shall no longer conceal my thoughts. Ghost Nye's expression suddenly turned grave. He continued, Zilong, if I were to provide you with 20,000 elite tiger and leopard cavalry, in addition to 1,000 vanguard troops, along with 300,000 righteous soldiers for support, would you have the confidence to decisively shatter the western defenses of the barbarian army? My lord, I have yet to witness the prowess of this tiger and leopard cavalry. Indeed, it is time for you to behold them. Ghost Nye nodded. Recognizing that Zhao Yun was prudent to remain cautious until he had witnessed the tiger and leopard cavalry for himself. Subsequently, Ghost Nye and Zhao Yun vanished from their location, reappearing in the military tent a mere 10 minutes later, accompanied by Meng Tian. It seemed as though nothing had transpired, yet Zhao Yun was brimming with excitement. Engaging Ghost Nye in enthusiastic discourse. My lord, when the battle commences, grant me and Meng Qi each 10,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, and there shall be no corner of the battlefield we cannot conquer. The honor of this battle will be as easy to seize as plucking an item from one's pocket. Excellent. We shall eagerly await your declaration, Zilong. Ghost Nye then turned to Meng Tian, smiling as he inquired, Meng Tian, do you possess the confidence to compete with General Zhao and his forces? Ha. Do not underestimate me, my lord. If I lack the courage to even compete with my juniors, how could I ever return home? Meng Tian replied with a slight smile. Observing this, Ghost Nye chuckled and teased. Ha. Meng Tian, do not underestimate Zilong. Although he is your junior, he has earned the title of the ever-victorious general, having never suffered defeat in his lifetime. Coincidentally, I too have never tasted defeat. Meng Tian confidently responded. As the three engaged in jovial banter, evening swiftly approached, and Zhao Yun received the elder's appointment. The 300,000 righteous soldiers were officially designated as an independent campaign army, with Zhao Yun appointed as the grand general of the campaign, overseeing all affairs concerning the righteous army. Zhao Yun gladly accepted, subsequently summoning all righteous soldiers to the western military camp, along with all army leaders for a meeting. At the assembly, the leaders of the righteous army expressed their gratitude for joining Zhao Yun's command, having long been aware of his formidable capabilities. Thus, when Zhao Yun appointed the impetuous Ghost Nye as strategist, not a single soul questioned his decision. Following this, Zhao Yun assigned several seasoned veterans, such as Lan Fengye and Jin Bo, to command 10,000 troops each. Meng Tian was also elevated to the rank of commander of 10,000, specifically overseeing the 10,000 wall guards. The attendees were filled with curiosity regarding Meng Tian's presence, inadvertently comparing him to the generals Zhao Yun had previously summoned, their eyes brimming with admiration. Afterward, Zhao Yun appointed Yuan Tiangang as his deputy general, preparing for the time when he would lead the 300,000 righteous soldiers. Gao Shun, commanding only 1,000 troops, was not assigned a specific position. Yet, someone raised a question. General, did you not mention that General Gao would emerge from seclusion in half a month's time? Why is he not given a position? Indeed, General, he will not be absent. Will he? Seeing their concern, Zhao Yun smiled gently and reassured, General Gao's situation is rather unique, and he may have other matters to attend to at that time. There is no need for concern. He will not be missing. Yes, we shall heed your words, General. In the central command tent, the newly appointed commander, Qiu Budo, upon hearing of the righteous army's independence, paused momentarily before expressing disdain. It is good to be rid of these deadweights. I long for their departure. How goes the preparation on the northern Liang front? Report, Commander. It is anticipated that the barbarian army will fully enter Wuwei City within half a month. That is splendid. Qiu Budo coldly chuckled, seemingly envisioning the general's position beckoning to him. Thus, as time steadily progressed, the numbers of the barbarian army within Wuwei City continued to swell. Everyone began to sense something amiss. Those unacquainted with the truth were about to voice their concerns, but found themselves silenced. They could scarcely utter a word, only able to discuss matters privately, eventually concluding that the northern Liang king and the barbarians had likely reached some form of agreement. However, they were baffled as to why the northern Liang king would still deploy troops. My lord, it appears those barbarians have been fortifying their defenses within Wuwei, seemingly unwilling to retreat. Ghost Nia remarked as he led Zhao Yun and Meng Tian to a hilltop, gazing distantly at Wuwei City. Zhao Yun observed the significantly strengthened fortifications with concern. Ghost Nia, with a calm demeanor, regarded Wuwei and replied, a nation that has perpetually waged war since its inception is certainly no fool. They are acutely aware of the northern Liang kings and the court's machinations. Then why do they continue to assist the court and reinforce Wuwei? Zhao Yun inquired, puzzled. I am uncertain, but it is highly probable that they are employing a strategy of deception. The barbarians may intend to seize this opportunity to capture the entirety of Liangzhou. Meng Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that both sides had laid their cards on the table. It was reasonable for the northern Liang king to bring troops to Liangzhou, and the barbarians' choice to consolidate their forces before retreating to northern Liang was justifiable. Both factions understood that the other would not adhere to plans as anticipated. Hence they resolved to reveal their true strengths on the battlefield. If the barbarians prevailed, then northern Liang would claim Liangzhou in its entirety, should we emerge victorious. It was likely that the barbarian army's million-strong force would remain here. Both sides were engaged in a high-stakes gamble. Regardless of the outcome, the primary battlefield lay within Liangzhou, and the common folk residing here would ultimately suffer. Meng Tian articulated this astutely. Indeed, Meng Tian, your analysis is quite insightful. At the very least, we can now focus our efforts on dealing with the barbarians, cannot we? As the setting sun cast its glow upon the trio, they stood before the battlefield of the future, each adorned with confident smiles, their eyes sparkling with determination. As days passed, Liangzhou remained eerily tranquil. Yet the atmosphere online grew increasingly oppressive, as all were aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Ghost Nia's faction was diligently making arrangements. Simultaneously, 2,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, along with 10,000 wall guards, were successfully integrated into the military camp under Zhao Yun's secret directives. The scattered imperial guards were also recalled by Ghost Nia, with 500 designated as the eyes of the righteous army, traversing various locations to relay intelligence. 5 days later, Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang emerged from their seclusion, each having reached level 72, with their 7th ring's longevity extending to 180,000 years. The appearance of Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang instantly elevated the morale of the entire military camp, as the impending battle drew ever closer. Although Zhao Yun had repeatedly assured them of their return, their absence had left the army anxious. Now, the arrival of Ma Chao and Yuan Tiangang provided a reassuring boost to the righteous soldiers. 3 days later, Dianwei successfully broke through, attaining level 72, with his holy ring's longevity reaching 200,000 years. Do not inquire further. Dianwei, being singularly focused, deemed 18 insufficient and recklessly aimed for 200,000 years. Though his formidable physique was a boon, otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed. However, Dianwei's emergence was not heralded with fanfare, but rather remained quietly by Ghost Nia's side as a protector. 4 days later, Gao Shun also emerged successfully from seclusion, reaching level 71, with his 7th ring's longevity at 120,000 years. The morale of the righteous army soared once again. Simultaneously, all warriors of the Ghost Nia faction were assembled, and their combat prowess had multiplied several times compared to their earlier levels. In the face of the formidable 8-ring wild army, there was no trepidation, fortified by the presence of the Grand Elder and the ancestral powerhouse of the Gue family, both renowned for their might. However, Gue Nye found himself restless, unable to sleep as he pored over the intelligence reports from the Ginie regarding the wild men. For every document reiterated a singular phrase, invincible. Chapter 38. The battle commences. Gao Shun slays 7 rings in 3 breaths. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao discreetly led 10,000 tiger and leopard riders out of their camp, maneuvering to flank the rebel forces. Yuan Tiangang seized command of the 300,000 righteous army. During the conflict, he would coalesce with Gue Nye at the center command as Gao Shun spearheaded 1,000 elite troops, with Meng Tian and an additional 10,000 Great Wall Guards as vanguards. Dian Wei positioned himself at the front lines, prepared to eliminate any approaching adversaries. Thus, an iron tortoise was born, and the impending combat would surely eclipse that of mere wolf cavalry. High above in the sky, the Grand Elder beheld this army, a gleam of brilliance flickering in his eyes, and remarked, "Perhaps it is a sagacious choice to sever the righteous army from the court." The ancestral elder of the Gue family nodded in agreement, recognizing that the generals complemented one another, forming a formidable alliance. The righteous army had undergone a metamorphosis, its elite status likely rivaling that of the Northern Wolf Cavalry. Indeed, the righteous army appeared far more organized than it had a month prior. Yet in terms of elite prowess, it was the 2,000 tiger and leopard riders led by Zilong and Ma Chao, along with Meng Tian's vanguard of 10,000 Great Wall Guards and 1,000 bloodthirsty elite troops that epitomized the true elite of this force. The Grand Elder smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across these 4 divisions, finally resting upon the central command where a youth, his depth inscrutable, stood. Then, addressing the ancestral elder of the Gue family, the Grand Elder inquired, "This individual, is he perhaps the one behind Zilong and the others?" His tone dripped with curiosity, for Gue Nye had only emerged after the ancestral elder proposed their independence. It was difficult for the Grand Elder to dismiss the connection between the two. Indeed, it seemed so. The old man observed the youth, young yet extraordinary, destined for greatness. The ancestral elder of the Gue family, pondering, nodded in contemplation. The Grand Elder, not having received the answer he sought, felt a tinge of regret but refrained from pressing further. When the time was right, the truth would unveil itself. Suddenly, a crimson light ignited the horizon, and the sound of horns resonated as the battle cries erupted from the direction of the court's forces. The slaughter had commenced. Gue Nye abruptly raised his head, only to hear the war cries from the direction of King Baoyang. He exchanged glances with Yuan Tiangang, who then unsheathed his Tang Dao, pointing towards Wu Wei and proclaimed, "To exterminate the bandits and restore our homeland, now is the time. Fellow warriors, follow me to vanquish these savage canines." Dian Wei raised his dual halberds high, his voice reverberating as if to shatter the heavens. Instantly, the 300,000 righteous soldiers, invigorated, raised their weapons in unison, their roar akin to a tsunami. "Kill, annihilate the savage dogs, reclaim our lands." The vast army surged forth, with Gao Shun, upon receiving the command to attack, leading his 1,000 elite troops out of the camp, closely followed by Meng Tian and his 10,000 Great Wall Guards. Over 30,000 troops surged across the battlefield, charging towards the wild army's stronghold. As Gao Shun and the elite troops confronted the wild army, the enemy had already assembled their ranks for battle. The sight of the vast, dark army was daunting, yet Gao Shun and his comrades displayed no signs of fear, only resolute combat fervor. Each individual, akin to a beast, charged recklessly into the heart of the wild army as Gao Shun raised his arm and declared, with the will to engage, "We shall face death unflinchingly." The 1,000 elite troops swiftly formed their battle array, commencing a ruthless slaughter among the wild army. The wild beasts fell like wheat before the scythe. The wild army's commanders were left dumbfounded. Were these not merely a rabble of inept soldiers? How could these killing machines possess such formidable strength, each one exceeding level 50? Striking without a flicker of hesitation, in mere moments, the 1,000 elite troops had begun to break the enemy lines. The wild commanders, unable to bear the sight, recognized Gao Shun as their leader and summoned their beasts to attack. A commander, mounted on a black-striped leopard, radiating 7 black rings, descended upon Gao Shun and his comrades. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Gao Shun scoffed disdainfully. Even when he was at level 60, he had no fear of a 7-ringed adversary. And now he had successfully surpassed level 71, even possessing the 12,000-year sacred ring. His opponent, at merely level 70, stood no chance against him. Infuriated, the wild commander retorted with arrogance, "I am level 76. You, at a paltry 71, dare to act so brazenly before me?" With that, he commanded his black-striped leopard to unleash a deadly laser attack. Humph. Ignorant fool. Gao Shun did not flinch or evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on, swinging his broad blade, igniting a conflagration, and dealt a powerful blow. The laser beam from the black-striped leopard was cleaved apart, exploding within the ranks of the wild army, sending numerous of their own men flying. What? The wild commander was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. You dare! He bellowed, enraged and ready to command his beast once more, but before he could react, Gao Shun appeared before him, declaring, "Prepare to meet your demise." Without even glancing at his foe, he swung his fiery blade down upon the black-striped leopard. With a resounding crack, the leopard was cleaved in half before it could even let out a cry, its death adding to Gao Shun's kill count. The commander, severely wounded, spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward by the explosive force. One of the elite generals of the elite troops saw the commander approaching and swiftly brandished his weapon, the air thick with the scent of blood, as the seven-ringed adversary was vanquished in less than 3 breaths. What? To achieve such a level of prowess in less than 3 breaths, this individual cannot be allowed to live. A nearby wild general, witnessing the scene, summoned his beast to charge at Gao Shun. The beast rapidly traversed the battlefield, reaching Gao Shun in an instant. As Gao Shun looked up, he saw an 8-ring ghost mist materializing above him. Come forth. Today, I shall avenge my past grievances. Gao Shun roared with fervor. 7 sacred rings suddenly glowed around him, and in an instant, a crimson aura enveloped the battlefield. The eyes of the 8-ringed wild man widened in shock. 10,000 years of sacred rings. The true form of the elite. The 7th sacred ring on Gao Shun blazed forth, and his power surged dramatically, his stature rising to 2 meters and 2 centimeters. His blood-red eyes resembling those of a demon. He appeared as a general from the depths of hell. Name: Gao Shun Awakened Skill. True form of the elite. 12,000 years. Skill effect. All attributes of Gao Shun are enhanced by 108%, with recovery capabilities boosted by an additional 120%. This is bad. The 8-ringed wild man was struck with trepidation, hastily activating his awakened skill to engage Gao Shun in combat. In a mere span of seconds, the two clashed over 300 times, with Gao Shun maintaining the upper hand. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Gao Shun laughed heartily, unleashing the eye of hell, catching the ghost mist off guard, sending it hurtling hundreds of meters away. Seizing the moment, Gao Shun leaped high into the air, swinging his broad blade towards his opponent. At this juncture, another wave of battle cries erupted, led by Meng Tian and his 10,000 Great Wall Guards. Humph, a mere military formation dares to obstruct us? Break it apart. As Meng Tian charged forth, he surveyed the wild army before him with disdain. He, Meng Tian, was a slayer of military formations. None who stood before him would fare well. Armed with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, he surged ahead, unleashing his skills. Indomitable charge. Meng Tian surged forward with astounding speed, disregarding all military formations and defenses. Leading the Great Wall Guards, he experienced a staggering enhancement of all attributes by 81%. Indomitable charge. Roar. The generals responded in unison, raising their long spears, shields firmly protecting their chests, as they followed Meng Tian's lead into the fray against the barbarian army. Bang. With the effect of Meng Tian's skill in play, the entire barbarian formation disintegrated as if made of paper. Upon contact with the advancing forces, the enemy shattered, emitting anguished cries that echoed through the battlefield as they were trampled underfoot. 10,000 Great Wall Guards, under Meng Tian's command, descended upon the barbarian ranks as if in a realm devoid of opposition, ruthlessly slaughtering their foes. Meng Tian led the charge, instilling terror in the hearts of the barbarians. How infuriating! What manner of rebel army is this? 1,000 warriors above level 50 was one thing, but where did this formidable force of 10,000 emerge from? The commander of the western battlefield turned pale with disbelief. Even the elite cavalry of the northern wilderness could not compare to the prowess of this 11,000-strong force. The average level of the northern wilderness cavalry was less than 50, with 40 being the pinnacle of their elite. Damn it! Who told me the rebels were not to be feared? The barbarian commander slammed his fists on the table, simultaneously relieved that such a formidable army numbered only a little over 10,000. Otherwise, a complete rout of the Western Front would merely be a matter of time. Ultimately, the barbarian commander could only order his troops to encircle Meng Tian and his men, intending to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Chapter 39. The Army's Glorious Moment. Completely gone berserk. Facing the enemy's tactics of overwhelming numbers, Meng Tian remained unfazed. Whether it was 10,000 pigs or 100,000, the fate of slaughter remained unchanged. The 10,000 Great Wall Guards, seemingly tireless, rampaged across the battlefield under Meng Tian's leadership, leaving a path of corpses in their wake, staining the earth beneath them crimson. Time lost meaning as they fought. Meng Tian's armor was soaked in blood, yet the barbarian forces continued their relentless onslaught. Had it been anyone else, they might have been paralyzed by the sheer number of enemies. But he was Meng Tian. They were the Great Wall Guards, the last glory of the Qin dynasty. Meng Tian smiled softly, his countenance betraying no other emotion save for boundless exhilaration. Where are the generals? Meng Tian raised his spear and called out. Here, my lord. The 10,000 Great Wall Guards raised their weapons in unison, their murderous aura palpable in the air. Perhaps on a battlefield as chaotic as a meat grinder. 10,000 was not a large number. Indeed, it could be deemed pitifully small. Yet at this moment, their momentum overshadowed the clamor of all the barbarian forces, each soldier radiating an insatiable bloodlust. The charging barbarians were instantly cowed, hesitating to advance any further. Meng Tian sneered, let us slay them back and forth 100 times. Shall we darken the skies with their demise? Kill, kill, kill. The army roared in unison, a formidable military presence coalescing into something tangible. As a dark dragon slowly raised its head, glaring at the barbarians. Military might? How could this be? The barbarian commander was left dumbfounded. This was a rebel army, possessing a military might even the northern wilderness cavalry could not muster. And you dare tell me this is a rebel force? I'll be damned. The barbarian commander cursed his intelligence officers in his mind. Yet, faced with a force imbued with military might, he could only steel himself and attempt to crush the 10,000 Great Wall Guards with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, on another front, Gao Shun, after engaging the black-striped leopard for 500 rounds, ultimately severed its head amidst the throng of warriors. Killing value, 130,000. Observing the enemy fall lifeless, Gao Shun did not linger, returning to the assault camp. Although he had not been gone long, the assault camp was now severely outnumbered by the barbarian forces. Rapidly losing ground, Gao Shun sprang into action as the assault camp fought valiantly against the relentless tide of the enemy. But the barbarian commanders were determined to eliminate Gao Shun's smaller contingent first. At that moment, Gao Shun raised his arm and called out, rallying the remaining 800 soldiers of the assault camp into formation. To the death, he proclaimed. Suddenly, atop the formation of 800 assault camp soldiers, a blood-red lion raised its head fiercely, roaring at the enemy. Damn it! Another display of military might. The barbarian commander erupted in curses. Damn it! Send in 30,000 more. If we can't handle this 1,000, I'll flay you alive. The commander seized his vice commander by the collar. Yes, the vice commander stammered, accepting the order and leading 30,000 barbarian soldiers towards Gao Shun's position. General, a massive army of 300,000 is appearing ahead. What? How did their main force arrive so swiftly? The barbarian commander was taken aback, hastily repositioning his troops. He dashed out of the line to intercept the army led by Ginie and others. Before departing, the barbarian commander pointed an accusatory finger at his officers, warning, if this army breaks through before I eliminate this 1,000, you'd better not return. Yes, the barbarian officers complied, taking around 100,000 troops to intercept the approaching force. 300,000 soldiers surged towards the battlefield with great momentum. In the command vehicle of the Central Army, Yuan Tiangang and Ginie stood atop, observing the 10,000 barbarian soldiers rushing forward. With a sweeping gesture, Yuan Tiangang issued orders. All high-level, defensive beasts, form the front line and cover the ranged attackers. The order was given. The 300,000 forces sprang into action, thousands of defensive beasts taking the front line. Finally, an onslaught of ranged attacks from the central formation unleashed a rain of fireballs, lightning, and storms upon the barbarian forces. The enemy was caught off guard, losing thousands before they could even approach. In the next instant, the two armies clashed in close combat. Having learned from the previous encounter, the rebels stood united, coordinating their defenses and counterattacks with precision. Steady, life-based beasts, apply healing skills to the front line. Defensive beasts, if overwhelmed, switch out for melee fighters. Jianzong Jianbo commanded his 10,000 troops. Damn it, where are the artillery from your camps? Bring them up and bombard them. 10,000 Commander Li Tianlong shouted down to the subordinate commanders. Quickly, someone take the front. My double-axe minotaurs can't hold. Damn it, if you won't let me retreat, then we'll descend into hell together. You barbarian wretches, your grandfather Zhou has come to claim your lives. The battlefield erupted with shouts of anger. Yet they fought with orderly command, directing their beasts into combat. The rebels, fueled by long-standing hatred for the barbarians, charged into battle with abandon. As one after another fell, the rebels successfully withstood the first wave of the barbarian onslaught, though at a significant cost. Ginie's gaze hardened as he witnessed the rapid casualties among the front line. Lon Vice Principal, it's your turn to shine, Yuan Tiangang said coolly. All right, I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. In the rear, Lanfeng soared into the air on his wyvern. Barbarians, tremble before the heavenly army that you are about to face. In a moment of youthful exuberance, Lanfeng waved his hand. Dragon army, ascend to battle. At his command, 50,000 flying beasts took to the skies, including eagles, pterodactyls, and unicorns, filling half the sky with their presence. Soldiers, since the invasion of Wu by the barbarians, they have sought to overthrow our great Zhou dynasty, burning, pillaging, and committing heinous acts, slaying our people by the hundreds of thousands. Such inhumane acts from this despicable race, as I gaze upon the world. The heavens and humanity share a common fury. All shall face their reckoning. Today, we take up the sword in the name of the divine, vowing to eradicate the minions of the desolate court. Let us slay, let us annihilate the wretched beasts and reclaim our homeland. Lanfeng raised his sword high, leading the charge forward, with the multitude of generals closely following. 50,000 aerial warriors formed a celestial bridge in the sky, piercing directly into the heart of the barbarian army. The aerial beast tamers, utilizing their agility, engaged in a fierce skirmish with the enemy, as both sides became entangled in a chaotic clash. In that moment, the righteous forces and the barbaric beasts fell like dumplings from the sky. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Ginie fought like a demon, single-handedly holding back the tide, as his twin halberds sliced through the air with thunderous ferocity, leaving no survivors within a 100-mile radius. The battlefield gradually tilted in favor of Ginie. Victory was merely a matter of time. However, Ginie was acutely aware of the enemy's intentions, to intercept them on the periphery, allowing them to encircle and annihilate Meng Tian and Gao Shun, dragging them down. Ginie would not allow such a fate to unfold, immediately issuing orders. Zilong, Mengqi, it is your time to shine. I shall make the very heart of the barbarian army bloom with chaos. Understood. Zhao Yun and Ma Chao responded in unison. A sudden roar echoed through the mountains, and the ground trembled rhythmically. In an instant, 20,000 tigers and leopards, led by Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, surged forth from the battlefield. One to the left and the other to the right. The claws of the cloud tigers stirred up clouds of dust as they charged with an unstoppable momentum towards the barbarian ranks. What? How can this be possible? Exclaimed the barbarian vice-general, drenched in sweat and pale-faced. Another two teams of elite warriors, and they are elite tiger riders. The vice-general was instantly overwhelmed with dread. The righteous forces harbored formidable experts too. He wished to command his troops to intercept them, but hesitated, knowing that diverting forces would lead to an immediate collapse on the front lines, making retreat impossible. He could only focus on countering the main forces of the righteous army, allowing the two elite cavalry units to roam free. Otherwise, our army would be doomed. Zhao Yun, riding the cloud tiger, spearheaded the charge, leading 10,000 tiger riders into the midst of the 100,000 barbarian troops, cutting through them before swiftly retreating. Barbaric hounds, Ma Chao of the Western Liang is here. Why do you not take your own lives? Ma Chao employed the same tactic, leading another 10,000 tiger riders into the fray, cutting through from the right before making his escape. The two of them, in a synchronized assault, claimed thousands of lives, with their combined toll nearing 10,000. The 100,000 barbarian army suffered a devastating loss of 10,000, and this was merely the beginning. Most terrifying was the burly man with the dark complexion at the forefront of the righteous army, single-handedly wreaking havoc since the onset of battle. The barbarian vice-general estimated that he had already slain over 2,000 foes, effectively acting as a walking meat grinder. Attempts to send men to intercept the dark-faced warrior ended in instant annihilation, with not even a splash of water to mark their demise. His speed surpassed even that of Gao Shun, and the vice-general dared not confront him, fearing he would meet the same fate as the black-patterned leopard. At this moment, the barbarian vice-general felt utterly exhausted. The pressure was greater than facing 600,000 northern wolf riders and 200,000 celestial eagle troops combined. Chapter 40, Half-Step Title? How impressive could it be? The Marshal St. Guanyu makes his entrance. As time passed, on the other side, Meng Tian continued to lead 10,000 wall guard soldiers in a fierce charge, while Gao Shun's elite battalion fought fiercely, refusing to yield. The overall commander of the barbarian forces seethed with frustration, having lost many troops yet still unable to subdue these two elite units. Damn it, where do these monsters come from? Reinforce me with 3,000 more troops. We must chew through these two hard bones. Yes. The barbarian forces once again mobilized 3,000 soldiers towards Meng Tian's wall guard. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A streak of lightning suddenly descended before the commander, striking directly into the advancing 3,000 barbarian troops. In an instant, they suffered catastrophic losses. The barbarian commander, witnessing this, was enraged. Who dares? Who is it? Is it that cowardly rat hiding away, too afraid to show themselves? Huh, your grandfather Ma Chao is here. Killing you is as easy as pie. There's no need for me to hide. The skies rumbled once more as Ma Chao descended upon them, riding the lightning like a dragon, raising his thunder spear and aiming for the barbarian commander's head. No retreat until it's shattered. You dare? The barbarian commander quickly raised his shield to block the incoming thunder spear. The clash erupted with a thunderous boom. In an instant, sparks flew, and the skies lit up with electricity, obliterating all life within a radius of several hundred meters. The messenger soldiers near the barbarian commander were instantly vaporized by the lightning, causing the commander to stagger backward for several dozen meters, his face filled with horror. How is this possible? You, a mere 72 level 7-ring beastmaster, possess such power? The barbarian commander gazed at his numb arm, utterly bewildered. Ma Chao remained unfazed, stating coolly, "A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky nor the expanse of the sea. Today, I shall enlighten you on the true strength of a formidable 89 level 8-ring warrior. Awaken, thunderous true form." 7 holy rings illuminated behind Ma Chao. 2 wheels of crimson light spinning languidly, his aura surging dramatically. Enveloped in thunder, he became a living embodiment of lightning, with his spear transforming into a roaring thunder beast. His eyes cloaked in electricity, resembling a divine thunder god. 2 10,000-year holy rings. It seems I can no longer underestimate you. The barbarian commander's expression grew serious as he summoned forth a ghostly being with a human head and spectral form. The specter swayed with the wind, gradually revealing 8 dark rings around it. Good. I have indeed not misjudged you. Among these people, you are the strongest. Ma Chao exclaimed with excitement. With a fierce thrust, his spear shot forth like an electromagnetic cannon, the thunder beast roaring as it charged towards the ghostly entity. Humph. I shall see who the real frog in the well is. A mere 7 rings dares to challenge a half-step title level. The barbarian commander scoffed. As the ghostly entity clashed with Ma Chao, the air crackled with electricity, and the battlefield began to shake violently. Ma Chao was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The barbarian commander laughed coldly. Is this all your strength? Come again. Ma Chao sprang to his feet, the lightning around him intensifying with a crackling sound. He gripped his spear tightly and charged at the ghostly being once more. Wave of the vast sea, thunder beast. The spear transformed again into a thunder beast, its size magnified several times, lunging towards the specter. The barbarian commander, unwilling to underestimate, commanded the ghostly entity to unleash its awakening skill and, with an enigmatic grace, evade the thunder beast's assault. In a heartbeat, the specter retaliated, and Ma Chao, realizing it was too late to recall his spear, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the ghostly being. The two clashed dozens of times, and Ma Chao found himself outmatched, retreating repeatedly, but he managed to recover his spear and re-engage the specter. No retreat until it shattered. The battle raged on. The specter's attack patterns were exceedingly peculiar. Ma Chao, caught off guard, was struck directly by the ghostly entity and sent flying again. He skidded back several hundred meters before barely coming to a stop. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura significantly diminished. The barbarian commander laughed gleefully, exclaiming, "Now you know who the true frog in the well is. A mere 7 holy rings will never comprehend the might of a half-step title level. How dare you boast? Oh, is that so? Is half-step title level truly that formidable?" Just as the barbarian commander's words fell, a mocking voice pierced the air. Ginie, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "Damn it, let you flaunt your title level prowess. You are merely a half-step title level, or, in less flattering terms, just a piece of trash that hasn't even crossed the threshold of 90 levels. Who is this fool? Hiding away? Why not show your face?" The barbarian commander, instead of growing angry, wore a mocking grin. "Those who seek your demise. Yinchang, go forth and lend Meng Qi a hand. Today, I shall witness the formidable prowess of the so-called half-step honorary rank." Yinchang accepted the command. As the words left his lips, a sudden azure figure burst forth from the horizon, its gaze piercing, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, encircled by azure dragons, with 7 holy rings slowly rotating around it. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, yet another dual 10,000-year, 7-ringed wielder. Moreover, boasting a formidable level of 77. The commander of the wild men's forces narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this. "Rodents, dare you face my 3 strikes?" With a flourish, Guan Yu swung the green dragon crescent blade, and the skies were instantly filled with a chilling gale, as if capable of severing the heads of thieves. "Humph, what is there to fear?" The wild commander scoffed. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's gaze turned icy, his aura surging dramatically as he activated his awakening skill. Awakening. True form of the azure dragon. Simultaneously, Ginie made his move. 5 elements halo. Power of heaven and earth. Ninecomb's crown. In an instant, a radiant five-colored light enveloped Guan Yu, further amplifying his might, prompting a slight smile from him, for his lord had made a move. Subsequently, Guan Yu swung the green dragon crescent blade, summoning 3 wind dragons that unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through heaven and earth. Rodents, receive my blade. Heavenly Dragon S. Triple Slaughter. This is bad. My power has suddenly diminished significantly. I cannot withstand this strike. The wild commander realized too late. But it was too late, as Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade had already reached the ghostly visage, and with a fierce downward slash, the first strike was unleashed. Clang. With no mercy, Guan Yu's blade cleaved down, the dragon aura and wind energy slicing through all obstacles in its path, including the very air itself. Ghostly visage, evade. The ghostly figure reacted swiftly, almost dodging at the moment the green dragon crescent blade fell, yet still receiving a blow upon its shoulder. The ghostly visage emitted a pained groan, then seized the blade's handle, attempting to cast it aside. Rodents, this is my second strike. Guan Yu swiftly retracted the green dragon crescent blade, his aura rising once more. He aimed another slash at the ghostly visage, the power of this strike doubling that of the previous one. Another one. The wild commander was alarmed, but he could not evade this impending blow. He could only muster all his strength to activate his defensive skills. Clang, bang, bang. Guan Yu's strike descended, resulting in a series of explosions. The ghostly visage being violently propelled 1,000 meters away, its aura significantly waning. I still have a third strike of the Heavenly Dragon S. Triple Slaughter. Guan Yu's aura escalated yet again as he charged towards the ghostly visage, blade raised for another cut. Another one. The wild commander's face turned pale. But the ghostly visage could not afford to receive Guan Yu's third strike. Should it be struck, defeat would be inevitable. It must be done. With Guan Yu's third strike descending, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Ginie sensed a substantial influx of kill points. Yet they were not those of an 8-ringed expert, but rather those provided by a level 70 adversary. How decisive! Ginie inwardly lamented. Had Guan Yu's third strike landed on the ghostly visage, it would likely be left either dead or severely crippled. Guan Yu's gaze sharpened, clearly sensing something amiss. His expression quickly returned to normal, yet retained its customary crimson hue as he mockingly declared, This time, I discern the meaning of brazen arrogance and the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. The wild commander felt his heart bleed. That was a high-quality beast he had painstakingly nurtured, yet it was so easily felled by Guan Yu's blade. Do not be so arrogant. The wild commander gasped for breath, his expression contorting. Arrogant? Merely the feeble retorts of the powerless. Guan Yu laughed heartily. Yin Chong. There is no need for further words with him. If he can evade the first strike, can he evade a second? I refuse to believe this cur can avoid my beasts for long, with so many of them at his disposal to perish. At that moment, Ma Chao slowly rose from the pit, multicolored lights cascading upon him as his injuries gradually healed. Ma Chao suddenly unleashed his might once more, striking with the ferocity of thunder upon the ghostly visage. Chapter 41. Zhao Yun blocks the way, united to slay the half-step honorary rank. Meng Qi speaks wisely. My lord may specifically demand the head of this rodent. Guan Yu nodded slightly. The two exchanged glances and then erupted simultaneously, their sights set on the ghostly visage. Do not bully us too much. The outcome of this hunt is yet to be determined. The wild commander, having evaded Guan Yu's Heavenly Dragon S. Triple Slaughter, felt emboldened. He realized that Guan Yu's skill required time to charge. As long as he denied the opportunity, he would remain unbeatable. With a clash of wills, the three once more engaged in battle, shaking the very earth beneath them, as fortifications crumbled. Guan Yu and Ma Chao, in tandem with Ginie's skills, completely suppressed the ghostly visage. After over 500 exchanges, the ghostly visage bore several new wounds. Victory was merely a matter of time. Just then, while the three engaged in fierce combat, Zhao Yun seized Ma Chao's 10,000 tiger and leopard riders, unleashing 2,000 upon the wild forces, significantly alleviating the pressure on Meng Tian and Gao Shan, both of whom began to wreak havoc. Before long, Yuan Tiangang, at Ginie's behest, arrived with 100,000 righteous troops, joining forces with Gao Shan. With Yuan Tiangang's strategic support, the encampment need no longer fear encirclement, transforming into a human meat grinder, decimating the wild forces. In the central army, Ginie observed the soaring kill points with satisfaction, knowing that after this, he would likely reap another fortune. Why another? Because the wealth would not last long, soon returning to a state of utter poverty. On the battlefield, with the wild commander absent, the wild forces lost their backbone, becoming like headless flies, fighting independently. The Great Wall's Guard army, alongside the Tiger and Leopard Riders, swept through the wild forces as several generals, with Ginie's full support, uprooted wild fortifications one after another, annihilating countless wild soldiers. Except for the 100,000 wild soldiers at the forefront resisting Ginie's main forces. Nearly all other defensive troops in the western battlefield had been utterly decimated, with over 37 ringed wild experts slain. Only a handful of wild soldiers remained in their fortifications, as Yuan Tiangang led the righteous troops to assault them. Now, the entire western battlefield was left with only the wild commander as the variable. Yet this so-called half-step honorary rank expert possessed an exceedingly elusive agility, making it difficult for Guan Yu and Ma Chao to subdue him. Their battle raged on. Delightful. Bring it on. Ma Chao erupted with thunderous energy, his spear moving with the swiftness of lightning as he clashed with the ghostly visage. Old cur, is evasion your only tactic? If so, you may as well return whence you came. Liang Zhou is beyond your reach. Ma Chao unleashed a thunderous burst, his spear darting forth like a dragon, striking the opponent with successive lightning strikes. The wild commander scowled, directing the ghostly visage while retorting, "Umph. Were it not for my momentary carelessness, being ambushed by that red-faced one, how dare you be so arrogant? How dare you speak? A dignified half-step honorary rank expert, yet unable to withstand the skills of a seven-ringed wielder. Would this not invite the scorn of even a 3-year-old child? Mengqi, there is no need to converse further with this brazen fool. Today, I shall surely slay this mere half-step honorary rank." Guan Yu raised the green dragon crescent blade, advancing with intent to decapitate. "Rodents, prepare to receive my 3 strikes." Guan Yu glared fiercely at the wild commander, lifting the green dragon crescent blade to strike, as if to sever his head, fueled by a disdain for being called red-faced. Another one. The wild commander froze, caught off guard as Guan Yu's mighty blade approached, unleashing a tempest of wind and thunder. Heavenly Dragon S. Triple Slaughter. In the tumultuous waves of the vast sea, the thunderous beast roared. Guan Yu and Ma Chao joined forces, launching a fierce assault towards the spectral visage of the ghostly entity. However, the wretched creature attempted to employ the same evasive tactics once more, narrowly avoiding their strikes. "Damn it, this old fiend is remarkably slippery," Ma Chao muttered under his breath. Yet, at that very moment, a turn of events unfolded. Zhao Yun arrived with an army of 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, charging valiantly into the fray. With a mighty leap, Zhao Yun soared high, aiming his dragon dagger silver spear towards the ghostly fiend. With a surge of power, he unleashed the spear, which soared through the sky like a white rainbow piercing the sun, effectively sealing the creature's escape route. A decisive throw. Curse it! Where did this monster come from? The commander of the barbarians was shaken to his core, bracing himself to withstand the combined might of Guan Yu and Ma Chao. A cacophony of thunderous impacts ensued as the spectral fiend was struck by Guan Yu and Ma Chao's blows, sent hurtling backward, shattering several steel fortifications before becoming embedded within them. The barbarian commander spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Observing this, Ma Chao disdainfully remarked, "Had it not been for your slippery nature, do you think you could have survived this long?" The barbarian commander glanced at Ma Chao, then at the white-robed youth who obstructed his retreat, flanked by 2,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, his face ashen. "Do not be so arrogant. My defeat today is solely the result of the ineptitude of the Intelligence Bureau, which misjudged the strength of the righteous army. With the presence of such formidable monsters as yourselves, I accept my defeat willingly, with no words left to say. But do not rejoice too soon. When my forces' great powers descend upon Beiliang, the command of Liang Zhou will be ours. None of you shall escape." The barbarian commander laughed, though the sound was fraught with desperation and a hint of sorrow. Ma Chao approached him with a stern countenance, pressing his spear against the commander's throat, enunciating each word. "Let them come. I, Ma Chao, am ever ready. You may proceed on your journey to the afterlife. Remember this, as long as I stand. Liang Zhou shall never fall into the hands of foreign tribes. Now, I implore you, take your own life." With that, the barbarian commander made no resistance, slowly raising his dagger to end his own life. With the master slain, the beast turned against him, and after a brief struggle, the spectral fiend met its end at the hands of Guan Yu, who severed its head, obliterating its chance for survival. The ghostly presence felt a surge of satisfaction as the kill count registered, 500,000 points. This figure astonished even Ghost Nya, who had not anticipated that an 89th level 8-ring Beastmaster would yield such a monumental amount of slaughter value, far exceeding that of lower-tier foes. It was evident that a half-step to the title level was not merely a boast. In contemplating this, Ghost Nya smiled faintly, reflecting on the feat of slaying an 89th level half-step title level powerhouse. Such an accomplishment was unattainable in other battlefields where title level figures refrained from engaging. Moreover, The remnants of the barbarian forces, which had once numbered in the hundreds of thousands, were now reduced to merely 10,000, trapped in a desperate struggle. Montian, Guan Yu, Ma Chao, Yuan Tiangang, heed my command. Immediately cleanse the battlefield, seize all advantageous terrain, and annihilate the remaining forces. There must be no errors. We obey. The officers replied in unison. Following Ghost Nie's orders, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao swiftly returned with their tiger and leopard cavalry to assist. Montian and Gao Shun led their troops to clear the remnants of the barbarian forces and collect spoils of war. Yuan Tiangang commanded the righteous army to occupy the undestroyed fortifications, and in an instant, the banners of the righteous army were raised prominently. The once formidable 100,000-strong barbarian army now dwindled to less than 40,000, their faces pallid as they realized their isolation in battle. Surrounded, and with little hope for survival, the barbarian vice commander watched in horror as the 2,000 tiger and leopard cavalry charged relentlessly toward their rear. My fate is sealed, he lamented, witnessing the cavalry's advance with despair as they descended upon him, causing the barbarian forces to scatter in disarray. Yet the iron hooves of the tiger and leopard cavalry were not easily evaded. The prowess of the Zongyun tiger far surpassed that of the barbarians. The five-ring strength had already overpowered the barbarian ranks by nearly 20 levels. Given that much of Wuwei was flat terrain, the tiger and leopard cavalry surged forth as if traversing unoccupied land, pushing through with ease. The 200,000 righteous soldiers joined in the slaughter, all wearing expressions of elation. Ultimately, the 40,000 barbarian troops were completely vanquished beneath the blades of the righteous army and the iron hooves of the cavalry. In this battle, Ghost Nie's Western righteous army had slain over 400,000 enemies, with countless formidable foes above the 6-ring level. There were 37 7-ring masters, 4 8-ring warriors, and 1 half-step title-level expert. The losses on their side were merely over 5,000, the majority of which were from the righteous army's direct confrontations with the barbarians. The vanguard suffered 400 casualties, leaving approximately 600 remaining. The Great Wall Guards lost 2,000, with 8,000 remaining. The tiger and leopard cavalry sustained the least losses, totaling only a few hundred. Subsequently, Ghost Nie led his grand army onward towards Wuwei, advancing the front line another 30 miles, where they could faintly perceive the command center of the barbarian forces. Chapter 42, 1 million slaughter value, reinforcing the army to 120,000. Is this truly the end? In the sky, the Grand Elder stared in disbelief, blinking in astonishment. It appeared quite comical. He glanced towards the imperial court and the battlefield near King Baoyang, which still remained in the testing phase of skirmishes between the two armies, with no large-scale conflict underway. How could the battles in the west conclude so swiftly? When did the righteous army become so formidable? Sword 3's expression was one of disbelief as he pondered. Oh, it turns out it is not the righteous army that has grown strong, but rather those 30,000 elite troops who constitute the main force of this battle. The remaining 200,000 righteous soldiers struggled against merely 10,000 barbarians. He had anticipated victory in this battle, but never expected it to come so swiftly. Indeed, it seems so. The Ghost Clan's patriarch stroked his beard, his expression serene, as if unconcerned. Yet within, he was not as tranquil as he appeared. Oh, is this truly my cherished Nier showcasing his genuine prowess? Quite remarkable indeed. 2 7-ring warriors can contend with a half-step title level, while 3 7-ring warriors can slay one. Had I heard this before, I would have never believed such a thing existed. Yet now, before my very eyes, reality defies my disbelief. Especially since it is my own Nier, I am both elated and anxious. It feels as though, in the darkness, I have glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The dawn of the Ghost Clan's resurgence, yet I fear that this light may be extinguished by others before its time. However, it is strange. I find myself unable to comprehend. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What is so strange? The Ghost Clan's patriarch raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the Elder had discerned something. The timing is off. The Grand Elder mused thoughtfully. Oh, the timing is off? Pray, do enlighten me. After some contemplation, the Grand Elder spoke. The breakthroughs in the strength of those generals have been astonishingly rapid. Unbelievably so. Is that so? The Ghost Clan's patriarch inquired, intrigued. You may find it hard to believe, but merely a month ago, Yuan Tiangang, Ma Chao, Gao Shun, and Jianwei were all just at the 6th ring, barely above 60 levels, with Gao Shun only at 64. Yet, in the span of a month, they have all simultaneously surpassed 70 levels and coalesced around 200,000 years worth of holy rings. Does Brother Ghost not find this quite extraordinary? Such a thing exists? The Ghost Clan's patriarch exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, though I am reluctant to doubt Zilong and the others. The evidence is laid bare before us, and at this critical juncture, how can we not treat this matter with caution? The Grand Elder affirmed solemnly. The Grand Elder suggests we apprehend them for severe interrogation? The Patriarch's expression turned icy. Not at all. The Grand Elder replied earnestly. The unwavering loyalty of Zilong and his comrades, who have fought valiantly and bled on the battlefield against the barbarians, has been observed by me with great admiration. It is utterly implausible that they would engage in any treasonous acts. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted the 30,000 righteous troops to their command. It would be inappropriate, I believe, to resort to severe measures of coercion. Upon hearing this, the Patriarch of the Ghost Clan exhaled in relief, inquiring about the earlier statements made. The Grand Elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he remarked, I must admit, I am truly envious of them. Achieving a 10,000-year spirit ring at the 60th level is no trivial feat, and to have condensed a second 10,000-year spirit ring in merely 1 month is astonishingly rapid. How could I not be curious? The Patriarch of the Ghost Clan, intrigued, reflected, indeed. This matter is quite extraordinary. Typically, the condensation of a 10,000-year spirit ring takes no less than 30 years and can extend to over 100 years. Could it be that they possess some method for expediting the acquisition of spirit rings? There exists a possibility. The Grand Elder pondered likewise, and both were left in a state of bewilderment. Alas, do you think if I were to inquire with Zilong, he would divulge the information? It is not uncommon for every genius to harbor secrets they wish to keep hidden. Yet, unbeknownst to these two, after successfully clearing the battlefield, Zhao Yun commanded all righteous troops to take residence in the fortress, while they themselves stationed at the forefront. A mere river separated them from the barbarian command. In the command tent, Ghost Nya sat in a position of authority, his smile radiant with delight. Indeed, he had struck it rich, and in a grand manner. He also stumbled upon a significant piece of news. The Wall Guard army and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, the summoned troops, also contributed to his kill count during the slaughter of enemies. As they were the main force in this battle, the number of enemies they vanquished was staggering, resulting in a terrifying accumulation of kill points. In this battle, the barbarian forces deployed 400,000 troops, with 100,000 dispatched to intercept the righteous army. The vast majority perished at the hands of the Wall Guard army and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. The 1,000 Wall Guard soldiers, alongside Meng Tian, alone dispatched 97,000 enemies, with Meng Tian claiming the lives of 10 7-ringed experts, and, while others were distracted, eliminating an 82nd level 8-ringed expert. The total kill points accrued reached 4,190,000. The 1,000 assault camp soldiers, together with Gao Shun, accounted for over 13,000 enemy kills, with Gao Shun slaying 3 7-ringed experts and 1 8-ringed expert, yielding 547,000 kill points. The 20,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry, alongside Zhao Yun, dispatched over 130,000 enemies, including more than 27 ringed experts and 1 82nd level expert, alongside over 30 artillery towers, garnering 5,645,000 kill points. Ma Chao and Guan Yu collectively accounted for over 4,000 enemy kills, including 10 at the 70th level and 1 approaching the 9th rank. This netted them over 240,000 kill points. Jianwei achieved a staggering kill count of over 18,000 enemies, including 4 at the 70th level and 1 at the 80th level, resulting in 743,000 kill points. Yuan Tiangao, leading the righteous troops, had a lesser kill count, but still managed to slay over 3,000 enemies, including 6 at the 70th level, accruing 123,000 kill points. In total, Ghost Nye's efforts in this battle led to the slaughter of 260,000 of the barbarian forces, with several at the 70th level and 4 above the 80th level, as well as 1 half-step titled expert. This amassed a staggering total of over 114 million kill points. Adding to the original 100,000 kill points, Ghost Nye's tally soared to nearly 115 million. If this is not a windfall, then what is? Just a few days prior, he was lamenting the 10 million kill points required to reach level 50, but now he could easily dismiss that amount as mere trifles. However, should he require 100 million kill points to ascend to level 60, he might experience some discomfort, for that would leave him with merely a few million kill points. He could only wonder what the required kill points for future summons would amount to. Ghost Nye felt uncertain, and at present, he lacked the time to focus on condensing his 5th spirit ring. Only after the conflict in Wu Wei was entirely resolved would he have the opportunity to concentrate on advancing to level 50. Thus, Ghost Nye resolved to take decisive action to conclude this war in one fell swoop. He utilized 3 million kill points to summon 30,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Ding! Summoning successful. 30,000 elite Tiger and Leopard cavalry are now on standby at the Wanxiang military camp. He then expended 4 million kill points to summon 40,000 Wall Guard soldiers. Ding! Summoning successful. 40,000 Wall Guard soldiers are now on standby at the Wanxiang military camp. Subsequently, he employed 1 million kill points to summon 10,000 assault camp soldiers. Ding. Summoning successful. 10,000 assault camp soldiers are now on standby at the Wanxiang military camp. He further utilized 1 million kill points to summon 10,000 imperial guards. Ghost Nya then proceeded with the military spirit summoning, replenishing the tiger and leopard cavalry to 50,000, the wall guard soldiers to 50,000. In addition to 10,000 assault camp soldiers and 11,000 imperial guards. This total expenditure amounted to 9 million kill points. Remaining kill points, 15,980,000. Ghost Nya now commanded an army of 120,000, yet this was also a grand gamble on his part. Given Ghost Nya's current resources, sustaining such a force of 30,000 troops was already at the limit, and he would face bankruptcy within half a year. Should he elevate his army to 120,000, his resources would scarcely last a month. To genuinely retain this force, he would need to conquer the entirety of Liangzhou to support his troops, and even extend his ambitions towards Beiyang, ultimately reaching Yongzhou to continue his expansion. Ancestor, I have matters to discuss with you. Ghost Nya called into the void. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch of the Ghost clan appeared before him, smiling warmly as he inquired, Nyer, what is it you wish to discuss with your ancestor? Ancestor, it is this. I wish to deploy troops to the Wuwei River and completely seize the command of the barbarian forces to bring this war to a close. Ghost Nya asserted directly. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Ghost clan furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before shaking his head with regret. Nyer, I understand your intentions. But with the combined strength of myself and the Grand Elder, it is likely we cannot ensure your safety. Unless the court provides support, it is impossible. However, the court desires the glory of this battle for themselves. They will not easily relinquish the monumental achievement of capturing the barbarian command. Chapter 43, Surrender? The gift of the rootless sword tassel bestows an eternal alliance. Ancestor, are you aware of how many titled experts the barbarian forces have sent forth? Ghost Nya, unwilling to concede, pondered boldly, hoping to rely on his ancestor and the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect to launch a decisive assault on the barbarian command. During the siege of Wuqianjia, 3 appeared, 2 at the 91st level and 1 at the 93rd level. I cannot ascertain the exact number, but it certainly exceeds 5. The patriarch of the Ghost clan doused Ghost Nya's hopes with cold water. The plan to breach the barbarian forces without the court's assistance crumbled instantaneously. The patriarch continued. If they were not uncertain of the number of the opposing titled experts, they would not have left the ancestor here to observe. Nyer, in this battle, we have annihilated 40,000 of the barbarian forces and even slain a half-step titled expert. In terms of military merit, aside from concluding the war, no one can rival us. Our objective has been accomplished. Let us cease our efforts. There is no need to contend for that primary achievement, as it would only render us a thorn in their side, an irritant they would wish to remove. Your general's strength is formidable, but he is still below the titled level, and provoking the external clan would not benefit your development. It could even lead to irreparable consequences. You require time to develop peacefully, awaiting the conclusion of the war, and subsequently to gather strength. One must not act impulsively in a moment of power. The ancient ancestor of the Gui family advised, observing the somber expression on Gui Nye's face, which lingered in silence, leading him to believe that Gui Nye had relinquished this notion. He intended to offer further consolation, yet was interrupted by Gui Nye's slow articulation. Lanzhou needs to swiftly bring this farce to an end. There exists another method. What method? Feigning loyalty, utilizing their resources as daggers plunged into their hearts. Gui Nye suddenly smiled with a sinister gleam in his eyes. The ancient ancestor of the Gui family was taken aback, and then enlightenment dawned upon him. Could it be that you intend to? Gui Nye nodded, coldly stating, indeed, I shall feign allegiance to the external clan, seeking a title as an alien king and aiding them in containing the king of Beiyang. In this manner, the initial merit of this battle will also belong to our own, while the left general's strategy will be realized. And we shall have an additional ally to hinder the king of Beiyang. What is not to their advantage? Meanwhile, I will amass strength in Beiyang and Lanzhou, secretly laying plans, biding my time. Might this not be too perilous? Should they discover your true intentions, you could find yourself in grave danger. The ancient ancestor of the Gui family contemplated quietly, perceiving the rationale behind Gui Nye's strategy. Ancient One, throughout my 18 years in the imperial capital, have I not always existed in peril? A moment's negligence could lead to irretrievable ruin, yet I have managed to survive and escape. Gui Nye declared with resolute confidence. In truth, this plan has been conceived since before my escape from the imperial capital, and its feasibility is exceedingly high. After all, the external clan would never anticipate that I would not only evade them, but dare to ally myself under their very noses. Previously, this plan indeed harbored numerous flaws. rendering it as perilous as plucking teeth from a tiger's mouth. But now I possess the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, rendering this strategy less hazardous than initially perceived. In fact, it may be the best course of action at present. Hiding will inevitably lead to discovery, and rather than being restrained, it is better to confront them directly. With a deep sigh, Ginie reflected on his initial enthusiasm for this plan, which gradually waned as he scrutinized its flaws, realizing the lack of a winning chance, leading him to abandon it. However, considering the current circumstances, timing, location, and support, Ginie suddenly felt this tactic to be undoubtedly the best option available. Rather than lurking in the shadows, it is far preferable to present oneself boldly before them. The most perilous place may well be the safest. Very well. After a period of introspection, the ancient ancestor of the Ginie family was ultimately persuaded by Ginie. Although this plan bore risks, upon careful consideration, it was not devoid of strategic foresight. The potential benefits after success were immense, and there would be no need for concealment. However, I cannot personally take part in this matter. It may require the intervention of the Sword 3 Absolutes. After all, regarding matters pertaining to Ginie, the ancestor could not appear overtly in the public eye, and the support of the Lanzhou clans was essential. The Seven Wounds Sword sect was among the foremost of these. Subsequently, the ancient ancestor of the Ginie family brought the Sword 3 Absolutes into Ginie's tent, whereupon Ginie shared his meticulously prepared draft concerning the alliance with the barbarian army against Wu Qianjie, as well as the court's maneuvers. He even disclosed the court's intention to cede Lanzhou to the king of Bailiang. The Sword 3 Absolutes erupted in fury upon hearing this. What manner of person is the king of Bailiang? An ignorant child, a hypocritical, avaricious scoundrel. It is one thing for him to commit misdeeds within his own domain, but to covet our Lanzhou territory is utterly intolerable. Should anyone ascend as an alien king of Lanzhou, it shall not be the king of Bailiang. Mark my words. The Sword 3 Absolutes declared, indignant. After calming down, he turned to Ginie, stating, if the king of Bailiang were to establish himself in Lanzhou, the entire region would likely descend into chaos. The Seven Wounds Sword sect will never allow such a travesty to transpire. In contrast to the king of Bailiang, I would prefer for you to assume control over Lanzhou. At least you would not toy with the lives of its citizens. To grant passage to the barbarian army, establishing the battlefield in Lanzhou, resulting in the suffering of its people, is an act of utter barbarism. Do you corrupt officials of the court not feel remorse for the hundreds of thousands who perished in Wuwei City? Do you not owe it to the brave 50,000 Lanzhou volunteers who fought valiantly without fear of death? The Sword 3 Absolutes had previously harbored doubts about these matters, maintaining a sliver of faith in the court, even amidst the usurpation by external clans. Yet, with the cries of despair echoing throughout Lanzhou, the people suffering, and the Seven Wounds Sword sect suppressing their own grievances, the hope that the new emperor's ascension would lead to improvement had dwindled. This was why he had hastened to take up the mantle of leadership among the volunteers and join the court in battle. However, now that the new emperor had already ascended, he remained indifferent to the plight of the people. The situation had not only failed to improve, but had allowed external clans to run rampant, wielding power over the realm with impunity. He had completely lost faith in the court's actions. At this juncture, to carve out an independent territory as an alien king was not without merit. Little Nia, may I call you that? You may proceed with this endeavor. The rest shall be entrusted to the Seven Wounds Sword sect. The Sword 3 Absolute spoke slowly, his demeanor melancholic. It is merely an alien king title. Why should one seek to appease those external clans? In the past, they hinted at conferring the title of alien king upon our sect leader for our assistance against the king of Bailiang. However, the leader was solely focused on cultivation and showed no interest. I shall return to discuss this with the leader and with the backing of the Seven Wounds Sword sect. You may rest assured and prepare for the conclusion of this war. After stating this, the Sword 3 Absolutes turned to leave. Nia shall not disappoint the elder. Ginie respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Sword 3 Absolutes, then called out to him. From within his robe, he produced a wooden box, presenting it before the Sword 3 Absolutes with both hands. Elder, the item within this box is a sword spirit artifact that I fortuitously acquired earlier. As I am not versed in the art of the sword, it would be a waste to keep it. I wish to bestow it upon your esteemed sect. Oh, a sword spirit artifact? The Sword 3 Absolutes, initially inclined to refuse, hesitated upon hearing the word sword spirit artifact and withdrew his hand. There was no denying that items related to the sword art held an immense allure for the Seven Wounds Sword sect. Indeed, Elder, this item is known as the Rootless Sword Tassel. When adorned upon a spirit sword or weapon, its skill potency can be enhanced by approximately 30%. Merely a token of my esteem, Ginie explained as he opened the box. A dazzling golden sword tassel. resembling a wheat ear, appeared before the elder, adorned with small swords akin to grains of wheat. The elder's breath quickened at the sight. He clutched the box tightly, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "Little Nya, is this truly the case? You truly wish to gift this sword tassel to the sword sect?" "Absolutely. I believe it would be far better in the hands of the sword sect than in mine, where it would be better utilized." Nya replied with a slight smile, gently placing the small box into the elder's hands. The elder did not refuse. Rather, he clutched the small box tightly, breathing heavily. "Very well. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with you, little Nya. I shall accept this sword tassel on behalf of the sword sect, and from this day forth, the sword sect shall forever be your ally, an unchanging bond through the ages." "I thank the elder." Nya expressed his astonishment. Feeling unworthy of such an alliance with their esteemed sect, he was somewhat taken aback, along with a tinge of confusion. Chapter 44, Collecting the Spirit Herbs. The restoration of Gui Tianlu is imminent. To his surprise, the elder, the sword 3 absolutes, explained, "No, this is what you rightfully deserve. You may not realize the profound impact this sword tassel will have on our sword sect. Prior to this, our 7 Wounds sword sect could scarcely rank among the 7 great sects." The elder shook his head, his gaze reflective. This is precisely why the sect leader is so devoted to cultivation, to vie for a position among the 7 major sects in the upcoming sect ranking, which is merely half a year away. However, even with such determination, the chances of the 7 Injuries sword sect ascending to the ranks of the 7 great sects remain bleak. At the pinnacle of the title level, even a single tier of difference is akin to a chasm. Although the sect leader possesses formidable strength, he still falls short of the leader of the 7th sect by 1 tier. Despite the sect leader's slightly superior talent compared to that of the 7th sect, he ultimately cannot match his opponent. With the presence of the rootless sword tassel, the 7 Injuries sword sect may very well ascend to the ranks of the 7 major sects, and the sect leader could even strive for greater heights with its assistance. The century-old alliance agreement is certainly not an exaggeration. The Grand Elder spoke at length, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had been invigorated tenfold. "Ha ha. Sword 3 absolutes. Your sword sect has reaped such immense benefits. A mere generational alliance agreement lacks sincerity." The ancestor of the Ghost clan laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of sword 3 absolutes. There was an unmistakable air of someone who had gained much while feigning modesty. Yet, the ancestor was genuinely elated. With Gui Nya gaining an ally, the Ghost clan also benefited. Although this ally may not provide substantial aid against their formidable foes, it is nonetheless a step in the right direction. Sword 3 absolutes bore no ill will, looking apologetically at Gui Nya and suggesting, "Little Nya, perhaps I should return and discuss this with the sect leader?" The Grand Elder chuckled, stating that it was merely Nya's good intentions and that he sought nothing from the sword sect. He was already delighted to receive the support of their esteemed sect today. Gui Nya smiled, feeling somewhat hesitant to meet the Grand Elder's gaze, for the reason was the rootless sword tassels, which spanned several acres in the Imperial Palace's backyard. Yes, several acres of rootless sword tassels, including numerous higher-grade 5-element sword tassels that had yet to mature. The 5-element sword tassel enhances the user's sword techniques by 80%. Typically, only one emerges from every 100,000 rootless sword tassels, and the maturity of the 5-element sword tassel is imminent. Gui Nya contemplated gifting the rootless sword tassels he carried to the 7 Injuries sword sect, as he had a request to make, and it would be remiss to let them come in vain. As the saying goes, "I may not accept, but you must offer." Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he received an eternal alliance agreement from the Grand Elder, leaving Gui Nya pleasantly surprised. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems I did not misjudge you. Little Nya, rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory return gift." The Grand Elder laughed heartily, repeating his approval thrice. It was evident that his spirits were exceptionally high at that moment. "Nya dares not. Enough. Time is of the essence. I shall not linger further. I must return to Shiliang to avoid prolonged dreams." Gui Nya patiently awaited the Grand Elder's good news. He then turned to his ancestor, blinking as if recalling something, and asked, "By the way, Ancestor, is the spirit beast you contracted also of the sword type?" "Indeed. Why do you ask?" The ancestor of the Ghost clan replied, puzzled. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Ancestor, wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you." With that, Gui Nya's figure vanished from the spot. Space system. The ancestor of the Ghost clan was taken aback as he sensed the fluctuations of spatial power. A young child had acquired a spatial system spirit beast, something even he and Gui Tianlu lacked. His heart exclaimed, "Stability. Wait, what did Nya just say he was going to get?" After the initial excitement, the ancestor was left bewildered, unsure of what Gui Nya had meant. However, at that moment, the surrounding space rippled once more, and Gui Nya reappeared before the ancestor. holding a freshly uprooted rootless sword tassel that exuded the scent of earth. Seeing this, the ancestor was once again astonished. You have more rootless sword tassels? And just pulled from the ground? Have they matured? You truly uprooted it. Do you realize that one cannot find a single rootless sword tassel throughout the entire Great Zhou and even the Nine Heavens? Oh, they have matured, ancestor. To be honest, I have plenty of them. I can hardly use them all, Guinie replied nonchalantly. What? You have more than you can use? Just how many do you possess? The ancestor inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I haven't counted them precisely. Guinie pondered for a long time, recalling that he had several acres worth. But he had never counted them explicitly. Who counts wheat in the field for fun? He thought. You cannot be joking with me, ancestor. The ancestor of the ghost clan looked on skeptically. I would never jest about you, ancestor. Here, these few are mature. You can decide if you want them. Guinie smiled, presenting 3 rootless sword tassels to the ancestor. Initially, Guinie intended to bring out a whole bundle. But recalling Sword 3 Absolute's reaction upon seeing the rootless sword tassels, he decided against it. He understood the principle of a guilty man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure can bring trouble. Until he had absolute strength for self-preservation, he would not reveal the rootless sword tassels. He would go back and collect the rootless sword tassels from the tiger leopard riders and the assault troops. Guinie thought to himself. The ancestor of the ghost clan swallowed hard. To be honest, when Guinie had presented the rootless sword tassels to the sword sect, he was immensely tempted. Humph. It's good to see you have some conscience. The ancestor of the ghost clan could no longer resist the allure. A single sword tassel could enhance the power of sword techniques by 30%. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Ancestor, didn't you say that in order for my father's spirit beast to regain its strength, it requires 6 types of heavenly spiritual medicines? What about the 8 treasure silkworm? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the ghost clan showed no sign of contemplation, simply stating, Extreme Ice Lotus, 8 treasure silkworm, 3 transmutation silver flower, premium ice silkworm, heart-guarding lotus, and 1 reversal phoenix fruit. Over the years, I have only managed to find the 8 treasure silkworm among these heavenly spiritual medicines. After saying this, the ancestor slowly produced a silkworm pupa from his bosom and handed it to Guinie. I paid a hefty price for this. I nearly didn't make it back. Is this the 8 treasure silkworm? It doesn't seem particularly special, Guinie remarked, gently stroking his chin as he examined the 8 treasure silkworm. Originally, Guinie had found a group of them in the imperial palace's medicinal garden, gathering the other 5 types of herbs, just waiting for them to mature. However, this last 8 treasure silkworm had been elusive. Initially, Guinie thought it was too high in grade, only to discover it was of too low a quality. The medicinal garden didn't grow it, or perhaps it deemed such low-tier spiritual herbs beneath its consideration. Ancestor, I don't have the 3 transmutation silver flower. Do you think the 9 transmutation silver flower would suffice? Guinie inquired again. Isn't that stating the obvious? The 9 transmutation silver flower can fulfill the medicinal power required for Tianlu's recovery, far surpassing the 3 transmutation silver flower. However, the 3 transmutation silver flower is already exceedingly rare, having not appeared for centuries. The 9 transmutation silver flower is 1,000 times rarer than the 3 transmutation silver flower, finding it is no easy task. The ancestor of the ghost clan lamented. Such precious spiritual herbs nearly cost him his life to find just 1, let alone 6. Coupled with external hindrances, the restoration of Gui Tianlu's strength seemed an endless endeavor. Then it settled. Guinie clapped his hands and stood up. What is settled? The ancestor of the ghost clan asked, puzzled, blinking his eyes. Hee. Naturally, it's the 6 types of heavenly spiritual medicines my father needs. I was only missing the 8 treasure silkworm, and since you have already found it, then we have everything. Oh, that's wonderful. The ancestor of the ghost clan immediately sighed in relief, but then hesitated, as if sensing something was amiss. What? You have gathered all 5 types of spiritual medicines? Nyer. You are not jesting with your ancestor, are you? This is no laughing matter. The ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to sputter in excitement. While Guinie covered his ears. Nodding, he affirmed, indeed. However, it is not yet ripe and will require some time before it can be harvested. The venerable ancestor of the Gui family understood that Guinie would not jest about this matter, for no one desired the restoration of Tianlu more than he did. After all, Guinie was undoubtedly the one who bore witness to the oppressive years that Tianlu had endured. The ancestor immediately leaned in closer to Guinie. A look of anxiety etched upon his face, and whispered, Nyer, is this truly secure? Where is it located? Do you require your ancestor to stand guard day and night? Rest assured, ancestor, its whereabouts are known only to me. No one else could locate it. It is exceedingly safe. Guinie slowly raised his thumb, displaying a reassuring expression to ease the ancestor's concerns. Chapter 45, Proper Arrangements. Ginie, do you desire a husband? Gui Nye continued. As for the 8 treasure silkworm, dear ancestor, you must take good care of it. I would not want to find everything ready on my end only to discover that yours has gone missing. It was not unreasonable for Gui Nye to overthink. Having been deeply influenced by web literature in his previous life, he was momentarily struck by this cliché plot. Still, feeling a touch of unease, he decided it would be prudent to have the 8 treasure silkworm kept with him as well to prevent such a melodramatic scenario from unfolding. Before Gui Nye could voice his thoughts, the ancestor had already handed the 8 treasure silkworm to him, saying, since your location is so secure, let us keep the 8 treasure silkworm with you. When you are prepared, I shall bring Tianlu to find you. After all, there were far too many eyes upon him in the imperial capital, and this course of action would minimize risks. Were it not for the ancestor's concealed aura of beast mastery, he would not have dared to appear before Gui Nye. It was evident that the ancestor understood this principle well. Truly, he was admirable in his prudence. Gui Nye accepted the 8 treasure silkworm with a smile, then placed it within the human emperor's palace, for there was no place more secure. Well, now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. You must hasten to prepare the troops. We shall act once we receive word from the 7 Wounds Sword sect. Do not rush into an early attack. As Gui Nye prepared to depart, the ancestor did not forget to remind him. Rest easy, ancestor. I will be ready. Gui Nye smiled as he watched the ancestor leave. Once the ancestor's figure faded from view, Gui Nye's expression turned icy as he strolled to the main seat, slowly articulating, Meng Tian, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Yuan Tiangang, Dian Wei, Guan Yu, Gao Shun, Mao Chong. Come forth at once. Yes. The generals responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, Ma Chao arrived first, intending to jest about the absent members, but upon seeing Gui Nye's stern countenance, he promptly abandoned the idea. Yuan Tiangang, Zhao Yun, and others soon followed, taking their seats one by one, and Gui Nye directly proclaimed, I intend to mobilize our forces across the river to seize the headquarters of the Wasteland Army and bring an end to this war. What say you, generals? As soon as Gui Nye finished speaking, Dian Wei stood up and clasped his hands, declaring, My lord, leave it to me. I have yet to quench my thirst for battle from the last skirmish. My lord, I am willing to go. I will not return until I have claimed the head of the barbarian general. Ma Chao also rose to his feet. Soon, the others followed suit, echoing, My lord. We are willing to march. Seeing this, Gui Nye smiled slightly. Excellent. Meng Tian, Dian Wei, Yuan Tiangang, heed my command. From this day forth, Meng Tian is appointed as the commander of the Great Wall Guards, while Dian Wei and Yuan Tiangang shall serve as his deputies, leading an army of 50,000 Great Wall Guards. This must not be mistaken. We shall obey. Meng Tian, Dian Wei, and Yuan Tiangang rose and clasped their hands in respect. Gui Nye then turned his gaze toward Gao Shun, who stood up and clasped his hands in response. Gao Shun, heed my command. From this day forth, you are appointed as the vanguard general, commanding an elite force of 1,800 assault troops. This must not be mistaken. I accept the command. At that moment, Gui Nye added, Gao Shun, should the 1,000 assault troops prove insufficient, do not hesitate to speak up. I can always provide reinforcements. My lord, it is not the quantity but the quality of the troops that matters. The assault troops are a cohesive unit, and having too many would hinder their effectiveness. At present, commanding 1,000 is already my limit, without commanders well versed in the tactics of the assault troops. Any further additions could be counterproductive. Gao Shun replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Very well. I shall entrust this 1,000 assault troops to you. I hope they shall once again shine with glory under your command. Gui Nye smiled, not pressing the matter further. I will not bring shame upon my lord. Gao Shun responded earnestly. Subsequently, Gui Nye turned his attention to the remaining individuals. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Ma Chao, heed my command. We hear and obey. The 3 responded eagerly, rising with excitement. Then Gui Nye declared, from this day forth, Zhao Yun is appointed as the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, while Guan Yu and Ma Chao shall serve as his deputies, leading an army of 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. This must not be mistaken. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with determination as they softly replied, We accept the command. You 3 hail from cavalry backgrounds and share the same heritage from Shu Han. I trust that under your leadership, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry will demonstrate a might that surpasses that of Wei Wu. We will not disappoint our lord. The 3 responded robustly. Mao Chong, heed my command. Gui Nye suddenly called. Mao Chong, taken aback by the unexpected summons, quickly rose and clasped his hands, replying, I. Mao Chong, heed your command. From this day forth, Mao Chong shall be promoted to commander of the Ginie, leading an elite force of 11,000 Ginie, responsible for all intelligence and military reconnaissance in Liangzhou. Furthermore, select 11 captains from this contingent. This must not be mistaken. Mao Chong's expression turned jubilant, his hands trembling with excitement, for he had finally attained the position of Ginie commander. He had sensed Ginie's dissatisfaction with the Ginie's performance. And while Ginie had not explicitly stated it, it had deeply affected Mao Chang's confidence. With only 1,000 men at his disposal, he felt limited, but now, with an additional 10,000 at his command, he felt a surge of confidence in his ability to gather intelligence. Immediately, he knelt on one knee before Ginie and clasped his hands, declaring, Mao Chang shall not fail in fulfilling my lord's expectations. Should any Ginie in Liangzhou lack intelligence, I am prepared to take my own life as penance. Oh, you are aware that there are certain grievances regarding your Ginie? Ginie raised an eyebrow, smiling. Mao Chang's head lowered further, and he dared not speak. Rise. Previously, I understood your troop numbers were insufficient, but do not let me down in the future. I will remember this. Should there be any further delays in intelligence, then your Ginie may as well return whence you came. And let the Black Ice Guard and the unruly men take over. Upon hearing the mention of the unruly men, Yuan Tiangang momentarily froze, looking bewildered at Ginie, a flicker of eagerness in his expression. However, Ginie remained oblivious to Yuan Tiangang's unusual reaction, for he had yet to summon the unruly men. He merely intended to instill a sense of urgency among Mao Chang and the others. I will not disappoint my lord. From this moment forth, nothing in Liangzhou shall escape the watchful eyes of the Ginie. Mao Chang bowed his head, his face slightly pale, clearly intimidated by Ginie's words. Very well. That is reassuring. Ginie concluded, turning to address the others. I will gradually integrate the remaining Great Wall Guards, assault troops, and Tiger and Leopard cavalry into the respective military camps. You are all to prepare for training. I shall personally oversee matters concerning the righteous army henceforth. Yes. We take our leave. The generals exited, each bearing expressions of relief and excitement. In the northern district of Shiliang City, at the Seven Wounds Sword sect, the figure of the Grand Elder hurriedly descended upon the sect's plaza, where many disciples were engaged in beast mastery combat training. Grand Elder, you have returned. A disciple, upon spotting the Grand Elder, hurriedly greeted him. Grand Elder, has the battle at the front concluded? Not yet, but it will soon. There is no need for you to worry about this. Focus on your cultivation. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. I must speak with the sect master about some matters, so I shall take my leave. After the Grand Elder inspected Jinzi's assignments, he departed from the square with a sense of satisfaction. He ventured into the inner sanctum, a sacred space reserved for the esteemed elders and the sect leaders' cultivation. The air was thick with spiritual energy. Grand Elder, aren't you supposed to be at the front lines? What brings you back now? Inquired a delicate and playful young girl with sparkling eyes. Is there trouble at the front? Oh, it's you, Ginie. The Grand Elder's gaze brightened upon seeing Ginie, and a broad smile spread across his face. What trouble could there possibly be at the front? I merely returned to discuss a few matters with the sect leader and shall return shortly. Ginie puffed out her cheeks and said, oh, then hurry inside to find father. He just emerged from seclusion and is in the main hall right now. Very well. With that, Jian Sanju prepared to head towards the main hall, but suddenly halted, a playful smile gracing his features as he addressed Ginie. Ginie, you are 16 this year, aren't you? How about I find you a husband? Ginie's face instantly flushed crimson, her chubby cheeks appearing particularly endearing. What are you saying, Grand Elder? I'm only 16. I can't get married. So you mean once you reach the proper age, you might consider it? Jian Sanju replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. He began to vividly describe the suitor he had in mind for her. Ginie, the husband I have in mind for you, is exceptionally gifted. At merely 18, he has already attained the rank of a 4-ring practitioner. More importantly, he possesses both talent and beauty, with handsome features and a demeanor that is unparalleled. He would be a perfect match for you. A 4-ring practitioner? Isn't that even more impressive than brother? Ginie gasped, her small face glowing with excitement. She had always admired her brother. Indeed, that scoundrel Chiga can hardly compare to this young man. Jian Sanju exclaimed with fervor, his words flowing as he presented a candid photograph of the handsome Ginie to her. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this suitor? Just give your approval, and I shall arrange for you to meet him. We can have the engagement in 2 days, and once you come of age, we shall hold the wedding. What do you say? Grand Elder, I haven't even met him yet. How can we discuss marriage? Besides, I don't want to marry so soon. Ginie protested, pouting adorably while sneaking a glance at Ginie's profile. Instantly, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, her heart racing as she found herself captivated by his stunning features. A flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Are you not enamored? Would you not wish to marry him at this very moment? If I were a woman, I would have married him long ago. It would not even be your turn. Jian Sanju teased, clearly enjoying the situation. Ugh, Grand Elder, you're so annoying. Ginie retorted, her face flushed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer as she covered her rosy cheeks and fled from the scene. Chapter 46. Sect Leader Jin Kong and the Extraordinary Achievements of the Rebel Army. This girl, once this opportunity passes, it may never return. She must think this through. The Grand Elder continued to plead. To speak truthfully, Ginie was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Though still youthful, she was charming and vivacious. Revered as a goddess by many disciples of the sect. Truly, if Guanyin knew of this, he would surely be devastated. Who would so eagerly offer their daughter in marriage? Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? You return only to propose marriage for my precious daughter without consulting me? A middle-aged man clad in a sword robe, his eyes glinting like blades, emerged, his expression stern and accusatory. This man was none other than Jin Kong, the sect leader, and Ginie was indeed his beloved daughter, his Achilles heel. The entire sect was aware that while one could strike Jin Shiga due to his lesser strength, daring to lay a hand on Ginie would invite severe retribution from the sect leader. However, in the presence of Jin Kong's ire, Jin Sanju remained unfazed. Meeting the sect leader's gaze, he huffed, "Humph. I am acting in the best interest of the sect. If the sect leader wishes to hear my forthcoming words and still requires an explanation from me, feel free to take my leg." Seeing Jin Sanju's unwavering conviction, Jin Kong was taken aback. While Ginie was undoubtedly his treasure, she was equally dear to Jin Sanju. What kind of individual could compel the Grand Elder to consider marrying off his own cherished one? Raising an eyebrow, Jin Kong replied, "Then I shall listen intently. This is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed to the inner courtyard." Jin Sanju exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Kong before leading him into the inner sanctum. Once the doors were shut behind them, Jin Sanju recounted the events of recent days, including Guanyi's requests. Jin Kong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Grand Elder, even with numerous prodigies surrounding this young man, why would he seek Ginie? Talented individuals are not in short supply. I know of many who have broken through to the 4th rank before the age of 20 in the top 3 sects. Jin Kong's words seemed to seek confirmation, for he understood that Jin Sanju would not speak without reason. In response, Jin Sanju produced a square box from his robes and presented it to Jin Kong. "My sect leader, please take a look at this unparalleled treasure that Guanyin has bestowed upon us." A treasure? Jin Kong's curiosity piqued as he accepted the box and opened it. An intense sword intent erupted forth, the golden rootless sword tassel trembling slightly. "Third uncle, what is this? How can such pure sword intent exist?" Jin Kong exclaimed, his breath quickening. It was akin to the astonishment he felt upon first encountering the rootless sword tassel. Even though he had seen it multiple times, Jin Sanju could not remain composed. According to Guanyin, this is the rootless sword tassel. Its effect enhances the wielder's sword skills by 30%. However, what Guanyin did not mention is that upon careful attunement, this item can assist the wielder in comprehending the rootless sword intent. Once successfully grasped, the sword intent that emerges will be unparalleled in this era. My sect leader, this is an immense opportunity. Are we merely to grant Guanyin a lifelong alliance and aid him in obtaining an alien royal title in return? Jin Sanju spoke calmly. Yet each word struck Jin Kong like a thunderbolt, sending his heart racing and his hands trembling as he held the rootless sword tassel. The tassel flared with brilliant light, the sword intent overwhelming. Indeed, its formidable presence captivated Jin Kong. Had he not retained his composure, he might have succumbed to infatuation. After a lengthy silence, Jin Kong's gaze sharpened, as if he had settled on a resolution. He addressed the Grand Elder, "Third uncle, this young man has offered such a grand gift. My sect has never been ungrateful. As long as Ginie consents, I have no objections. As for that alien royal title, I shall visit the imperial capital immediately. I am certain those external relatives would welcome my claim to the title." "My sect leader, do you require my company on this journey?" Jin Sanju inquired. "No need. The imperial capital poses no danger for me." Jin Kong waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Jin Sanju with a serious expression. "Uncle San, please make a trip to Shilian University and kindly request the president to accompany you to Wuwei to bolster our new king in Liangzhou." "Certainly." Jin San nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two departed from the sword sect, with Jin Kong's aura causing a ripple of excitement among the disciples. The sect leader seemed transformed. Jin Yun was inwardly astonished, contemplating, what could possibly prompt my father to intervene personally? Could it be the individual mentioned by the Grand Elder? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The other battlefields in Wuwei had just concluded their initial skirmishes, yielding rather disheartening results. The Northern Wolf Riders suffered a loss of 100,000 troops, yet made no territorial gains, forced to retreat instead. Previously under General Zhao's command, the Northern Wolf Riders lamented, If only General Zhao led us, would we have endured such setbacks? My brothers, you count yourselves fortunate. Your losses are minimal. Here, we faced a commander named something like La, and regardless of anything else, he fought with fervor and commanded effectively, resulting in the loss of 40,000 wolf riders in a single encounter. Isn't that the truth? Under General Zhao, we sustained merely 1,000 injuries and 100 fatalities, yet advanced several dozen miles. Ah, how nostalgic it is for General Yuan's 30th day. Those days were splendid. This time, the majority of the barbarian army's forces were deployed against the court and the northern Liang King. Both the court and the northern Liang King were struggling, their numbers insufficient, and the losses significant. Discontent brewed within the command tent, with exclamations of, useless, a bunch of incompetence. How could we be thwarted by mere savages? What use are you to me? The northern Liang King was also incensed. Had it not been for the two esteemed generals restraining him, he would have eagerly descended into battle to eradicate the barbarian forces himself. How fares the court? He eventually inquired, regaining composure. The northern Liang general responded promptly, Your Majesty. The court faces the most elite of the barbarian forces, the heavenly barbarian army, having lost 100,000 wolf riders without achieving any success. The losses are grievous. That is acceptable. We cannot allow the court's lackeys to witness our humiliation. The northern Liang King exhaled in relief. And what of the rebel army? How many have perished this time? The northern Liang general hesitated, unsure how to broach the topic. Speak. The king commanded, his tone sharp. The man trembled, Your Majesty. The rebel army's battle concluded 3 days ago. Humph. A disorganized rabble is still a disorganized rabble. They couldn't hold on for even a day. The northern Liang King scoffed repeatedly. The northern Liang general forced a smile and advised, Your Majesty. The rebel army annihilated 400,000 barbarian troops on the western front in merely half a day and is now encamped within Wuwei City, facing the barbarian command across the river. What? The northern Liang King exclaimed in shock. Within the command tent of the court, a similar astonishment ensued. What? You claim the rebel army has obliterated 400,000 barbarian troops and now stands at the riverbanks of Wuwei? The newly appointed commander, Qiu Budo, slammed his hand on the table, his face aflame with fury. The rebel army is nothing but a horde of lowly rabble. How could they possess such formidable combat prowess? To annihilate 400,000 barbarian troops in half a day? Meanwhile, we have lost 100,000 wolf riders without any gain. What are you all doing? Do you not fear the world's ridicule? The assembly fell silent, heads bowed, though inwardly they lamented their predicament. While Qiu Budo was oblivious to the true prowess of Zhao Yun and his band, those present were well aware of their ferocity in battle. The Heavenly Eagle Army and their 10,000 wolf riders had witnessed it firsthand. They were born commanders, and the wolf riders could hardly keep pace, often hindering their advance. Now, news had arrived of yet another strategist who has brought 3 divisions of elite troops, each averaging above level 50, such as the Tiger and Leopard Riders and the Great Wall Guardians. They perceived these forces as tailor-made for Zhao Yun and his companions, and thus, their achievements came as no surprise, even evoking envy. Ah, to be among the Tiger and Leopard Riders. Then we too would share in this glory. Oh, but they must be above level 50. That is not an issue. Chapter 47. Oh, rebel army. You, court, wish to borrow troops from me. Pay me, and we shall discuss. Commander Qiu, why not request the aid of the rebel army and borrow their elite Tiger and Leopard Riders? It is said they are a cavalry unit averaging above level 50. Perhaps they can help us seize the initiative. At this moment, a general suddenly spoke up. The other generals exchanged glances, their eyes brightening, looking towards Qiu Budo with expressions of hopeful expectation, almost as if to say, if you disagree, we shall not proceed. Qiu Budo, taken aback, twitched his lips. You wish for me to borrow troops from that rabble? Are you all being somewhat hasty? If the court were to request troops from them, how could we maintain our dignity in front of the world? Commander Qiu, your words are misguided. We are all subjects of the great Zhou. What distinction is there between high and low? Even if the rebel army is merely a hastily assembled force, it does not imply they are inferior to our so-called court army. I implore you to make a decision swiftly. Do not squander this opportunity. Humph. In my view, that rebel army is nothing special. They merely encountered the more inept divisions of the barbarian troops and a commander lacking in military acumen. What is there to boast about? A general who had accompanied Qiu Budo stood up. Newbie, do you think you have a say here? But as soon as he spoke, someone countered, when General Zhao Yun, General Ma Chao, and General Yuan Tiangang were slaying foes on the battlefield. Where were you playing in the mud? How dare you insult me? Indeed, the insult was directed at you. Tension mounted within the command tent, reminiscent of the earlier discord with Wu Qianjia. I support the decision to seek assistance from the rebel army. If you disagree, step outside for a duel. Another general sprang to his feet. I too stand in agreement. In Wuwei City, on the western battlefield, the 12,000 troops under Ginie's command were already fully prepared, awaiting news from the sword sect. Unbeknownst to Ginie, who was patiently waiting while observing the reports from the court and the northern Liang King, a messenger from the court arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. The northern Liang King truly is a picture of impotent rage. Every time he encounters a challenge, he blames his subordinates. What a hopeless case. At that moment, Mao Chong hurried in, clasping his hands in salute. My lord, the court intends to borrow troops from our army. Oh, is that true? Ginie inquired, intrigued. Setting aside the intelligence report, Mao Chong affirmed, the intelligence is accurate. The court has dispatched envoys to our army. He then presented a report detailing the discussions occurring within the command tent. Very well. I understand. You may return to your duties, Ginie nodded. Picking up the report with keen interest, Mao Chong silently withdrew. As Ginie perused the report, he was reminded of the events that transpired with Wu Qianjie. Now replaying with Zhou Budo, he could not help but sigh alas. These days, commanding troops is no easy feat. A single misstep could lead to a mutiny. Unlike my own men, who are all fierce and loyal. My lord, a messenger from the court wishes to see you. Just as Ginie finished the report, a commander from the Ginie entered to deliver the news. Let him in. Ginie contemplated and decided it was best to meet with the envoy. Moments later, a robust middle-aged general, flanked by the Ginie commander, approached Ginie. I am Lu Junsheng, commander of the Northern Wolf Riders, here to see military advisor Qin. There is no need for formalities, General. Pray tell, what brings you to our rebel army? Ginie inquired with a smile. Lu Junsheng glanced around and, noticing that Zhao Yun and the others were absent, expressed his disappointment. Master Qin, I have come here to request the loan of troops from your esteemed army. Oh, borrowing troops from my righteous army? Surely, this esteemed general must be mistaken? Ginie feigned surprise, perplexed. Lu Junsheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. No, I am not mistaken, and I hope you do not find it amusing. Previously, our army engaged in a fierce battle with the Wild Army, suffering a loss of 100,000 wolf riders with no gains to show for it. The court is pressing us tightly, and if we do not achieve something, I fear I shall not return in good standing. Therefore, I have come to seek your elite tiger and leopard riders for assistance. Ginie was momentarily dumbfounded, quickly rising to his feet. Is it truly so? General, we are a righteous army, and you are an imperial regular army. Are you certain you wish to borrow troops from us? Please do not refuse outright, Master Military Advisor, Lu Junsheng interjected. We are willing to offer 30,000 units of resources for the cultivation of the Northern Wolf Riders, as well as 100,000 taels of silver as compensation for this assistance. What say you, Master Qin? Ah, well spoken. Ginie feigned eagerness, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of payment. Given the financial straits he found himself in, with an army of 120,000 that he had to sustain since its inception, he was in dire need. He was so impoverished that even his ancestor had been stripped bare, leaving him with naught but the clothes on his back. The sustenance for such a vast army was quickly dwindling. In this era, one tael of silver held considerable purchasing power, equivalent to about 10,000. Thus, 100,000 taels would amount to a staggering 10 billion, a veritable fortune. Beyond mere monetary compensation, the value of the slaughter that would ensue was also significant. According to the intelligence from the Ginie, the Wild Army's command was not extensive, consisting of only around 200,000 troops. By lending out 30,000, Ginie would still retain 90,000 elite fighters, more than sufficient to deal with them. Ginie's ultimate aim was to conclude this war swiftly. Destroying the Wild Army's command post was one objective, but inflicting casualties on their living forces was equally vital. How many troops do you require? Not many. Merely 20,000 of your tiger and leopard riders, along with 10,000 from the Great Wall's garrison, will suffice, Lu Junsheng replied anxiously. He was hopeful of securing at least 20,000 tiger and leopard riders. Otherwise, he would have to request 30,000, which would require some negotiation. Ginie's lips curled slightly, fully aware that the other party's target was indeed 20,000 tiger and leopard riders. However, since they had broached the subject, it was time for him to make a request of his own. Feigning deep contemplation, Ginie mused to himself. Lending out 30,000 of my army's elite would be akin to slicing into the very artery of our righteous forces, but perhaps it is not insurmountable. Ginie rubbed his fingers together. Lu Junsheng's spirits soared at these words, feeling a surge of unexpected joy. As long as Ginie did not outright refuse, there was room for negotiation. He quickly added, Master Qin, we are also willing to offer an additional 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. Not bad at all. Ginie replied with a grin. You certainly know how to play your cards, but it's still insufficient. Do you think I am unaware of the resources you are bringing to the table? Ginie thought to himself. Feigning reluctance, he continued, how about this? Increase it by 10,000 units of cultivation resources and an additional 100,000 taels of silver. Lu Junxing was taken aback. This was beyond their original offer and included an extra 10,000 units of cultivation resources. He hesitated, saying, Master Qin, would that not be excessive? Guanyi let out a resigned sigh, spreading his hands. General Lu, I hope you can understand. The righteous army does not operate solely on my word. There are many factors I must consider, and if I cannot ensure satisfaction for all involved, they are unlikely to acquiesce easily. Would you not agree? Guanyi's demeanor suggested he was captivated by the prospect of gold. Your reasoning is sound, Master Qin. We indeed failed to consider this thoroughly, Lu Junxing nodded. Realizing that the highest price they were willing to pay was for the 20,000 tiger and leopard riders. If they were to add 10,000 from the Great Wall's garrison, paying a little extra was not an issue. It could even earn them commendation. Then it is settled. Master Qin, shortly, our army will send the resources, and I hope you can persuade the righteous army to lend us troops. Guanyi's smile was as elusive as a wisp of smoke. Well said. Rest assured, once the resources arrive, you can leave it to me. Return to your duties with peace of mind. Then I shall not disturb you further, Master Military Advisor. Lu Junxing replied, departing the tent with great elation. Once Lu Junxing was gone, Guanyi's smile faded, and he turned to the Ginie captain outside. Summon Yuan Tiangang, Ma Chao, and Guan Yu to see me. Yes. The Ginie captain responded, departing promptly. Before long, due to their proximity, Ma Chao and Guan Yu entered. Lord, what are your commands? Ma Chao inquired. Guanyi scanned the two before instructing. When you return, each of you shall lead 10,000 tiger and leopard riders to the imperial military tent to await orders. My lord, did we not sever ties with the court long ago? Why must we still report to them? Guan Yu asked, confused. Ma Chao remained silent, patiently awaiting Guanyi's explanation. Guanyi did not elaborate, but instead lowered his head, waiting for Yuan Tiangang's arrival. Once Yuan Tiangang entered the tent, Guanyi finally spoke. What else could it be? The court is struggling in the war, having lost 100,000 troops without any achievements. Knowing of our military successes, they have come to borrow troops. Guanyi spread his hands wide. Moreover, borrowing troops is a last resort. Our army of 120,000 incurs a massive daily expenditure, and we lack a solid foundation. They have shown considerable sincerity, which will greatly aid us in the post-war reconstruction of Wuwei. Chapter 48. Compensation of 40,000 units of Wolf Rider cultivation resources. TCH. Where were they earlier? If the court had allowed us to lead the charge sooner, this war would have ended long ago. Now they come knocking? Ma Chao scoffed disdainfully, filled with contempt. Guan Yu nodded proudly, echoing Ma Chao's sentiments. Guanyi continued, Meng Qi speaks wisely. However, our objective is to conclude this war as swiftly as possible. Destroying the Wild Army's command post is one aspect, but inflicting casualties on their living forces is of greater importance. Ma Chao and the others, seasoned veterans of the military, all agreed with Guanyi's perspective. Thus, I have acquiesced to their request, lending them 20,000 tiger and leopard riders and 10,000 Great Wall garrison troops. Yuan Tiangang, you shall command this contingent of 10,000 Great Wall troops. Within the imperial military, I grant you the authority to heed orders or ignore proclamations as you see fit. Our goal is to inflict damage on the Wild Army. Do not concern yourselves overly with their welfare. If circumstances do not permit, prioritize the lives of our soldiers above all else. All of you must return safely. None shall be left behind. This mere Liangzhou is not our destination. Guanyi extended his hand forcefully, declaring, our true aim is to conquer the world. We pledge to remember. The group responded in unison, their faces alight with fervor and determination. Satisfied, Guanyi nodded. Now go. Once they deliver the compensation, you shall set out. Yes, they replied, filing out. Guanyi then instructed, summon Mao Chong to see me. Yes. The Ginie captain departed, and shortly after, Mao Chong hurried in. Breathless, he approached Guanyi. My lord, what do you require? When the resources from the court arrive, ensure that the funds are collected and securely managed. As for the 40,000 units of cultivation resources, deliver them to the vice principal of Shiliang University, instructing him to distribute them judiciously among the families of the fallen soldiers in the righteous army. The Ginie will oversee this matter thoroughly to prevent any errors. I shall attend to this immediately. Mao Chong replied promptly. Very well, you may leave. Guanyi tapped the table lightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Since the last time Zhao Yun submitted the list of the fallen soldiers to Wu Qianjia, he had intended to secure some benefits for these valiant individuals. However, his efforts were thwarted by the external clan's influence. It is indeed a lamentable plight for the great Zhou to have such ignorant fools wielding power over the court. Although the soldiers below remained silent, after all, they had come of their own volition, and it seemed only natural for them to receive no compensation for their deaths. Other generals, particularly Lan Fengye, expressed their discontent. Since joining the righteous army, he had shared their provisions and shelter, and he was particularly incensed by the external clan's behavior and the crown prince's lack of discernment. More importantly, they were determined not to allow the genuine dedication of the righteous army to be ruthlessly trampled by the court's parasites, rendering it utterly worthless. Such a reality would be profoundly disappointing. If the court neglects the families of the fallen soldiers, then I shall take it upon myself to provide for them. Approximately an hour later, outside the Western military camp, a convoy of large carts covered with tarpaulins arrived. Leading the group was Lu Junsheng, the commander of the Wolf Riders, who had previously come to borrow troops. Mao Chang had already assembled 100 imperial guards, donned in brocade uniforms and armed with embroidered spring knives. With a reconnaissance hawk perched on his shoulder, standing majestically at the entrance awaiting their arrival. The sight was quite impressive. "This general has delivered what your esteemed army requested," Lu Junsheng exclaimed as he leapt from his cart, his tone slightly obsequious yet tinged with anxiety. With the resources he had brought, if Gui Nye had not resolved the internal issues within the righteous army, he would certainly face criticism upon his return. Mao Chang, being a sagacious individual, immediately discerned the other's concerns. "General Lu need not fret. Once we complete the inventory, the generals will surely set forth." "Excellent. I shall have them let in at once." Lu Junsheng responded with a beaming smile. "First, have the carts laden with silver directed to the vacant lot to the north. The training resources can be unloaded here." Mao Chang instructed, nodding and addressing his 50 imperial guards. "You are to tally the silver. If there is even a single coin missing, I shall flay you alive." "Yes." The guards, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Having been raised in the Hongwu era, they understood that flaying was not merely a figure of speech, but an actual threat. Thus, a dozen large carts proceeded northward, while the remaining carts laden with training resources remained at the entrance. Mao Chang personally oversaw the inventory, with the 50 imperial guards and their hawk diligently counting every detail of the training resources. The soldiers of the righteous army watched curiously from a distance as the trucks came and went. Lan Fengye, the vice president overseeing the righteous army, also arrived, not to observe the spectacle, but because an imperial guard had summoned him for a discussion. "Lan Principal, what brings you here?" A disciple from the sword sect inquired upon spotting him. "Oh, it's you, Xiaozhong. I was just informed by the imperial guard from General Qin to come here for a discussion. What is happening here? Why is it so lively?" "I am not entirely sure. It seems the court has sent some supplies, and the imperial guards are currently taking inventory." "The court is sending supplies? Have they had a change of heart?" "Unlikely. The attitude of that Wolf Riders general towards Lord Mao seems excessively sycophantic, as if he is seeking something from us. If they were genuinely providing us with resources, they would not be so deferential." "Seeking something from me?" Lan Fengye's brow furrowed as he contemplated this. At that moment, an imperial guard approached him directly. "Principal Lan, that imperial guard is coming over. Perhaps he is here for you?" "That should be the case." Under the watchful eyes of the others, the imperial guard approached Lan Fengye and clasped his hands in greeting. "Principal Lan, my master requests your presence." "Oh, very well." Lan Fengye nodded and followed the imperial guard away. The soldiers behind him began to whisper among themselves. "Do you think the court has genuinely had a change of heart and is sending supplies to compensate for the fallen brothers in the righteous army? Huh, what kind of integrity does the court possess? Are you still unaware? They let the barbarians invade, allowing the flames of war to continue burning in Liangzhou. Is that the behavior of a human being? I would rather believe that pigs could climb trees than that the court would send us supplies. Indeed, trusting the court is far less reliable than trusting our military advisor and the generals." "That makes sense. Only the military advisor ensures our safety, prioritizing our lives, and places us in the safest battlegrounds, avoiding direct confrontations with the barbarian hordes. Unlike the court, which merely turns us into cannon fodder. It is truly inhuman." "Exactly. The military advisor truly cares for us, and he is incredibly formidable. With 30,000 elite troops, he can vanquish 260,000 enemies. If those 260,000 barbarian troops charged at us, I shudder at the thought of the losses we would suffer." The crowd animatedly discussed, nodding in agreement, ultimately concluding that the court was indeed unworthy of trust, and these supplies could not possibly be meant for them. Everything awaited Lan Fengye's return for a definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, Lan Fengye was brought before Mao Chang. "Lord Mao, you summoned me?" he inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, Principal Lan," Mao Chang responded, wiping his hands and stepping down from the cart. He handed a list to Lan Fengye while explaining. This list details the 40,000 portions of training resources for the Wolf Riders sent by the court, enabling beast masters to train from scratch to at least the third ring of summoning. My lord has instructed me to deliver these to you as compensation for the families of the fallen soldiers. What? 40,000 portions. Lan Fengye was taken aback by Mao Chang's words. He began to peruse the list, his breaths growing increasingly rapid until he closed it in disbelief, confirming the existence of the 40,000 portions. These are indeed from the court's northern wolf riders. Is this truly a gesture of goodwill from the court? Lan Fengye found it hard to believe and suddenly recalled the court's unsuccessful military campaigns. Lowering his voice, he asked, Lord Mao, what is going on? The court cannot possibly send such an abundance of training resources without reason. Are they expecting the righteous army to expend lives in exchange? Principal Lan, you are overthinking it. This is actually payment from the court for borrowing troops from our army, Mao Chang clarified. Borrowing troops? Lan Fengye was momentarily stunned. Yes, just now. Someone from the court requested our lord to lend 2,000 tiger and leopard riders and 1,000 wall guards. This 40,000 portions of training resources is one of the compensatory payments from the court, Mao Chang elaborated. My lord specifically instructed me to hand these resources to you as compensation for those loyal souls who sacrificed their lives for Liangzhou. But those 30,000 elite troops belong to General Qin's army. They have fought valiantly on the battlefield. The court's payment should rightfully be accepted by General Qin, while we cannot simply reap the rewards without effort. Upon hearing this, Lan Fengye immediately offered the list back to Mao Chang. Mao Chang, however, did not accept it. With a serious expression, he gestured respectfully towards the central command tent and declared, My lord has stated that we, as members of the righteous army, fight for our homeland, for our families, and for the countless civilians of Liangzhou who have sacrificed their lives. The tiger and leopard riders are indeed my lord's troops. But are the 300,000 members of the righteous army not our family as well? Since we are family, what distinction is there between you and me? Principal Lan, this is my lord's assignment. I hope you will not make it difficult for me. Lan Fengye hesitated, but he was visibly swayed. Principal Lan, please accept this. These resources are indeed what my lord has fought for on behalf of the righteous army. We both understand that we must not let the sincere hearts of those who are devoted to the nation grow cold. Mao Chang spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lan Fengye finally made up his mind, solemnly nodding. Very well, I accept the resources, and on behalf of the countless fallen heroes, I express my profound gratitude for General Qin's immense kindness. The resources shall undoubtedly reach their rightful destination, and the diligent efforts of the strategist Qin will not be in vain. This is for the best. Mao Chang smiled slightly, and then addressed the members of the Imperial Guard behind him. You lot, take all these items to Principal Lan's tent. Yes. Subsequently, numerous members of the Imperial Guard departed with the cultivation resources. At that moment, another member of the guard, who was counting silver, approached Mao Chang with a ledger in hand. My lord, the 300,000 taels of silver have been accounted for. Please review it. Mao Chang took the list, perused it, and then closed it. Seeing this, Lu Junxing leaned closer to Mao Chang, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, Lord Mao, have all the items been accounted for? When shall we see these individuals? Rest assured, General Lu, having accepted the treasures of your esteemed army, I shall certainly not go back on my word, Mao Chang chuckled. The three generals, everything is in order. You may set forth. As soon as Mao Chang finished speaking, Lu Junxing swallowed hard and turned to see three figures slowly emerging from the tent. Upon seeing them, Lu Junxing's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, It is indeed General Ma Chao, General Yuan Tiangang, and General Guan Yu. I have long admired you. Oh, you were the 1,000-man commander from the Wolf Riders. If I'm not mistaken, Ma Chao remarked, stepping closer to Lu Junxing and recognizing his familiar face. Indeed, it is rare for General Ma to remember me. Your previous valor is etched in my memory and shall never fade. Lu Junxing responded enthusiastically. You certainly know how to flatter. Since everything is in order, let us depart. Ma Chao clapped a hand on Lu Junxing's shoulder and led him out. Engaged in conversation, Yuan Tiangang and Guan Yu exchanged smiles before following suit. Soon, 20,000 tiger and leopard riders and 10,000 wall guard soldiers exited the camp and moved towards the distance. Just as they departed, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the rebel camp. Woohoo! The strategist is truly benevolent. The cultivation resources acquired at the cost of 30,000 elite troops have been entirely allocated to support the families of our fallen brothers. I told you, trusting the court is not as reliable as trusting the strategist. From now on, I shall be the strategist's most loyal fan. What should I do? I suddenly feel like dying. That way, my descendants can inherit a share of the cultivation resources from the northern wolves, the golden tier beastmasters, the northern wild wolves. Why didn't my brothers die on the battlefield? It's so painful. I wonder if the strategist is still accepting people. On top of the fortress of the rebel command, Goe Niel listened to the cheers within the camp, with Duo the cat nestled in his arms. A faint smile graced Guanye's lips as he gently stroked the cat, who purred contentedly in his embrace. Duo, do you know? Often, what they seek is merely sustenance, a prosperous nation, a peaceful life, and hopes for their descendants to achieve more than themselves. In times of national crisis, they can lead the charge, selflessly serving their country without expectation of reward. Initially, I did not harbor a strong desire for that ambition. I merely wished to bring down those arrogant nobles. However, many of those in high positions only care for their own interests, treating the populace as mere pawns, trampling upon their lives without even granting them a name. They exploit their loyalty and righteousness as tools. Little do they know, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This nation is gravely ill. Is there no remedy? Do you wish to follow me in forging a realm where everyone can enjoy peace? Meow. Duo dislikes war and hopes for peace. Duo. To be honest, I too do not favor such a life. But for the sake of the nation I envision in my heart, I may not be able to cease my endeavors. Meow. Then you must swiftly end the war. Duo does not wish to see others perish, just like my father and the rest. All right, I shall hasten. Guanya paused slightly upon hearing this, then smiled warmly as he gently patted Duo's head. The afterglow of the setting sun was somewhat dim, yet it could not extinguish the fire that burned within the hearts of the people. Xiaonya, have you lent troops to the court? At that moment, the figure of Jian Sanju suddenly appeared before Guanya. Upon noticing Duo nestled in Guanya's arms, his gaze sharpened, muttering to himself, "This is a spatial-type beast master. Xiaonya, this fellow is truly fortunate." Jian Sanju then smiled and approached Guanya. "Ah, it's the Grand Elder. How has everything unfolded?" Guanya remained seated, distractedly stroking the cat. Jian Sanju, upon hearing this, reluctantly shifted his gaze from Duo, revealing a smile. "When I step in, there will naturally be no issues." "That's good. When shall I be able to act?" Guanya continued stroking the cat, seemingly indifferent to the gravitas of the matter. Jian Sanju pondered for a moment, replying, "Let us wait for the sect leader to initiate the full offensive. That way, we can ensure your utmost safety." "All right, this time, I shall only deploy 90,000 troops. All of my own, and will not interfere with the rebels. Let them handle logistics." "Understood. I shall relay this." Jian Sanju nodded and turned his gaze towards the camp, where the cheers still resounded. "You have done well in this matter, far surpassing that northern Liang king. I sincerely hope your ambitions are realized swiftly. Grand Elder, I shall take that as a compliment." Guanya managed a wry smile. "Thank you." Xiaonya, the Grand Elder suddenly remarked, "In the future, I shall be the sovereign of this land, and they shall naturally be my subjects. Providing for the families of fallen soldiers is my duty. There is no need for gratitude." By the way, Xiaonya, do you have a betrothed?" Upon hearing this, Guanya's memory flickered with a shadowy figure, but he quickly regained his composure. "My father did arrange a marriage for me before my birth. However, due to certain circumstances, it was later annulled." Indeed, Guanya had once been jilted, but he did not dwell on the past, for he was then still under the shadow of Jeluit. He had no certainty of what the future held. "Oh, who is so blind as to break off the engagement with you?" The Grand Elder expressed mild surprise. "In this vast world, there are all sorts of wonders," Guanya shrugged, extending his hands. After all, he had witnessed many broken engagements in his past life. One more was inconsequential. Perhaps they found someone more admirable. I certainly cannot obstruct their quest for better. "I do not believe it," the Grand Elder declared emphatically. "Were it anyone else, I might sympathize with you. But this incident occurring to you is hard to comprehend." "Why so?" Guanya inquired, puzzled. "In terms of talent, by the age of 18, you were already a fourth-ring beastmaster. I could not find another like you in the world. In terms of appearance, I also cannot find another youth more handsome than you. This is the truth. As for your lineage, I am unsure, but with several generals serving under you, your background must be remarkable." Guanya replied, "Well, what if Zhao Yun and the others are actually my beastmasters? I do not know, but what is done is done." Guanya chuckled casually, clearly unconcerned about the matter. "You truly take it lightly. Have you not thought of seeking out your fiancé to inquire about the reason? In life, there are far more disappointments than joys. Many things lose their significance once you come to terms with them. Even if I were to uncover the truth, what would it matter? It remains a fact." Guanya reclined comfortably on the ground, savoring the evening breeze of Wuwei. People should live in the present. Look to the future. The past cannot be undone, but the future can be altered. Even if I were to learn the truth, the events have transpired, merely adding to my troubles. What good would that do? Jian Sanju was suddenly lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "The past is irretrievable, but the future can be transformed." Indeed. The past has become bygone. Only by looking forward to the future can one find the ultimate path. Chapter 50. Jian Sanju breaks through the heart barrier, and the great battle will resume. Jian Sanju burst into a hearty laugh, and a melodious sword sound resonated through the sky, causing the Grand Elder's aura to surge dramatically. In the distant heavens, several figures suddenly appeared, intently gazing in the direction of Jian Sanju. Goodness, after all these years, Jian Sanju has managed to refine his skills further. What? Is the great Zhou's breakthrough not acceptable to you, denizens of the wilderness? Are you perhaps fearful? Humph. But what difference does it make to advance to level 92 from level 91? What do we have to fear in our domain? Boom. A rippling wave of energy suddenly surged from Jian Sanju, gradually spreading outward, enveloping everyone in a refreshing breeze. While the Emperor's sword of Guanya was also significantly influenced by the profound essence. Slowly, the brilliance in the sky intensified until it ultimately vanished, all converging back into Jian Sanju's being. Congratulations on your further advancement, Grand Elder, Guanya remarked with a smile. A newfound ease graced Jian Sanju's visage. His gaze softened as he settled beside Guanya. Care for a drink? I had a few with Zhao Yun and the others. That sounds splendid. Let's have a little toast. Jian Sanju retrieved 2 wine flasks from his robe, handing one to Guanya. I am truly honored. Guanya casually accepted the flask, taking a sip. This wine is rather potent. Guanya grimaced. Jian Sanju, however, wore an expression of enjoyment. What can I say? As one ages, one tends to appreciate such strong spirits. In truth, I used to enjoy it quite a bit as well, especially during times of despair, when I would seclude myself to drink and weep alone. Guanya sampled another sip. Is that so? Jian Sanju chuckled ruefully, tilting his head back for a drink. Xiaonya, let me tell you a story. I am all ears. Guanya responded eagerly. Many years ago, though I can scarcely recall the specifics, I was born into the sword sect, hailed as a prodigy. One day, I decided to descend the mountain for training, bidding farewell to my sect, embarking on my journey with nothing but a sword. After descending the mountain, the young man wielded his sword across the land, enhancing his skills while forging bonds with fellow wanderers. Eventually, he encountered a girl. She was unremarkable in appearance, yet spirited and whimsical. With just a glance, the young man fell for her, and fortunately, he was not displeasing to the eye, and the girl reciprocated his feelings. They were both secretly enamored. The young man aspired to traverse the world with his sword, while the girl remained quietly by his side. One day, they ventured into a perilous place, and after a harrowing escape, the young man, filled with dread at the thought of dying without confessing his feelings, lamented the unspoken words that would remain forever unvoiced. Months later, the young man confessed his love to the girl. Did she accept? Guanya inquired. Jian Sanju chuckled lightly. Fortunately, she did. The young man fulfilled his wish and was with the girl. But Guanya's eyes widened, his heart racing. A blade. A blade. The dragon-slaying sword. As Jian Sanju recounted their tale, Guanya's heart shattered, but due to the constraints of time, he refrained from further elaboration, noting that it was far more tragic than Guan Yu's 3 slaughters of the heavenly dragon. Listening to the story nearly cost Guanya half his life. Afterward, the girl departed, leaving the young man's world utterly devoid of color. From that moment on, his existence revolved solely around cultivation, forever ensnared by the past. Even after breaking through to the level of 91, he could no longer advance further. Guanya was rendered speechless, unable to bear the weight of the tale. At that moment, Jian Sanju gulped down some wine, only to cough, his face reddening in self-mockery. Ha ha ha, Jian Sanju, you truly are something else. Ha ha, truly not of this world. Under the cover of night, Jian Sanju laughed uncontrollably, only to suddenly break into sobs. Alas, Guanya sighed quietly, turning to leave the rooftop, granting Jian Sanju his solitude. Ah, love, it truly is a beautiful poison. As he departed, Guanya couldn't help but reflect. Fortunately, he did not experience such a tumultuous romance. In the blink of an eye, night faded and dawn broke. Guanya arrived at the commander's tent as usual, but the atmosphere was more lively than usual. Ah, the Grand Elder has arrived. Guanya smiled slightly as he entered, addressing Jian Sanju. Yes, I rose early and thus came. Jian Sanju remained impassive, his demeanor unchanged. Xiaonya, allow me to introduce you. This is the president of Shiliang University, Qiu Qi. Do not be misled by his grumpy face. He is quite amiable. Jian Sanju chuckled, gesturing to a sturdy old man in a blue robe beside him. Jian Sanju, if you have nothing to say, you need not speak. What do you mean by saying I have a grumpy face? What sort of appearance can I dictate? The old man, Qiu Qi, glared fiercely at Jian Sanju. He then turned to Guanya, adopting a facade of benignity. Xiaonya, the old man has informed me of your affairs. You are impressive, and I will wholeheartedly support you. Pursue your ambitions, and should anything arise, I will take the brunt of it for you. With that, Jian Sanju gave a thumbs up. What do you mean by taking the brunt? It is I, the Seven Wounds Sword Sect, who will take the lead, not Shiliang University. At this, a middle-aged man clad in a sword robe expressed his discontent. Xiaonya, this gentleman is the sect master of the sword sect. Greetings, sect master. Guanya quickly clasped his hands in respect. Ah, there is no need for such formality. From now on, you shall be the king of Liangzhou, and our standings shall be equal, so no need for such courtesy. Jian Chongkong chuckled, patting Guanya on the shoulder. That is a matter for the future. At present, we have not even begun. Guanya replied awkwardly. You need not worry about that. The court has already agreed to our requests. Once the wilderness army is dealt with, a mere foreign king will be easy to handle. Thank you, sect master. Guanya expressed his gratitude. Ah, that is unnecessary, huh? Jian Chongkong laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. Then, he shifted the conversation. By the way, Xiaonya, do you have a marriage plan? Why do you and the Grand Elder keep asking this? Guanya looked suspiciously at the Grand Elder. Jian Sanju's expression darkened, and he turned his head away. Jian Chongkong felt a bit awkward and changed the subject. By the way, Xiaonya, when can you take action? If we are to act, we can do so at any time. However, I plan to strike after we have taken action against the court. When the wilderness army is unable to assist, then I will launch a full-scale attack. Guanya deftly avoided lingering on the previous topic. Indeed, that is certainly more secure. I will inform that little rascal Chiu Budo to act swiftly. Does that sound feasible? Jian Chongkong pondered. Guanya readily agreed. He was eager to temporarily conclude the war to enhance his strength. The subsequent summoned generals would also start at a higher level. Of course, but it is best to act quickly. Our goal is to eliminate this wilderness army as swiftly as possible. Should they react in time, unforeseen events may arise. Very well. Jian Chongkong nodded. Old Chiu, accompany me to the commander's tent. Sure. This calamity has gone on long enough. This year, the academy has barely recruited anyone. Yet, many promising talents remain here forever. Alas, Chiu Chi sighed heavily as he followed Jian Chongkong out. The two then boldly approached the commander's tent. Laying out Guanya's plans, and Chiu Budo also received directives from the court. As long as their general's position is secure, nothing else matters. Naturally, all were in agreement. Simultaneously, communication was established with the king of Bailiang, arranging for a full-scale assault on the Huang army in 3 days' time. The king of Bailiang consented, even cursing the Huang army under his breath. Meanwhile, the Huang army was busily arranging their troops, but following the complete collapse of the Western Front, their once formidable force, which could have held off the three armies for a year and a half, was now halved. They could only deploy 200,000 elite troops to the two main battlefronts, while reallocating 300,000 to defend the Western Front. Should the first front fall, their command center would be left wide open. Yet the Huang army commander was confident of their victory. In their eyes, 300,000 Huang troops were more than sufficient to face the righteous army. They were not oblivious to the lessons of the past. They were well aware that it was the 30,000 elite troops that had caused their 40,000-strong army to be utterly annihilated, borrowed by the court. Leaving 30,000 Huang troops behind was already a considerable concession to Gao Shun's several hundred elite troops. With seasoned troops added to the other fronts, defeat was out of the question. The Huang army was deep within Liangzhou, lacking supplies. Their complete destruction was merely a matter of time. But was the Huang army truly so foolish? Did they advance without a backup plan? Chapter 51. A direct confrontation. The Great Wall Guard's firepower engaged. In the tent of the righteous army, upon receiving this news, Guanya swiftly began his deployments. In the tent, holding the latest troop allocations of the Huang army, Guanya stood at the head of the table, with only Guanyu, Ma Chao, and Yuan Tiangang, who had been reassigned, present among the rest of his generals, along with the vice principal of the righteous army, Lan Fengya. Also in attendance were the elder of the Gui family, the leader of the sword sect, Jian Chongkong, the grand elder Jian Sanju, and the president of Shiliang University, Chiu Chi, all of whom were formidable figures. However, they showed no inclination to intervene, quietly observing Guanya's arrangements. Upon reviewing the intelligence regarding the Huang army, a barely perceptible cold smile emerged on Guanya's face. The withdrawal of 200,000 elite troops in exchange for 300,000 ordinary Huang soldiers was a blunder. Had he known about the troop withdrawal, he could have profited immensely. At this juncture, it was too late for Guanya to seek further loans, and he tossed the intelligence aside in frustration. Gao Shun, step forward. Gao Shun immediately stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect. In this battle, I command you to lead the vanguard of the elite troops, crossing the river first and tearing apart the Huang army's river defenses. Do you dare to accept this? This subordinate obeys. Gao Shun nodded vigorously, saying nothing further. He understood that accomplishing the task assigned by Guanya would be the most powerful response he could offer. Excellent. Guanya nodded, fully trusting that Gao Shun would not disappoint him. Dianwei, this battle is exceptionally perilous for the vanguard. You shall cross the river alongside Gao Shun to provide mutual support. Hehe, my lord, leave it to me. The Huang army's river defenses are but mere toys to me. Shattering them will be simplicity itself. Dianwei exclaimed, rising abruptly, his words brimming with disdain for the Huang army. Yet, one could observe the fervor of battle in his eyes. Good. Guanya waved his hand and continued, Meng Tian, when the vanguard crosses the river, you shall lead the Great Wall Guard to cover their advance. I obey. Meng Tian responded, rising to acknowledge the command. Next came the critical point of the battle. Zilong, once the flames of war ignite, you shall lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to maneuver across the bridge and strike at the Huang army's rear. This subordinate obeys. Zhao Yun sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. Mao Chong, the Ginie must assist in intelligence gathering with all their might. I do not wish to see any unidentified Huang troops appearing. Guanya stated coldly. I obey. Mao Chong hastily clasped his hands in agreement, feeling the imposing aura of Guanya intensify. Generals, our sole purpose in this battle is one. Leave not a single Huang soldier alive. Yes, the generals responded in unison. As for the title-level experts from their command center, I leave them in your capable hands. After the arrangements were made, Guanya turned to the title-level experts. They all nodded in agreement. Rest assured, little Nya, as long as we are here, not a single title-level expert will appear on the battlefield. Indeed, you may act without hesitation. I am merely itching for a good fight with a few Huang soldiers. Jian Chongkong rubbed his hands together in anticipation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the front line, the commander, Chiu Budo, and his deputy stood at the forefront. With 500,000 Northern Wolf Riders and 150,000 Heavenly Eagle Guards fully assembled behind them. Ma Chao and Guan Yu led 10,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry to one side, while Yuan Tiangang positioned the Great Wall Guard at the heart of the vanguard. The scene was imposing, a sea of black that exuded an overwhelming pressure. 30 miles away, the Huang army was simultaneously gathering nearly 1 million troops, significantly outnumbering the court's forces. This left the viewers of the live broadcast holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the soul-streaming image. The Huang army truly embodied the spirit of a warrior nation. Their sheer presence was suffocating. Indeed, moreover, their numbers exceed ours. I wonder if we will emerge victorious in this battle. I find it perplexing. Last time the Huang army didn't have this many troops, and we suffered greatly. Not to mention, their numbers are even greater now. Did you see that heavily armored unit in the Huang army? I did. What of it? What of it? I merely state that this time, the court may suffer an even more devastating defeat. What do you mean? Is this merely to bolster the enemy's spirits while diminishing our own? You little brat. Causing chaos, are we? I am not speaking in jest. That heavily armored elite unit is known as the Dragon-Slaying Cavalry. Their average rank is above 4, with Centurions at 5. Their mounts are top-tier golden imperial beasts. The ferocious wild savage bear. What? These black-armored troops are the Huang army's Dragon-Slaying Cavalry? How can this be? The Dragon-Slaying Cavalry is meant to combat the 3 Days army. How could they possibly appear in the Great Zhou? I recall the war erupted over the struggle for imperial beasts, right? What exactly is being contested that requires the Dragon-Slaying Cavalry? Heavens! If it truly is the Dragon-Slaying Cavalry, how can the Great Zhou possibly win? By taking heads? That's a pipe dream. Oh, dear Lord, may the Great Zhou prevail. Amen. What terrible luck. I never expected even this plague would show up. On the battlefield, Chiu Budo gazed at the distant black-armored heavy cavalry, his expression contorting in dismay. He spat in frustration. Yuan Tiangang also spotted the heavy cavalry, which numbered over 100,000. His gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that they would deploy this unit here, although it posed a bit of a challenge. The Lord's situation would likely be resolved swiftly. Quite something, though not too much. Ma Chao remarked, observing the dragon-slaying cavalry from afar, intrigued. Yin Chong, how long do you think it will take us to annihilate this heavy black cavalry? Guan Yu shook his head. No more than half an hour. But our losses will be considerable. Indeed. However, since they have appeared here, I believe the Lord's side will conclude soon, allowing us to gradually eliminate this elite heavy cavalry at minimal cost. Yes, that would be best. Guan Yu nodded in agreement. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Their current forces numbered only 110,000, with the vital cavalry, the tiger and leopard cavalry, comprising merely 50,000. This represented their future potential, and each step needed to be taken with utmost caution to minimize losses. They had no choice. Compared to the imminent clash of hundreds of thousands, their foundation remained fragile, necessitating extreme caution. They would still have to confront Bailiang, and both Guan Yu and Ma Chao felt it imperative to minimize casualties. Damn it, it's just black-armored heavy cavalry. The 4 rings are truly remarkable. I am not without my own elite force. With a furious roar, Shio Buddha commanded with a sweeping gesture, "Advance, my army. Slay these barbaric dogs. Kill." No sooner had he spoken than 600,000 wolf riders surged forth, a formidable tide crashing upon the barbarian ranks. The Sky Eagle guards formed into orderly squares, diving forward to draw their bows and unleash a volley of arrows. Bring it on. Leave none alive. The barbarian commander, Tuoba Yin, raised his arm, and the dark mass of the barbarian army surged forward with frenzied intensity. The audience of the great Zhou held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. As the two armies drew nearer, they ultimately overlapped in a cacophony of clashing steel and anguished cries. The air thick with the stench of blood, dyeing the sky a pale crimson. The front lines advanced steadily, while the rear troops prepared a barrage of crossbow bolts. Yuan Tiangang orchestrated his troops with meticulous precision, directing the Great Wall Guardians to engage the enemy. The front lines of the Great Wall Guardians moved in perfect harmony, deftly parrying and thrusting, harvesting the heads of the barbarians with ruthless efficiency. Click! The crossbows were readied. Fire! A thunderous volley of 5,000 bolts darkened the sky, raining down upon the barbarian ranks. The initial wave of bolts claimed the lives of countless barbarians, leaving them in shock as they fell one after another. The first volley alone took the lives of over 100 barbarians and inflicted injuries upon 1,000 more. Yet, it did not end there. Following the rain of arrows, explosions erupted throughout the barbarian formations. Barbarian beasts and warriors were hurled into the air by the blasts, the carnage exceedingly brutal. Prepare for the second volley. Yuan Tiangang commanded. Fire! The barbarians who had narrowly escaped the first barrage were still reveling in their fortune when the next storm of arrows descended, toppling them like weeds. Another series of colossal explosions followed, and under Yuan Tiangang's relentless firepower, the barbarian front lines were left in utter disarray. Excellent, excellent. Truly, this elite force we borrowed at such great expense is worth every coin. Shio Buddha beamed with delight at the performance of the Great Wall Guardians. Chapter 52. Is this the might of a title-level deity? Yin Chong, it is our turn to take the stage, Ma Chao declared, hoisting his spear high, pointing it at the barbarian forces. Maintain peripheral harassment. Do not delve too deep, Guan Yu exclaimed, his eyes snapping open. Agreed. We shall follow your lead, Yin Chong. Ma Chao replied with a slight smile, rallying the tiger and leopard riders behind him. Target the enemy formation, all troops, charge. With a roar, they surged forward. The tiger and leopard riders erupted from the dense forest, catching the barbarians off guard and sweeping through their ranks with devastating force, leaving no survivors in their wake. The barbarians began to falter, sensing impending defeat. So this is the famed tiger and leopard riders. Truly elite, rivaling even the Lord's Annihilation army, Tuoba Yin observed, his brow furrowing as he commanded the dragon-slaying riders to intercept the tiger and leopard riders. Yes, 5,000 dragon-slaying riders charged toward Guan Yu and Ma Chao, attempting to entangle them. Ma Chao's temper flared at the sight, growling, "Damn it, I wasn't looking for you, yet here you are. Brothers, let us meet this so-called dragon-slaying riders and see what they're made of." With that, he surged forward, declaring, "No retreat." The tiger and leopard riders rallied, turning their weapons toward the dragon-slaying riders. Guan Yu, equally incensed, drew his blade and charged alongside. Red-faced, allow me to give you a taste of my steel. The dragon-slaying commander, mounted on a savage beast, swung his blade at Guan Yu. Ignorant wretch, Guan Yu scoffed, raising his green dragon crescent blade, channeling his strength without even using a skill. With a swift motion, the dragon-slaying commander found his head severed in an instant. Fool, Guan Yu dismissed him with disdain, continuing his assault on the dragon-slaying forces. Ha ha ha, what a thrill, truly exhilarating. Shio Buddha laughed heartily, reveling in the slaughter of the dragon-slaying riders at the hands of Guan Yu and Ma Chao. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Yet, trouble loomed. The tiger and leopard riders had not only surpassed the 5 rings in level, but those two commanders were formidable foes. Tuoba Yan's expression turned grave as he witnessed one commander's head roll under Guan Yu's blade and another impaled by Ma Chao's spear. Level 70 is likely beyond their capacity to contend with. Lu Hua Lu Ping, you two, go forth and ensure their defeat. Yes, the two identical-looking barbarians obeyed. Charging toward Ma Chao, a massive black-spined wyvern roared as it approached. Come forth. Ma Chao's eyes flashed with lightning as he leaped high, colliding his spear against the beast. With a crack, the black-spined wyvern unleashed 8 dark rings, its power surging exponentially as it summoned a whirlwind. The air crackled as it transformed into a barrage of sharp blades raining down upon Ma Chao. Is that all you've got? Ma Chao snorted, and in an instant, he unleashed a storm of lightning, sweeping aside the onslaught of blades. In a flash, he was before the black-spined wyvern. The barbarians gasped in horror, triggering their skills. Sky-piercing spike. The spikes covering the wyvern expanded dramatically, its form dark as iron. However, Ma Chao's lightning spear struck with immense force. With a thunderous boom, the black-spined wyvern was sent sprawling, its rider wailing in agony as he was hurled backward, bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, another black-spined wyvern targeting Guan Yu met a similar fate, as Guan Yu's superior level allowed him to nearly cleave the creature in two with just 2 strikes. 8 rings cannot withstand them. Tuoba Yin was left dumbfounded. If his senses were accurate, Ma Chao and Guan Yu should not exceed level 70. How could they be so powerful? Could they possess hidden treasures? He pondered. Yet he had no viable options left. He had deployed all available level 8 warriors, and aside from those 2 brothers, he was left with himself. But he could not confront them directly. Ultimately, Tuoba Yin could only watch helplessly as Guan Yu and Ma Chao decimated the barbarian ranks, hoping they would tire themselves out. 15 minutes into the battle, at the Western Front, all armies were poised for action, awaiting the command from Ghost Nye to charge forth. Yet Ghost Nye remained anxious, sensing a delay from the Northern Liang King. That rascal wouldn't be scheming again, would he? He mused. Fortunately, the Northern Liang King was not so reckless. Approximately 3 minutes later, he finally led his forces into battle. Xiaonya, the Northern Liang King, has made his move. We can commence, the Grand Elder announced. All right. Ghost Nye nodded, though unease lingered in his heart. Just then, a figure soared from the rebel camp, riding a celestial crane toward the barbarian forces. Tuoba, you old fool. Do you dare to emerge and challenge me in battle? Sword Chong Kong, standing high above at an altitude of 10,000 meters, exclaims with disdain. Humph. I fear you not. Sword Chong Kong, you are merely a defeated foe beneath my command. What audacity do you possess to provoke me? From the command center of the wilderness army, a dark mist ascends into the sky. Tua Ba Zai Xian, commanding the ghostly black-striped leopard, approaches Sword Chong Kong with an air of contempt. Enough of your idle chatter. Accept this strike from my sect. Upon sighting his target, Sword Chong Kong acts without hesitation. With a sweeping gesture, the sound of swords resonates. 7 injuries sword. Arise. Even before his words fade, a 7-foot-long sword, enveloped in an aura of lethal intent, bursts forth from behind him. With his hand forming a sword gesture, he points toward Tua Ba Zai Xian, and the 7 injuries spirit sword transforms into a streak of luminous energy, hurtling toward him. In an instant, the fabric of space seems to tremble, and the earth slightly quakes as the spirit sword, moving at an almost imperceptible speed, descends upon Tua Ba Zai Xian with overwhelming force. Tua Ba Zai Xian regards this with scorn. Humph. Sword Chong Kong, you truly disappoint me. I had thought you dared to confront me due to a breakthrough in your strength. Yet, this is all you can muster? Utterly unaware of your impending doom. Disappointment etched upon his face, Tua Ba Zai Xian then commands the ghostly black-striped leopard to unleash a black storm to counter the luminous blade. Upon collision, the rootless sword tassel glimmers ominously, causing the ghostly black-striped leopard to stagger back several steps. Sensing an anomaly, Tua Ba Zai Xian realizes that this strike from Sword Chong Kong is at least 30% more potent than it was a century prior. Yet, he is still merely at the same level as himself, both being at the 93rd rank. How can this be possible? His expression shifting to one of horror. Tua Ba Zai Xian watches as the 7 injuries spirit sword cleaves through the black tempest, maintaining its relentless advance toward him. In the blink of an eye, the sword, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, looms before Tua Ba Zai Xian. Ghostly abyss. Tua Ba Zai Xian's pupils constrict as he hastily employs his skills to defend against the onslaught. The sword crashes violently against the black hole, forcing Tua Ba Zai Xian and the ghostly black-striped leopard to retreat rapidly, only halting after retreating several dozen miles. In that moment, Tua Ba Zai Xian realizes that it is not a breakthrough that has empowered Sword Chong Kong, but rather the presence of a spiritual artifact that has augmented his skills. Ha! Now you realize. But it is too late. Tua Ba, prepare to meet your end. Awaken. 7 injuries, true form. Sword Chong Kong sneers, swiftly bringing his hands together. His gaze ignited with sword light, his hair turning white in an instant as the might of the 7 injuries spirit sword surges, manifesting 9 sacred rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and the last faintly radiating red. In that moment, the overwhelming power erupts at 10,000 meters, cascading down to the ground, causing the group below, led by Gue Nye, to stagger under the force. Gue Nye muses silently. Is this the destructive force of a titled battle? No wonder nations strictly prohibit those above the title level from intervening in warfare. If these individuals were to descend into battle amidst the troops, those below the title level would scarcely have the chance to flee. The Grand Elder hastily employs his strength to shield the army behind him from this violent force. How could this power increase so drastically? Tua Ba Zai Xian's expression grows grave, while the ghostly black-striped leopard consents to utilize its awakening skill for defense. Prepare to perish. 7 Injuries Sunset Slash. The 7 Injuries sword expands to 100 meters in length, casting a dusk-like hue over the sky. With unbridled sword intent, Sword Chong Kong swings the sword down fiercely toward the ghostly black-striped leopard. Tua Ba Zai Xian quickly directs the leopard to defend, as the 9th black ring pulsates ominously. Ghostly explosive kill. The ghostly leopard, enveloped in a shockwave, lunges forward. With a series of explosive sounds, the two forces collide, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption. A mushroom cloud rising into the sky at 10,000 meters. As the cloud gradually dissipates, the ghostly black-striped leopard escapes in disarray, blood staining its head and forepaws, while Tua Ba Zai Xian appears disheveled. In contrast, Sword Chong Kong remains composed, his sword robe billowing in the wind as he stands proudly aloft, resembling a celestial swordsman above a mighty river. Tua Ba, after all these years, how have you made no progress whatsoever? I have merely exerted a fraction of my power. Could this truly be your limit? Sword Chong Kong taunts coldly. You, Sword Chong, are but a beneficiary of external forces to attain your current strength. Do not take pride before me. Tua Ba Zai Xian's face darkens, recalling a century ago when Sword Chong Kong stood before him, humbled and beaten. He now finds himself in the opposite position. Tua Ba Zai Xian seethes with indignation, pondering, how is it that this fellow has such fortune, acquiring a treasure that enhances his sword techniques? If only I possessed such an item, I would not still be entrenched in this great Zhou battlefield. Ha! Tua Ba. Luck is indeed a form of strength. My acquisition of this is fate. Today, I shall sever your head to avenge the shame of my sect over the past century. Tua Ba, prepare to die. As his words echo, Sword Chong Kong moves once more, hurtling toward Tua Ba Zai Xian. The 7 Injuries spirit sword hums ominously, slicing through the air like a white rainbow. Humph! You think to take my life so easily? It shall not be that simple. I am not alone in this. Tua Ba Zai Xian retorts defiantly. An unexpected turn of events unfolds as 3 figures swiftly fly forth from the command center of the Wilderness Army, racing directly toward Sword Chong Kong. The other titled individuals of the Wilderness Army are intervening. Xiaonya, we shall take our leave. The Grand Elder glances at Ginie and declares, with all the titled forces of the Wilderness Army occupied, you may act without restraint. Ginie nods in agreement. And soon, Jian Sanju, Qiu Qi, and the Ancestor rise to meet the challenge. Do you think there is no one in Great Zhou who can contend with us? We shall fight you here in the void. The wilderness soldiers declare. Humph, why would we shy away? With that, their figures ascend once more, vanishing from sight as if they had never existed. With the titled forces departed, Ginie, casting a sly smile at their disappearing forms, declares, now it is my turn. With a commanding gesture, he bellows, Vanguard troops, assemble. Yes, the 1,600 soldiers of the Vanguard chorus in unison, tearing through the riverbank defenses at lightning speed, leaving not a single wilderness soldier unscathed. Advance. Gao Shun raises his arm in a rallying cry, leading the Vanguard soldiers swiftly toward the riverbank, their heavy armor exuding an imposing presence. As they arrive at the river's edge, a barrage of fireballs rains down upon them from across the water. Humph, child's play. Dianwei scoffs, his aura surging as he raises his dual halberds, shattering the incoming fireballs with brute force. Gao Shun follows suit, breaking through the fireballs as he leads the vanguard forward, with the soldiers mimicking his actions. These are merely attacks from soldiers of levels 30 to 40. A trivial threat against the vanguard, whose average strength is at the 5th ring. They easily dispel the fireballs. Over 10,000 soldiers of the vanguard enter the river segment in an orderly fashion. On the shore, witnessing the vanguard's successful crossing, the frontline troops prepare for a volley of crossbow bolts. Ready. Meng Tian raises his arm, commanding the Great Wall's defenders to lift their bows and crossbows in unison. Crack. Fire. With Meng Tian's command, a dark cloud of arrows fills the sky, soaring toward the opposite bank where the Wilderness Army stands in defense. Seeing the deluge of arrows, the Wilderness soldiers are struck with panic, rooted to the spot. Do not panic. They are merely arrows. They cannot breach the city walls. All troops, take cover. Tua Ba commands assertively. The defensive forces of the Arid army were suddenly jolted back to reality, hastily seeking refuge beneath the city walls. Observing this, Meng Tian wore a mysterious smile. If they had been wielding ordinary bows, they might have been at a disadvantage. However, their crossbows were infused with spiritual energy, serving as their beast-taming weapons. And since they were beast-taming weapons, how could they lack skills? As the rain of arrows swiftly descended upon the opposite city walls, They failed to penetrate the fortifications, eliciting expressions of delight among the arid troops. Tuwa Ba Dan felt similarly pleased, but before he could revel in his triumph, the arrows that landed on the walls suddenly erupted in explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Help! Someone save my beast. Quick, someone. What is going on? Could it be their crossbows are also infused with spiritual energy? Countless arrows detonated, causing continuous explosions atop the walls. Some of the arid soldiers were injured by the blasts, while others met a grim fate as they were struck directly. In an instant, flames soared high into the sky, causing many of the beasts to scatter, igniting the arid warriors in the process. Change the front line. Prepare for the second volley of crossbow bolts. 10 consecutive shots. Ready. The sharp sound of crossbows being loaded echoed. Fire. A multitude of arrows again surged towards the arid army on the opposite bank. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless explosions left the arid soldiers unable to lift their heads. And before long, several rounds of volleys had rendered the quality of their city walls far inferior to what Ginie had anticipated. After merely a few rounds, the walls began to tremble precariously. Soon after, Gao Shun and Dian Wei successfully led the assault corps onto the shore, encountering minimal resistance. Kill. As they landed, Dian Wei surged forward, his aura exploding forth. 7 holy rings suddenly glimmered, and he leapt high into the air, crashing down like a cannonball into the heart of the arid army, obliterating a substantial number of them in one fell swoop. The arid warriors were struck with shock, yet a few managed to react, commanding their beasts to charge at Dian Wei. Warriors, do not fear. He is but one man. Yes, we outnumber him. There is no need to be afraid. Onward. Hundreds of arid soldiers swiftly surrounded Dian Wei, with various beasts rushing towards him. Ha! If you dare, come at me. Dian Wei showed no fear, wielding his twin halberds with rapid precision. Each of his strikes targeted the vital points of his foes, causing beasts within a radius of several dozen meters to collapse into a deep slumber, unable to be roused. Ha! Come again. After slaying over 100 beasts, Dian Wei turned his attention to the remaining arid soldiers. The ground trembled as he stomped fiercely, leaving the arid warriors disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, he began to reap lives with his dual halberds, mercilessly cutting down the arid troops. You insolent brat, cease your arrogance. A general from the arid forces charged forward. But before he could finish his words, Dian Wei cleaved him into a pulp with a mighty swing of his halberd. The general has been slain. This man is a monster. Run. We cannot withstand him. Attacking him would be tantamount to suicide. The arid soldiers, gripped by fear, began to retreat, seeking escape into the river. Just then, Gao Shun and the assault corps arrived, completely sealing off the arid army's retreat. Kill. Gao Shun took a swift step forward, instantly locating the commander of this wave of arid soldiers, and with a sweep of his broad blade, he beheaded him. Ah, the general is dead. The arid forces were thrown into panic. To the death. No retreat. The assault corps formed their ranks, transforming into machines of slaughter as they commenced their merciless assault on the arid army. Gao Shun directed the assault corps offensive while Dian Wei sought out any arid generals of 7th ring or above, suppressing and slaying them. In an instant, a significant breach had opened along the riverbank. Seeing this, Ginie waved his hand, advanced the entire army. Kill. At Guinie's command, 40,000 wall guards surged into action, advancing towards the riverbank. Under Meng Tian's leadership, the army charged forward, sweeping through the arid army's defensive line and successfully joining forces with Gao Shun and the others. They plunged into the fray of slaughter. Had the arid army not diverted 200,000 dragon-slaying riders, Ginie might have required additional time to breach the riverbank defenses. Yet, they had grossly underestimated the strength of Ginie and his companions, believing that with the loss of 30,000 elite troops, their fighting capability had significantly diminished, resulting in the deployment of 300,000 arid soldiers, none of whom had an average level exceeding 35. Little did they know, Ginie still commanded 90,000 elite troops of the 5th ring or above. Once they successfully crossed the river, the arid army would be met with a relentless onslaught of beasts falling one after another, the scent of blood saturating the battlefield, and Guinie's kill count soaring. How infuriating! Why do the rebel forces still possess so many elite troops of the 5th ring? Were they not all dispatched to the front lines? Tuwa Ba Dan watched as his forces were decimated, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted in a frenzy. Commander, what do we do? They are simply too strong. We cannot hold them back. Quickly report to headquarters. We must request reinforcements. We cannot lose the riverbank defenses. Tuwa Ba Dan's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could personally take action against Dian Wei and Gao Shun. Yes, a soldier stumbled away. Chapter 54. Meng Tian's Blood Battle at Half-Step Title. Third transition is nothing less. Hold the line. The commander has already requested support from headquarters. We must endure until reinforcements arrive. No, we cannot withstand these slaughtering demons. They are even more terrifying than the dragon-slaying riders. Kill. Leave none alive. Meng Tian stood at the forefront, his tone remarkably calm. Understood. The wall guards surged mercilessly towards the arid army, leaving a path of carnage in their wake. The overwhelming force utterly crushed the arid warriors, instilling terror that caused them to abandon their armor. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tian led the wall guards to within 1,000 meters of Tuoba Dan, leaving behind a river of blood in their wake. Without mercy, Meng Tian swung his long spear, cleaving dozens of arid soldiers in half, causing them to collapse to the ground. Witnessing this, Tuoba Dan felt his eyes bulge with rage, unable to contain himself any longer. You reckless fool, seeking death. As Tuoba Dan spoke, he summoned a six-headed python, its black rings swirling menacingly before sweeping towards Meng Tian. Instinctively, Meng Tian raised his long shield to block. Boom. The massive tail struck the shield, propelling Meng Tian several dozen meters away before he managed to steady himself. What? How is this possible? Tuoba Dan exclaimed in astonishment. You are merely a seventh-ring beast tamer. How could you possibly withstand my attack with just your physical body? Humph. What is impossible about it? Meng Tian casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with cold light. If I am not mistaken, you are the so-called half-step titled expert spoken of by Ma Chao and the others. Meng Tian smirked mockingly. Indeed, you are stronger than I had anticipated. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me, knowing I am a half-step titled powerhouse? Tuoba Dan's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Humph, just a mere half-step title. What is there to fear? Meng Tian's gaze sharpened. Then, several beams of multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Meng Tian. Guanya had made his move. 5 elements halo. Skill effect. All attributes increase by 20%, weakens enemies by 30%. Power of heaven and earth. Skill effect. All attributes increase by 30%, attack power additionally increases by 100%. 9 combs crown. Skill effect. All attributes increase by 30%. At once, Meng Tian's aura surged, his combat prowess increasing by more than 100%. Is this the confidence that allows you to act so brazenly before me? Tuoba Dan felt a decrease in his own strength and immediately deduced that this must be Meng Tian's source of confidence. Yet he dismissed it with a laugh. Do you think that with such means, you can stand against me? How could one know without attempting? Humph. So naive. There is no need for excessive words. Actions will reveal the truth. Meng Tian gradually tightened his grip on the long spear, suddenly raising his head as 7 sacred rings erupted into brilliance around him. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. They flashed before Tuoba Dan, whose pupils instantly constricted, fixated upon the dazzling sacred rings. 2 rings of 100,000 years. How can this be possible? Awaken, true form of Xianyong. Meng Tian scoffed, indifferent to the impossibility. His aura began to soar, enveloping him in black armor as 4 fellow guards clad in the same black armor emerged at his sides. The guards stood ready for battle, while Meng Tian's eyes glowed with a fierce light as he brandished his spear, thrusting it fiercely towards the 6-headed serpent. Simultaneously, his clones followed suit, their combined attacks morphing into a barrage that surged towards the 6-headed python. Tuoba Dan's gaze sharpened. All 6 heads of the serpent lifted in unison, flames igniting in their mouths. 6-fold fire right. A massive torrent of flames erupted from the serpent's mouths, colliding with the barrage and sending shockwaves through the earth, causing the surrounding wild soldiers to stagger back. The final 2 energies exploded, prompting Meng Tian to raise his shield for defense. The ground beneath them sank over a meter in diameter. This is bad. Tuoba Dan retreated hastily, narrowly avoiding the blast. His gaze then fixed intently on Meng Tian, unable to believe that he could survive this. As the flames gradually dissipated, Tuoba Dan sneered. However, Meng Tian was destined to disappoint him, as his figure gradually emerged from the depths of the crater, appearing somewhat disheveled but unscathed. No, how can a mere 7-ring practitioner be so formidable? Tuoba Dan was utterly perplexed. He was aware that the previous commander of the West had fallen to this group, yet the former was merely a half-step to the title. A weakling at best, barely level 89. His beast taming skills were inferior to those of the 6-headed python. As for Tuoba Dan, he was a genuine half-step to the title, only a step away from the title itself, yet he could not subdue even a 7-ring practitioner. This was an immense humiliation. In the crater, Meng Tian slowly raised his head to gaze at Tuoba Dan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this all you've got? Bold words. If I do not slay you today, I shall not be worthy of the Tuoba warriors. Provoked by Meng Tian's taunt, Tuoba Dan was consumed with rage. The 6-headed python ignited with flames, the 8th black ring spinning rapidly. Today, I shall show you what a half-step to the title truly means. 6-fold blazing heaven. I hope you do not disappoint me. Meng Tian's gaze sharpened, all sacred rings igniting as he leaped through the fiery expanse, charging directly at the flaming giant serpent. Not to the great wall. Unyielding charge. With a resounding clash, Meng Tian directed the long spear down upon the serpent's head. The six-headed python recoiled in pain, retaliating with a sweeping tail, which Meng Tian blocked with his shield. Thus commenced a fierce exchange, the two combatants clashing for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. The nearby wild soldiers stood dumbfounded, jaws agape. Am I seeing this correctly? A seven-ring practitioner is actually matching the half-step to the title, Lord Tuoba. To engage in such a contest against a half-step, can mere mortals truly achieve this? The people of the Great Zhou are undeniably formidable. As Meng Tian and Tuoba Dan battled fiercely, a sudden twist of fate transpired. Zhao Yun, leading 30,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, burst forth from the rear of the wild soldiers, cutting through the ranks as if they were paper, no one able to withstand their advance. The wild soldiers, terrified, discarded their helmets and armor, fleeing while shouting, "Run! We are no match for this cavalry. They are all elites above the 5 rings, far beyond our 30+ levels. We must escape for our lives. By the command of my lord, no wild soldier shall be spared, whether beast tamer or wild man." Zhao Yun swept his lance, sending dozens of wild soldiers flying, unable to rise again. Understood. The tiger and leopard cavalry did not hesitate, riding forth on their swift mounts, cutting down every wild soldier in their path. Chaos erupted among the 300,000 wild soldiers, who frantically sought to escape, heads bowed and scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Shun's ambush unit and the Great Wall Guards engaged in a ruthless purge of the fleeing wild soldiers. What? There is yet another elite cavalry. You despicable scoundrels. Tuoba Dan, witnessing yet another force join the slaughter against his side, was consumed with fury. You pride yourselves as a warrior nation. Do you not understand the principles of warfare and deception? Meng Tian chuckled coldly, his assault unrelenting. After thousands of exchanges, both combatants bore wounds. Yet Meng Tian grew ever more relentless in his attacks. From being completely suppressed at the beginning, it now felt as though they were nearing an even footing. This was fundamentally due to the recovery power granted by the Ghost Whisper skill, while Tuoba Dan lacked Meng Tian's remarkable recovery capabilities. Tuoba Dan sought to assist the wild soldiers, but found himself firmly locked in battle with Meng Tian, unable to escape. Very well. Today, I shall first slay you, then proceed to exterminate all the people of the Great Zhou present. Tuoba Dan unleashed his full power upon Meng Tian. In an instant, a crimson flame, capable of annihilating all, surged toward Meng Tian. You likely lack the ability. Meng Tian, panting heavily, raised his shield in defense. The terrifying fire serpent cascaded upon the shield, ultimately overwhelming Meng Tian's defenses, sending him flying backward. He crashed into the ground, creating a 2-meter deep pit. How does it feel? Now do you understand what it means to be a half-step to the title? The one you killed earlier barely reached the first transition of half-step, a mere weakling, while I am a third transition half-step to the title. Tuoba Dan proclaimed with pride. Cough, cough. Meng Tian, struggling to rise, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied coolly, "Is that all? Really? Even on the brink of death, you still speak so boldly. Die." Tuoba Dan was truly enraged. The 6-headed python, now frenzied, launched a relentless assault on Meng Tian. Meng Tian raised his shield in defense. As his 4 clones began to blur under the serpent's onslaught, Meng Tian's vision gradually dimmed, his footing faltering, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixed on his opponent. Third transition half-step. This was the first time Meng Tian comprehended the vast disparity between half-steps to the title. Chapter 55, Self-Detonating Sacred Rings to Kill Meng Tian. Dian Wei's sudden enlightenment of the explosive ring divine technique. The searing fire serpent bit at Meng Tian, who gritted his teeth, pondering. Is this what a half-step to the title truly is? Is this the essence of true power? If I miraculously survive today, the next time we meet, even against a title holder, I shall slay them with my own strength. Arrogant. Tuoba Dan was taken aback, astounded by Meng Tian's unwavering fighting spirit even on the brink of death. If I allow him to escape today, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the warriors of the heavenly domain in the future. I cannot permit this. Tuoba Dan made up his mind, commanding the 6-headed python to throw Meng Tian high into the air. The serpent's mouths ignited with flames, the terrifying heat threatening to melt the very earth. Fixing his gaze on Meng Tian, the 6 heads unleashed a whirlpool of flames, aiming to utterly obliterate him. Vile scoundrel, do not harm General Meng. At that critical moment, Dian Wei finally broke through the encirclement of 100,000 wild soldiers, arriving before Meng Tian, confronting the raging inferno. Dian Wei was alarmed, sharing the fire attribute. He realized that the enemy's flames exceeded his own limits by several folds. If he failed, he and Meng Tian are to be left in this place today. What is there to fear? Awaken, true form of malevolence. In the face of death, Dian Wei stands resolute, and in an instant, 7 holy rings unfurl. His aura surging. Once more, the astonishing configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 2 red rings manifests. From Dian Wei's shoulders sprout 1 red and 1 black head. The red head spews flames, resembling a harbinger of hell, while the black head reveals fangs, exuding a fearsome presence. With a roar, his halberd expands several-fold, flames spiraling around it, before it crashes down with ferocious intensity into the inferno of the 6-headed serpent. Die, you wretch! Tuoba Shan, almost mad with fervor, spares no effort, as if embracing a fate of mutual destruction. Boom! Meng Tian is hurled away, landing over 1,000 meters distant. The colossal flames mercilessly engulf Dian Wei, as if a blazing sun has descended, capable of consuming all in its path, ultimately bursting forth in silence. The earth trembles as the sun of flames erupts, illuminating the entire sky of Wu Wei, its brilliance palpable even 100 miles away. This aura emanates from the self-destructing holy rings of a half-step titled warrior. On the battlefield, Qiu Budo is left in shock. Self-destructing holy rings? The rings formed by beast tamers have long become an indispensable part of their being. If it is indeed a self-destructing holy ring, then it means their survival is in grave jeopardy. Meng Qi, there is likely trouble on the main front. Guan Yu approaches Ma Chao, his brow furrowed with concern. Ma Chao's expression is equally grim. Yes, it is too late to rush over now. We can only hope our comrades can weather this storm. What kind of person is Tuoba Shan, who would rather perish than leave a foe alive? Tuoba Yin is suddenly stricken with dread. On the western battlefield, Gui Nia kneels half-heartedly on a high platform, clutching Meng Tian, his fingers turning pale. An 8-ringed powerhouse can self-destruct all their holy rings, temporarily gaining the power of a titled warrior's strike. Gui Nia knows this, but such an act would guarantee his own demise. He never anticipated his adversary would act so swiftly and decisively, leaving him no time to utilize his temporal and spatial abilities to rescue Dian Wei, only managing to take Meng Tian away. Damn it! What a band of lunatics. Gui Nia curses under his breath, gazing towards the direction of the explosion, murmuring, I never expected it would be you first. It seems someone is about to lose their footing. Dian Wei is sent flying, utterly disheveled, akin to a cannonball expelled from a smooth bore, crashing into the ground and creating a crater several hundred meters wide, his fate uncertain. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. From this day forth, the Tianhuang will have 1 less half-step titled powerhouse, and 1 less obstacle to our unparalleled genius. The Tianhuang sacred clan shall ultimately dominate the world. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Cough cough cough. Splendid. After the strike, Tuoba Shan bleeds from all 7 orifices. Kneeling on the ground, laughing maniacally, the aura of the 6-headed serpent plummets, ultimately collapsing to the earth, lifeless. At this moment, Zhao Yun's figure swiftly descends into the crater, gently cradling the barely breathing Dian Wei, rapidly channeling spiritual energy into him. It's futile. He will definitely not survive. Tuoba Shan scoffs. Zhao Yun pays him no heed, his face etched with urgency. General Dian, how do you fare? Dian Wei's complexion is pale, bloodied, his entire body marred, his armor in tatters. Facing Zhao Yun, he offers a foolish grin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, General Zilong. These injuries are all self-inflicted. A bit of rest will suffice. Self-inflicted? Zhao Yun inquires, perplexed. Dian Wei coughs a few times, then continues. Do you remember the method of the explosive rings our Lord taught us? Of course, but I thought everyone had yet to master it. Could it be that General Dian has already grasped the explosive ring technique? Zhao Yun's spirit is instantly invigorated. He recalls the last time they emerged from their seclusion, when Gui Nia gathered them and imparted the skill of explosive rings. At that time, Gui Nia stood on the throne, articulating each word. The explosive ring is one of the profound secrets passed down from the hall of the human emperor. As the name suggests, this technique is solely for explosive rings and not for self-destruction. After using an explosive ring, a beast tamer can temporarily gain power akin to that of a titled warrior, but they will never escape unscathed. It is an irreversible process. However, the explosive ring differs. Its essence lies in unleashing the full power of 1's holy rings, thoroughly integrating it into the tamer's attack or defense, generating strength that far surpasses their own to combat foes of overwhelming might. The distinction lies in the fact that it does not grant supreme power like the self-destructive ring, and it is reversible. Upon employing the explosive ring technique, the holy rings will temporarily vanish, recovering in 7 days, while 36 days must pass before it can be used again. The sole drawback is that the Beast Tamer cannot control the power produced, ultimately leading to madness. However, it is unlikely that such a fate could befall any of the generals. Upon recalling this, Zhao Yun's expression brightens. If Dian Wei has truly mastered the explosive ring, perhaps there is hope. Zhao Yun eagerly asks, General Dian, have you truly mastered the explosive ring technique? Dian Wei grins broadly, nodding. Indeed, just now, I realized I could not withstand that attack, and in a moment of desperation, I recalled the explosive ring technique our Lord taught us. Faced with certain death, I decided to learn it. The reason for this is that I detonated 200,000-year holy rings at once. The power was overwhelming, and I could barely contain it, causing the explosion. Ha ha ha. Dian Wei scratches his head sheepishly, chuckling. I see. Zhao Yun exhales in relief, a hint of envy in his eyes. Dian Wei has truly turned misfortune into fortune. He has validated Gui Nie's words about fighting against the odds and emerging reborn. Congratulations. Dian Wei, you are the first among us to master the explosive ring technique. At that moment, Gui Nie appears before Dian Wei, smiling. Ha ha ha. All thanks to our Lord's teachings. Dian Wei scratches his head, unable to contain his laughter. Now, let us return to the Hall of the Human Emperor to rest. The matters ahead will be handled by Zilong and the others. Gui Nie adds. Certainly. Dian Wei nods, unable to move at present. Soon, Dian Wei is escorted back to the Hall of the Human Emperor by Gui Nie. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Beneath the titled level, one cannot survive this. Tuoba Shan hears every word of their conversation clearly. He does not comprehend the concept of explosive rings, but he cannot accept that Dian Wei has survived. This is utterly inconceivable. You are definitely deceiving me, aren't you? He did not survive. Yes, it must be like that. Tuoba Shan's face pales, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, as he gazes at Gui Nie and the others, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. You cannot fool me. It is impossible. Gui Nie casts a disdainful glance at Tuoba Shan, his gaze turning icy. Zilong. Hint him. Yes. Zhao Yun receives the order, brandishing his dragon spear, advancing towards Tuoba Shan. Poor frog at the bottom of the well. Zhao Yun glances at Tuoba Shan with pity, then swiftly ends his life with a single thrust. The once renowned half-step titled warrior of the desolate realm, a commander who has weathered countless battles, is thus slain on the battlefield of Wuwei in Liangzhou. An 8-ringed beast tamer withstands the explosive ring and lives to tell the tale. If this news spreads, it shall surely invigorate the populace. It will alter the long-held perception of the desolate people as mad and formidable. The desolate are not so fearsome after all. Fortunately, the titled level powerhouses are engaged in battles in the void and did not witness this scene. The inability to stifle a gasp is merely a minor detail. Chapter 56. The Full Assault on the Northern Liang. The valiant Yuan Qingdu rewards the 3 armies, while Shun Wan San observes the battlefield slaughter with his back turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he speaks. Not a single one of the wild troops shall remain. The general responds with a respectful gesture. I shall obey. After a subtle nod from Shun Wan San, he vanishes from sight. Zhao Yun mounts the Song Yun tiger and, alongside the tiger and leopard cavalry, re-enters the fray against the wild troops. With the loss of nearly all their formidable leaders above the 7th ring, the 300,000 wild troops are now left vulnerable. Their elite ranks restrained by Jian Chongkong and his compatriots. For a time, they are merely fodder for the slaughter at the hands of Shun Wan San and his forces. From dawn until dusk, the 300,000 wild troops are annihilated under the combined onslaught of the assault camp, the tiger and leopard cavalry, and the Great Wall Guards. As the battle concludes, Shun Wan San gestures grandly, and 200,000 righteous soldiers cross the river to take command of the riverside defenses. Subsequently, Zhao Yun leads the tiger and leopard cavalry directly toward the wild troops command center, unhindered by any elite opposition. Upon arrival, the command center scatters like frightened birds, and within half an hour, it is entirely occupied by Zhao Yun. Lan Fengyi, accompanied by the righteous army, follows closely behind, marking the righteous forces led by Shun Wan San as a sharp blade piercing the heart of the wild troops, severing communication between the southern and northern armies. Inside the wild troops command center, Shun Wan San sits quietly in the main seat. My lord, urgent news from the Ginie. Suddenly, Mao Shang arrives at the tent to find Shun Wan San. What is it? Shun Wan San slowly raises his head to inquire. My lord, according to the Ginie's report, an hour ago, the king of northern Liang received alarming news from the north and hastily withdrew his troops, returning to northern Liang. Is that so? The battle is nearing its conclusion, yet the king of northern Liang has not secured his interests. Could it be that something unforeseen has transpired in northern Liang? Shun Wan San's brow furrows slightly. Since the king of northern Liang took control, All matters in northern Liang have been under the purview of the royal household, and information from that region is nearly impossible to extract. The only way to ascertain northern Liang's situation is to send someone deep into the territory, which will inevitably be inefficient. How well-placed are the Ginie in northern Liang? When might we learn the specifics? After a moment, Shenwan-san queries. We have already infiltrated several individuals close to the king of northern Liang, and we believe we will soon know the details. Mao Shang replies. Very well, we shall wait a moment. Shenwan-san responds without further comment. After a short while, Mao Shang indeed returns with the latest intelligence from northern Liang. My lord, the most recent intelligence from northern Liang. Speak. Shenwan-san commands without lifting his gaze. The border forces report that the wild troops have concealed over 600,000 troops in the Heiyun Mountains along the northern Liang border, including 200,000 elite dragon-slaying cavalry. They launched a full-scale offensive against northern Liang half a day ago, capturing several cities in mere hours. They are now pressing directly upon the capital of northern Liang. Upon receiving this news, the king of northern Liang hastily gathers his forces to defend, which explains his abrupt withdrawal. Simultaneously, reports from Bingzhou indicate that the wild troops are massing 50,000 troops at the Bingzhou border, poised for action. Shenwan-san is not surprised by this revelation. He ponders aloud. A diversion, is it? The wild domain intends to seize northern Liang while the king is away, swiftly capturing the city and coordinating with the wild troops in Liangzhou to launch a two-pronged assault on the king of northern Liang. In this way, the wild troops in Wuwei need only hold their ground for a time before retreating at their leisure. The wild troops are not fools. Their willingness to send forces behind enemy lines indicates they have contingency plans in place. Shenwan-san had anticipated this. The only unexpected element is the wild domain's decision to commit 400,000 dragon-slaying cavalry all at once for the sake of a spatial-type beastmaster. Such a notion is beyond comprehension for Shenwan-san. There must be ulterior motives at play that he is unaware of. Historically, the dragon-slaying cavalry has only engaged in battle against the 3 Days dynasty, never having been deployed on the battlefield of the Great Zhou. The more Shenwan-san contemplates, the more peculiar the situation appears. However, now is not the time for such distractions. With the king of northern Liang absent, an opportunity arises for Shenwan-san. How many are in the northern forces of the wild troops? He suddenly shifts the conversation. My lord, the northern forces of the wild troops number 50,000, of which 10,000 are dragon-slaying cavalry. Upon the king of northern Liang's retreat, they are aware of the breach at the command center and are now entering northern Liang in waves. Upon hearing this, Shenwan-san enters a moment of deep thought before declaring, Zilong, you must swiftly lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to intercept the northern wild troops, ensuring that not too many enter northern Liang at once. The king cannot withstand it. Zhao Yun immediately rises, I shall comply, and swiftly departs the command tent. Gao Shun, you are to lead the assault camp and 100,000 righteous soldiers to secure the northern cities, eradicating any lingering wild troops. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Gao Shun acknowledges and leaves promptly. Then, Shenwan-san turns to Mao Shang, saying, Mao Shang, you will coordinate all Jinyue within Wuwei with Zhao Yun's forces. Furthermore, you shall personally make a trip to inform Ma Chao and Guan Yu to encircle the eastern front and intercept as many northern wild troops as possible. I shall follow your command. Jiao Wei and Meng Tian are gravely injured and are currently recuperating in the Emperor's Hall. It may take years for them to fully recover, and the outside world will also require time. Shenwan-san laments with a wry smile. Initially, he had hoped to refrain from summoning reinforcements until reaching level 60. However, with Jiao Wei and Meng Tian incapacitated, his pool of capable generals is once again dwindling. Very well, I shall summon one last time before reaching level 60. Shenwan-san gazes at his vast reservoir of slaughter value. With a determined thought, he transports himself to the Emperor's Hall and utilizes the summoning of heroic souls twice. 2 heroic soul summons. Ding slaughter value. 2,000,000. Heroic soul summoning successful. As the light from the stone pillars illuminates, 2 portals manifest within the Grand Hall. Despite having experienced this multiple times, Shenwan-san feels a surge of excitement, triggering the awakening of special individuals, especially with the emergence of special figures. Shenwan-san is filled with anticipation. Fixing his gaze intently on the 2 portals before him, he watches as 2 figures emerge, one tall and one short. Hastening toward him, both bow respectfully. The shorter one drops to the ground, prostrating in reverence. I am the humble Shenwan-san. I am Yuan Qingdu. We pay our respects to the Emperor. Quickly rise. Shenwan-san smiles warmly, gesturing for them to stand. Instantly, their attributes panels appear before him. Special individuals. Name, Shenwan-san. Qualification, none level, 67, Optimal sacred ring configuration, attributes, non-exclusive skills, financial critique. Shenwan San throws gold ingots at enemies, reducing their overall attributes by 10%. Rewarding the three armies, Shenwan San consumes 30,000 silver, boosting the morale of the entire army, increasing all attributes by 10%. Passive skill, business prodigy. Shenwan San possesses a natural talent for commerce, often seizing opportunities that yield boundless wealth. Ah, I see. Shenwan San nods, realizing that Shenwan San is indeed the special individual mentioned in the prompt. His arrival is of great significance for the subsequent recovery of Wuwei City. The restoration of the economy and the livelihoods of the people hinges on wealth. This prompts Shenwan San to reflect on how the emperor has truly been benevolent, providing timely assistance in a moment of need. Next, Shenwan San turns his attention to Yuan Qingdu, who, adorned in a golden brocade robe and wielding a golden lance, presents a striking figure. Name, Yuan Qingdu. Qualification, immortal level, 77 sacred rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 100,000, red, 160,000. Attributes, strength type, demon type. Exclusive skill, Herculean might. Yuan Qingdu possesses innate divine strength, increasing attack power by 150% and enhancing skill potency by 15%. First ring. Active skill, Windwing Shattering Demon. Yuan Qingdu wields the phoenix-winged gold spear, swiftly striking at foes. Following this, skill potency is amplified by 40 to 60%, while simultaneously reducing the enemy's attributes by 20%. Second ring, fourth ring. Active skill, Undying Duel. Yuan Qingdu designates an enemy to enter a duel within a barrier, remaining until one side is utterly incapacitated or slain. All attributes are elevated by 60%, with vitality further boosted by 40%. Sixth ring. Passive skill, Heavenly General. Yuan Qingdu's attributes are elevated by 3,100%. Third ring, fifth ring. Awakening skill, True Form of the Fire Dragon. Yuan Qingdu summons the Hell Demon, Crimson Ember Fire Dragon, subsequently increasing all attributes by 200% and skill potency by 30%. Seventh ring. In a one-on-one battle of true men, upon reviewing Yuan Qingdu's skills, Guo Nye raised an eyebrow. He then slowly directed his gaze towards the valiant Yuan Qingdu below. Smiling, he remarked, Qingdu, our forces are currently intercepting the fleeing barbarian army to the north. You are to lead 40,000 wall guards to assist Zilong in this endeavor. There must be no mistakes. I shall obey. Yuan Qingdu replied with a slight bow, then turned and departed from the hall of the emperor. Chapter 57. Rewarding the troops. Ambushing the northern barbarian army, returning victorious. Guo Nye then glanced at the plump figure below, who bore a somewhat comical appearance, and smiled faintly. Shenwan San, here. Commoner at your service. Shenwan San responded hastily, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and fear. Unlike the legendary generals Zhao Yun and Yuan Qingdu, Shenwan San, as a mere merchant, found it challenging to embrace the reality of his situation with the same fortitude. Suddenly resurrected by Guo Nye's immense power, thrust into a foreign world, and bestowed with unfamiliar strength, it was natural for him to feel fear. After all, it is only human to be daunted by such an extraordinary turn of fate. Fear not. You need not be overly anxious. Maintain a tranquil heart. Guo Nye spoke warmly. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shenwan San stammered. Your appearance suggests it may take you some time to adjust. For now, remain by my side. We need your utmost dedication to successfully drive the barbarian army out of Liangzhou and restore the economy of Wuwei. Upon hearing this, Shenwan San was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and newfound confidence. Tentatively, he replied, For His Majesty, I shall serve unto death. Serving unto death is unnecessary. However, you must not harbor any selfish intentions. I owe my current fortune entirely to your Majesty's divine power. I would never dare conceal anything from you. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Even unto death, I shall not waver. Shenwan San promptly affirmed, expressing his loyalty to Guo Nye. Follow me. Guo Nye said no more, leading Shenwan San out of the hall of the emperor. Once outside, Guo Nye made his way to the high platform of the command center, observing Yuan Qingdu assembling the wall guards. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed his face as he turned to Shenwan San and jested, Shenwan San, how about a reward for the troops? Why not use it on the 40,000 wall guards before us? Although Guo Nye was not particularly well-versed in history, he was aware that Shenwan San had once faced dire consequences under the hands of Hongwu for rewarding the troops. Ah, Your Majesty, I am but a lowly commoner. Shenwan San gasped in alarm, his face paling significantly as he quickly knelt. Observing his reaction, Guo Nye could only chuckle, understanding the depth of Shenwan San's fear, rooted in past memories. It seems that Zhu Yuanzhang has instilled quite a fright in you. However, this is not the Ming dynasty. Rewarding the troops will not undermine the soldiers' loyalty nor my authority. In fact, it will elevate their morale, so do not hesitate to proceed. After a brief explanation, Shen Wansan finally grasped that Gui Nie's intentions were benevolent, realizing that Hongwu's actions were motivated by a desire to safeguard imperial power. I shall obey. Shen Wansan felt reassured, and then retrieved a gold ingot from his robe, raising it high. Instantly, a radiant light burst forth from the horizon, prompting Yuan Qingdu and his wall guards to glance towards the distant platform. At that moment, Gui Nie spoke. The camp is prepared with wine. We await your presence. May you all triumph. We thank our Lord. Yuan Qingdu led the soldiers in a unified salute, expressing their gratitude. The 40,000 wall guards knelt in unison, causing Shen Wansan to instinctively retreat several paces in shock. Well done. Gui Nie nodded approvingly. You are all commendable. I take pride in you. With a commanding shout from Yuan Qingdu, the 40,000 wall guards raised their weapons and advanced towards the north. The army is on the move. Understood. Only after the Grand Army had departed did Gui Nie retract his gaze. At this juncture, Mao Chong returned and approached Gui Nie, momentarily startled by the sight of Shen Wansan. This fellow seems oddly familiar. He mused but quickly dismissed the thought, approaching Gui Nie to report. I report to the Lord. Generals Guan and Ma have already led their forces to intercept the fleeing barbarian army. Excellent. Relay orders for the entire army to be on high alert, preventing the northern barbarian army from turning back to counterattack Wuwei. Additionally, intensify our infiltration into northern Liang. I want precise intelligence on the movements of the barbarian army. Yes. Mao Chong accepted the command and departed. Meanwhile, the clash of battle had commenced. In a valley where the barbarian army was fleeing, a force of approximately 10,000 was making their way through. Zhao Yun, suddenly appearing with his elite tiger and leopard cavalry, surged towards the barbarian army with relentless fervor. Kill. Not good. It's the tiger and leopard cavalry of the great Zhou rebel army. We must flee. The barbarians were thrown into disarray, abandoning their comrades as they hastened their escape. Run. The tiger and leopard cavalry is upon us. Save me. Don't kill me. No. Slay every barbarian in sight. Leave none alive. Zhao Yun led the charge, brandishing his spear to reap the lives of the fleeing barbarians, while calling out commands. Understood. As the words fell, the 40,000 tiger and leopard cavalry transformed into harbingers of death, executing all barbarians in their path, leaving behind a scene of carnage and despair. The fleeing barbarian commander, terrified, galloped away on his beast, nearly losing his wits. Think you can escape? Spotting the fleeing commander amidst the chaos, Zhao Yun seized a long spear and, channeling his energy, hurled it with precision. The spear cleaved through the air, piercing both the commander and his mount directly through the heart. The barbarian commander let out a wail before collapsing from his beast. Kill. Upon witnessing the commander fall, Zhao Yun turned his attention back to the remaining barbarians, resuming his slaughter. Devils. You are all devils. I curse you. May you never find peace. Before long, the last of the barbarian forces fell, with over 10,000 eliminated without a single survivor. General, 1,450 barbarians have been completely vanquished. Good. The army shall rest for 3/4 of an hour before we set out again. Yes, after the designated time. Zhao Yun once more led the tiger and leopard cavalry to hunt down the remnants of the barbarian army. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and Ma Chao circumvented the eastern part of Wuwei, heading northward, and encountered a small barbarian contingent of 5,000 during their march. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Chao charged into battle. The remaining forces of the Huang army, witnessing this bold advance, attempted to resist, but after Ma Chao effortlessly decimated their commander, the remnants of the Huang troops scattered in disarray, devoid of any chance to retaliate. Guan Yu harbored no intentions of sparing them, leading his troops in relentless pursuit. Ultimately, after traversing several dozen miles, they annihilated all 5,000 remaining Huang soldiers. Undeterred, the two continued their northern assault, slaying more adversaries until darkness fell, culminating in the deaths of over 40,000 Huang soldiers. Yinchang, the Huang forces to the north have split into numerous smaller factions infiltrating Beiliang. Their intentions may be nefarious, Ma Chao remarked as they reached the borders of Beiliang before finally halting. He turned contemplatively to Guan Yu. Guan Yu furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Indeed. However, we have already slain a considerable number of Huang troops. Let the king of Beiliang ponder their motives. True. As long as they remain away from Liangzhou, they may go wherever they please. Ma Chao gestured dismissively. I only hope the king of Beiliang can muster some resilience and endure until our lord has fully stabilized Liangzhou. Guan Yu sighed softly. Let us return. Onward. With that, Guan Yu and Ma Chao, accompanied by their valiant cavalry, made their way back to the northern gate of Wuwei City. Upon arrival, the head of the Ginie quickly approached them, exclaiming, "Have Generals Guan and Ma returned?" "It is us," Ma Chao replied, dismounting his steed with a nod. "Wonderful, Generals. The Lord requests that you proceed directly to the Central Command tent upon your return. We understand. We leave this in your capable hands." Ma Chao entrusted his steed, Song Yunhu, to the Jinui's captain and proceeded with Guan Yu to the Central Command tent. Gui Nye had been awaiting their arrival. As the two entered, they exchanged a glance before kneeling before Gui Nye, offering their apologies. "We were overly eager for quick results, leading to the loss of 5,000 elite cavalry in our battle with the Huang army. We beseech the Lord's judgment." Gui Nye, seeing their earnestness, raised a hand in a gesture of support, causing them to rise unsteadily. "The battlefield is unpredictable. Your lack of vigilance does not imply that others will not seek you out. Do not be so hasty next time. We thank the Lord." They both responded quickly, though their expressions were tinged with disappointment and a hint of shame. They had led 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry into battle, yet suffered nearly 5,000 casualties on the front lines. Had they not been so overzealous, becoming ensnared by the Huang army's dragon-slaying troops, such grievous losses could have been avoided. It was notable that in their previous encounter with 400,000 Huang soldiers, they had only sustained 3,000 injuries, with fewer than 100 fatalities. They lamented that this time, they might not be able to hold their heads high. Chapter 58, The Final Battle. The emergence of the Huang army's spatially enhanced title? Sit. Gui Nye, bemused by their demeanor, finally spoke. "Following this battle, let those under your command have a few days of respite in shifts, allowing them to venture forth and seek opportunities for companionship. This journey through the world should leave some mark upon them. We appreciate the Lord's concern. However, we decline. Matters of affection have been experienced in my past life. Above all else, I wish to grow stronger." Ma Chao chuckled. "And you, Yinchang?" Gui Nye inquired, turning his gaze to Guan Yu. "A true man should aspire to the galaxy." Guan Yu responded resolutely. "Very well." Gui Nye ceased his counsel and began to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the ambush against the Huang army, to which Ma Chao expressed some of their uncertainties. As they conversed, they awaited the return of others. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Yun returned to the command tent, shortly followed by Yuan Qingdu and his troops. They began reporting the outcomes of their ambush against the Huang army. Zhao Yun's tiger and leopard cavalry had pursued into Bailiang for several miles, successfully slaying 90,000 enemies. Yuan Qingdu's wall guard army, composed entirely of infantry, had only managed to chase down to within 10 miles of the border, but had also claimed 50,000 enemy lives due to their encounter with a substantial contingent of retreating Huang forces. Gui Nye glanced at the current tally of kills, feeling somewhat numb at the lengthy list of figures. His past life S9-digit account could not compare to his current tally. However, the conflict was far from over. The front lines were still ablaze with combat, and there remained a significant harvest of kills awaiting Gui Nye. Dispatch orders for the entire army to prepare. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Huang army at the southern gate. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall advance through the southern gate. I intend to bring this farce to a definitive conclusion." "Yes," the commanders echoed in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. Meanwhile, the battle raged on at the front lines. The court had slowly begun to lose ground due to the absence of Ma Chao and Guan Yu, allowing the Huang army to gain the upper hand. Although the dragon-slaying cavalry had suffered severe losses of over 50,000 at the hands of the tiger and leopard cavalry, the situation continued to improve. Yet, Tuoba Yin remained restless until a messenger arrived with dire news. "Report. I inform you, General Tuoba, that the command post has been seized by the Great Zhou's righteous army. General Tuoba Dan was killed in the explosion of the Sacred Ring, and the righteous army has executed him. The 30,000 troops in the west have been completely annihilated. The northern forces have retreated entirely. We are surrounded." The messenger exclaimed in a panic as he approached Tuoba Yin. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yin fell into despair, closing his eyes helplessly. How many of the northern forces managed to withdraw? Fewer than 100,000. The remaining troops were all intercepted and slaughtered at the borders of Bailiang. The messenger replied, head bowed. The righteous army had never anticipated such a turn of events. "Send word. Let the dragon-slaying cavalry break through with all their might." "Yes, General." The messenger hurriedly departed. On the court side, Kubadeo and several title-level officers were absent from the military. Command now fell to Kubadeo's son, Chiotao. "General Chiu, we have received word from the righteous army that they have already captured the Wuwei City district and request that we hold the Huang army at bay until dawn. They will launch their assault from the southern gate, flanking the Huang army from two sides." "What? So soon?" Chiotao was momentarily taken aback, but then elated, for he had thought it would take several more days to breach the command post. He immediately issued orders. "Relay my command. All forces must lock onto the Huang army without faltering. We cannot allow their main forces to escape. Yes, the two armies clashed violently, and the battlefield erupted in a frenzy as the moon gradually retreated, yielding to the dawn's light. On the following morning, behind the southern gate of Wuwei City, 100,000 troops stood ready, the sounds of battle still echoing from outside the gate. Once again, it was Gao Shun leading 10,000 of the vanguard troops, followed closely by Yuan Qingdu and Guan Yu with 35,000 wall guard soldiers. Zhao Yun and Ma Chao, with 45,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, positioned themselves at the rear, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the Huang army. Gui Nye stood in the midst of the central command, coldly surveying the southern front. At that moment, the Ginie approached Gui Nye from behind, reporting, "My lord, last night, the Huang army's dragon-slaying cavalry made a desperate breakout, with 30,000 fleeing south. The remaining Huang troops have been left on the battlefield. Any certainty regarding the whereabouts of those 30,000 Huang soldiers?" Gui Nye inquired. "Rest assured, my lord, they are all under the watchful eye of the Ginie." "Very well. You have done well." Gui Nye nodded approvingly, casting a glance at the vast army behind him before raising his hand decisively. "All forces, advance and eradicate the Huang army. Kill, kill, kill." With Gui Nye's command, the army surged forth with unstoppable momentum. Gao Shun led the vanguard troops, charging out of the southern gate and swiftly closing in on the nearby Huang forces. Kill. The army surged forward, unstoppable. The rear guard of the Huang army, seeing the oncoming tide, was instantly filled with terror, unable to organize an effective defense before being scattered by Gao Shun and his vanguard troops. "The people of the Great Zhou are attacking from behind. Ah, save me quickly. No, I do not wish to perish." Suddenly, the vanguard of the ambushing troops surged forth, throwing the rear ranks of the wild forces into disarray. In response, Yu Wensheng led the Great Wall Guard to form a defensive line at the southern gate. The entire army prepared for the first round of 10 consecutive volleys. Ready. Fire. Whoosh. Bang. 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 A torrential downpour of arrows swept overhead, raining down upon the wild troops, striking them to the ground. An immense explosion ensued, sending countless wild beasts soaring into the air. The general of the Central Army, Tuo Bayan, was left pale-faced upon witnessing the chaos in the rear. Yet, when God closes a door, he surely opens a window. At that moment, from the east and west, a thunderous roar of tigers echoed through the forest. Then, the dark and fearsome tiger and leopard cavalry, led by Zhao Yun and Ma Chao respectively, charged forward, launching their onslaught into the midst of the wild troops. The formation that had been orderly just a second prior was instantly scattered by the cavalry's charge. In the blink of an eye, countless heads rolled to the ground, as if wolves had invaded a flock of sheep, and a bloody scent enveloped the wild troops' central ranks. "The brothers of the righteous army have arrived. All forces advance. Let us vanquish this pack of wild dogs." Upon hearing the commotion, Qiu Tao's face lit up with joy. With a grand wave of his hand, the entire army surged towards the front ranks of the wild troops, and the Sky Eagle guards no longer hesitated, plunging fiercely down upon the enemy. The Northern Desert Wolf cavalry raised their blades mercilessly, engaging in brutal combat against the wild forces. In the central ranks, Zhao Yun, with the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, fought his way to face Tuo Bayan. Zhao Yun's white robe was already stained crimson with blood, and upon seeing Tuo Bayan atop the platform, his gaze sharpened, tightly gripping his dragon gallbladder silver spear. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from his opponent, Zhao Yun felt a surge of blood rush through him. This man's strength was likely not inferior to that of the wild warrior who had self-destructed the sacred ring just the day before. The treacherous general shall meet his end. Zhao Yun suddenly sprang into action, leaping high into the air, his spear thrusting forward like a shooting star, aimed directly at Tuo Bayan, a throw of heaven and earth. Tuo Bayan abruptly turned around to see Zhao Yun's spear mere inches away. He quickly raised his hand to block, but the terrifying force transmitted through the spear left him aghast, mirroring the expression he had when he first encountered the might of Meng Tian. Could this be the Zhou man whom Tuo Bayan was so desperate to eliminate? Even at the cost of self-detonation, Tuo Bayan had failed to dispose of him. Break. Tuo Bayan's gaze narrowed slightly as he released his defense. He utilized the tremendous force from the spear to retreat while summoning his beast. Just as Zhao Yun anticipated a counterattack, Tuo Bayan unexpectedly turned his back and fled into the distance, shouting loudly to the heavens, "Father, save me quickly. You shall not escape." Zhao Yun snapped back to his senses, hastily pursuing with his spear raised, weaving swiftly across the battlefield. With the bones of the phantom ghost tiger enhancing his speed, he moved like a specter. In an instant, he was about to catch up to Tuo Bayan, but just then, a sudden change occurred. A massive hand reached out from the void, aiming directly at Zhao Yun. Boldness. This is bad. Zhao Yun's heart raced as alarm bells rang within him. He swiftly raised his spear to block while retreating rapidly. In the next moment, the great hand struck Zhao Yun directly. Bang! Ah! The hand connected, sending Zhao Yun hurtling backward, disappearing into the air. The hand then disregarded Zhao Yun, instead grasping Tuoba Yin, and together they vanished into a rift in space. A powerful entity of the space element? Gui Nya observed the direction in which the hand had departed, his brows furrowing slightly. This thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly shook his head. It did not seem likely. If this hand truly belonged to a space element being, it would not have taken merely Tuoba Yin. It could have easily taken the remaining wild troops along with him. Then, with a thought, Gui Nya sent the injured Zhao Yun back to the Hall of the Human Emperor for healing. Now, with Zhao Yun included, 3 martial generals had suffered varying degrees of injury. Meng Tian and Jian Wei were wounded by the self-destructive sacred ring of a half-step title level, while Zhao Yun had been grievously injured by a casual strike from a title-level entity. This filled Gui Nya with a profound sense of crisis as he recognized the chasm between title level and those below. He silently vowed that below the title level, one remained too insignificant. It seemed that after this battle, he must hasten his ascension. Until he attained title level, he could not afford to engage in battle again. Chapter 59. We have triumphed. We shall establish the outlaws. If Gui Nya wished for his side to possess title level strength, he must either have the martial generals enter seclusion until they achieved breakthroughs, or directly elevate the Human Emperor's sword to level 60. According to his estimations, a level 50 Human Emperor sword would likely summon martial generals of level 80 or above, and a level 60 sword would almost certainly summon title-level martial generals. With this thought, Gui Nya resolved that after the battle, he must promptly elevate his own level to prepare for any possibilities that the future may hold. He could no longer afford to feel powerless as he did today. The departure of Zhao Yun and Tuoba Yin did not alter the ongoing slaughter on the battlefield. The tiger and leopard cavalry were the elite of the realm. Even without Zhao Yun's leadership, they could still maneuver effortlessly among the wild forces, reaping their lives. Gradually, as an entire day passed, the last of the wild troops fell, and the 600,000 wild soldiers on the front line were utterly annihilated. A wolf cavalry soldier, in astonishment, dropped his great sword, murmuring to himself, "We have won. We truly have won." Tears streamed down the wolf cavalry soldier's face as he suddenly clutched his head and wept bitterly. A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield, a tsunami of joy. The wild troops have been eradicated. We are victorious. We have won. Long live the great Zhou. Long live the general. Wah, brothers, we have triumphed. One soldier wept uncontrollably as he embraced the corpse of his comrade. The viewers watching the live broadcast online were equally ecstatic, flooding the comments with excitement. 666. The great Zhou shall surely prevail. 99. The great Zhou shall prevail. 10086. We are the strongest. How wonderful. We have finally won. No longer needing to witness our brothers falling one by one. Watching them fall, my heart bleeds. I wish I could stand before them. Especially the brothers of the righteous army. It was utterly tragic. Each battle claimed tens of thousands of lives. Were it not for the timely arrival of the tiger and leopard cavalry, the Great Wall Guard, and the ambushing troops, who knows how many more would have perished. Wah, enough of this. I have cried enough. We can finally return home. Yes, home. Gui Nya exhaled slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his emotions complex. They had evidently won. And Gui Nya watched the cheers of the imperial army, yet he found it impossible to feel joy. Gaoshan Ma Chao. Gather the remaining soldiers and the bodies of our fallen brothers, ensuring they are properly cared for until the martyrs' cemetery is completed for their burial. Gui Nya commanded. The subordinate obeyed. Gaoshan and Ma Chao departed with their men. Gui Nya then instructed, Qingdu, you shall lead the Great Wall Guard to take full control of the city defenses of Wuwei. The Jinui will be responsible for maintaining law and order and restoring the livelihoods of the people. Additionally, have Yuan Tiangang bring his Great Wall Guard back and integrate them into the Great Wall Guard. We shall follow your orders. Yuan Cheng and Mao Chong swiftly accepted their commands and left. How confident are you in restoring Wuwei's economy within 3 months? After everyone had departed, Gui Nya turned to Shun Wan San beside him and inquired, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall do my utmost, as long as the funds are in place. In less than 3 months, give me just 1 month. Shun Wan San vowed earnestly. Gui Nya nodded, hands still clasped behind his back. From now on, like Zi Long and the others, you may address me as your lord. The commoner obeys. Shortly, I shall have the Jinui cooperate with you, and the necessary funds will be delivered to you. Now, please proceed with your preparations. The commoner shall not disappoint the trust bestowed upon him by the Lord. Following this, Shin Wansen also departed to begin his investigations. After all, having only just arrived in this world, there were many matters Shun Wansen had yet to encounter, thus requiring an on-site exploration of Wu-wei. With the war concluded, Gui Nye also needed to commence preparations for the challenges that lay ahead. Not long after, Yuan Tiangang returned with the Wall Guard army under his command. Since they had not engaged in actual combat throughout, the 10,000 wall guards remained intact, with not a single one lost. My lord, I have not failed in my duty. Yuan Tiangang promptly approached Gui Nye, who nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, truly worthy of a great commander. Let us return. Subsequently, Gui Nye led Yuan Tiangang to the southern gate of Wu-wei, reflecting on the passage of nearly 2 decades. After all this time, we finally have a place to call home. I congratulate you, my lord, on acquiring Liangzhou. Ha ha ha. It may be premature to celebrate acquiring Liangzhou. Let us return first. Gui Nye chuckled, and the two made their way to the temporary command tent. Now that the conflict in Liangzhou had ended, the 300,000 righteous soldiers remained within the city of Wu-wei, all of them earnest and aspiring individuals. With the cessation of hostilities, it was natural for the righteous army to disband, but allowing them to leave just like that would indeed be a great loss. Yuan Tiangang, I wish to select 10,000 from this righteous army to form a new group, dedicated to managing and supervising the martial arts world and the various sects in Liangzhou. Their specific functions will differ from those of the Ginie. Gui Nye rubbed his temples, contemplating. As for their nature, it will be akin to that of the Ginie, directly accountable to me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang was taken aback, aflame with excitement. He immediately rose, solemnly clasping his hands before Gui Nye. I shall not fail the trust placed in me by my lord. I will mold this new group into a sword solely for the Lord's command. One that shall never falter. Ha! You truly understand my desires. I need not articulate them for you to comprehend. Gui Nye laughed, gesturing towards Yuan Tiangang. I dare not presume to grasp my lord's will. I only know to fulfill the tasks assigned to me. You all. Gui Nye shook his head with a wry smile. Very well. I have already made arrangements with Principal Lan, so you may proceed directly. I take my leave. On the battlefield, Guan Yu and his companions were engaged in clearing the corpses. Ma Chao, meanwhile, did not forget to search the bodies, exclaiming, You wouldn't believe it. This band of marauders is quite wealthy. Look at this, top-tier spiritual herbs. Ma Chao grinned broadly. What a pity I don't consume grass. He rummaged through the body of a marauder leader, his face contorted in disdain as he collected the items to present to Gui Nye. Guan Yu's side also amassed substantial spoils. As for the imperial court, they merely gathered their own spoils from their positions in battle and did not approach the central or rear positions where Ma Chao and his companions were located. After the battle concluded, Xiao Tao instructed, We only need to gather the remnants of the imperial forces and the spoils from the marauders' front lines. The central area is beyond our reach. We must avoid any conflict with the righteous army, especially those elite 5-ring troops. Anyone foolish enough to be tempted by greed. I shall personally flay. Others may not know Gui Nye, but Xiao Tao, as the son of Qiu Budo, was acutely aware that after today, Liangzhou would likely become the fiefdom of that strategist from the Qin army. The various generals were somewhat perplexed yet curious, though none dared to voice their thoughts. The spoils, though enticing, were fraught with peril. The Wall Guard army and Tiger and Leopard Riders were formidable forces, and they were not to be trifled with. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, both sides tacitly refrained from disturbing one another until the battlefield was thoroughly cleared, and all that needed burial was interred. The imperial forces retreated to their original posts, while Ma Chao and his companions returned to the city of Wu-wei. In Wu-wei, having endured the ravages of war, the place lay in ruins, filled with the remnants of the marauder strongholds and crumbling walls. Upon their return, Gui Nye set about dismantling the excessive defensive fortifications within the city. He began planning the future divisions of Wu-wei, preparing for its reconstruction. With the 300,000 righteous soldiers still present lending their assistance, many of them had fled from Wu-wei only to return, after the disbandment of the righteous army. Most wished to remain in the hometown that had nurtured them. One by one, the fortifications were raised, and residential buildings gradually rose from the ground. Diverse beast tamers donned safety helmets, bustling through the streets. Smiles adorned the faces of the populace, and Wu-wei thrived with vibrant energy and prosperity. Among the crowd, the rotund figure of Shun Wansan was conspicuous, as the livelihood of the citizens of Wu-wei flourished. His specialty, akin to the real estate endeavors of later generations, could not yet commence. He could only adhere to Gui Nye's vision. He intended to first establish a merchant association, which would then facilitate the creation of an auction house. As for the auction items, Gui Nye merely instructed him to prepare the pièces de resistance, ensuring that the merchant association would undoubtedly achieve great success. Shun Wansan committed this to memory, for his purpose in coming out was to scout locations for the Merchant Association and Auction House. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiangang, acting on Gui Nie's directive, began selecting individuals from the Righteous Army to form the new group. Upon hearing that it was the strategist from the Qin army seeking recruits, the righteous soldiers eagerly volunteered, nearly overwhelming Yuan Tiangang in their fervor. Thus, Shen Wansan, accompanied by a few Jinyui, traversed nearly the entire city of Wuwei, finally arriving at the former site of the Wuwei Grand Hotel. Upon beholding the expansive land before him, Shen Wansan's eyes lit up. Excellent. This location is perfect, spacious, and splendid. Lord Shen, have you confirmed the address for the Merchant Association? Inquired a Jinyui officer. Shen Wansan nodded repeatedly, growing increasingly fond of the site. Yes, this is indeed the place. I would trouble the esteemed Jinyui to cordon off this area and dispatch workers to commence construction according to the plans. It must be expedited. Understood. Soon, the location of the Merchant Association was reported to Gui Nie, who, upon seeing it, chuckled softly. This Shen Wansan truly knows how to choose a location. The land value of the Wuwei Grand Hotel was not cheap. However, the site for the Merchant Association here is indeed suitable. After some contemplation, he addressed the Jinyui 1,000 household beside him. From this day forth, Shen Wansan is appointed as the Jinyui deputy guard, with rank equivalent to 1,000 household, responsible solely for the treasury. Yes, the Jinyui 1,000 household accepted the command and withdrew. Gui Nie then picked up another list sent by Yuan Tiangang, which contained candidates for the new group. There were over 34,000 names. Upon hearing that Gui Nie was selecting individuals, the righteous soldiers, already reliant on martial generals like Zhao Yun and idolizing Gui Nie, rushed to enlist, with numbers soaring to around 150,000. If the Qin strategist can use 40,000 resources to provide for the families of the fallen soldiers, then joining his ranks means I need not fear death in the future. Indeed, who in the world surpasses the Qin strategist? I wish to enlist. As long as I can join the strategist, not only will my family receive hefty compensation upon my death, but I will also be honored in the martyr's cemetery, forever revered. I wish to join. How splendid it would be to work alongside the generals. Gui Nie summed it up succinctly. The hearts of the people can be won. Just then, a commotion arose from the horizon, and Jian Chongkong, radiant with joy, strode in, followed closely by Jian Sanju and the ancestor, all wearing smiles. Ha ha ha. That was truly exhilarating. Did you see that expression on the old man Tooba's face, as if he had just consumed excrement? It is truly gratifying. Upon entering, Jian Chongkong burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. You've mentioned it countless times along the way. Jian Sanju retorted, chuckling. Huh. Regardless of how many times he says it. My sect is delighted. Jian Chongkong placed his hands on his hips. All right. Jian Sanju nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing the return of several individuals, Gui Nie finally felt a sense of relief and smiled. Has the sect master returned? What brings such joy? Ah yes, little Nie. I must express my gratitude for the rootless sword tassel you provided, which allowed me to avenge my grievances and thoroughly beat that old Tooba. Jian Chongkong's expression turned serious. On behalf of the 7 Injuries Sword sect, I sincerely thank you. Not at all. It is said that spiritual items possess their own will. The rootless sword tassel chose a master like you, sect master, of its own accord. I merely facilitated the transfer. Gui Nie replied with a faint smile, unperturbed. The elder of the Gui family, witnessing this exchange, momentarily froze, thinking, what a remarkable young man. His flattery is so well placed that even I feel a bit flattered. After all, Gui Nie had also gifted him a rootless sword tassel. Hearing this, Jian Chongkong's laughter grew even more exuberant. From the very first meeting, I felt an affinity with you, lad. You are quite handsome. Who would have thought that your words would be so pleasing as well? I enjoy listening. Speak more. Sect master, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Jian Sanju interjected, unable to bear it any longer, pulling Jian Chongkong aside. Hey, third uncle, why are you pulling me? Ah, good heavens, Jian Chongkong exclaimed. Only to be sent flying by the elder. You should return to the sect and avoid embarrassing yourself here. Jian Sanju then turned to Gui Nie, speaking earnestly. Little Nie, now that the battle has concluded, the surrounding areas of Wuwei are in dire need of reconstruction. We must seize the moment to revive the economy and not become complacent after a single victory. I understand, Gui Nie replied, half amused. Realizing that the elder was concerned he might become as reckless as Jian Chongkong. That's good. Our recent victory against the wild domain, obliterating over 1 million wild army troops, is indeed a significant triumph. The battlefield was caught off guard due to Mai and Chongkong's involvement, which could be deemed a minor victory. This is a victory unseen in the past 1,000 years of the Great Zhou, and with your consecutive victories over the wild army, the title of king is surely yours. With us old fellows here, I believe the decree for your kingship will swiftly reach Wuwei. Gui Nye was interrupted by Jian Senju, who said, "There is no need for that. You have already aided the 7 Injuries Sword Sect immensely, and we cannot find words to express our gratitude. A mere title of an alien king is something you earn through your own efforts. We have merely stood by and done nothing." Qiuqi also stepped forward, saying, "Indeed. Little Nye, your military achievements were earned through your own blood and sweat. We old folks have only shown our faces and contributed little. I have witnessed all you have done for Liangzhou, and I will not utter any flowery words. If in the future my Shiliang University can be of any assistance to you, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse what I can accomplish." Gui Nye expressed his gratitude for Principal Chio's goodwill, promising to visit personally whenever needed. "Very well. When that time comes, I shall be sure to welcome you. Now that matters here are settled, I must return to the sect to solidify my realm. When the day comes for you to officially ascend to kingship, I shall bring a grand gift to celebrate," Jian Senju said solemnly, bowing to Gui Nye. Gui Nye quickly reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, Jian Senju and Qiuqi departed together. The elder of the Gui family also bid farewell, saying, "Little Nye, I am truly pleased with your accomplishments. If possible, I wish to remain by your side until you can stand on your own. However, that is not feasible, as my presence would only arouse suspicion towards you, which is highly unfavorable. It is time for me to return to the imperial capital. Currently, no one can see through your disguise. You must remain calm in the face of adversity. A gentleman's revenge is a matter of 100 years. Rest assured, until I am capable of self-preservation, I will not allow them to discover my true self. I have endured 18 years of humiliation. I will not act on a moment's impulse." Gui Nye nodded solemnly, giving his ancestor a reassuring glance. "Good, then I shall be at ease." The elder replied, "I shall keep a watchful eye on matters in the capital for you. Take care on your journey home, and convey my regards to my father." Gui Nye waved goodbye as the elder departed. Once the elder left, Gui Nye shook his head and returned to his construction efforts. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. Gui Nye picked up a map of Wuwei City and meticulously planned over a dozen 6-lane roads and hundreds of 4-lane roads. Fortunately, his previous life experience in civil engineering allowed him to draft these plans with ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wuwei was bustling with activity, and the capital was equally lively. At this moment, the streets and alleys of the imperial capital were adorned with festive decorations, filled with a celebratory atmosphere. Today marked the day of the ascension of the new emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhizhong, to the throne. In the afternoon, all citizens in the capital were summoned to the central square to participate in the grand ritual celebrating Zhizhang's ascension. In the center of the square, the dragon carpet spanned 10 miles, leading to the high platform where Zhizhang, flanked by numerous officials, ascended slowly. The coronation ceremony commenced, and soon the Grand General Gai Luod and Goluan led the officials in homage. The citizens of the capital shouted, "Long live the emperor," as thousands of cannons fired in unison. After half a day, the coronation ceremony concluded smoothly, and Zhizhang officially became the ruler of the Great Zhou. Upon entering the imperial palace, one would expect a day of joy. However, Zhizhang's expression was unusually grim. On the dragon desk lay reports of the great victory in Liangzhou alongside the memorial regarding Wu Qianjie and Lai Kaiyuan's treason. Upon confirmation, Wu Qianjie and Lai Kaiyuan's treachery had indeed been dealt with. After reading the final lines, Zhizhang's face turned ashen, his hands hanging limply, staring blankly at the dragon-patterned ceiling, murmuring, "Are you truly intent on destroying my great Zhou? Gailuan, I will make you pay for this." Chapter 61. Each family's wishes fulfilled. After perusing the reports for some time, Zhizhang suddenly received a secret message. Upon finishing it, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! You all desire a former general, do you? You desire an alien king? Very well. I shall grant you all. Come forth. Draft a decree. The commander of the Wolf Riders, for his contributions in the campaign against the Wilds, shall be promoted from now on to former general. The deputy commander Gazhongyo shall be promoted to left general. The commander-in-chief of the righteous army, strategist Qin Nye, who has repeatedly defeated the Wild Army and slain countless foes, has won my heart and shall be granted the title of alien king, Qin Wang. His fief shall be Liangzhou, and he shall establish a government office. Furthermore, the Yuwang Jikai shall govern Yuzhou, and the Dongshan Wang Jiming shall govern Qingzhou, overseeing all military and political affairs in those regions. Yes, your majesty." As Zhizhang's decree was issued, Gai Luod and Goluan, at home, received the news. "Father, Zhizhang has agreed to our request, but he also appointed the Yuwang and Dongshan Wang to govern you and Qingzhou. Should we intervene?" Gai Luod, the head of the family, inquired. Gai Luan slowly sipped his tea, then nonchalantly replied, "No need. Our people have already taken control of Qing and Yuzhou. If the emperor wishes to let them govern, so be it. As long as the vassal kings do not have royal attendants accompanying them, they will not stir up any trouble. Indeed, father. Guy Luo nodded in agreement, then added, Father, can we trust that Ginie from Liangzhou? Untrustworthy. Guy Luan replied without hesitation. The child is naive. If the man from Liangzhou is untrustworthy, why did father agree to assist him in claiming the throne? Ha ha. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Goran offered a slight smile as he set down his teacup and continued. Though on the surface it appears that Ginie is ascending to kingship, in reality, he is but a puppet, propped up by the formidable forces of Liangzhou. Ultimately, it is still the Seven Wounds sword sect that holds the reins. This way, we can use Liangzhou to restrain Beiliang, losing only a barren Liangzhou while remaining as steadfast as a mountain. Ah, I see. Thank you, esteemed father, for your enlightening words. Indeed, Goran nodded, then shifted the topic. Has there been any unusual activity from that old wretch of the Ghost clan in Liangzhou? Reporting to father. That old fellow has shown little movement aside from his usual dealings with the sword sect. I ponder if he might be plotting something sinister, perhaps attempting to join forces with the sword sect to exert pressure on us. Goran scoffed at the thought. Humph. Just a sect that doesn't even rank among the 7 great sects. If it were not for its strategic position to counter Beiliang, it would be easily extinguished by me. What kind of waves can they create by allying with them? True, now that our ancestor has successfully broken through, and father holds absolute power in the court, who in the entire Great Zhou would dare to defy us? Indeed, Goran nodded, his expression filled with self-satisfaction, completely dismissing the current events, viewing them merely as a part of his grand strategy. Little did he know, their present disdain would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Thus, each faction achieved its desires. All gained what they sought through this turmoil, except for the common folk. The following morning, a series of edicts were dispatched from the imperial capital, heading straight for Liangzhou. They did not impede the matter of Princess Zhizhang conferring titles of nobility. As soon as these edicts surfaced online, it caused quite a stir. What? Is this the emperor's intention? To partition Liangzhou like this? Is he not afraid of a second Beiliang king arising? Be cautious with your words. The emperor must have his reasons for such actions. Ginie? Who is that? I have not heard of him. Ha. You are quite uninformed. Even our Qin military master does not recognize him. In this recent campaign against the barbarians, he has led the righteous army to victory multiple times, slaying more than 1 million barbarian warriors. It is known that the barbarian forces deployed countless troops. Yet the righteous army led by Qin military master has annihilated at least 2/3 of them. Is it truly that exaggerated? Wasn't he the righteous army supposed to be weak? Ah, there are even more astonishing tales. Would you like to hear? Pray do tell. This righteous army not only slaughtered 1 million barbarian troops, but also executed 2 half-step titled-level powerhouses, dozens of 8-ring barbarian experts. Executing half-step titled-level experts. What a foreign term. Not to mention that Qin military master, soon to be known as King Qin, commands a formidable elite unit of 50,000 tiger and leopard riders, reputed to be the CR de Lassie army. Not only are all the soldiers within the tiger and leopard riders 5-ring experts, but their beasts, the cloud tigers, are of no lesser quality than platinum level. Just imagine how formidable they are. Good heavens, does that mean my grandfather, who is a district chief, would only be a mere foot soldier in the tiger and leopard riders? Perhaps it is best for your grandfather to remain a district chief. The tiger and leopard riders do not recruit outsiders. I have inquired. Could it be that they are even more formidable than the wolf riders? By a significant margin. The wolf riders average only about 40 levels. What can the wolf riders even compare with? Hey. I have heard that King Qin is quite handsome. Indeed. King Qin just passed by me. He is exceptionally charming. Is that true? I must travel to Liangzhou to see this King Qin. I wonder if he is married. How superficial. King Qin's handsomeness is merely the most inconspicuous of his attributes. Next, I shall recount the tale of King Qin's selflessness towards the martyrs and the 4,000 wolf riders who care for their descendants. Hurry. My heavens. Is King Qin truly so magnanimous? He has constructed a martyr-esque cemetery for the fallen righteous army and personally disbursed compensation for the descendants of the righteous soldiers. Whoa, what a noble gentleman. Brother, please elaborate further. If not, let us start a live stream. Instantaneously, the atmosphere online shifted from inquiries about who Qin military master was to an increased focus on the war in Liangzhou. Tales of Ghost Nie's achievements were recounted in detail, almost to the point of glorification. It was then that the people of the Great Zhou recognized the existence of such a figure, and they all raised their thumbs in admiration. Only such a person is worthy of the title of king. The Beiliang king is but filth. Behind the scenes of King Qin, Jian Yun gently bit her lip, lost in her thoughts. In Wuwei City, the vigorous reconstruction continued unabated, with all fortifications left by the barbarians having been razed to the ground. Once the residential buildings were completed, many beast tamers who had participated in the righteous army chose to remain in Wu-wei for development, while many civilians who had been forced to leave Wu-wei returned. Morning and night markets were established, and the once desolate Wu-wei city gradually began to teem with life. Though the process of rebuilding their homes was arduous, smiles adorned every face, along with aspirations for a brighter future. Ghost Nya, accompanied by the imperial guards, traversed the bustling streets of Wu-wei city, feeling a sense of contentment at the city's revitalization. At that moment, a plump figure came racing toward him, panting heavily. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ghost Nya smiled slightly and said, "Little fatty, you're back." Brother Nya, how could I not return? Besides, Wu-wei is where I was born and raised. Now that we need funds for reconstruction after the war, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Little fatty gasped for breath, finally breaking into a grin. Very well. Then the commercial street in Area C, east of the Wu-wei Grand Hotel, shall be entrusted to you. Ghost Nya chuckled. Little fatty patted his chest. All right. I will get my father to transfer the funds right away. By the way, Brother Nya, how have you been doing so well? You've even secured land next to the Wu-wei Grand Hotel. It's merely a matter of befriending influential figures. It's just a piece of land. I have my ways. What do you think? Are you interested? Of course. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad to hear that. You can rest assured to proceed. I will handle the rest. Wonderful. Little Fatty's face lit up with joy, but then he pondered for a moment before continuing. Brother Nya, how about this? The land for the commercial street belongs to you, and I will bear all the necessary funds. After it's built, how about we split the profits 50-50? Agreed. Ghost Nya nodded, appreciating the kindness and not wishing to reject it. By the way, Little Fatty, how are Hey Z and the others doing now? You mean Hey Z? He.s. currently busy charming women at Shiliang University. Little Fatty waved his hand nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ghost Nya understood that Little Fatty was implying that Hey Z and the others were doing quite well, and he felt relieved. Afterward, Ghost Nya called upon Shun Wansan to introduce Little Fatty around while he returned to his temporary residence to deal with some trivial matters. Now, aside from managing the city defense forces under Yuan Qingdu and training the unruly individuals with Yuan Tiangang, Ma Chao and the others had all returned to the Emperor's palace for seclusion. After this fierce battle, their pride had been greatly shaken, unwilling to lag behind. They vowed not to emerge from seclusion until they attained the title. Ghost Nya could only chuckle at this. Indeed, the overwhelming strength of the titled level had instilled an unprecedented sense of powerlessness in them. Nevertheless, this was a good thing, so Ghost Nya did not hinder them. Once Wu-wei was stabilized, he also intended to return to seclusion to consolidate his sacred ring. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Little Tortoise, The First Seclusion Ends. At this moment, Mao Chang approached Ghost Nya, clasping his hands and stating, "My lord, the heavenly envoy from the court has arrived. They say the royal decree for conferring kingship has arrived." Without lifting his head, Ghost Nya replied coldly, "Give the envoy a bit more silver and send him back whence he came." "Understood, my lord." Mao Chang responded affirmatively, preparing to take his leave. However, Gui Nya interjected, reminding him to retain the imperial edict. "I understand." Soon, Mao Chang retrieved the royal decree, which Gui Nya glanced at nonchalantly before tucking it away. Mao Chang, in the coming months, I may enter seclusion. Ensure the Ginie keeps a vigilant watch on the northern Liang king. Inform me immediately should any unusual occurrences arise. Rest assured, my lord. I have already instructed the Ginie to maintain a close watch on the northern Liang. No peculiarities will escape their keen observation. Mao Chang declared with a solemn bow. Gui Nya nodded with satisfaction and continued, "That is best. During my seclusion, the internal security of Wu-wei shall be entrusted to you. Should any matters arise that the Ginie cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek the assistance of the unruly general and Yuan Qingdu." "I comprehend." With that, Mao Chang took his leave, while Gui Nya's thoughts shifted, and he instantly returned to the Human Emperor's Hall. Duo was also released, having attained level 40. His control over the Human Emperor's Hall had vastly improved, allowing him to bring his beast companion without issue, though outsiders were still prohibited. Duo. Within the beast space lies the cultivation resources I have prepared for you. Remain here in the Human Emperor's Hall to cultivate at ease, and when I emerge from seclusion, I shall take you on an outing. Gui Nya affectionately patted Duo's head with a smile. Meow? All right, just don't deceive me. Duo stretched lazily in Gui Nya's embrace, exuding a hint of pride. Haha, when have I ever deceived you? Go and have fun. Gui Nya chuckled, bemused by the little proud child of the Void clan. Subsequently, Duo hopped away from the entrance of the Human Emperor's Hall, her eyes filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Gui Nya, undistracted, checked his kill points, despite having inspected them numerous times before. The sight of those figures still stirred a surge of excitement within him. From the western battlefield, the 30,000 wild troops dispatched had nearly all perished at the hands of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the Great Wall Guards, and the assault troops. Meanwhile, the generals had slain 37 7-ringed, 3 8-ringed, and 1 half-step titled warrior. In total, they garnered a staggering kill value of 17 million points. Guan Yu and Ma Chao, leading 20,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, engaged in fierce combat with the dragon-slaying army, collectively taking down 45,000 enemies, averaging 430 points of kill value per dragon-slaying soldier. Coupled with 9 7-ringed beastmasters, they amassed a total of 24 million in kill value. In the Northern Military's ambush, Zhao Yun's forces defeated 90,000 enemies, supported by 9 7-ringed beastmasters. Ma Chao and Guan Yu's troops vanquished 40,000, alongside 4 7-ringed beastmasters. Yu Wenqingdu's faction eliminated 60,000, including 6 7-ringed and 1 8-ringed beastmaster. Gao Shun cleared 7,000 wild troops that had lain in ambush in Wuwei. The Northern Military's ambush resulted in an impressive kill value of 69 million. Ultimately, in the Southern Gate battle, they decimated 400,000 wild men, capturing 23 7-ringed warriors, while only 1 8-ringed was left behind, the rest escaping with the dragon-slaying cavalry. The total kill value acquired amounted to 14,700,000, adding the pre-existing 14,980,000. Gui Nye now possessed a total of 451,980,000 kill points. Gazing at this formidable number, Gui Nye exhaled softly, casting aside distractions. He allocated 10 million kill points to the Human Emperor's sword. Name: Human Emperor's sword. Level: 50, 0, 100, 000, 000. Once more, a tenfold increase in kill value was achieved. Indeed, to elevate it directly to level 60, at least 110 million kill points were required. As Gui Nye noted the lengthy string of zeros behind the level upgrade, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Recalling the last time he had seen such a plethora of zeros was when he laid eyes upon a particularly avaricious official. Subsequently, Gui Nye glanced over the other powers of the Human Emperor's Hall without activating them. Apart from the slightly enhanced concentration of spiritual energy within the hall, there were no significant changes, prompting him to begin condensing the Holy Ring. The Human Emperor's sword slowly levitated before him, as a vast amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged, forming a somewhat ethereal ring around Gui Nye, gradually taking shape. The Human Emperor's Hall was eerily tranquil. Meanwhile, Duo was outside the Human Emperor's Hall, exploring with wide-eyed curiosity, having ventured to the medicinal herb garden behind the hall. Meow? Wow, so many spiritual herbs. Meow? This is a 1,000-year-old space snow lotus. Upon reaching a spring, Duo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Meow? And there's life essence liquid. Just a drop could spare me a century of arduous cultivation. Too bad my current body can't withstand its potency. But it doesn't matter. It all belongs to my master. Just as Duo stood beside the spring, lost in her thoughts, a turtle head suddenly emerged from the water. Indeed, it was a turtle's head, and Duo was instantly startled. Meow? Oh my, who are you? Why are you hiding in there to scare me? Ooh, and who might you be? What are you doing here? The little turtle glanced at Duo, its entire body slowly surfacing from the spring. It was a small turtle, barely the size of a palm. Seeing that it was merely a tiny turtle, Duo's fear subsided somewhat. Meow? My name is Duo. I am the Master Beast. What about you? Ooh, I see. Actually, I don't even know who I am. I just found myself here when I arrived. So, you've lost your memory? Ooh, it seems so. I can't recall anything. Meow? Not even who you are? How pitiful. Why don't I be your friend? My master is in seclusion, and I have no one to play with. Ooh, a friend? That sounds great. I love friends. The little turtle nodded eagerly at the suggestion. Meow? Then hurry up and come out. I'll take you to see some amazing things. There are so many wonders here. Ooh, all right. I'm coming out now. With that, the little turtle crawled out of the spring. Let us go. I'll show you something wonderful. Follow me. All right. Thus, a cat and a turtle began their exploration of the vast medicinal herb garden, picking and choosing, discussing what was edible and what was not. However, compared to Duo, the little turtle seemed capable of consuming anything, even the life essence liquid that Duo dared not touch, which the turtle drank as though it were water. Day after day, Duo's cultivation steadily advanced, with the little turtle guarding her side. Years later, Duo could finally consume a small amount of life essence liquid. Yet they had not yet fully explored the medicinal herb garden of the Human Emperor's Hall. The deeper they ventured, the more precious the spiritual herbs they encountered became. While Duo could not partake, The little turtle enjoyed a feast, its strength growing day by day. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. With the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden and the little turtle's assistance, Duo successfully leveled up to 60. At this moment, the condensation of the holy ring was nearing completion, and suddenly, Duo opened her snow-white, luminous eyes, her form adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple holy ring. Excitedly, she dashed to the little turtle, exclaiming, "Little turtle, you're amazing. You've helped my 6th ring achieve 60,000 years. My father's 6th ring has barely reached 40,000 years." The little turtle beamed with pride. "Of course, Duo, your racial aptitude is only diamond, and reaching 40,000 years for the 6th ring is the limit. However, if you follow my method steadily, I guarantee your 8th ring will reach the 100,000-year level, surpassing all other beast companions of the same aptitude." "Huh, that would be wonderful. Thus, I too shall possess a sacred halo of the 100,000-year caliber, much like my master." Dodo exclaimed with exuberance, bounding about as the petals of the begonia atop her head occasionally shed droplets of life essence. The little turtle, resembling a benevolent elder, gazed upon Dodo's frolicsome antics with kind eyes. "Let us embark on another adventure, dear turtle," Dodo urged, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, let us proceed." The little turtle followed Dodo at a leisurely pace, venturing towards the horizon. Meanwhile, as Dodo successfully gathered her sacred halo, Ginie, situated within the imperial hall, gradually opened his eyes. For sacred halos, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red, began to shimmer gently around him, and soon another red halo descended, merging with the others, all spinning in unison. Instantly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted within the imperial hall. Chapter 63, Preliminary Resurrection, the 4 Sacred Beasts, Xuanwu. As the scene shifted, a panel appeared, revealing the following. Name, Imperial Sword. Race, Divine Sword. Qualification, Unknown. Level, 50, 0, 10, 000, 000. Sacred Halo. Purple, 1, 0, 35 years. Purple, 9, 999 years. Black, 50, 000 years. Red, 100, 000 years. Red, 300, 000 years. Attributes, 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Exclusive skill, Imperial 5 elements / unleashes tenfold attack power. The stronger the user's fortune, the greater the enhancement. First Halo. 5 elements aura, enhances all attributes of allies by 20%, maximum 5 individuals, while simultaneously reducing enemies' defense by 30%, maximum 5 individuals. Third Halo. Heaven and Earth's might. The user gains affinity with the 5 elements, allowing manipulation of their power. Affixed to the tamed beasts, enhancing their attack power by 10% and 100%, all attributes by 10% and 30%. Second Halo. Heavenly God / passive effect. All attributes increased by 200%. When activated, skill power is enhanced by 150%, erupting into a 20-fold attack power of the God Strike, capable of cleaving through the heavens and earth. Fifth Halo. Passive skill, 9 Dragon's Robe, with no past, no future. The 9 Dragon's Robe conceals the secrets of fate, rendering all calculations powerless to predict the existence of the Emperor. Fourth Halo. 9 Combs Crown. All subordinates of the Emperor gain a 30% increase in all attributes, while the Emperor himself sees a 300% enhancement in all attributes. Fourth Halo. Passive skill, Origin Unification. A frail body cannot face tribulations. You shall become one with the Imperial Sword. All attributes of the Imperial Sword will synchronize with the host. Then, Ginie felt a stirring within his heart, sensing the resonance of the Imperial Seal, and promptly opened its panel. Divine Artifact. Imperial Seal, bestowed by heaven, grants eternal prosperity. Passive. Fortune bestows favor upon the bearer, ultimately receiving the benevolence of the Tao, fortune bestowed. Ginie, sensing an increase in fortune, certain mysterious ancient entities are awakening. Authority of the Imperial Hall. Heroic Spirit Summon. Each summoning costs 10 million slaughter points. Calling forth heroic spirits from the annals of Chinese history to pledge loyalty to the current emperor. Military Soul Summon. Each summoning costs 10 million slaughter points. Calling forth legendary military organizations to pledge loyalty to the current emperor. Divine Beast Summon. Each summoning costs 2 million slaughter points. Seeking the nearest traces of ancient divine beast offspring until the emperor acquires one. Are certain ancient special entities awakening? Ginie furrowed his brow, contemplating that the increase in fortune was likely due to his acquisition of the territory of Liangzhou, wherein he, as the lord, naturally enjoyed an elevation in fortune. However, Ginie was filled with curiosity regarding these so-called mysterious entities. Soon after, Ginie sensed the spiritual power feedback from Dodo's successfully formed sacred halo and was taken aback. The sixth halo, 60,000 years? Logically speaking, with Dodo's diamond qualification, it should not exceed 40,000 years. How could it reach 60,000? Ginie pondered, perplexed. Could it be that Dodo encountered fortuitous circumstances within the Imperial Hall? Ginie then focused on Dodo's location. Having surpassed level 50, he could now adeptly sense everything within the Imperial Hall and project it before his eyes. Before long, Dodo's figure appeared, frolicking joyfully in the medicinal herb garden. This child. Ginie shook his head with a chuckle. Then his gaze sharpened as he noticed the little turtle trailing behind Dodo. Come here, little turtle. What is this spiritual herb? This is a Bodhi flower seed, an inherently Buddhist spiritual herb. Just one can significantly enhance the beast's Buddhist nature, and using Buddhist skills will also see improvement. If it were to appear in the outside world, it would be fiercely contested by various factions. The little turtle explained with a grin, almost instinctively. Ginie was astonished at the little turtle's sudden appearance, especially since he had never sensed its presence before, and yet it was so familiar with the spiritual herbs within the vast garden. The herbs that even Ginie had to contemplate for a moment were effortlessly recalled by the little turtle. Suddenly, Ginie recalled what he had seen earlier from the Imperial seal. Certain ancient mysterious entities are awakening. Could this refer to the turtle? Ginie pondered, lowering his head slightly. Then he shook it, thinking, why contemplate? I can simply ask for clarity. With that, Ginie's form vanished from the Imperial Hall, reappearing before Dodo and the little turtle. Meow? Master, you've emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Ginie, Dodo beamed with excitement, leaping into his embrace and nuzzling against his chest. Meow? I missed you so much. All right, did I not come to find you right after emerging? How have you fared these days? Ginie affectionately patted Dodo's head. Meow? I've been so happy. My strength has already surpassed level 60. Oh, our Dodo is truly impressive. Ginie smiled, then turned to the little turtle, saying, Dodo, is this your new friend? Meow meow. Yes, master, I discovered the little turtle here, and now we are friends. Meow? But the little turtle says it has amnesia. Could you possibly help it? Please. Very well. I shall take a look. Ginie replied with a gentle laugh, then turned his attention to the little turtle. Dodo eagerly encouraged the little turtle, Master is quite powerful. Let him take a look. Perhaps he can help you regain your memories. The little turtle nodded eagerly. Meow? All right. Thank you. Not at all. It's merely a small task. With that, Ginie approached the little turtle and gently stroked its head. Instantly, information about the little turtle flooded into Ginie's mind. Name, 4 Sacred Xuanwu, Guardian of the Vast Herb Garden. Race, Sacred Beast. Qualification, Pinnacle. Level, 91. Ancient Entity. Strength, gradually recovering. Attributes, Ancient Type, Ice Type, Title Level. Ginie was momentarily taken aback, blinking rapidly, mouth agape, unable to believe that this tiny turtle was Xuanwu. Is this little Xuanwu only the size of a palm? Ginie shook his head vigorously. Meow? Master, what is the outcome? Dodo was anxious, noticing Ginie's expressions fluctuating dramatically. Meow? Sir, what is my fate? Is recovery impossible? The little turtle gazed at Ginie with an expression of pitiful dismay. Ginie exhaled softly, quickly regaining his composure, and said with a calm demeanor, fret not. You are merely awakening from slumber. Your body's memories are temporarily sealed, but they will gradually return to you. Meow? Is that truly the case? Duo exclaimed, her excitement palpable, while the little turtle gazed at Ginie with hopeful eyes. Indeed, it is true. When have I ever deceived you? Ginie chuckled, affectionately ruffling Duo's head before addressing the little turtle. Have you been recalling fragments of memories intermittently? Woo. Indeed, Mr. is remarkable. During my years with Duo in the vast medicine garden, I have often recalled strange snippets, albeit quite vague. Woo. Most of them seem to relate to the vast medicine garden. It feels as though I have been here long ago. Meow? This is splendid. Soon, the little turtle will remember its identity. It will know who its parents are. Duo danced with excitement on Ginie's shoulder. That is wonderful. In time, you will gradually recall everything, but do not force it. Let it come naturally, Ginie advised, hands clasped behind his back. Woo. I understand. Thank you for enlightening the old turtle, mister. It is not surprising that the memories of the vast medicine garden are awakening, for you were once its steward. You could say this place is your home. Woo. My home, I see. No wonder I am so familiar with the spiritual herbs of the vast medicine garden. As if by instinct. Indeed, that is the case. However, I have a question. Do you know your current strength? Ginie inquired further. The little turtle nodded, then shook its head. Woo. I am currently at the title level, but I feel this is not my true strength. I cannot recall how to utilize many of my skills. That is acceptable. These matters pose no issue. Let it unfold naturally, and you will remember in due course. Woo-woo. Mister, you just said this is my home, and you are its master. So does that mean I am your beast? The little turtle pondered for a moment before voicing its query. Woo-woo. Moreover, I feel a sense of closeness to you. It makes me willing to trust you. I am uncertain how to respond to that, but indeed, everything within the human emperor's hall is under my command. So your understanding seems to pose no problem. Ginie replied with a wry smile, unsure how to answer. Chapter 64. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is completed, and the Qin Wangfu is firmly seated at the title level. If you were to tell the little turtle now, yes, I am your master, the little turtle would undoubtedly believe him. However, Ginie refrained from doing so, choosing instead to wait until the little turtle regained its memories. For now, you may stay here until you recover your memories, then we can discuss what to do next. Woo-woo. Then I shall impose upon you, mister. The little turtle did not reject Ginie's kind offer. Its heart told it that it did not wish to leave this place. Little turtle, in a few days, I will enter seclusion again, for a duration of 50 years at the least, or 100 at the most. During this time, could you assist me with a task? Ginie said, somewhat bashfully touching his nose, feeling it was rather abrupt to ask for a favor upon their first meeting. Woo-woo. Please speak, mister. The old turtle will do its utmost. The little turtle replied without a moment's hesitation. Ginie cleared his throat a few times. You see, beyond the human emperor's hall, I possess my own territory, but it is only just beginning. It lacks a title-level powerhouse to oversee it, and with formidable foes nearby. I hope you can help me keep watch during my seclusion. A title-level powerhouse offered freely is not to be passed up. Woo-woo. Rest assured. This task shall be entrusted to the old turtle. Although my strength has yet to recover, and I am merely at level 91. Common title-level foes at level 92 are no match for me. Even against level 94, I can stand my ground. As long as I do not encounter a level 95, I am uncertain who could rival me. Haha. In that case, I am immensely grateful, Turtle Elder. Ginie beamed at the response. A level 91 capable of contending with level 94 and remaining undefeated. Ginie knew he had struck gold. Woo-woo. There is no need for thanks. It is the old turtle's duty. That is well. Soon, I will grant you the freedom to enter and exit the human emperor's hall. If you wish to explore the outside world, you may do so, Ginie remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Duo. However, Duo, you must heed your turtle elder's words and refrain from being willful. With the little turtle, who could rival a level 94 powerhouse, stationed at the helm, Duo would no longer incessantly clamor to venture outside. They could completely explore the world beyond. Meow? Understood. You are the best, master. Upon hearing this, Duo excitedly licked Ginie's face a few times, and he did not mind. Subsequently, Ginie spent several days exploring the vast medicine garden with Duo. Old turtle, once I return to seclusion, please help me select some spiritual herbs from the vast medicine garden. I intend to auction them off to acquire funds for development and, in turn, establish the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce. Ginie spoke to the little turtle during their journey. Woo-woo. No problem, mister. What level of spiritual herbs do you plan to use for the auction? Oh, nothing too extravagant. Herbs just a level or two below the rootless sword grass will suffice. Ginie contemplated, believing this to be a more prudent approach. That may prove challenging. Why? Spiritual herbs for beasts are categorized by their quality, ranging from mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, immortal, divine, and ancient, with ancient-level herbs being exceedingly rare. The vast medicine garden is home to wonders of nature, and such herbs are as common as dirt, but the lowest quality will still be at the earth level. The rootless swordgrass is among the lower tier of earth-level herbs. Finding anything of a lower grade than that is akin to searching for a million-year-old spiritual herb. The little turtle sighed, acknowledging that while acquiring high-grade spiritual herbs would be manageable, seeking those of even lower quality would be an insurmountable task. Ginie, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and shook his head. Am I not aware of the difficulty? The last time, I nearly stirred up a storm with just a single rootless swordgrass of the lowest level. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings about envy. I fear that relying solely on Liangzhou will not suffice to safeguard this wealth, and it may invite covetous glances upon us, which would be detrimental. Yet, to swiftly restore and develop Liangzhou, funds are indispensable. The little turtle nodded thoughtfully, clearly in agreement with Ginie's perspective. Woo-woo. I will do my utmost to find them. Thank you very much. Ginie smiled. Woo-woo. This is only the old turtle's duty. After exchanging a few more words, Ginie decided to take the little turtle outside for a brief tour, introducing it to the current circumstances and potential adversaries. The little turtle consented, and upon hearing they could go outside to play, Duo was instantly elated, dancing with joy. They set off towards Wuwei City. Thanks to the efforts of Shun Wansan and others over the past month, Wuwei City had improved significantly compared to before. The streets bustled with activity, teeming with people and a dazzling array of beasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Towering buildings had arisen on all sides, along with bustling commercial streets. The city was now imbued with a vibrant spirit, with vendors occupying their designated stalls, occasionally glimpsing the Ginie passing by and the city defense troops patrolling, all contributing to the orderly operation of the entire city. The various architectural designs that he devised soared majestically, displaying remarkable splendor. The economy of Wuwei City was slowly on the mend. Upon witnessing the scene, Guinia was immensely pleased, believing that in the not-too-distant future, a brand new and splendid Wuwei City would rise from the ruins of war, far surpassing its former glory. Meow? Master, where shall we play? Duo exclaimed excitedly from Guinia's shoulder. I shall take you on a leisurely stroll, Guinia replied as he ambled along the broad avenue, surveying the goods around him. Meow? Master, I want to eat that. Duo pointed eagerly at a candied hawthorn skewer by the roadside. Very well, Guinia acquiesced, purchasing a skewer for Duo and one for himself, savoring the delightful treat. The little turtle, perched on Guinia's shoulder, was equally intrigued, observing the surroundings with keen interest. Thus, the trio, one man, one cat, and one turtle, wandered aimlessly down the street. It was then that a figure appeared behind Guinia. Lord, I have seen you, Mao Chong greeted. What are the circumstances outside during this period? Guinia inquired, still relishing his candied hawthorn. Reporting to my lord. Currently, all is well in Liangzhou. The northern Liang forces are preoccupied with battling the wild army and cannot spare attention to the south. Furthermore, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was fully completed yesterday, Mao Chong reported. So soon, Guinia exclaimed in astonishment, then directed his attention to Mao Chong. Take me there to have a look. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Mao Chong led Guinia into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which occupied the space of the former Wuwei Grand Hotel. Compared to the tall buildings of the Grand Hotel, the Wanbao Chamber's overall structure was somewhat shorter, adorned primarily in a resplendent golden hue, with red and white accents that enhanced its noble and grand appearance. The group arrived at the grand entrance, where the Wanbao sign hung prominently, flanked by 18 imposing marble columns. Guinia felt an inexplicable sense of solemnity as he gazed upon the scene. At that moment, a rotund figure rushed out from the main hall and made its way to Guinia. Commoner greets my lord, Shin Wansan. Well done. Guinia praised him with a smile. Shin Wansan scratched his head sheepishly. By the way, how is the auction house coming along? Replying to my lord, the auction house will be fully completed in half a month and can officially commence operations within a month, Shin Wansan stated. The items up for auction are also in preparation, with some being spoils seized from the wild army, and the Chiu family has also contributed some. The Chiu family refers to the chubby one, originally named Chiu Hao. The full name of their merchant association is the Chiu Family Spiritual Weapon Chamber, which engages in various ventures, albeit primarily focused on the sale of spiritual weapons, and holds a notable reputation in the Great Zhou. Shin Wansan continued. The spiritual weapons provided by the Chiu family are indeed on par with first-rate quality, and combined with our spoils, this auction will undoubtedly create quite a stir. However, to truly make a name for our chamber, I feel we still lack something. You need not worry about that. Just reserve the last 3 headlining auction items for me. I will find a way. Simply spread the word that the rootless sword tassel will be featured at this auction. After much contemplation, Guinia decided to release the news of the rootless sword tassel. Although this announcement would undoubtedly stir excitement among all sword wielders and beast tamers throughout the Great Zhou, it was the least valuable item in his possession. Look, this is the nature of yin and yang. Shin Wansan was elated upon hearing this. Excellent. Please rest assured, my lord. With the rootless sword tassel as the centerpiece, I will ensure that our Wanbao Chamber ascends to become the foremost merchant association in the Great Zhou. I entrust this matter to you. I have full confidence in your capabilities. However, the auction can afford to be postponed for a while. Let us set the date for 3 months from now. When I conclude my seclusion, I will bring over the auction items. In the meantime, focus on generating some revenue. Guinia initially intended to hold the auction in a month's time, planning to have the little turtle deliver the rootless sword tassel. With the little turtle, whose power was comparable to a level 94 titled expert, he believed it could maintain order. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it insufficiently secure. The current prestige of the Wanbao Chamber was lacking, and there was a risk of theft and murder, should major forces intervene at that time. Even the little turtle might struggle to manage the situation. Therefore, he decided to elevate his level to 60 and summon a titled general, allowing him to reap substantial profits when the time came, thus fostering the development of his stronghold. Commoner obeys the command. Shin Wanson nodded repeatedly. In this time frame, I shall gather some surplus materials for a small auction to enhance the chamber's influence. Very well. Shin Wanson readily agreed. Subsequently, Gui Nye assigned a few more tasks to Shin Wansan before departing the Wanbao chamber with the little turtle and Duo. After meandering for a while longer, they found that Wu Wei was still under construction, and the only lively area was around the Wanbao chamber. Most other areas, aside from some residential districts, remained unfinished, littered with gray concrete and steel. After their stroll, Duo seemed somewhat disinterested, preoccupied solely with food, while Gui Nye contemplated how much longer it would take for Wu Wei to return to its former state. As dusk approached, Gui Nye had gathered all the information he needed. He glanced at the drowsy Duo on his shoulder and turned to the little turtle. Once I retreat for seclusion, I shall rely on you to oversee matters here. Rest assured, sir, with old turtle present, I shall not allow any nefarious individuals to harm Wu Wei. The little turtle affirmed vigorously. Gui Nye chose not to elaborate further. Just then, Mao Chong rushed up to him in a flurry. My lord, urgent news from Tianshui City. It concerns the remnants of the fleeing wild army and several major sects in Tianshui. I come to seek your command. Gui Nye's brow furrowed slightly. Mao Chong continued. Reporting to my lord, according to the intel from the Tianshui Imperial Guards, since the war concluded nearly a month ago, several major sects in Tianshui have been secretly maneuvering, their discussions shrouded in mystery. It was only last night, after the Imperial Guards infiltrated their clandestine meetings, that we learned these sects are conspiring to establish their own dominion, exploiting the instability of our military and the absence of a titled expert to maintain order. Afterward, Mao Chong produced a report from his pocket, elaborating. This contains the details of their discussions. Please examine it, my lord. Gui Nye accepted the document, and after reading it, his expression remained impassive, though inwardly he smirked. He understood that to secure his position and transform Liangzhou into his stronghold, he needed not only legitimate merits and the allegiance of the populace, but, most crucially, his own strength to suppress any formidable forces within, ensuring they would not dare to cause trouble. Combining both approaches would effectively solidify his foundation, enabling him to enforce order and cultivate growth. Now that he had successfully broken through level 50 and received assistance from the sacred beast Xuanwu, he was pondering how to assert his dominance when these individuals had unwittingly presented themselves as targets. For sects, with only one titled expert and 3 half-titled experts, dare to vie for control over Tianshui? What a joke. Gui Nye scoffed coldly, dismissing any half-titled experts beneath him. After all, with the likes of Yuan Qingdu and Yuan Tiangang, who had yet to enter seclusion, subduing 8-ring beast tamers would be a trivial matter. Ugh, this is outrageous, sir. Allow me, old turtle, to personally deal with these rebels. It's been ages since I've had the chance to stretch my limbs. The little turtle exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation, eager for action. Unexpectedly, just a moment after pledging his loyalty to Gui Nye, he was now ready to spring into action, his demeanor transformed, and his eyes gleaming with a fiery light. Mao Chong. Gui Nye pondered for a moment and coldly declared that he could not let this opportunity slip away. Within a single day, he summoned 5,000 Imperial Guards to Tianshui, instructing Yuan Qingdu to lead 30,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, marching through the night to rendezvous with the guards. He ordered Yuan Tiangang to take charge of the defenses of Wu Wei City, ensuring that there would be no mistakes. I obey your command. Mao Chong quickly responded with a bow, his face beaming with excitement as he withdrew. After issuing his orders, Gui Nye returned to the human emperor's hall with the little turtle. Initially, Gui Nye did not intend to use the soul summoning at level 50. He planned to wait until level 60 to see if he could summon a general of the titled rank. However, with Zhao Yun and Meng Tian currently in seclusion, although the little turtle could single-handedly deal with the titled level adversaries, Gui Nye, to ensure absolute certainty, decided to utilize the soul summoning. If my assumptions are correct, the generals summoned after level 50 should reach a level above 80. Gui Nye gazed at the 1 million points of slaughter value required for the soul summoning, his eyes unwavering. Using the soul summoning. Ding. Slaughter value. 10,000,000. Soul summoning successful. In the next moment, the stone pillar behind him illuminated, and a portal slowly appeared before Gui Nye and the little turtle. Subsequently, a vague figure materialized within, seemingly bewildered, before striding directly towards the portal. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gui Nye's gaze sharpened. He beheld a man clad in a white robe, wielding a silver spear. Despite his martial attire, he exuded an air of scholarly grace. Appearing to be in his 40s, with a trim figure and piercing gaze, he was undeniably formidable. Minister Chen Qingshi, I pay my respects to the human emperor. May your glory be everlasting. Gui Nye's expression brightened upon hearing this. Could it be Chen Qingshi, Chen Zian? In response to the human emperor, Ziyun is indeed my courtesy name. Chun Qingshi replied with a slight bow, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Please, rise quickly, Guanya urged, assisting Chun Qingshi to his feet. Chapter 66. Though I am aged, I shall lead 10,000 troops to victory. Guanya regarded Chun Qingshi, momentarily at a loss for words. The name Chun Qingshi may seem unfamiliar to many, yet you may have heard a verse that aptly describes him. A renowned general does not dwell in confinement. As 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds avoid the white robe. This verse was composed by a great Confucian of the southern dynasties, encapsulating the essence of the scholarly general, Chun Qingshi. Records indicate that Chun Qingshi, frail in constitution and unskilled in archery, devoted himself to literature, only leading troops for the first time at the age of 41. Whereupon he decisively defeated a formidable army of 300,000 from northern Wei with merely 7,000 soldiers. From that moment, his reputation soared, marking him as a commander of extraordinary talent, albeit his martial prowess paled in comparison to Zhao Yun and the others. This disparity was the primary reason for Guanye's astonishment. Could it be that Chun Qingshi was akin to Meng Tian, a commander of similar caliber? Guanye mused inwardly as he opened Chun Qingshi's attribute panel. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Name, Chun Qingshi. Qualification, Immortal. Level, 85. Holy circles, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 130,000 years. Red, 210,000 years. Attributes, command-oriented. Exclusive skill, military spirit surge. All attributes increase by 30%. All summoned beasts gain a 30% increase in attributes when leading an army. First circle. Aura skill, breakthrough in battle upon activation. All summoned beasts gain a 36% increase in attributes. Third circle, fifth circle. Aura skill. 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds avoid the white robe upon activation. All attributes increase by 100%, sixth circle effect, and morale of the allied forces is elevated by 50 to 60%, second circle, sixth circle. Passive skill, Confucian classics. The army under Chun Qingshi will not be deceived by illusions, while all attributes increase by 60%. And recovery and defense are enhanced by 80 to 200%, fourth circle, eighth circle. Awakening skill, true form of the celestial army. All attributes increase by 100%, while the attributes of all allied forces increase by 30%. And morale is elevated by 50%, seventh circle. Ah, my Qingshi, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Excellent. Truly excellent. Guanya inwardly gasped, taking a second look at Chun Qingshi. Do not flatter me, Chun Qingshi quickly replied, yet he felt profoundly moved. To earn the favor of the sovereign filled him with immense excitement. The adage, a soldier dies for his true friend, encapsulated Chun Qingshi's current thoughts. Why should Qingshi belittle himself? Your talents have long been admired by me. To meet you today is a fortune of my 3 lifetimes. Guanya feigned reluctance. A renowned general does not dwell in confinement. As 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds avoid the white robe. What kind of grand spectacle will this be? This is merely the esteem in which the world holds me. I am ashamed. I do not deserve such praise. Chun Qingshi blushed and scratched his head. What an audacious declaration. 1,000 troops and 10,000 steeds avoid the white robe? Could it be that this man possesses extraordinary talents? The little turtle was momentarily taken aback, secretly regarding the white-robed general with newfound respect. For Chun Qingshi's aura, while not particularly formidable in its essence, was nevertheless impressive in comparison to itself. Do you wish to accompany me in this foreign realm to forge a grand enterprise? I would gladly face death to affirm my resolve, Chun Qingshi proclaimed with fervor, kneeling on one knee with hands clasped. Very well, Guanya mused, hands clasped behind his back, recognizing that Chun Qingshi was indeed a living embodiment of a grand military commander. Although he may not rival the unrivaled combat prowess of Zhao Yun or Ma Chao, in certain respects, he surpassed even them. According to the description of his skills, should Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Ma Chao be placed under Chun Qingshi's command at the onset of battle, they would benefit from the attribute enhancements he provided. In times of war, Chun Qingshi's capabilities could be deemed unparalleled. Coupled with Guanye's own powers, the outcome would be even more terrifying. From a singular formidable support to 2. Just imagine, even before Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, and the others activated their enhancement skills, their attributes would already multiply several times. The arrival of Chun Qingshi provided immense assistance to Guanye's future ambitions. However, it was somewhat awkward as Guanye still required potent commanders. While Chun Qingshi's holy circle configuration and qualifications were commendable, battling half-step adversaries was not impossible. Yet, the very reason Guanye opted for summoning was to avoid such uncertainties. What then could be done? Guanye could only choose to summon once more. using the soul summoning. Ding. Slaughter value 10,000,000. Soul summoning successful. Immediately, a stone pillar beside Guan Yu and Zhao Yun began to glow, and another portal appeared before Gui Nye and the others. Gui Nye's gaze sharpened as he beheld the figure emerging from the portal, armed with a long knife and a fine bow, instantly discerning the identity of the individual. A chilling aura began to permeate the hall, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of impending doom. The figure hesitated momentarily, incredulously examining his own hands, which were tightly clenched. Have I returned to life again? In the heavens and the earth. This time, I shall leave no regrets. Stepping slowly forth from the portal, he bore a white beard and a glint of cold light in his eyes, appearing to be in his 50s. He approached Gui Nye, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully clasped his hands. I am Huangzhong. I pay my respects to my lord. Hansheng, you have arrived. Gui Nye smiled warmly, gazing at Huangzhong with deep emotion. I have arrived late. Please punish me, my lord. Huangzhong exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, and immediately filled with self-reproach. Gui Nye chuckled lightly, shaking his head. There is no need for punishment. What matters is that you have come. You have come. Before him appeared the attribute panel of Huangzhong. Name, Huangzhong qualification, immortal level, 88 holy rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 100,000 years, red, 190,000 years, red, 450,000 years, attributes, assassination, evolution exclusive skill, fiery bow. The arrows shot by Huangzhong carry properties that counteract enemy attributes, while simultaneously increasing Huangzhong's attack power by 100% and enhancing skill power by 30%. First ring. Active skill, decapitation of 10,000 armies. Huangzhong locks onto a target and releases a meteor arrow, increasing skill power by 58%. Third ring, fifth ring. 5 elements arrows. When activated by Huangzhong, the arrows in his quiver randomly gain attributes, while all attributes are enhanced by 100%. Sixth ring. Passive skill, perfect accuracy. Huangzhong's arrows cannot be evaded, and skill power is increased by 36%. Second ring, fourth ring. Passive skill, though aged, my arrows remain sharp after Huangzhong executes 4 different attribute attacks. His next use of the skill decapitation of 10,000 armies will have its power increased by 300%. Eighth ring. Awakening, true form of the fiery sun. All attributes are increased by 160%, while all skill power is boosted by 80%. Seventh ring. Haha. Gui Nye's heart was instantly at ease, and he laughed heartily with his hands behind his back. With the presence of the level 91 Little Turtle and the level 88 Huangzhong, along with the invincible commander Qingji, they were poised to challenge any opponent without fear of losing their lives. The expedition to Tianshui was undoubtedly secured. Qingji, Huangzhong, heed my command. We shall obey. Both replied, bowing in unison. Chapter 67. The troops marched to Tianshui. The decapitation operation commences. The Tianshui sect sought to seize territory while my foundation remains unstable, engaging in treasonous acts of self-establishment. Thus, I command you both to lead 30,000 elite tiger and leopard riders into Tianshui to eliminate the rebels. There must be no mistakes. We obey the command. Qingji and Huangzhong responded in unison, then departed the emperor's hall with the little turtle. With the assistance of Yu Wensheng, they assembled 30,000 tiger and leopard riders and, under the cover of night, quietly left Wuwei City, heading towards Tianshui without attracting any attention. Notify the 7 Injuries Sword Sect and Shiliang University. Have them assist in sealing off all of Tianshui. Yes. After the command was given, Gui Nye was not entirely at ease. He informed the 7 Injuries Sword Sect and Shiliang University, while keeping a close watch on the Little Turtles group from within the Emperor's Hall. The 30,000 elite tiger and leopard riders set forth stealthily. The commanding general was the 8-ring, level 85 Qingji, with Huangzhong, the 8-ring, level 88, as his deputy. The 77-level Yu Wensheng served as the vanguard, while the 61-level Mao Chong led 3,000 Jin Yiwei accompanying them from within Wuwei City. Meanwhile, the 7 Injuries Sword Sect and Shiliang University, far away in Shiliang, received Gui Nye's message as well. Upon receiving Gui Nye's intel, Jin Chongkong could not help but laugh heartily. What a fine surprise. Our sect planned to wait for third uncle to emerge before assisting Xiao Nye in dealing with these pests in Tianshui. Yet Xiao Nye has taken the initiative. Then I shall certainly lend my support to resolve the matter once and for all. Very well, I understand. The principal of Shiliang University, Xiao Qi, also agreed to this plan and swiftly departed for Tianshui. After a night of relentless travel, Huangzhong and his company successfully reached the secret stronghold of the Ginie Wei. The intelligence gathered by the Jin Yiwei also reached Qingji and his team. After carefully examining the various rebellious sects, Chen Qingji furrowed his brow. Mao Chang remarked, according to the intel from the Ginie Way, the factions involved in this treasonous plot include the Black Tiger sect, the Skull Gate, and the Tianshui Hall, alongside the Tianshui governor, Ping Zhua. The most powerful among these sects is the Black Tiger sect, with their supreme elder being a level 91 titled Yushur and their sect master at the threshold of 3 transitions. They boast over 3,231 disciples. The Skull Gate and Tianshui Hall each have sect masters at the level of 2 transitions, with 771 and 918 disciples respectively. Indeed, Chen Qingji nodded, contemplating. Once a Yushur reaches level 89, to break through the barrier, one must attain 9 transitions to smoothly advance to level 90. The term half-transition refers to those who have reached the threshold of level 89 Yushur, but have not yet achieved 9 transitions, with specific combat strength varying by the number of transitions attained. The previous Guan Yu and Ma Chao, who were slain, were merely at the cusp of level 89, far from achieving a first transition. Meanwhile, the later Tuoba Dan had reached the level of 3 transitions. Thus, among these sects, the Skull Gate and Tianshui Hall are even inferior to the former Tuoba Dan. Our greatest adversary remains the Black Tiger sect. Colleagues, the Black Tiger sect poses the greatest variable in our mission, and we must spare no effort in suppressing them. Huangzhong thoughtfully stroked his white beard. Indeed, however, we must not underestimate the other 2 sections. Our mission is to suppress all factions involved. We must act swiftly and decisively, establishing dominance before they have the chance to counter, and we must also ensure proper troop division. Chen Qingji added. Yu Wensheng remained silent, but concurred with their views. At this moment, Mao Chang interjected, moreover, the 40,000 city defense troops under the Tianshui governor present a significant challenge. Chen Qingji pondered. Is there any possibility of persuading these city defense troops to surrender? Reports indicate that these troops are unaware of Ping Zhua's intentions. If we can swiftly eliminate the governor and the major sects, the likelihood of their surrender is high. Mao Chang affirmed. Then let the Ginie Way handle the assassination of the Tianshui governor. Ensure it is executed flawlessly. Chen Qingji instructed directly. The reason Ping Zhui could infiltrate Tianshui is solely due to the 40,000 city defense troops under his command, whose strength is merely in the 60s. Easily manageable by the Ginie Way. This is a matter of establishing the Ginie Way's authority, and they must demonstrate their strength to Liangzhou. Chen Qingji nodded. Very well. Now let us discuss the division of troops. At this moment, a Ginie Way hurriedly approached the door, reporting, I have seen the generals. There is urgent news from the Black Tiger sect. The Ginie Way handed the urgent report to Mao Chang, who quickly glanced at it. His expression brightened, and he passed it to Chen Qingji. Good. After reading, Chen Qingji's expression also brightened, looking at Huangzhong and the others with a bemused air. Without making them wait long, Chen Qingji explained. The report states that the Black Tiger sect has invited the Skull Gate, Tianshui Hall, and the Tianshui governor, along with several local clans, to discuss treasonous matters tonight in the Black Tiger sect's secret chamber. Their higher-ups will all be present. This means we need not consider troop division. We can suppress everyone from the Black Tiger sect in one fell swoop. Huangzhong scoffed disdainfully. Humph. The Black Tiger sect, greedy for power, fearing exposure, wishes to finalize their treason swiftly, not realizing they are ensnaring themselves. Chen Qingji also chuckled coldly. The group then began discussing the details of their operation. Mao Chang would personally lead 4,000 Ginie Way to stealthily approach Tianshui Hall, while Yu Wensheng would lead 10,000 tiger and leopard riders to suppress a secluded 8-ring Yushur within the Skull Gate. After the battle, another 1,000 Ginie Way would be tasked with raiding the governor's estate, and Yu Wensheng would promptly rush to Tianshui City to persuade the city defense troops to surrender and take full control of Tianshui. As for the remaining Chen Qingji and the 2,000 tiger and leopard riders, they launched a surprise attack to suppress the Black Tiger sect, executing a beheading strategy. Soon, night fell at the peak of the Black Tiger sect. In the darkness, a figure stealthily glided past several structures, arriving at the top of a concealed chamber, where it convened with several other shadowy figures. Upon meeting, they exchanged silent nods, and one of them quietly removed a tile from the eaves, allowing a dim light to seep from within the chamber. Cautiously approaching, the figure observed a round table inside, around which 7 or 8 individuals faced one another, their expressions obscured. Noticing this, the figure furrowed his brow, just as sounds emanated from the chamber. Humph, a mere child of level 40. Without even a single 8-stage spirit master under his command, let alone a title. How can he possibly be worthy of being the overlord of Liangzhou? How can he claim kingship over Tianshui? It is nothing short of a joke. A gaunt middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. Another figure, cloaked and gripping a skeletal staff, echoed, indeed. If such a greenhorn were to ride atop us, We would become the laughingstock of all sects under heaven. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure's brow furrowed tighter, a flicker of anger igniting within. At that moment, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke. Chapter 68. The Emperor is far away? What a dream. The shadowy figure recognized this middle-aged man as the current leader of the Black Tiger sect. A fool who knows neither heaven nor earth. The leader remarked coldly. He thinks that by receiving the imperial decree and gaining the support of the Seven Wounds Sword sect, he can stand equal to us. The Black Tiger sect is not inferior to the Seven Wounds Sword sect. Humph, the court means nothing to us. We, the Tianshui sect, do not recognize it either. The thin man responded, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Liangzhou has always been a region beyond control, and these sects had grown accustomed to being the masters of Tianshui, resistant to the notion of yielding to others. The court neglected them due to its wealth, looking down upon the barren land of Liangzhou. However, the new king of Qin was different. His domain was solely Liangzhou, making it impossible for the two sides to coexist peacefully as they once had. The Black Tiger sect leader smiled faintly and said, I presume all of you have come here today with an understanding of the implications. I shall not elaborate further. The leader need not say more. We understand what must be done. That Qin Ye may claim kingship, but Tianshui shall not belong to his Qin kingdom, declared the head of the Tianshui sect. Indeed, if that Qin king dares to send troops to interfere in Tianshui affairs, we shall stand united and prevent his forces from stepping foot in our territory. That Qin king boasts only a few thousand tiger and leopard riders and the city defense army, even if they are elite and unmatched. But the king's most critical weakness is the absence of a titled powerhouse to command, not even a half-step titled master. Even with the support of the Seven Wounds Sword sect, they would never lower themselves to act as his henchmen. Thus, we shall find ourselves in an invincible position. Even if that Qin king refuses to submit, with his army pressing down and no strong warriors to lead them, what do we have to fear? Haha, indeed. That Nye is but a child, with only a few who can temporarily withstand a half-step titled master among the seven-stage martial generals. Some of them are still missing, and I doubt he dares to mobilize against us. The Black Tiger sect leader chuckled. At this moment, someone inquired of the Black Tiger sect leader, by the way, how is communication with the Tianwu dynasty progressing? When can we expect them to send support? The Tianwu dynasty, located in the southwestern part of Liangzhou, shares a border with Tianshui. Haha, the Tianwu side has already accepted our allegiance. Soon, with the emperor far removed from us, you and I shall remain the rulers of this land. Laughter erupted among the assembly as they envisioned their future lives as local emperors. Yet, unbeknownst to them, death loomed near. Suddenly, a voice cut through the merriment. The emperor is far away? Old tortoise, I thought you harbored great ambitions. But it seems you are merely lost in a beautiful dream. Who dares? The laughter of the Black Tiger sect leader ceased abruptly, his pupils constricting as he turned to face the entrance. The others were momentarily stunned, then collectively turned their gaze toward the door. There, at the entrance of the chamber, a small turtle, no larger than a palm, rested atop the shoulder of an elderly general, its gaze piercing as it scrutinized them. The newcomer was none other than Huang Zhong and the sacred beast, Xuanwu. Upon seeing that the visitors comprised merely an old man and a small turtle, the Black Tiger sect leader regained his composure and bellowed, You ignorant old fool! How dare you trespass upon the Black Tiger sect under the cover of night? You truly do not regard our sect with any respect. Humph, a bunch of rubbish. Are you worthy of my attention? You wouldn't even qualify to hold my shoes. The small turtle spat disdainfully. Huang Zhong's expression darkened as he coldly regarded the Black Tiger sect leader, as if gazing upon a corpse. Arrogant brat! You shall pay for your insolence. At that moment, the son of the Black Tiger sect leader suddenly roared, raising a meteor hammer and charging towards Huang Zhong. My son! No! The Black Tiger sect leader exclaimed in alarm, rushing to intervene. Yet, Huang Zhong did not even spare a glance. He slowly reached out, grasping the young man's head, and with a swift motion, crushed it, scattering bits across the floor. My son, is he truly dead? The Black Tiger sect leader's face turned pale as he fell to his knees. Everyone present was stunned. The son of the Black Tiger sect leader, the future lord, had just been obliterated by this old general. Why, who are you? Not only did you invade the Black Tiger sect at night, but you also dare to kill the son of the sect leader. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Tianshui sect? The Tianshui sect leader stammered, swallowing hard. His fear was palpable, for Huang Zhong's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Sir, I care not who you are. Having slain our sect leader's son, you must provide us with an explanation today. The master of the skeleton sect tightened his grip on his skeletal staff, his expression frigid. Humph. You expect me to give you an explanation? Are you worthy? Huang Zhong sneered dismissively, flicking his hand as if he had touched some refuse. You. Such bravado. The master of the skeleton sect's eyes narrowed, and from behind him, a 3-meter-tall skeletal giant began to rise, enveloped in an eerie green glow. Huang Zhong's expression remained unchanged. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the skeletal giant. Ah, a second-tier beast tamer. Indeed, a worthy opponent. Arrogant. The skeletal giant let out a thunderous roar, its form swelling to 7 or 8 meters high, causing the chamber to explode as others scattered in all directions. I care not who you are. You must remain here today. That is my decree. The master of the skeleton sect glared at Huang Zhong, standing atop the giant's shoulder. As the giant swung its long sword swiftly towards Huang Zhong, speed is somewhat lacking. Huang Zhong's expression remained unchanged as he effortlessly evaded the attack. He then landed on a nearby hill, slowly retrieving his bow and arrows. 5-element arrows, drawing the bow in one fluid motion without any pause. He aimed at the skeletal giant and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sped through the night, engulfed in flames like a shooting star, hurtling towards the skeletal giant. Humph! Mere tricks. Undead shield. Unfazed by the rapidly approaching fire arrow, the master of the skeleton sect commanded the giant to defend. Just before the arrow reached its target, the master of the skeleton sect maintained a scornful expression, thinking, a mere fire arrow dares to harm my shielded skeletal giant? Then, with a resounding impact, Huang Zhong's fiery arrow struck the bone shield, its tremendous force shattering the shield entirely. The skeletal giant was sent staggering backward for dozens of steps. What? The master of the skeleton sect's gaze sharpened in shock, realizing that an ordinary-looking fire arrow possessed such formidable power. Yet the spectacle was far from over. As the skeletal giant steadied itself, the arrows ensnared upon its bony shield erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Caught off guard, the skeletal giant staggered backward, retreating several paces while numerous scars marred its skeletal frame. Witnessing this, the skeletal lord was incredulous. Such a singular strike was inconceivable. Oh. The weak will invariably choose to flee when their pitiful pride is shattered, uttering nothing but the phrase impossible. Huang Zhong knocked another arrow, his voice cold and resolute. I now retract my previous statement. You are unworthy to be my adversary. Whoosh. Just as the skeletal lord was about to respond, Huang Zhong released another arrow, this one infused with the might of a colossal wave, hurtling towards him in an instant.